After learning that reclusive billionaire Quentin Covington had constructed 6 different secret compounds on 6 different continents, Kevin and his old friend Dalton Steele formed a team to search for these hidden fortresses and uncover the mysteries that lay waiting inside each. Their first stop, the jungles of Cambodia. The hot jungle air clung to Kevin like a wet towel, the humidity settling on his skin as he and his companions trudged through the muddy forest of trees, vines, and plants. Dalton Steele followed closely behind Kevin, hacking away at the many natural obstructions with his machete. Olivia did the same. Maura, the sheepish young lab assistant, brought up the rear, nervously swatting mosquitoes as she struggled to keep up. "Are we sure I should be here?" Maura asked. Kevin had chosen to leave Sasha, Marcus, and Kyle behind in Chicago to help finish setting up the team's base of operations. But Maura had a specific skill set that made her valuable for this trip. It turns out she had a degree in ancient southeastern civilizations, which gave her knowledge Kevin knew he could use in a pinch. "You'll be fine," Kevin answered. "We're getting close to the coordinates." It was assumed that a lieutenant of Quentin Covington had met his grisly end in the jaws of a Siamese crocodile. The lieutenant's fitness watch had stopped tracking in the area known for being a crocodile den, and that meant that the secret fortress Kevin and his team were searching for had to be close. They just had to find it. Kevin examined the surroundings, his keen eyes scanning for any signs of unexpected life. "Here! We're here!" Olivia called out. The exact location where the watch had last been tracked was now beeping on her phone. The team stopped and looked around for clues. "Keep an eye out for crocodiles," Dalton reminded everyone. "Crocodiles?" Maura repeated. "I can't even stop the mosquitoes." She swatted another one. The air was thick with anticipation, but there was nothing. Nothing but a small stream and endless green jungle. "Any ideas?" Dalton asked Kevin. Kevin's eyes narrowed as he surveyed the area. "We're close. We have to be. Let's keep moving. The stream should lead us somewhere." Dalton nodded in agreement. The group pushed forward, eventually emerging from the thick foliage into a clearing where a quaint Cambodian village lay nestled. Wooden huts stood on stilts, their thatched roofs providing shelter from both the scorching sun and the relentless rain. Children played in the dirt, their laughter echoing through the village like a melody of innocence. As Kevin and his team approached, the villagers eyed them and his team with a mix of curiosity and wariness. "Is it just me or is everyone looking at us?" Maura noted. "They must not get many visitors," Dalton added. "Everybody just stay calm," Olivia warned. "If we don't act aggressively, they won't act aggressively. We're just walking." Maura frowned. "I've got a bad feeling about this." "If Quentin Covington and his men have a hidden compound somewhere nearby, then hopefully one of these people can point us in the right direction," Kevin said. "Sure," Olivia noted. "If we can get any of them to talk to us. I wouldn't say anyone is giving us a friendly look." An elderly woman sat alone by a small tent lined with lizard skins. Kevin stepped over with a disarming smile. "Hello, ma'am. Beautiful day. I was hoping I might be able to ask you some questions." The old woman put her arms up in confusion. "It's a waste of time, Kevin," Dalton noted. "She doesn't speak English." Kevin kneeled down beside the old woman and tried again. "Hello." Kevin now greeted her in flawless Khmer. "We're travelers, looking to learn more about the history of this place. Can you tell us if there are any other villages or communities nearby?" The elderly woman smiled with delight. "You speak Khmer? Impressive. But I can't help you. Only you can do that." Kevin didn't understand. "What do you mean?" The old woman just stared at him with kind and caring eyes. She leaned in and whispered, "I know why you're here. We all know. The only reason people who look like you ever come to places like this is when they're desperate for hidden treasure." "Hidden treasure?" Kevin repeated. "You won't find it. You won't find him. Go back," the woman shouted. "You've made a grave mistake. Go back the way you came. The place you seek is cursed. No one who ventures there has ever returned." Kevin processed the warning, then turned back to the friends. Olivia was curious. What did she say? Just the usual, Kevin joked. She told us to go back the way we came, that the place we seek is cursed. We'll have to get our information from someone else. Maura followed behind slowly. But what if she's right? Kevin and his team trekked through the town looking for a friendly face, but the villagers remained tight-lipped, exchanging nervous glances as the outsiders passed by. No one wanted to talk. The group was getting impatient. What if they were wrong? What if there was nothing here? Just then, Kevin spotted something new. An ancient stone temple. Built of thick concentric stone blocks and covered in moss, it stood out amongst the thin wooden huts. "What is that?" Dalton wondered aloud. Maura stepped forward. "It looks like an ancient Angkor temple, built by Suryavarman II to honor the Hindu god Vishnu in the 9th century. They made hundreds of them. Isn't it magnificent?" "Amazing," Kevin agreed. Just then, a hooded figure stepped out from the shadows of the ancient structure. His eyes were dark and he spoke with a raspy whisper. "Money?" he inquired. "What was that?" Kevin responded. "Money. Cash money," the hooded man emphasized. "Do you have any?" The man seemed nervous, rattled, and suspicious. Dalton instinctively stepped in front of Maura, machete in hand. "What is it to you, stranger?" The hooded man rolled his eyes at the macho gesture. "You fools are looking for Covington's compound, are you not?" The question got everyone's immediate attention. Kevin moved closer. "What makes you think that?" The hooded man laughed. "I'm not a fool. The only reason anyone ever comes here is because of him. But you want to find his secret fortress walking around the jungle. You need a fresh perspective." Kevin played along. "And how do we get that?" "By searching from above," the hooded man pointed to the sky. "I have a helicopter, brand new, state-of-the-art. I could fly you around the jungle for a price." Kevin considered the offer. It was a good idea, but he didn't want to get scammed. "How much?" "I don't come cheap, I'll tell you that," the hooded man taunted. "To fly you around in my helicopter for 1 hour, you'll have to pay $8. $8? Kevin repeated. The team all shared a curious look. Was this guy for real? The hooded man could sense their hesitancy. $7. Final offer. Kevin shook his head agreeably. "Yeah, okay, $7. Show us the chopper." The hooded man brought them to a clearing where an old Vietnam War chopper waited on a concrete pad. It looked bad. Beat up, rusting, clearly running on fumes. "Does it fly?" Maura asked, everyone else wondering the same thing. "Does it fly?" the hooded man repeated. He was obviously offended. "I've flown it every day for 20 years. I was a pilot in the war." "Which one?" Dalton inquired. "The bad one." The hooded man pushed back. "And this chopper got me through all of it. She'll get you where you need to go, and she won't complain while she's doing it." Kevin had heard enough. "Works for me." He handed the man a $10 bill and then climbed into the cockpit. The hooded man looked over the $10 bill. "Big spender. This better be real." The helicopter blades sliced through the humid air as the group soared high above the dense jungle, a sea of green stretching endlessly beneath them. Kevin sat in the co-pilot seat as the hooded man manned the controls. Dalton Steele was strapped into the back seat with Olivia and Maura as everyone scanned the greenery below. "What are we looking for?" Maura called out. "Anything that doesn't make sense," Kevin responded. As they glided above the bright green trees, the group marveled at the beauty of the untouched wilderness below. Lush treetops intertwined, creating a complex tapestry of life. Birds of various hues darted between branches, and butterflies danced in the warm breeze. The jungle seemed to be a symphony of colors and sounds, a harmonious celebration of nature's wonders. But Kevin's keen eye caught something unusual. There was a spot where the foliage seemed too still. No birds flitted about, no animals moved around the treetops. But why? Hey, guys, take a look at that. Kevin called over the intercom, gesturing toward the peculiar sight below. The others peered down, curiosity obvious in their expressions. A collective silence settled in the helicopter as they observed the strange nothingness below them. Olivia furrowed her brow. That's strange. It's like a dead zone down there. I've never seen anything like it.
What could be causing it to do that?
Dalton called out. Only one way to find out, Kevin responded. We have to take a closer look. After traveling to Cambodia to try to locate one of Quentin Covington's 6 hidden fortresses, Kevin, along with good friends and allies Olivia Rafferty and Dalton Steele, as well as lab assistant Maura, decided they could cover more ground if they explored the dense wilderness from above. Circling the ancient brush in a rickety old helicopter piloted by a crusty Vietnam War veteran, Kevin soon spotted something strange. A section of jungle that wildlife seemed to be oddly inactive. Curious, Kevin and his team decided to take a closer look. The helicopter lowered down toward the tree line. They got within 100 yards when a nasty gust of wind pushed them off course. The hooded man who was now piloting the helicopter tried to recenter the chopper, but the wind continued. He shook his head nervously.
We can't go any lower. It's too windy.
Kevin looked down. He knew something was off about the site, but they weren't close enough to prove anything for sure. Olivia called out from the back. Can we land and continue our journey on foot?
Not anywhere close, the hooded man countered. The jungle is too thick and I'm running low on fuel. We have to make sure we have enough to get back to the village and land somewhere safe.
Kevin continued to take in the scene. He had to know for sure.
We can regroup tomorrow, Dalton offered. Maybe it'll be less windy and we can get some clean eyes on this location.
Kevin considered the possibility. He unstrapped his seatbelt and stood up. I'm going down. What? Maura, the nervous young lab assistant, called out. Hand me that line. Kevin pointed to a pile of thick rope resting nearby. Dalton nodded and threw the rope to his friend.
Are you sure about this, Kevin? It's windy out there and our helicopter isn't exactly state-of-the-art. Hey!
The pilot called out from his seat, stung by the presumed insult. Kevin wrapped the rope around his arm and handed the other end to Dalton. Don't worry about me. Just make sure you don't let go. Dalton understood. He sat down next to Olivia, who also took hold of the line. The two pressed their feet against the far side of the chopper wall for added leverage. Ready? Kevin asked. Ready for what? Maura cried out with concern. Kevin smiled and then jumped out of the helicopter. Kevin dove through the air, diving toward the jungle like a spear. As he got close to the trees, he was yanked to an abrupt stop. He looked back up at the chopper. The rope was now tight, Dalton and Olivia holding him up with all their strength. Kevin turned his attention back toward the foliage below. He was still 10 to 20 feet from the tops of the trees. Not close enough, but he was now sure of his instinct. There was something off about the area. No animals or wildlife of any kind could be seen. Kevin trusted his gut. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and let go of the rope. Kevin, no! Dalton cried out from above as Kevin dropped. Maura closed her eyes, not wanting to watch her boss fall to his death. Calmness followed. No more screams could be heard. Maura didn't understand. She opened her eyes, surprised to find Dalton and Olivia staring down with wide eyes. How? Olivia wondered aloud. Maura couldn't help herself any longer. She looked down, stunned to see Kevin standing above the trees. He hovered over the dense brush as if he was levitating. Kevin stood above the treetops. He didn't fall? But why? It took him a moment to realize what was happening. He wasn't levitating. He was standing on something. Something solid. He took a step to his right and then a step to his left. It's a dome, Kevin called up to the helicopter. An enormous metallic dome. It was projecting the image they had seen, a kaleidoscope of fake trees and brush. This is it. Kevin called up once again. "This dome must be covering the fortress." An alarm suddenly went off inside the helicopter.
"That's the fuel alarm," the pilot called out. "We gotta turn back in the next 5 minutes or we won't have enough juice to make it to the landing pad."
Olivia understood. She signaled to Kevin, "You've got to climb back up. We're almost out of time." Kevin understood, but he wasn't ready to leave just yet. He had to find a way inside. He had to see what was actually waiting beneath his feet. 2 minutes. I'm going to try to find an opening." Kevin carefully stepped across the dome. It was a massive structure, camouflaged perfectly into the jungle. But Kevin had to be careful. He was so high up that if he took one wrong step, he could easily fall. Kevin scanned the surface for possible entry points when a dozen tiny hatches began to open all over the structure. Kevin watched as multiple Maverick warriors clad in traditional Cambodian attire emerged, armed and ready to strike. Dalton spotted the battalion from above.
"Kevin's got company."
Olivia turned to the pilot. "Get us down there."
"We can't land with this wind," the pilot countered. "And we're almost out of fuel."
The Maverick warriors, tethered by long ropes connected to body harnesses, expertly scaled the dome's curved surface and reached the top. Kevin took a defensive stance as the Mavericks began to encircle him. He was at a disadvantage for several reasons. He was unfamiliar with the terrain, and the Mavericks were all connected to the dome with no risk of falling. Kevin sized up the situation. This might get tricky. The Mavericks attacked simultaneously, their kicks and punches a synchronized dance of deadly precision. Their agile moves were a testament to their local Cambodian martial arts skills, a type of martial arts Kevin had never seen before. Kevin dodged and weaved, using his agility to avoid their strikes. Seeing an opportunity, Kevin grabbed the rope from one Maverick's harness and yanked it back, pulling him off balance. As the warrior stumbled, Kevin delivered a swift roundhouse kick, sending the Maverick tumbling off the dome. But the Maverick didn't fall. The rope supported him, and he used it to swing right back up to the top and rejoin his fellow warriors. Kevin sighed. Of course. Another Maverick approached, swinging a staff with deadly precision. Kevin jumped back, avoiding the strike, then attacked with a quick series of punches. The Maverick fell, but quickly used his rope to swing back into action as well. Kevin was winning the fight, but it wasn't getting him anywhere. The Mavericks just kept regrouping and battling anew. The leader of the Maverick security squad stepped forward. He eyeballed Kevin. "Level 5, he boasted. "Level 7, Kevin countered. 10 more warriors joined their leader. "How's your multiplication skill?" the leader quipped. One Maverick lunged for the kill. Kevin countered with a powerful spinning kick, sending him sprawling. Another wrapped their rope around Kevin's leg, attempting to trip him off the dome. Kevin flipped out of the trap, freeing his leg in the process. Kevin weaved between the Mavericks, using their harnesses against them. Because Kevin wasn't tied to a rope, it worked to his advantage and gave him a freedom his foes didn't have. He grabbed one of the Mavericks' ropes, swinging him into another, creating a chain reaction of chaos. 2 fighters advanced on Kevin. They moved their arms and legs in a well-practiced rhythm. Kevin took the moment to study the Mavericks' unique martial arts technique. As they attacked, he started to absorb their moves. Kevin's movements soon mirrored those of the Mavericks, seamlessly blending Cambodian martial arts with his own unique style. The Mavericks, initially confident, began to show signs of frustration. The leader called out once again, "You can't win. Every time you knock us down, we swing right back into action." "I've never heard someone so excited to be a never-ending punching bag," Kevin retorted. "Kill him," the leader screamed. The Mavericks intensified their assault, but Kevin, now in a state of flow, parried and counterattacked with unparalleled precision. Dalton and Olivia watched from the helicopter above, eyes fixed on the unfolding spectacle below. Kevin was showing signs of fatigue. They didn't know how much longer he could keep it up. They had to do something. Instinctively, Dalton pulled out his machete, ready to assist his friend. "Kevin,
Catch!
Dalton yelled over the whirring of the helicopter blades. Dalton tossed down the machete with pinpoint accuracy. Kevin snatched it from the air, the blade gleaming in his hands. Now armed, Kevin started slashing through the Mavericks' ropes, leveling the playing field and sending them plummeting into the jungle abyss below. The Mavericks retreated, grappling with their ropes to escape Kevin's relentless assault. Soon, Kevin found himself once again standing alone atop the dome. And then he saw it. A small hatch one of the fallen Mavericks had entered from. It was open and waiting. The alarm continued to go off inside the chopper. The pilot called out,
"That's it. We have to leave him. We're almost out of fuel."
"No," Dalton responded. "I'll get him." He turned to Olivia.
"Think you can hold Kevin in my combined weight?"
Olivia considered. "Only one way to find out," she said in a voice that was giving her as much confidence as she could drum up. Kevin raced across the dome and slid over to the tiny opening. As he peered inside, he couldn't believe what was waiting inside. Multiple structures, cars, people, and the entire working civilization. They had found it, the hidden fortress.
"Kevin!"
Dalton cried out. Kevin looked up just in time to see Dalton now hanging from the helicopter rope, approaching at a rapid pace. Kevin understood. Dalton wanted him to leap up to grab his hand and be whisked to safety. Kevin knew there was more to be learned about the dome and the fortress, and he was already at the edge of discovering another piece of the Quentin Covington puzzle. Though doing so could result in danger and even death for himself and his team. On a mission to piece together the blueprint of Quentin Covington's master plan, Kevin and his team traveled to Cambodia to investigate rumors of Quentin's activity. Flying over the remote jungle, Kevin was astonished to find an enormous dome that perfectly blended into the canopy, much like the force field they encountered in the Caribbean. When Kevin was lowered down onto the dome, he was attacked by a squadron of Maverick guards and, after defeating them, opened the roof access hatch the Mavericks had climbed through when staging their attack. Staring down through the hatch, Kevin was shocked to see an entire ancient city hidden below the dome.
"We're running out of time, Kevin."
Dalton's voice was stern and severe.
"If we don't get out of here in the next few seconds, we won't have enough fuel to get back to the village."
It was difficult for Kevin to pull himself away from the hatch. He was eager to collect as many details as possible. He noticed that a section of the ruins was totally destroyed. He also saw several outposts. One was very clearly meant for guards, while the others seemed to house workers. Additionally, there were vehicles scattered all over the ancient city. When Dalton called out again, his voice was even more strict than before.
"Kevin, I'm not kidding. If we don't get out of here now, we're not going to make it."
Just then, Kevin saw another group of dozens of guards rushing up the scaffolding toward the roof access hatch.
"Stop right there! Don't move a muscle!"
Finally, Kevin closed the hatch and started sprinting back to the helicopter. Just as Kevin jumped for the rope, the guards climbed onto the roof and started to charge. Dalton didn't wait for Kevin to climb up before he gave the nod to the pilot to fly the helicopter away. As it flew over the jungle and Kevin dangled from the rope, the guards stood on the roof and raised their weapons.
"That's right! Get out of here!"
Watching the helicopter fly away, one of the guards touched his earpiece and said,
"They're gone for now, boss. We better fortify the place."
At the same time, Kevin had finally pulled himself onto the helicopter. As he caught his breath, the pilot tapped on the fuel gauge and said,
"Cutting it pretty close there, man. I hope whatever you saw down there was worth it."
Olivia's eyes were brimming with curiosity. "What did you see, Kevin?" Kevin took a sip of water before answering. "They're hiding another compound under the dome. It looked a lot like the one in Greenland. You know, guards, workers, barracks, the whole 9 yards. It also looked like it was built into an ancient stone city." Olivia was intrigued. "I wonder why they would set up camp around an ancient set of ruins." "Well," Kevin said, "if we learned anything from our time in Greenland, they're probably collecting some kind of precious resource. And if I had to guess, they're probably forcing people to work for them illegally." We have to go back and learn more as soon as possible." Dalton leaned back and added his thoughts from the co-pilot seat.
"Well, we know there's a hatch on the roof. You think we could get back in that way?"
Kevin shook his head. "No, if we go through the roof, we'll sound the alarm and have the guards on us in a heartbeat. There's got to be a quieter way in." Suddenly, Maura had an idea. "Back in college, I took an ancient civilization class and learned that these Cambodian ruins often have underground tunnels connecting to each other. Maybe we can get in that way?" Just then, Dalton remembered something important.
"Hey, wait a second. I saw a smaller temple on the way over here that was just a few miles away from the main compound. If there really are underground tunnels, it might be a good place to start."
Kevin agreed. "Do you remember where you saw it, Dalton?"
Dalton shrugged his shoulders. "Not exactly, but it's definitely around here somewhere. It was easy to miss, like a little spot of stone in a sea of green."
The pilot tapped on the fuel gauge again.
"Sorry, folks, but if we don't get some fuel first, this thing's going down."
Kevin nodded. "All right. Let's stop by the village first and refuel. After that, we need to find the little temple. It may be our only way into the main compound that won't draw any suspicion." After touching down at a fuel station on the outskirts of town, Kevin and the others wasted no time getting back into the air. Kevin had decided it was time to give the hooded man who had been their somewhat awestruck pilot a fitting price for his services, $100,000, that the hooded man was thrilled to receive, and send him on his way. Dalton could now be their pilot, and they'd return the helicopter to the hooded man after their mission, if it was still in one piece. An hour or so later, they were back over the jungle, circling around the dome. "Keep your eyes peeled," Kevin said. "This is going to be like looking for a needle in a green haystack." Olivia pointed out the window with a frustrated look on her face until she lit up. "Look, there it is. Do you see it? Right there under the canopy." Dalton squinted and looked down at where Olivia was pointing.
"Yup, I see it. I'll take us in nice and smooth." As the helicopter dipped under the canopy, the surrounding trees blew around as if they were in the middle of a hurricane. When the spinning blades came to a rest, the sights and sounds of the jungle came to life, chirping crickets, squawking birds, and the sound of howler monkeys way off in the distance. Dalton landed the helicopter right outside the temple, and as Kevin and his team stepped out into the jungle, they looked up at it with awe on their faces. The temple's color was a faded orange. It reached all the way up to the top of the trees and was engraved with complex patterns and ancient mythological figures. As she stared up at the temple, Maura's lips curled into an enchanted smile. "How exciting!" she exclaimed. "The Cambodian jungle is full of undiscovered ruins. For all we know, we could be the first people to step foot inside this temple in over 1,000 years." Kevin nodded as he cautiously approached the temple steps. "All the more reason to be on our guard. In my experience, ancient ruins like this one are almost always chock full of puzzles and booby traps." Dalton chuckled. "Noted." As the group ventured deep into the heart of the ancient Cambodian temple, their excitement was evident on their faces. The air inside was thick with the scent of history, and the walls seemed to whisper long-forgotten tales. "It looks like this is the bottom floor," Kevin said. "If there's a hidden tunnel below this place, the entrance is bound to be somewhere around here. Keep an eye out for any levers or loose stones." Besides the main entrance, the temple didn't have any other windows or doors. When Maura looked around, she couldn't see very well in the dark. "I bet we'd have better luck if we could actually see in here." Without a word, Dalton reached into his backpack and pulled out a flare. When he lit it, the temple filled up with a warm red glow. "Is that any better?" he asked. Maura nodded as everyone spread out and explored the room. "Much better. Thanks, Dalton." Maura, squinting less now that Dalton had lit his flare, was the first to spot a strange carving on the wall. "Look here," she said. As everyone gathered around her, she brushed away a layer of dust.
revealing an intricate drawing of a serpent with multiple heads wrapped around a majestic temple. "I've seen this before. It's a classic figure from Cambodian mythology. The serpent's name is Naga, a symbol of protection." Kevin stepped closer, studying the image. Maybe it's some kind of clue. Like I said, these ancient temples are always full of puzzles. If I had to guess, I'd say we probably have to solve one in order to open the underground tunnel. Maura and Dalton nodded in agreement, their curiosity growing. They continued to explore the main room, searching for any hint of a puzzle that might grant them access to the temple's secrets. After a while, Maura discovered a large stone disc embedded in the floor. Etched onto its surface were 3 distinct pressure plates. When Maura stepped on the first pressure plate, it sank down with a rumble, and an arrow shot out from the wall, missing her by only an inch. As Kevin and Dalton turned their heads, Maura stepped off the pressure plate and gulped nervously. "Hey, guys, I think I found something." As Dalton stepped forward and held the flare over the disc, Maura saw that another serpent was carved around it, consuming its own tail in the shape of a circle. "Look, everyone, it's another Naga engraving. Whatever this puzzle is, it must correspond with the sculpture on the wall." Just then, Dalton stumbled upon something else.
"Hey, there's a bowl of crystals over here. Do you think it might be part of the puzzle?"
As Maura investigated the crystals, her eyes filled with excitement. "Yes, these are yellow amethysts. In ancient Cambodian mythology, they were said to be the eyes of Naga." Kevin went back to the engraving on the wall and gave it another look. "Oh, I see. It's all coming together now. Each head of this serpent has a different number of eyes. I bet if we match the number of crystals on each of the pressure plates to the number of eyes on each of the heads here, we'll solve the puzzle." With determination, Maura nodded and set to work. "Got it," she said. In accordance with the number of eyes on each head of the Naga, she put 3 crystals on the first pressure plate, 6 on the second, and finally 12 on the third. The chamber was filled with anticipation as the last crystal was set into place. With a sudden rumble, the stone floor seemed to come alive, shifting beneath their feet. The wall with the Naga carving began to slide, revealing a hidden passage. The 3 exchanged excited glances, their hearts pounding in unison. "Well, looks like we found our secret passage." Taking the lead, Kevin lit another flare and descended into darkness. As they reached the bottom of the stairs, the sound of hissing started to fill the air. "Wait a minute, that sounds like..." When Kevin tossed the flare a few feet ahead, they saw that the tunnel was slithering with hundreds of snakes. "Snakes," Kevin groaned. "Oh boy, this is going to be fun." After narrowly escaping a battle on top of the giant dome that concealed another one of Quentin Covington's secret compounds, Kevin and his team knew they had to return and continue the investigation. Because it would sound the alarm, entering through the hatch on the roof wasn't an option. Drawing on an ancient civilizations course she took in college, Maura informed them that most Cambodian temples had hidden tunnels buried below them, and suggested they take one into the compound. Landing at an ancient temple a few miles outside the main compound, Kevin and his friend solved a puzzle that opened the way into the tunnels, where they were confronted by hundreds of snakes. As far as the flare's light provided, the floor on the tunnel was slithering with snakes. As soon as he saw them, Dalton gasped and nearly jumped out of his skin.
"I'm not going anywhere near those things."
More than any of the rest of them, Dalton was absolutely terrified of snakes. Kevin, on the other hand, didn't feel a trace of fear. Ever since his vision quest in the Amazon, he had felt much more in sync with the animal kingdom. As the others backed away, Kevin took a step forward and knelt down to the snake's level. When a king cobra raised its head and flashed its fangs at Kevin, Olivia's heart skipped a beat. "Be careful, Kevin. That species is extremely venomous." Cool, calm, and collected, Kevin took a deep breath and stared directly back into the cobra's eyes. "Don't worry," he said. "They're a little worked up, but they don't mean any harm." When Kevin held out his hand, the cobra hissed at it. "Easy now. No need to be aggressive, little fella. We just want to explore this tunnel is all." Dalton didn't have much faith in Kevin's snake charming abilities.
"You know, Kevin, I've got plenty of flares in my backpack here. If you want, I could make quick work of these little bastards and clear us a path."
Kevin shook his head. "There's no need for that, Dalton. Just give me a moment." Very slowly, Kevin cautiously reached out his hand again, and this time the cobra allowed him to pet its head. "Good boy. See? We're not going to hurt you." As Kevin smiled, Dalton felt so afraid he was on the verge of fainting.
"I can't believe it,"
he muttered under his breath. When Kevin stood up and took a step forward, the snakes around him naturally cleared a path. With a cheeky grin on his face, Kevin looked over his shoulder and said, "Come on, everyone. Looks like there's only one way forward." As the snakes continued to clear a path in front of Kevin, the others followed his lead, snakes hissing all around them. Dalton had to close his eyes and let Mora steer him forward. He kept whispering the same thing to himself over and over again.
"Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me. Please don't kill me."
After walking a few hundred feet forward, Kevin came to a fork in the tunnel. "Dang," he said. "I was really hoping it would be a straight shot." Directly behind him, Olivia looked both ways with a nervous feeling in her stomach. "Kevin, if we get lost down here, we may never find our way out again. We have to make sure we're going the right way." Just then, some snakes slithered away and cleared a path leading down the right fork of the tunnel. Kevin grinned. "Looks like our scaly friends are showing us the way. Thank goodness we didn't go with Dalton's plan to burn them all, huh?" Meanwhile, sweat was pouring down Dalton's frightened face.
"Speak for yourself,"
he said with a trembling voice. Following the snake's guidance, Kevin and his team twisted and turned down a few more paths of the tunnel. After walking about a mile, the snakes suddenly stopped clearing a path before them. "What's wrong?" Olivia wondered. "Why aren't they helping us anymore?" On the wall to his left, Kevin saw a snake slither in through a small hole. Then a light bulb went off in his head. "They are still helping us," Kevin said. "I think this is our stop." Kevin put his hands on the wall he saw the snake slither through and gave it a push. With Dalton's help, a huge stone brick came loose and fell through the other side of the wall. Then a glimmer of sunshine poked through. "Come on," Kevin said. "Through here." On the other side of the wall, Kevin found an opening that led up to the light of day. Climbing up through it, the group emerged into the main room of another temple. Peeking out through the doorway, Kevin recognized the same ancient city he had seen under the dome before. "Yup," he said. "We're definitely in the right place." Kevin and the group cautiously crept out of the temple and hid behind a concrete wall to look over the site. Glancing around, he saw several points of interest. For starters, he saw that much of the ancient city had been demolished. All along the ruins, there were workers cutting and scraping against the walls of the temples. Looks like they're harvesting something from the infrastructure," Kevin said. Mora had a horrified look on her face. "What they're doing is completely unacceptable. These ruins should be available for archaeologists to study. They're destroying history." Kevin nodded. "Don't worry, Mora. We'll stop them. But first, we have to get what we came here for, Covington's blueprints." Dalton scanned his eyes over the enormous compound.
"It's a pretty big place, Kevin. How are we supposed to find the blueprint exactly? It's not like we can just go door to door and ask."
Kevin scratched his chin and looked around at the many temples. "There," he said, pointing his finger. "That's the tallest temple in the entire city. If they're trying to keep anything safe, I bet they've got it locked away in there." Dalton counted 3 guards patrolling the top of the tallest temple.
"I'm sure we could handle those 3 guards. But even so, the confrontation would put the whole place on red alert."
Kevin shook his head. "We can't afford to stir up a bunch of noise. At least not yet. Give me a second. I'm sure we can think of something." To Kevin's left, he looked over and saw a modern building with clear windows. Inside, there was a bustling kitchen full of workers preparing food. Connecting the dots in his head, Kevin looked down at his watch. Perfect timing. It's 11:45. The guards should be coming down for lunch any minute now. After waiting another 15 minutes, a shrill bell sounded and guards from all over the compound began walking over to the cafeteria. "All right," Kevin said. "Now's our chance." As the 3 guards on the tallest tower began walking down the steps, Kevin and his team prepared to make a run for it. But then, much to their surprise, another trio of guards started walking up the steps as the others descended. "They've got them working in shifts," Kevin said. "That way the temple is never left unguarded. Darn it, should have known." Kevin had to think of another idea fast. Thankfully, Mora quickly chimed in. "There should be another staircase on the back side of the temple. If we hurry, we might be able to beat them to the top." Kevin nodded with a smile. "Great thinking, Mora. In that case, we better hurry. With me, everyone. Try to stay as low as you can." Kevin and the others quietly crept out from behind the concrete wall and hurried to the back side of the temple, where there was indeed another set of stairs. The guards, none the wiser, were climbing the steps at a slow pace, but Kevin had no time to waste. Just before the guards reached the top, Kevin and the team got there first and rushed in through the main door. The inside of the temple didn't match the outside at all. Whereas the exterior looked like an ancient crumbling temple, the interior was extremely high-tech and advanced. Suddenly, Kevin realized they were standing inside a lab. "Look at all this equipment," he said. "I wonder what they've been studying here." All along the counters, there were vats of a strange substance. Kevin took a scalpel and dipped into the vats. The substance was thick and sticky like glue or honey. The stuff must be important to them. I'll collect a sample to study later. After Kevin scooped a bit of the substance into a jar, a man walked into the lab and suddenly froze in fear. Dalton quickly ran up to him, grabbed the man by his collar, and held up his fist.
"Scream and you're dead, little man."
The man held up his hands and immediately complied. "No, please don't hurt me. I'm not getting paid enough to die protecting this place." Kevin took a step forward and asked, "What's going on here? What's this sticky substance you're studying?" The man shrugged. "Beats me. I only just got promoted to colonel yesterday. The last guy died before he could fill me in on the details."
Dalton sharpened his gaze. "Sounds like a bunch of lies to me. Tell us what you know or my fist meets your face."
The colonel started sweating. "No, don't. Please, I swear I don't know a thing. If you really want to know, there's a safe in the other room. It's got all the information you need. I'd open it myself, but like I said, the last guy died before he could share the combination."
Dalton rolled his eyes and let go of the colonel. "Show us the way to this safe."
In the room next door, there was a hulking safe tucked into the corner. Kevin fiddled with it for a moment, but without a code, there was no way of breaking it open. "We have to bring this with us, Dalton. We don't have a choice. Think you could carry it?"
Dalton nodded. "Let me give it a try."
Dalton leaned down, gripped his fingers under the safe, and hoisted it onto his shoulder with a grunt.
"No problem," he said. "Let's get out of here."
When Kevin looked over his shoulder, he suddenly noticed the colonel was nowhere to be found. "Hey, wait a second. Where's the colonel?" Just then, an alarm started to ring as the colonel's voice traveled through an intercom system. "We have intruders in Sector 37B. Code Red! Code Red!" In an instant, Kevin could hear guards trampling up the temple steps. Dalton sighed.
"Looks like we're fighting our way out of here after all."
While Kevin and his team worked to escape the ancient Cambodian temple hidden within a camouflage dome, while they also tried to get away with the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint, Lily was making sure her community health center on the south side of Chicago was up and running. Lily did a quick walkthrough of the clinic. The cheery and welcoming waiting room held several families relaxing until they could be seen. Volunteer doctors and nurses, including Lily's dear friend and personal physician, Dr. Serafina Willow, treated patients who had a variety of illnesses and injuries. The pharmacy was well stocked with Kevin's herbal remedies supplied by Williams & Williams, the pharmaceutical company he'd recently formed that was so successful that it was natural that Kevin and Lily would turn their growing fortune toward helping others in their native city. Lily was happy to see that everything was running perfectly. Overseeing the clinic along with the other commitments with her charity, the lily pad and her pregnancy meant that her days would be full, but her life would be more fulfilling than she ever could have imagined. Lily sat down at her desk to work on some paperwork and reach for the afternoon cup of pregnancy tea Nancy always brought her. Since Lily had found out that Nancy was also expecting a child, they decided to become pregnancy buddies and support each other. But the tea wasn't there. Lily frowned. Nancy always stopped by about this time, but Lily hadn't seen Nancy all day. Nor had Nancy answered any of her recent texts. This wasn't like Nancy. Lily decided to step over to the soup kitchen where Nancy volunteered her time as supervisor. She could even be the one to take Nancy a cup of tea today. After all, they were pregnancy buddies. In the soup kitchen, Lily held a travel mug of tea and looked around. She approached a volunteer. "Excuse me, is Nancy here today?" The volunteer waved Lily toward the back of the building. "She's been in her office all afternoon." "Thanks," Lily said. "I'm just going to check and make sure she's okay." In her office, Nancy peered at herself in her compact and dabbed at the skin around her eye with a makeup brush. "Nancy?" came a voice through the door. "It's Lily. Can I come in?" "Finally," Nancy grumbled under her breath. "I've been waiting all afternoon," she whispered to herself. Then she called out in a loud but wavering voice, "Lily, is that you? Well, I guess you can come in." Lily opened the door. "I didn't see you at the clinic today. I thought maybe you'd gotten too busy, so I decided to bring you." Lily stopped dead in her tracks. Nancy's eye was completely black and blue. "Oh, Nancy, what happened? Who did this to you?" Lily exclaimed. "It's nothing. I'm fine." Nancy turned her head away. Lily thumped the mug of tea on the desk and crossed her arms. "That black eye is not nothing. Tell me what happened right now." Nancy waved Lily's concern away. "It was just my ex-boyfriend. He found out about the baby." "That's terrible." Lily noticed the makeup on Nancy's desk. "And you were trying to hide it from everyone." Nancy swept the cosmetics into a drawer before Lily could get a good look at them. "I guess I didn't do a very good job. Is that tea for me? You're too good to me, Lily." Lily sat down. "I thought you didn't know who the father was." Nancy took a sip of tea while her mind raced. "Well, I did say that, but I think I just didn't want to admit to myself that I knew." Lily put her hand on Nancy's. "This isn't the first time he's done something like this, is it?" Nancy shook her head. "No, it's why we broke up. But he found out about the baby and showed up at my place and demanded I come back to him." "You can't do that," Lily declared. "I wouldn't," Nancy promised. "I couldn't do that to my baby, not ever." Nancy copied Lily's posture, placing one hand protectively over her stomach. "Good." Lily's voice got hard. "And I'm sure that Kevin will only be too happy to use his connections to make sure your ex never bothers you again. Ever." Nancy's eyes widened with alarm. "No, you can't do that. It would just make it worse." She sighed and looked away. "I just wish I had gotten the key to my place back from him before he left this time." "He has a key to your place?" Lily exclaimed. "It's okay," Nancy added. "I'll get the locks changed, but it might not make a difference. He knows where I live and the door is so thin, and there are always the windows." "Nancy, there's no way that will be enough." A plan was forming in Lily's mind. "You'll just have to move in with me and Kevin until the baby comes." Nancy tried to look modest. "Oh, I couldn't do that. I wouldn't know how to act in a place so fancy and nice as your house." Lily worried she'd pushed her friend too far. Well, if that's how you really feel. Oh, but it's not about me, Nancy added quickly. It's about what's best for the baby. I think for the baby, I could make living at your place work. Lily smiled, relieved her friend would be staying somewhere safe. And no place could be safer than her and Kevin's home. Not with a full house that included her mother, Dorothy, her in-laws, Alan and Susan, the cat Missy, the dog Hank, and a platoon of Radiance members standing guard day and night. I will call right now and have a wing of the house prepared for you. And we should have my friend Dr. Serafina Willow take a look at you, just to make sure you and the baby are okay. Nancy looked alarmed. No, I'm fine really, but could I ask another favor? Anything, Lily declared. Could you send me some of that high-end makeup you use? Not that you need makeup, Nancy added quickly. But maybe then I could cover this up. She motioned to her black eye. Of course, Lily nodded. I'll have my personal shopper deliver everything you need. I have to get back to the clinic, but I'll pick you up after work, and we'll go straight to my home from there. You're the best, Nancy waved to Lily as Lily left her office. As soon as the door was closed, Nancy took a box of tissues and a jar of cold cream from her desk and wiped off her black eye. It was only makeup and a ruse to get Lily's sympathy. Then Nancy picked up her phone and started a FaceTime call. Juanita Hernandez picked up on the other end a moment later. Nancy, you better have good news for me, Juanita demanded. Well, hello to you, too, Nancy grumbled. Juanita downed the cocktail she was drinking. You work for me, Nancy. We're not friends. What's your update? Did your little idea work? Nancy smirked. Lily fell for it. I'm moving in. Meanwhile, inside the Cambodian temple city, Kevin watched in horror as Dalton reacted to a lunging Maverick guard outside the lab by using the heavy metal vault that held the next piece of Quentin Covington's blueprint as a weapon. The guard, knocked unconscious, went thudding down the steps. Dalton winced. The thud of the guard's body alerted everyone in the complex to Kevin's and Dalton's presence. So much for a quick escape. Kevin sighed as he side-eyed his good friend Dalton. Dalton looked down at the guard who was slumped on the floor, blocking the steps. Dalton kicked the guard down the rest of the flight to make an obstacle for the swarm of Maverick guards who had spotted Kevin and Dalton and who were now racing up the stairs to nab the intruders. I hope you have a plan B, Dalton yelled to Kevin as he raised the vault in the air and got ready to use it as a weapon against the Maverick guards who stepped over their comrade and prepared for a fight. Since we don't have to worry about going out the way we came in, I guess we can use the front door. Kevin pulled the bamboo staff from the other Maverick guard who was still asleep on his feet. I didn't see a front door, Dalton yelled back to Kevin as the first of the guards made it to the top of the stairs. The geodesic dome concealing the ancient Cambodian city had been perfectly smooth on the outside. Kevin and his team had to sneak in through a series of tunnels. We can fix that, Kevin replied. He helped Dalton shove the guards back down the stairs like falling bowling pins as he radioed back to Olivia and Maura, telling them what he needed. At the bottom of the stairs, Dalton and Kevin jumped over the pile of their defeated groaning enemies. The blueprint had been concealed in the highest tower, and many had fallen a long way down the stairs. It would take them a few seconds to pull themselves together, even with their leveling powers. But more Mavericks were coming, at least 20 of them, and all at least level 5s. Kevin and Dalton stood back to back, ready to defend each other. The first to arrive sprang for Kevin in a wild series of kicks and elbow jabs typical of Cambodian martial arts. But at level 7, Kevin had more than enough time to understand and master the style from his fight on top of the dome. He parried each blow with the bamboo staff, twirling it faster than the eye could follow. While Dalton was also an expert with levels that could be called upon when needed, he would always be a brawler at heart. He smashed his opponents with the wall save, using it as both a weapon and a shield. The Maverick's bamboo staffs and lotus sticks broke against the tempered steel of the safe, but Dalton still took a few hard blows to the ribs from sharp knees and elbows.
"Where's that front door you promised?"
Dalton demanded, sending one Maverick guard flying 20 feet with a single blow. Kevin turned another guard's attack against him, flipping him over his shoulder and sending him careening into 3 others. Swift blows from Kevin's elbows cracked their helmets wide and left them all unconscious. "Olivia's working on it," Kevin assured his trusted friend as he took out the 2 level 5s sneaking up behind Dalton, jumping high into the air to land knee blows to the backs of their heads. Dalton saw more guards running toward them and even some of the scientists armed with picks and shovels.
"She better work faster."
Kevin spun Dalton around. He just had time to glimpse a skinny tech in a lab coat raise a pistol at them. Kevin shoved the safe in Dalton's hands higher just as the tech fired. The bullets ricocheted off the safe. Dalton peeked around it. Was the tech out of bullets? But that was just what the tech was waiting for. He took aim at Dalton's head, but before he could fire, a Jeep with Olivia at the wheel and Mora in the back smashed into the tech, dragging him under the wheels. "Got the Jeep you asked for," Olivia yelled to Kevin. He and Dalton ran for the vehicle. Dalton heaved the safe in the back and climbed in after it while Olivia moved over so Kevin could take the wheel. The fresh crop of leveled Maverick guards and ordinary scientists were closing in on them. Dalton eyed them uneasily.
"This better work. There are too many of them to fight."
"No need," Kevin yelled back. "We got what we came for. We're getting out of here." He gunned the engine and the Jeep leapt forward. "About that," Olivia said nervously. "We did a full circuit of the dome's perimeter like you asked. There wasn't anything that looked like a front door." "Or a back door. Any kind of door," Mora added. "That's what I thought." Kevin clicked his seatbelt into place. He could survive a lot, especially with his satchel still at hand, but why risk it? "Buckle up, everyone." "We're not the only ones with this bright idea." Olivia pointed ahead to where another Jeep laden with angry Maverick guards was heading straight for them. "Hold on," Kevin warned his team. Kevin leaned on the accelerator and reached deep into his level-aided sense of direction. He'd seen all around the dome from the outside. He knew he'd need all the speed he could, but he also needed the perfect spot. "Is he really going to do what I think he's going to do?" Mora gasped. "I think so." Olivia covered her face with her arms as Mora firmed herself against the dashboard, and Dalton used his body to cover the wall safe. Kevin then wrenched the wheel around and sent the Jeep hurtling straight toward the wall of the dome. Back in Chicago, Nancy came to Lily with disturbing news. With a black eye on her face, she said that her ex-boyfriend violently demanded that they get back together. Lily sympathized with Nancy and invited her into her home, which Nancy accepted. As she walked away, though, Nancy wiped the black eye off her face with makeup remover, revealing that it was all just a trick. Meanwhile, in Cambodia, Kevin and Dalton were attacked by Maverick guards while trying to escape with the safe. Hoping they could break through the dome, Kevin, Dalton, Olivia, and Mora hopped into a Jeep and gunned it toward the dome's wall at full speed. As they sped closer and closer to the wall, Dalton looked ahead with fear and doubt in his eyes.
"Are you sure about this, Kevin?"
Kevin slammed the pedal to the ground and held on tight. "Not at all," he said. "But we're still going to try it. Have a little faith, Dalton. And whatever you do, hold on to something." Dalton had both of his hands gripped tightly around the safe.
"My hands are a little busy at the moment."
Just then, the Jeep ran full force into the wall and miraculously burst through to the other side as glass shattered around them. Needing to catch his breath, Kevin lifted his foot off the pedal and the Jeep slowed to a stop. Mora wiped the sweat off her forehead with a look of relief on her face. "Phew! I guess since the dome was projecting an image, of course, it would be made of easily breakable LED screens like a giant eggshell. You probably knew that all along, didn't you, Kevin?" Kevin nodded with a nervous chuckle. Yeah, of course I knew the whole time. You know me, always 3 steps ahead of the curve." Suddenly, Dalton heard a chorus of revving engines behind them. When he looked back over his shoulders, he saw a squadron of Maverick guards piling into a cluster of jeeps and motorbikes.
"We better get moving," Dalton said. "It looks like we're about to have company."
Kevin could still hear the colonel's voice shouting through the intercom. "Get after them, men! I need you to bring them back dead or alive!" With no time to waste, Kevin slammed his foot on the pedal and steered the jeep into the jungle. "Let's hope this thing has good shock absorbers," he said with a smile on his face. Tumbling out of the enormous hole Kevin left behind in the dome, at least 100 Maverick guards were in hot pursuit. As they followed Kevin's jeep into the jungle, one of them turned on his radio and started blasting loud rock and roll music, which seemed to amp up the other guards.
"Ooh, let's get him, boys!"
As Kevin steered the jeep through the jungle at full speed, he had to weave between boulders and giant trees like it was an obstacle course. Even with their seatbelts on, Dalton and Maura were violently jerked around each time he turned the wheel. Olivia felt like she was going to be sick. "Hey, any chance you could make those turns a little smoother?" she asked. "No backseat driving," Kevin said. "I'm doing the best that I can up here." The dense Cambodian jungle echoed with the roar of engines as Kevin, Dalton, Olivia, and Maura hurtled through the rough terrain, their jeep a blur amidst the towering trees. Behind them, the convoy of Maverick guards weaved through the jungle with calculated precision. Kevin's knuckles whitened on the wheel as he expertly maneuvered through the twists of branches, vines, and trees. "Hang on, everyone. This is going to get rough." The air was a maze of vines and trees they had to duck and weave. Olivia, scanning the chaos, yelled, "Right, right!" just in time for Kevin to execute a daring slide, narrowly avoiding a collision with a massive tree. The Maverick guards, not giving up, closed in. Motorbikes zipped alongside, their riders brandishing machetes and yelling threats.
"You won't be able to keep this up forever. Just give up now and we'll consider taking you in alive."
Taking his eyes off the road for only a second, Kevin opened the Jeep's glove compartment and found a military-grade slingshot and a sack of round metal bullets. Quick as he could, he tossed the slingshot to Maura and shouted, "Here, start shooting." When Kevin tossed it back, the slingshot fumbled out of Maura's hands. "I've never fired a slingshot like this before." Dalton rolled his eyes with a groan.
"Come on, how hard can it be? It's a slingshot. Just pull it back and shoot."
With an uneasy look on her face, Maura loaded a bullet into the sling, pulled it back, and fired at one of the motorbike riders. When it struck his head, the rider lost his balance, began to swerve, and crashed into a tree. Maura looked back at the lethal collision with a mix of awe and adrenaline. "Did you see that? I did it!" Kevin chuckled. "See? It's not that difficult."
"We need a plan," shouted Dalton over the chaos. "Any ideas?"
Kevin pointed ahead. "There's a clearing up ahead. We can't outrun them, but we can outmaneuver them." As they burst into the clearing, the guards regrouped behind them, their jeeps tearing through the underbrush. As the chase continued, the dense foliage became a blur of speed and danger. Kevin expertly navigated, the jeep bouncing over uneven terrain. Close calls came one after another, a tree branch brushing the roof, a near collision with a boulder, and a gravity-defying leap over a narrow gorge. The Maverick guards, however, never gave up. Their motorbikes closed in, and the jeep's rearview mirror was filled with angry, determined faces. As the Mavericks continued to gain on them, the rock and roll music blared louder and louder, reminding Kevin of old movies about the Vietnam War. "We need something big," shouted Kevin, scanning the surroundings. "Something to slow them down." Just then, Olivia spotted a massive vine dangling from a tree. "Use that vine, Kevin. Swing it behind the jeep." Kevin took one hand off the wheel, seized the vine, and swung it with all his might. Releasing it at just the right time, the vine swept across the trail behind them, taking down motorbikes like a hot knife through butter. As the jungle erupted with the sounds of crashing metal and shouting, Kevin looked in the rear view and saw another Jeep swiftly approaching behind them, moving much faster than the others. Dalton could hear the engine revving as it switched into higher and higher gears.
That thing's got a lot of horsepower, Kevin. They'll be on us in a second.
As the jungle raced by, the Maverick Jeep pulled up alongside Kevin's and, with a daring leap, one of the guards landed on the trunk. The guard, clad in military gear, pulled himself up with an evil grin. "Room for one more?" In the back seat, Maura was the most vulnerable. "Get him off of here!" she shouted. Kevin, his focus unwavering, kept his eyes forward. "Hold on!" Pulling hard on the wheel, he swerved and jolted the Jeep in an attempt to dislodge the unwelcome passenger. The guard, however, held on like glue, his gloved fingers gripping the edges. "Sorry, folks. You won't get rid of me that easily. Now would you be a dear and please pull over the vehicle?" Then the Maverick guard lunged forward at Kevin, aiming to wrestle control of the Jeep. "Do something, Dalton!" yelled Maura at the top of her lungs. Dalton had no choice but to let go of the safe he was carrying and deal with the guard. He set it down in the back seat next to Maura and wrestled the guard away from Kevin, forcing him into the back. His seatbelt unbuckled, Dalton followed the guard to the back seat, stood up, and raised his fists.
"If the bumpy road won't knock you off, I will."
In the confined space, a fight ensued. Dalton, using every ounce of his agility, countered the guard's blows while balancing to stay on the Jeep. Olivia, scanning the surroundings, spotted a low-hanging branch. "Kevin, take us under that branch." Kevin nodded, steering the Jeep in the same direction Maura was pointing. Then, in a swift move, Dalton ducked down while simultaneously hitting the guard with an uppercut, forcing him into the path of the branch. When the guard turned his head, he cried out as it collided with the branch, knocking him off the Jeep. As the Maverick guard disappeared into the foliage, Dalton wiped his hands and grinned.
"Just another day on the job, huh, Kev?"
Just then, Kevin looked ahead and saw the jungle was about to come to an end. All of a sudden, they burst out of the jungle, and Kevin realized they were only meters away from the edge of a stone cliff. "Oh, God! Hang on, everybody!" When Kevin slammed on the brakes, the Jeep started to skid and came to a forceful stop just before rolling over the cliff. Dalton and Maura clung to the Jeep, but the sudden stop was forceful enough to send the safe flying over the cliff. "No!" Dalton screamed as he watched it fall and disappear from sight. They were right beside a powerful waterfall, and below them the downpour created a sea of mist that blocked their view. "Don't worry," Kevin said. "We'll get it back." The group of Maverick vehicles surged out of the jungle and parked all around them. In just a few seconds, Kevin's Jeep was surrounded by nearly 50 guards.
"All right,"
one of them said.
"This little car chase is over. It's time for you to come with us."
Kevin looked down at the plunging waterfall and felt a spark of courage come to life in his heart. "Dalton, I need you to stay here and protect Maura." Dalton looked back at Kevin with a confused face.
"Stay here? Where are you going?"
Kevin took a deep breath and fixed his eyes below. "I'm going after the safe." Olivia looked shocked. "You're what? You're going after the safe? But Kevin, how do you know?" Before Olivia could finish her sentence, Kevin rolled up his sleeves and dove over the side of the cliff, disappearing into the thick cloud of mist. After bursting out of the dome in a stolen Jeep, Kevin, Maura, and Dalton were pursued through the jungle by at least 100 Maverick guards. When one of them leapt onto the Jeep, Dalton had no choice but to let go of the safe and neutralize the threat. But then, before he could resecure the safe, Kevin had to slam the brakes as they approached a cliff, and the safe was thrown over the edge. As Maverick guards swarmed around them, demanding that they surrender, Kevin took a daring leap over the edge, leaving Dalton to handle the guards. When the guards saw Kevin dive over the waterfall's edge, they looked at each other and snickered.
Some hero you've got there. I guess he'd rather jump to his death than face us.
Another guard chimed in with a devilish grin on his face. Can't say I blame him, really. We're a pretty tough bunch if you hadn't noticed. As the two guards gave each other a high five, Olivia stood up from the back of the Jeep and frowned. What makes you so sure he's dead? I've seen Kevin defy the impossible 100 times. He's done things the likes of which you thugs couldn't even dream of. The leader of the guards, a hulking figure in red and black armor, stepped forward and scoffed.
Oh yeah? Like what?
It didn't take Olivia long to think of an answer. I once saw him single-handedly take down a T-Rex. Is that enough for you? The guards threw back their heads and broke into laughter.
A T-Rex? You really expect us to believe that?
It's true, Mora shouted. Didn't you guys watch the epic clash? It happened on live television.
The guard leader shook his head and laughed. Sorry, lady, but we don't watch much TV around here. You know what we have been doing a lot of, though? Training. So if you don't drop the act and come with us now, we'll put that training to use and tear you losers apart.
Meanwhile, the waterfall's drop was so high that Kevin was still falling through the air. Although the bottom was obscured by a cloud of mist, Kevin could hear the water forcefully slamming against a pile of rocks. As his mind focused and adrenaline surged through his body, time itself seemed to slow down as Kevin plummeted toward the rocks. Thanks to the mental precision pills he regularly took, his hearing was extremely sensitive, and he could sense the echoes of the sound waves of the water crashing below him. Based on the sound of the crashing water, Kevin was able to pinpoint a small gap in the rocks. As he passed through the cloud of mist, he saw the opening below him, a narrow pool of water surrounded by rocks. Positioning himself exactly right, Kevin missed the rocks by only a hair and landed in the water with a titanic splash. Kevin had survived the fall, of course, but now he was faced with a new dilemma. Caught under the waterfall's crashing force, Kevin desperately tried to surface, but couldn't escape the strong whirlpool of water that was pulling him further down under the crashing water. If he didn't take a breath soon, he would drown. In the midst of the chaos, he remembered he had some underwater breathing pills in his satchel. At the same time, back at the top of the cliff, the Maverick guards formed a tight circle around Dalton. Enough small talk. Surrender now or we'll take you by force. Dalton took a step forward. His face was angry and serious.
I'd like to see you try.
The leader cracked his knuckles and stretched his neck.
Very well then. Your wish is my command. Come on, boys, let's show them what we've got.
As the Maverick guards got into formation, Dalton rushed forward to hold them all back. In one swift move, Dalton lifted one of the guards over his shoulders and slammed him into another, knocking them both to the ground. The other guards jumped back with shock and terror on their faces, but the leader looked at Dalton and grinned.
Not bad. But remember, there's 100 of us and only one of you. Now, I'm no mathematician, but I think that puts you in pretty bad odds.
Just then, Olivia jumped out of the Jeep and got into a fighting stance. Make that 2, she said. I'm no mathematician either, but I'm pretty sure one of us is equal to at least 100 of you. Let's just say I'm not worried. The guard leader fell into a laughing fit.
Hey, fellas, get a load of this. It looks like the circus came early this year.
As the other guards burst into laughter, Olivia leapt into the air and struck the leader with a powerful roundhouse kick. When the heel of her boot landed against the leader's face, he staggered back, and the rest of the guards fell silent. I don't know if the circus is in town, Olivia said, but I do know that I'm currently looking at the saddest bunch of clowns I've ever seen in my life. The leader looked up at her with evil in his eyes and a boot print on his face.
That's it. I'm taking you down personally.
Meanwhile, down below, Kevin was still struggling against the waterfall's current. Finally, after searching all through the swirling water for his displaced satchel, Kevin grabbed hold of it and retrieved an underwater breathing pill as fast as he could. When he took it, Kevin breathed in a huge gasp of air. His lungs were now able to extract the oxygen in the water like a fish with gills. As his breath returned, Kevin's strength came back to him too, and eventually he was able to free himself from the waterfall's crushing force. As soon as his head reached the surface, Kevin started looking around for the fallen safe. There, he thought to himself as he noticed it washed up on the bank. As Kevin swam to shore, he suddenly heard a strange noise that sounded like a trumpet. When Kevin glanced forward, he saw an elephant burst out of the jungle, pick up the safe in its trunk, and charge back the way it came. "Hey," Kevin shouted, "come back here. That safe belongs to me." At the same time, Dalton and Olivia were working together to take out the Maverick guards. Dalton, a whirlwind of fists and kicks, danced through the Maverick guards while Olivia's graceful movements left a trail of disarmed foes.
"We're not your average tourists, huh? Vacation plans didn't include a cliffside brawl, but I'm adaptable."
The leader, a hulking force, bore down on Dalton with thunderous blows.
"You're persistent, I'll give you that."
Amidst the chaos, Olivia spun into a tight kick, sending a guard staggering toward the cliff's perilous edge. The guard teetered, desperately clawing for balance. With a swift move, Olivia delivered a knockout kick, sending him over the edge. Scenic route, anyone? Meanwhile, Dalton grappled with the leader. Each clash echoed like a storm, the force of their punches shaking the air. In a daring move, Dalton ducked a powerful swing, retaliating with a lightning-fast series of strikes that left the leader momentarily stunned. Seizing the opportunity, Olivia leapt into the fray, her fists ablur as she incapacitated guards with precision. One guard attempting to flank her found himself on the receiving end of a skillful throw that left him sprawled at the cliff's edge. The leader, recovering from Dalton's assault, charged with renewed fury. Dalton, agile and evasive, narrowly avoided a crushing blow. Their clash continued a battle of strength and agility on the brink of the cliff.
"You're not the first big guy I've taken down."
In a daring move, Olivia somersaulted over a guard, landing behind him and swiftly disarming him. She sent him sprawling with a powerful kick, his body skidding dangerously close to the cliff. The edge of the cliff became a frenzied battleground as guards scrambled to regain their footing. Dalton, locked in a fierce exchange with the leader, found himself pressed to the edge. Fueled by rage, the leader delivered a devastating blow that sent Dalton staggering backward. With a resounding thud, he teetered on the brink, desperately clinging to the edge. Meanwhile, Kevin caught up with the elephant in a jungle clearing. What he saw was astonishing. The elephant had brought the safe back to his herd, and now they were all playing catch with it. Kevin groaned. "Hey, guys, I'm glad you're having fun with that, but that safe belongs to me. Hand it over, will you?" Kevin jumped up and tried to intercept the safe, but they were throwing it back and forth too high above his head. After tossing it around for a while, one of the elephants missed its catch, and the safe crashed against a boulder, knocking it open. As the elephants lost interest, Kevin ran up to the safe with a smile on his face. He was expecting to find the blueprint, but instead, all there was a few peanuts, a smashed smartwatch, and a folded note of paper. When Kevin unfolded the note, it read, "For Dara." "For Dara?" Kevin wondered out loud. What the heck does that mean? And why peanuts? Just then, Kevin heard a scream come from high up above him, so he put the safe contents in his pocket and rushed back to the waterfall. After uncovering one of Quentin Covington's 6 hidden fortresses beneath an enormous photometallic dome in the middle of the Cambodian jungle, Kevin, along with good friends and fellow warriors Olivia Rafferty and Dalton Steele, as well as lab assistant Mora, raided the heavily secured compound and stole a highly valuable safe. But after being spotted by security, Kevin and his team were forced to make a chaotic escape into the jungle, where they were separated from the safe and each other. Kevin stood at the bottom of the waterfall, staring at the now open safe in disbelief. He had hoped to find the next piece in the 6-piece blueprint circle the team had been searching for, But after several elephants tore open the thick metal strongbox, Kevin was shocked to find only a handful of peanuts, a beat-up fitness tracking watch, and a note that simply read, "For Dara." Kevin took hold of the watch and the note and examined them for a prolonged beat when,
"Kevin!"
Dalton Steele called out from the top of the waterfall. Kevin and the rest of his team had been separated when they reached the high cliffs. Kevin had jumped down heroically to try and save the fallen safe, while Dalton, Olivia, and Maura stayed up top to fight off the incoming Maverick security guards. Kevin looked up just in time to spy on his good friend Dalton Steele being surrounded by a few dozen Maverick guards. Dalton was a good fighter, but the gang of guards was surrounding him and pushing him closer and closer to the cliff's edge and to his death. Kevin had to save him. Determination set in. Kevin threw the watch and note into his satchel and then darted for the waterfall's base. "Keep fighting, Dalton. I'm coming," Kevin yelled, hoping his voice could rise above the crashing of the water and the sounds of the fight, and also over Dalton's heart, which was sure to be beating loudly. Kevin glanced upward, spotting Dalton teetering on the brink above. Without any thought for his own safety, Kevin began the dangerous climb up, gripping the damp rocks with every ounce of strength he could muster. Water pounded against him as he climbed, threatening to pull him into the churning depths below. Kevin focused and continued. His friend needed him. Kevin reached the top just in time to spot Dalton tossing the last of the Maverick guards over the edge.
"Make better life choices,"
Dalton called out as he threw the man to his death. Kevin just stared, quickly gathering his breath from the intense climb. Dalton didn't need his help. He had already won the fight. "Are you all right?" Kevin called out. Dalton threw Kevin a big thumbs up.
"Of course. There were only 100 of them. You've taught me well, Kevin. I only had to put into effect everything I've learned from you."
Dalton smiled at his friend with great appreciation, but Kevin's attention quickly turned to Olivia and Maura. Wait, where are Olivia and Maura? Dalton realized that he'd lost track of them as he dangled over the side of the cliff and faced death. As Kevin and Dalton began to scan the cliff for Olivia and Maura, they didn't know that just a few hundred yards away, behind a thick group of trees, a huge Maverick warrior, clad in thick body armor and wielding a long machete with a serrated blade, was stepping toward young Maura in a threatening manner. "Hey, come on now. Can't we talk about this? I'm just a lab assistant," Maura pleaded. She was terrified. An evil grin formed across the Maverick warrior's face. "This is going to be fun," he whispered menacingly. Maura's face went white with fear. This could be the end. The Maverick warrior took a single step forward when Olivia suddenly appeared holding her own machete, stolen from one of the other fallen Maverick guards. "Olivia!" Maura called out. She stepped in front of Maura in a protective manner. "Stay behind me, child." Olivia engaged the Maverick warrior in a fierce battle, their blades clashing over and over again in a deadly metallic symphony. "Get him, Olivia! You can do it!" Maura called out encouragingly. The fight intensified as Olivia and the Maverick warrior battled out of the trees and then continued their fight dangerously close to the cliff's edge. Maura watched anxiously, her hands clenched in desperation. "Be careful, Olivia." She wanted to do something. She wanted to help, but she was scared and untrained. Suddenly, the Maverick warrior gained the upper hand, disarming Olivia. He stepped towards her threateningly, pushing her closer and closer to the edge of the cliff.
"You made a mistake, woman. You should never fight a man alone," the warrior laughed.
Maura, fueled by a surge of determination, charged the Maverick warrior. "Leave her alone!" Maura collided with the unsuspecting Maverick, knocking him off his feet and stunning the fierce warrior. The warrior looked up and right into the eyes of Kevin, who had arrived on the scene with Dalton just as Maura had let adrenaline take over and help her to save Olivia's life. Kevin gave Maura a proud look and then picked up the Maverick warrior and threw him over the side of the cliff.
"Ah!"
The warrior cried out as he fell to his almost certain doom. Olivia turned to Mora, who stood in shock at what she had just done. "What just happened?" Mora asked herself, still in shock. "You probably saved my life," Olivia said to Mora as she gripped her arms in thanks. Kevin, Dalton, Olivia, and Mora looked over the side of the cliff to see where the warrior fell, and then scanned the area to make sure there were no more Mavericks ready to attack. Kevin looked at his team with appreciation. "Good work, everybody," Kevin said. "But you're not going to believe what was actually in that safe. Let's set up a camp and I'll fill you in." The team regrouped within the trees of the jungle. Surrounded by vines and exotic plant life, Kevin carefully examined the thick piece of paper he had found in the safe. Again, he read the simple message, "For Dara." He flipped the paper over and noticed a lightly engraved symbol partially torn. It looked like the bottom half of a dragon.
"Who's Dara?" Dalton asked.
"I don't know," Kevin responded. "Not yet." "That logo looks like something you would see at a trendy restaurant or a bar," Olivia offered. It was with a broken fitness watch, the same kind they said that Ivan the Terrible wore when he was killed by the crocodile in the jungle, Kevin said as he started to piece together the clues. "So what? We think this might be a message from Ivan to Quentin?" Olivia asked. "I don't know anything for sure yet," Kevin noted. "But that's definitely a question we need to answer if we have any hope of getting the next piece of the blueprint." The group all shared a worried look. Just then, Kevin had an idea. He reached into his satchel and pulled out a tiny vial containing a clear liquid. He dipped a small piece of the paper into the liquid, observing the reaction closely. "This doesn't make sense," Kevin whispered to himself.
"What?"
Dalton asked. Kevin shook his head. "The acid content is all wrong for Cambodian paper pulp." "So what does that mean? Where's it from?" Olivia inquired. "That's what we need to find out." Kevin went to work. He gathered various leaves, twigs, and a handful of soil into a makeshift mortar. Using a pestle, he ground the components together and created a crude paste. He applied the paste onto a new section of the mysterious paper. "Let's see how it reacts to this specific compound," Kevin said as his team gathered around watching his process with keen interest. Each was amazed that Kevin could use his herbalism skills even after an exhausting battle and in the middle of a Cambodian jungle. A jungle that was surely not like his lab in Chicago or anything like the schools and competitions where he was able to refine amazing pills that had won him great fame. The four stood breathlessly as Kevin's paste began to work. Reacting to the chemical compound, the paper underwent a subtle transformation, revealing faint patterns and colors. Kevin's eyes widened with realization. Laotian paper. It has to be.
"How do you know that?" Dalton inquired.
"The only tree that reacts this way to the compound I created is the Mai Hing Sam. It only grows in Laos. More specifically, Vientiane," Kevin said. Dalton and Olivia were impressed. "So what does that mean?" Mora asked sheepishly. Olivia grinned. She knew the answer. "It means we're going to Laos." Several hours later, the quartet was navigating the bustling streets of Vientiane, weaving through a sea of motorbikes and street vendors. Kevin unfolded the crumpled paper and again took a look in the logo on the back. "A dragon's tail," Kevin repeated to himself. The group all looked at the symbol.
"What kind of establishment would have a dragon as its logo?" Dalton wondered.
"In Laos, it could be anything," Olivia quipped. "We need more information." Kevin agreed. "Let's split up. Work with the locals. Check the popular spots. Ask around." "Me too," Mora asked. "Stick with me, kid," Olivia offered. "We'll rendezvous at the city square in 1 hour," Kevin offered. The team nodded and dispersed into the lively chaos of the city. Kevin sat at a small table sipping a special local coffee. He showed the parchment to a local sitting nearby. "Have you seen this logo before?" Kevin asked politely, using the Laotian dialect he'd started to learn as he listened to the people in the streets and markets. The local shook his head.
"No idea."
Meanwhile, Dalton Steele made his way through the dense market. He approached a street vendor.
"Do you know where I can find the dragon's tail?"
The vendor just shrugged. At the same time, Olivia and Maura made their way along the waterfront. They approached a group of young locals. Olivia put on the charm. "Excuse me, have you seen a dragon or a dragon's tail logo somewhere around here before? Maybe a nightclub or fancy restaurant?" The kids all thought. One of them finally answered. "A nightclub, no, but the dragon tail is right down the street." Olivia and Maura shared an excited look. "The dragon tail?" Olivia asked curiously. "What's that?" A moment later, Maura and Olivia came running back to Kevin and Dalton, who were standing by a rack of bikes in the city square. "Kevin! Kevin!" Olivia called out. Kevin's focus turned. "What is it? Did you find something?" "The dragon's tail," Olivia recounted. "It's not a restaurant or a nightclub. It's a hospital." Kevin, Dalton, Olivia, and Maura retrieved the wall safe that they thought contained a piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint from the ancient Cambodian temple. But when it was opened, they found only Ivan the Terrible's smartwatch and a taunting note that said, "For Dara." Kevin identified the paper as originating in Laos, where they learned the paper's watermark might actually be a hospital logo. Kevin and the others stood outside an old and worn hospital building, the Dragon's Tail. Kevin held up a scrap of paper. Its watermark definitely matched the logo on the hospital sign. "This is the place," he told his team. "The logo is the same." The four of them trooped inside. The interior was no better than the outside. The paint was peeling and the waiting room overflowed with patients. Some looked like they'd been there for most of the day. Kevin's heart went out to them. He knew that if his wife Lily could see this place, she'd immediately add it as a project for the Lily Pad, her charity that had already opened a community clinic on Chicago's South Side. "We will see what we can find out about Dara," Olivia offered. She and Maura stepped to the reception desk to ask with the help of Google Translate.
"How can we be sure this Dara will help us find the next piece of Quentin Covington's blueprint?" Dalton grumped. "We could just be wasting our time."
"It's our best lead," Kevin assured him. "We don't know anything about Ivan the Terrible, other than that was his watch in the safe. He must be connected to Dara somehow." Maura and Olivia returned. Olivia shook her head. "We couldn't find out much. Dara is a patient here and a minor. But without her guardian's authorization, the hospital won't release any information about her." "Dara!" a voice behind them exclaimed. Kevin and his team turned to see a small, thin man with watery eyes standing behind them. He had a mop and a bucket and wore the coveralls of a janitor. "What are you asking about Dara for?" He spoke English and must have understood every word that they'd said. Kevin stepped forward. "I'm Kevin Williams. These are my associates Dalton, Olivia, and Maura." "And I'm Roy," the man replied. "But that doesn't answer my question. What are four Americans doing in this welfare hospital asking about Dara?" He paused as if trying to work it out on his own. "Are you part of some medical mission or something?" "We want to do anything we can to help Dara," Kevin agreed. Even if that wasn't the focus of their mission, it was still true. If Dara was in this hospital, she was obviously a little girl in need of a lot of medical care. As a master herbalist and pharmacist, it was both Kevin's duty and his honor to help in any way that he could. Roy smiled. "That's wonderful." Kevin eyed Roy's janitor's coveralls. "Can you take us to see her? We don't have a lot of time, and you know how red tape can be." Of course. Roy waved them towards a back corridor. "Come this way. I'll take you to Dara in the freight elevator." Kevin and his team followed Roy into the elevator. Roy pushed a button and then put his back on the panel. "So you must know everything about Dara already if you're here to help." The four of them exchanged looks. "Why don't you tell us what you know? We'll make sure it matches our information," Olivia offered. Roy looked sad. "It's a terrible, terrible story. Dara was visiting her grandfather at his work when she was hit by a rich man's giant Humvee." "Oh, that's awful," Maura exclaimed. "The rich man didn't even have his driver stop to help," Roy went on. "Dara's legs were broken in a dozen places and her spinal cord was severed. There's no way she'll ever be able to walk again." "What have the doctors done to treat her so far?" Kevin wanted to know. "All the usual things, also a few more experimental treatments, but those only made things worse." Roy hung his head. Kevin was touched by Roy's concern for Dara, who must have been a stranger to the janitor before she came to the hospital. "I'm sure there's something we can do." The elevator stopped and they all got off. Olivia looked around, frowning. "Is this the basement?" "That's right," Roy nodded. "In a poor hospital like this, we have to put patients wherever there's room. Dara is at the end of this corridor." He motioned for them to go ahead. Kevin stepped forward, eager to help Dara and find out more about Ivan the Terrible. His team followed, with Roy bringing up the rear. They passed a heap of crates and boxes before passing through an arch where the corridor abruptly ended in a wall covered in dirt. "This can't be right," Maura exclaimed. Behind them, Roy laughed and tossed aside the crates and boxes, revealing a thick fireproof door. Before the others could react, he slammed it shut. Dalton lunged for the door. "There's no handle on this side," he exclaimed. He heaved with all his might, but the door didn't budge. "What is this place?" Maura wondered. "And why does it smell so smoky?" Kevin picked up a small silver object from the floor. He recognized it immediately, even though the others didn't. He explained it to them. "This is a surgical pin. I know what this place is." Along one wall, grates lit up with a line of flames. Kevin's heart sank. "It's the medical waste incinerator." "No way," Dalton declared. "I'm not going to die by frying. There has to be some way out of here." He threw his shoulder against the door again, but with no better results. Kevin pointed up. 15 feet above them was a small grate to let out the smoke. "Look, up there." Dalton rolled his wide shoulders. "I'm not going to fit through that. It'd be like a St. Bernard trying to get through a cat door." "I can fit," Olivia declared. She hoped her level 4 powers would be enough to help her scale the sheer walls of the chimney in time to save her friends. Kevin took charge. "Dalton, stand here. I'll stand on your shoulders and Olivia can stand on mine to reach the grate. Maura, you start mixing an herbal fire suppressant from the ingredients in my bag." He tossed Maura his satchel. The room was already hot enough to make them sweat by the time Olivia climbed on Kevin's shoulders. Their combined levels made them all as steady as rocks. Olivia pulled at the grate. "This grate is pretty secure. I need something to loosen these screws." Kevin flipped her something and Olivia caught it. It was a dime. "Kevin Williams, you're the only billionaire on the planet who still carries loose change." She crowed and used the dime to unscrew the bolts. The grate fell free. "Here I go," Olivia told them as she wedged herself into the narrow vent and began to climb. Kevin looked up just in time to see Olivia's feet disappearing into the blackness. He jumped down from Dalton's shoulders. "How's that herbal fire suppressant coming?" Kevin asked Maura. "I have the coconut fleece base ready," Maura replied, wiping sweat from her forehead. "But those grates are too wide. It will just drop through them." Kevin took off his jacket. "I have a plan for that. Dalton, I need your jacket too." Dalton handed his jacket to Kevin. Kevin laid them both out and smeared them with the herbal mixture. "Now help lay these over the grates." Holding the jackets coated with the fire suppressant to block the heat, Kevin and Dalton approached the grates. The heat pressed back against them and Maura started coughing from the fumes that were filling up the incinerator. Finally, Kevin and Dalton were close enough to place their jackets over the grate. They had to hold them in place. The temperature didn't lessen, but at least it stopped rising. Kevin looked up at the vent in the ceiling where Olivia had disappeared. "We'll have to hope this buys Olivia enough time to find a way to release us." In the vent, Olivia carefully climbed higher. The walls were slippery with soot and dirt, and they were getting hotter and hotter. This was, after all, the medical waste incinerator's chimney. It was filling up with smoke and fumes. She fought the urge to cough. Her foot hit a slippery patch. Olivia lost her grip and began to drop. She had already climbed several dozen feet up. If she fell from this height to the floor of the incinerator, where her friends were trapped, even her level 4 abilities might not save her. Olivia scrabbled for purchase, and her hand found a seam in the vent just in time to stop her fall. She dangled from her fingertips until she could wedge her feet well enough in to be sure she wouldn't fall again. Olivia resumed her climb. 10 feet above her, the light showed into the side of the shaft. There must be a way out there, but would she get to it in time to save Kevin and the others? Dalton stared in horror as his jacket began to char around where Kevin's herbal fire suppressant had been spread.
"I don't know how much longer this is going to work," he told Kevin.
Kevin glanced over from where he was still holding his own jacket over the grate. He instantly understood the problem. "There's too much synthetic fiber in your jacket," Kevin told him. "It's breaking down under the heat." Just then, Dalton's jacket dissolved into ash. The herbal fire suppressant dropped into the grate, now useless. The flames jumped up, singeing Dalton's eyebrows before he could leap back. With only half the grate now covered, the temperature in the medical waste incinerator skyrocketed. Coughing, Dalton crouched on the floor next to Mora, where the air was slightly better.
"Can't we use your underwater pills so we don't have to choke on these fumes?"
Dalton rasped between coughs to Kevin. "Sure," Kevin answered, "but they won't stop us from roasting to death." This close to the uncovered flames, he could feel his hands begin to blister. At the same time, Olivia entered the horizontal shaft. She had no idea where it ended or if she would be able to get out that way. She didn't have time for this. Her friends might be roasted to death already. She felt the air duct bend under her. Good, she thought. Olivia drew back her fist and focused all of her power. She was only a level 4, but she was going to make all of it count. She slammed her fist into the bottom of the air duct. The bottom of the duct collapsed, and Olivia fell. She twisted mid-air to land on her feet in the middle of the hospital cafeteria. Startled diners looked at her in shock. Olivia had no time to explain. She gave them a wave as she sprinted to the door marked stairs. Moments later, Olivia was in the basement. She found the freight elevators and retraced their steps to the medical waste incinerator. Olivia ran for it and slammed on the big red emergency stop button. Nothing happened. "No!" Olivia exclaimed as she hammered on the button. The button finally worked. The medical waste incinerator's door unlocked and swung ajar. Olivia grabbed it and threw it wide. The incinerator was full of smoke and fumes. It was impossible to see inside. "Kevin! Dalton! Mora!" Olivia called as she stepped in. Was she too late to save them?
"Here!"
Dalton yelled as he stepped from the murk with Mora in his arms. Kevin brought up the rear. His hands were red with blisters, but he knew a recovery pill would fix them soon enough. "This way!" Olivia led them out of the incinerator and into the clean, cool air of the basement. Everyone collapsed to the floor. They were all dirty, coughing, and exhausted. Olivia felt terrible. "I was almost too late." "But you got to us in time," Kevin reassured her. He passed recovery pills to Dalton and Mora before taking one of his own. Instantly, his blisters faded and Kevin continued. "What's important is that we're all safe." They all looked up at the sound of the gun being cocked. Roy stood in the doorway, a gun trained on them all. "I wouldn't say that yet," Roy growled. Kevin, Dalton, Olivia, and Mora's only clue to find Ivan the Terrible and the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint took them to a charity hospital in Laos. But before they could learn anything, the hospital's janitor, Roy, locked them in a medical waste incinerator and turned up the heat. Kevin used his expertise in herbs to repress the fire while Olivia scaled the incinerator's vent to free them. But Roy then pulled a gun on them just as the 4 thought that they had escaped. Kevin, Dalton, and Mora had only just escaped the fiery medical waste incinerator with Olivia's help and were still sitting on the floor. Recovery pills had healed them from burns and smoke inhalation, but they were still dirty, sooty, and tired. Roy pointed his gun at each of them in turn. "I should have known anyone Quentin Covington sent after me wouldn't be that easy to kill," Roy snarled.
"Quentin Covington?" Dalton exclaimed. "We don't work for that maniac. How do you even know about Quentin Covington?"
But Kevin already knew the answer. Because he's Ivan the Terrible.
"Him?" Dalton demanded, amazed. "This little 5'0" guy is Ivan the Terrible?"
Ivan turned the gun on Dalton. "Size isn't everything, big man." "How did you figure that out, Kevin?" Olivia wanted to know. Kevin pointed to Roy's left wrist, just visible below the cuff of his janitor's coveralls. "He has tan lines in the exact shape of a smartwatch on his left wrist. He must be Ivan. No real janitor at a charity hospital could afford a fancy piece of tech like a smartwatch."
"Kevin, you're friggin' amazing, man."
Dalton marveled at Kevin's brilliance. "Yeah, you're right," Roy admitted. "Ivan the Terrible was my code name when I was working for Quentin Covington out at that temple in Cambodia." "So you were the one who left your smartwatch and that piece of paper with the name Dara in the safe?" Mora wanted to know. Roy nodded. "I stole that piece of his precious blueprint after he ran over my granddaughter Dara in his giant luxury Humvee and didn't even stop to help. I told Quentin I'd only return the blueprint if he gave me $500 million. I left the note in the smartwatch as proof I really had the blueprint. Dara will never walk again. I need the money to take care of her." "Your heart is in the right place," Kevin told him, "even if your firearm isn't." Quicker than the eye could follow, Kevin grabbed a bit of a broken crate studded with rusty nails and threw it at Roy's gun hand. The nails drove into Roy's skin and pierced the nerves. Roy yelled in pain and his hand went numb. The gun clattered to the floor. Dalton scooped it up and turned it on Roy. Kevin stood up and dusted himself off. His clothes hadn't been great to begin with, and dangling from a helicopter, crawling through snake-filled tunnels, battling mavericks at an ancient Cambodian temple, leading a car chase through the jungle, leaping over a waterfall, dodging elephants, and escaping from a medical waste incinerator, hadn't improved them. Oh well, he'd never cared about his clothes much anyway. Roy put his hands up, eyes darting between Kevin and the gun in Dalton's hand. "What are you going to do to me? Take me back to Quentin Covington?" Kevin shook his head. "We told you we don't work for Quentin. The first thing you're going to do is have you take us to Dara." Roy's chin went up, his fear of the gun in Dalton's hand forgotten. "No, I won't let anything happen to my granddaughter." Kevin glared. He wouldn't stand for anyone suggesting he'd hurt a child, not ever. "Take us to her now," he demanded. "We've already wasted too much time with your nonsense as it is." Roy's head dropped as he nodded and motioned for them to follow him. Kevin stepped off the elevator behind Roy. Dalton, Mora, and Olivia followed. "This must be the children's floor," Mora observed. The dreary walls were covered with cartoon characters and the staff wore colorful scrubs.
"How'd your grandkid wind up in a place like this?" Dalton asked Roy.
"After the war, I stayed on and bummed around this part of the world," Roy explained. "I married a woman from a village near that temple in Cambodia, but there wasn't much work for an old soldier like me. I answered an ad in Mercenary Weekly magazine, and that's how I started working for Quentin Covington." Roy's expression got darker. "But he cheated me out of my pay, so when Dara was injured, this was the only place I could take her." Roy stopped in front of a door. "This is Dara's room. Promise me you won't hurt her." Kevin felt his anger rise, but he looked into Roy's face and saw only a grandfather's love for a grandchild. Kevin realized he already felt a similar love as a father for his own unborn child. Kevin put a hand on Roy's shoulder. "I told you we will do anything we can to help Dara, and I meant it." Roy instantly recognized Kevin's honesty and integrity. He relaxed. "Thank you," he said. Roy opened the door. "Dara, I brought some people to see you." Kevin and the others followed Roy into the room. Dara sat in bed reading a book that looked far too advanced for the little girl. Her legs made strange, lumpy shapes under the blankets. Dara's face lit up when she saw Roy. "Grandpa, I'm so happy to see you. And your friends." She smiled at Kevin, Dalton, Maura, and Olivia. Kevin offered his hand to shake. "Hello, Dara. It's nice to meet you. Your English is excellent. Did your grandpa teach you?" Dara nodded and held up the book. "He got me this book, too." Olivia read the book's title aloud. "A Field Guide and Resource Manual to Modern Archaeological Techniques." Dalton was impressed.
That's some heavy reading.
Reading had never been Dalton's favorite pastime. "I want to be an archaeologist when I grow up," Dara declared. Then her face fell as she looked at her mangled legs under the covers. "Or I used to want to be one," she added sadly. "That's why she wanted to come see the temple," Roy explained. "I never should have taken her with me. Then she wouldn't have been run over by Quentin's luxury Humvee." Kevin smiled at Dara. "Maybe we can help with your leg. May I take a look at them?" Roy suddenly looked uneasy. Maybe this wasn't such a good idea. But Dara had already tossed back the covers. Kevin and his team stared in horror. Dara's legs hadn't just been broken, they were distorted terribly. One leg was thin and 6 inches longer than the other leg. The other leg was normal until the knee. Below the knee, the leg swelled like a balloon and the foot was 3 times the size it should have been. "What could have caused that?" Maura asked in horror. Kevin glared at Roy. "You tried to use Quentin Covington's altered corn on her, didn't you?" Maura gasped. "That corn laced with human growth hormones that turned those farm animals into giants and caused so much damage to the miners in Greenland?" Roy hung his head. "I had to try something. She's my only grandchild. Please tell me you can help her." Kevin nodded. He had used his master herbalist skills to counteract the altered corn before. "I think so. I'll make you a deal. If I can heal Dara's legs and pay the ransom you asked Quentin for, will you give us the blueprint from the safe?" Roy eyed Kevin's battered clothes. "It's not that I doubt your good intentions," Roy began. "But you do doubt my abilities?" Kevin finished. To prove his point, Kevin whipped out his checkbook and wrote Roy a check for $500 million. Roy stared at the check, amazed. "Kevin, you have a deal," he declared. Kevin smiled. "Great. Now let's find the hospital lab and get to work." Meanwhile, back in Chicago, Lily had become concerned for her friend Nancy's safety. Nancy ran the soup kitchen across from the clinic just opened by the Lily Pad, Lily's charity. Nancy was pregnant just like Lily, and Lily had declared them pregnancy buddies. But when Nancy turned up with a black eye and a story about a visit from an ex-boyfriend, Lily insisted Nancy move into her and Kevin's house where Nancy would be safe. Lily opened the door and ushered Nancy inside the house she shared with Kevin. Although it was really more of a sprawling estate with several guest houses and wings for their in-laws, the house still felt warm and welcoming. Nancy looked up at the 10,000-piece diamond and crystal chandelier hanging over the foyer. "What a lovely home you have," Nancy told Lily. "It's so homey and snug." Lily smiled. Lily knew that Nancy came from modest means and devoted herself to helping others at the soup kitchen. Nancy had expressed concerns that she might not fit in at Lily's fancy home. "I'm so glad you like it, Nancy. Do you think you'll be comfortable here?" Lily asked. Nancy looked at the flood of servants bringing her possessions in from the moving truck to the sparkling double infinity pool outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. "I think I'll manage," Nancy told Lily. "Lily!" screeched a voice from down the hall. Nancy jumped. "Who was that?" Lily smiled. "It's my mom, Dorothy. I can't remember if you've met before. She's very..." Before Lily could finish, her mother Dorothy stormed into the room. "Lily, every servant in this house is as dumb as a bag of rocks and twice as useless," Dorothy declared. Dorothy planted her hands on her hips. "Do you know what they've been doing all afternoon? Moving my things into one of the guest houses. A guest house, Lily. I am not a guest. I am your mother. I told them to, Mom, because we are having a guest. Lily motioned to Nancy. Mom, this is my dear friend Nancy. Nancy, this is my mother, Dorothy Jones. If Nancy is a guest, then Nancy should be in the guest house, Dorothy pointed out. Lily shook her head. Nancy needs a safe place to stay until her baby comes. The main house has better security. But I can't live in the guest house, whined Dorothy. It only has 14 rooms, and I'll definitely need more closet space. Nancy lowered her head modestly. I don't want to cause any family tension. Maybe I should... Dorothy jumped in. Maybe you should just go home? Good idea. Lily doesn't need the stress of house guests in her condition. Nancy looked surprised and quickly said, But if my ex-boyfriend finds me, I hate to think what he'd do to my baby. There was no way Lily was letting Nancy live in fear of her ex-boyfriend. She tried to find a silver lining in the situation. Mom, maybe you will like the guest house. Dorothy sniffed. I don't even get to sleep under the same roof as my child and my grandchild-to-be? Lily had a new idea. But you could use a little more space from the pets, Missy the cat and Hank the dog. They wouldn't bother you so much in the guest house. What makes you think they bother me? Dorothy demanded. She pulled down a sleeve to hide a fresh set of cat scratches. I love Hank and Missy. I'll call them to say hello right now. Dorothy raised her voice. Missy, Hank, come say hello to our guest. Missy the cat and Hank the dog ran into the room overjoyed to see Lily. She petted them each hello, happy to see them too. But the second they saw Nancy, everything changed. Missy's tail got big and bushy, Hank's hackles rose, and he bared his teeth. The two pets stared down Nancy, who backed up. Nice dog. Nice kitty? With a howl and a hiss, the dog and cat lunged at Nancy, teeth bared. While Kevin and his team were in Laos searching for Ivan the Terrible and the next piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint, Lily moved her friend Nancy into her and Kevin's home to keep Nancy and her unborn child safe from Nancy's abusive ex-boyfriend. Lily's mother, Dorothy, was not happy about having to move into the guest house to make room for Nancy. But Lily's pets, Missy the cat and Hank the dog, were even less happy about Nancy's presence and lunged to attack her on sight. Nancy backed away from the attacking dog and cat. She raised her hands to protect her face and not her pregnant belly, as Lily would have if their positions were somehow reversed. Missy the cat and Hank the dog howled and hissed as they lunged for Nancy. Lily was horrified that her gentle and loving pets had suddenly turned vicious. Without thinking, Lily snapped her hands out and caught the cat and dog by their collars and hauled them away from Nancy. Hank was not a small dog, and Missy was all muscle under her silky kitty fur. But Lily didn't even sway as she brought both pets to heel by their collars. Nancy stared at her. Wow, Lily, I didn't realize you were so strong. You shouldn't have risked your baby's safety like that, Dorothy scolded Lily. Next time, just wait until the attack is over and get the servants to clean up the mess. Lily waved away both Nancy and Dorothy's comments. There was no danger. Hank and Missy must not have really meant to attack Nancy. They were just playing around. Lily gave the pets a stern look. But you two can't play roughhouse with Nancy, Lily told the cat and the dog. You must be gentle with her and her baby, the same way you are with me. Lily cuddled each of them to show she wasn't really mad. Now go lie down while I help get Nancy settled. Lily pointed her pets to their beds. The dog and the cat walked back to their pet beds just as Lily commanded. But both animals shot Nancy evil looks as they went. Lily didn't see them, but Nancy knew the animals would be plotting against her as long as she stayed under Lily's roof. I'm sorry if they scared you. Lily apologized to Nancy. No, it's fine. Such a sweet doggy and kitty, Nancy squealed. They're so cute. I could just eat them up. Would you please? Dorothy muttered so Lily couldn't hear. Nobody loves animals more than I do, Nancy proclaimed. That's not true, Dorothy barked. Nobody loves animals more than I do. Nancy nodded. I could tell that about you as soon as we met. I could tell you have the biggest heart and love all living creatures everywhere. Dorothy was a bit taken aback. Well, that's true, Dorothy confirmed. I do love all living creatures everywhere. Mostly. Some of the time. Nancy smiled. Her trap was laid. Then you won't mind if Missy the cat and Hank the dog move into the guest house with you while I'm here, Nancy declared. Dorothy sputtered. Huh? Wait, what? Nancy gave a sad smile. You see, I love animals, but my allergies don't. If they were here, I'd sneeze my head off all day and all night. She gave an unconvincing sneeze as evidence. Lily looked stricken. I'm sorry, Nancy. Why didn't you say something sooner? Nancy looked modest. You didn't ask, and I don't like to complain, but since your wonderful mom loves animals so much, having your sweet doggy and kitty move into the guest house with her is the perfect solution. Lily smiled. That's such a great idea. She turned to Dorothy. I'll let you get Missy and Hank settled in with you at the guest house while I show Nancy around the wing of the house where she'll be staying. Thanks, Mom. You're the best. Lily gave Dorothy a hug before exiting. Missy the cat, Hank the dog, and Dorothy the mother all glared at Nancy as she smirked and followed Lily out of the room. An hour later, Nancy stepped onto her private terrace overlooking the rest of the estate and pulled out her phone. She looked around to make sure she was alone and wouldn't be overheard. There was no one around. Nancy started a FaceTime call with Juanita Hernandez. Juanita picked up even though she was in the middle of getting a 48-karat gold facial treatment and looked like an Egyptian death mask. What's the security situation at the Williams estate? Juanita immediately wanted to know. Nancy could see Radiance members patrolling the grounds even from here. Security is tight here, Nancy told Juanita. Too tight. You'll never be able to pull off your plan here. Nancy was amazed at the curse words that started to flow from Juanita's mouth. She finally got a little calmer and her thoughts were clearer. Where else would my plan work? Juanita demanded. Nancy rolled her eyes. You're paying me for information, not to plan for you. Fine, Juanita barked. She tapped a few keys on her phone. Nancy got a notice from her bank that Juanita had just transferred money to Nancy's account. A lot of money. Nancy's balance had just gained a couple of extra zeros. Now I'm paying you to plan for me, Juanita informed Nancy. Nancy smirked. There's always the clinic. Lily goes there all the time. Though I can't imagine why she wants to spend all her time around poor sick people. Ugh! Juanita would have frowned if her facial treatment had let her. No, the clinic is too small, and we can't be sure Lily might not change her schedule at the last minute or something. We need a time when we're sure Lily will be somewhere with lots of public access, and far enough in advance to set everything up. Nancy rolled her eyes. You don't ask for much, do you? Juanita huffed. I pay a lot and expect to get a lot. Her facial treatment had hardened until she could barely speak. Okay, Nancy calmed Juanita. I'll see what I can find out. That's better. Juanita hissed and hung up. Nancy glared at her phone. I hope your face cracks, she muttered, but Juanita had already hung up the call. That night, Rachel stepped out of the Salix Leaf Hotel's house limo and rang the front bell of the Williams house. Rachel stared when she realized it was Nancy who opened the door. Hello, Rachel, Nancy said coolly. Nancy, Rachel stammered. Hello. I didn't expect to see you here. May I come in? Nancy shrugged and walked away, leaving Rachel to enter and shut the door herself. Rachel? Are you ready for our girls' night on the town? Lily called as she entered the room. Lily's beautiful personal style made her choices in haute couture and luxury brands into a classy and effortless look. Rachel turned her back on Nancy. "That's right, Lily. I wouldn't miss it for the world," Rachel told her stylish friend. "You look amazing." Lily admired Rachel's outfit as well. "So do you, Rachel. This is going to be the best girls' night yet." "A girls' night?" Nancy suddenly squealed. "Can I come? I mean, I am a girl and I love girls' nights. Please, can I come?" All of Nancy's coolness had disappeared. Lily looked at Rachel. "Do you mind if Nancy joins us?" Rachel was in a tough spot. On one hand, Rachel had suspected that Nancy had given Lily poisonous tea, but Kevin had analyzed the tea and found it was wonderful and healthy, especially for pregnant women. Rachel had to trust Kevin's assessment. No man ever loved his wife and unborn child more than Kevin Williams. He'd never let anything that could hurt Lily or their baby get by him. But there was still something about Nancy that Rachel didn't trust. On the other hand, Rachel could keep a close eye on Nancy if they were all out together. Rachel smiled. "Nancy, we'd love to have you." A quick limo ride deposited Lily, Rachel, and Nancy at the hottest club in Chicago. Every head in the club turned to look at them with envy as they were immediately shown to a velvet-roped VIP lounge. There, Lily ordered bottle service, champagne for Rachel, and glacial chilled Perrier for herself and Nancy. Lily raised her glass. "What should we toast to?" "Old friends," suggested Rachel, at the same time Nancy proclaimed, "New friends." "To both," Lily agreed. They clinked glasses, sipped, and chatted for a few minutes. Someone caught Lily's eye. "Could you excuse me for a moment? There's a wonderful philanthropist over there I should say hello to." "Of course, Lily," Rachel grinned. "I know how you can't resist the chance to make the world a better place." Lily smiled back and stepped away. But this meant Rachel now had to make an awkward conversation with Nancy. Rachel looked for something nice to say. Back at the house, Nancy had quickly changed into a fancy clubbing outfit more appropriate for a teenager than an expectant mother. At least her handbag was beautiful and classy. Rachel decided to focus on that. "I like your handbag," she told Nancy. Nancy preened. "Thank you. It's a Birkin." Rachel was surprised. She knew Nancy worked at a soup kitchen. "A real Birkin?" Rachel asked. "Birkin bags can cost more than a super luxury car." Nancy quickly laughed. "No, I didn't mean it's a real one. I don't care about labels. I just like the way it looked." Rachel tried to look closer. The handbag seemed very high-end to her, but Nancy moved the bag to her other side and asked, "So you're Lily's best friend, right?" "I like to think so," Rachel said modestly. Nancy's eye narrowed. "So you must be planning her baby shower, right?" "I've been putting a few ideas together." Rachel smiled to herself. "I suppose you'll be planning to have it at the Williams estate," Nancy prompted. To Rachel, it seemed like Nancy was eyeing her glass of champagne with envy. "Actually, I was thinking of the Salix Leaf Hotel's grand ballroom." Rachel had 100 ideas to make sure Lily had the most beautiful, elegant, fun baby shower ever. "Wow, that's great," Nancy exclaimed. Suddenly, she turned her head and pointed. "Oh my God, can you believe what that tramp is wearing?" Rachel looked around but didn't see anyone who matched Nancy's caddy description. When she looked back at Nancy, Nancy was just slipping something back into her Birkin. Had that been a flask? Was Nancy sneaking an alcoholic drink? Just then, Lily returned to the table all smiles. "That was great. We agreed on a joint project to open 7 more clinics here in Chicago by the end of the year," Lily told her friends. "Lily, you're an angel!" Nancy raised her crystal glass of Perrier to Lily. It now had the slightest amber tinge, as if it had been spiked with grain alcohol. Nancy downed it in one gulp. "Where are we going next?" Nancy demanded. "But we just got here," Rachel protested. Lily smiled. "What's girls' night without a little bar hopping?" Rachel agreed, and they grabbed their coats. Outside, Rachel looked for the Salix Leaf Hotel's house limo. It was just turning the corner. "The limo will be here in a second," she told Lily and Nancy. 2 teenagers raced by Lily, Rachel, and Nancy. One grabbed Nancy's Birkin and Rachel's Chanel shoulder bag. The other snatched Lily's Hermes platinum clutch right out of her hand. Rachel stared in disbelief at the teens running away. Nancy yelled obscenities. But Lily, in designer heels and a couture cocktail dress, suddenly looked less like a wealthy woman out on the town for the night and more like a fierce soldier ready for battle. Lily watched the two purse snatchers race down the street as a look of tough determination spread across her face. Lily was not going to be a victim anymore. Back in Chicago, Dorothy was less than pleased to learn that Lily was allowing Nancy to move into their home and stay with them for a while. Forced to move into the guest house, Dorothy felt like she was being displaced by a complete stranger. Later that evening, Rachel arrived for her and Lily's monthly girls' night out and wasn't too happy to learn that Nancy was coming along. After leaving their last stop of the night, the girls gasped as a pair of purse snatchers confronted them and stole their belongings. As the purse snatchers turned and ran down an alleyway, they were cackling with laughter. Meanwhile, Rachel and Nancy were trembling. "I've never been mugged before," Rachel said. "What a terrible feeling. I feel so violated." Nancy watched with a horrified look on her face as the teenage duo made off with her belongings. "That purse was the most valuable thing I owned," she lamented. "With all three of our bags, those punks just became millionaires." Nancy and Rachel were full of hopeless despair, but Lily, on the other hand, had a look of fierce determination in her eyes. She sharpened her eyebrows and said, "Not on my watch." Then, with a sudden burst of energy, Lily took off running after the purse snatchers. Rachel's jaw dropped immediately. "Lily, what are you doing? It's just a purse. You can always buy a new one." Undeterred, Lily continued to advance without looking back. Rachel groaned and slapped her forehead. "Come on, Nancy. We have to stop her." As best she could in her high heels, Rachel chased after Lily. But Nancy didn't move an inch. "There's no way I'm risking my life for a couple of purses," she whispered to herself. But then Nancy thought of the consequences. If Lily gets hurt, Juanita would be livid. Suddenly invested in Lily's safety, Nancy started running after her too. "Hold on, Lily, don't do anything irrational now." When the purse snatchers heard footsteps behind them, they turned around and laughed. "Hey, look at this, man. The lady's come back for her purse. What are you going to do, ma'am? Fight us for it?" As Lily caught up to them, her breathing was heavy as she held up her fists. "You're darn right I am. Those purses don't belong to you. Give them back now or you'll lose more than just the bags. I'll set you $100,000 back in hospital bills." As the words left Lily's mouth, her bloodstream was surging with adrenaline. The purse snatchers looked at each other and laughed. "Look, lady, you got courage. I'll give you that. But you better turn around and get going before things turn ugly, if you know what I mean." Just then, Rachel arrived on the scene and tried to pull Lily back. "Keep the purses, you jerks. We don't want any trouble. Come on, Lily, let's go." Despite Rachel's best efforts, Lily couldn't be pulled back. "No, Rachel, we can't let them get away with it. I'm sick and tired of terrible people getting away with terrible things in this city. These streets need a good old-fashioned deep cleaning." Then Lily took a step forward, clenched her fist, and punched one of the purse snatchers in the face. Stumbling backward, the purse snatcher felt his nose start to bleed. With an angry look in his eyes, he lifted his head at Lily and said, "All right, lady. I was raised to never lay my hands on a woman, but you asked for it." As the purse snatcher took a swing at Lily, she gracefully ducked under his fist and lunged forward. With astonishing grace, she swung a quick roundhouse kick at the purse snatcher's stomach, forcing him to stumble back, momentarily disoriented. "What the hell? Who is this lady?" Nancy and Rachel gasped. "Has she been taking self-defense classes?" Nancy asked. Rachel shook her head with a stunned look on her face. "Not that I'm aware of." Just then, the second purse snatcher lunged forward with a menacing grin, attempting to deliver an attack from the side. "All right, you've had your fun, but playtime is over." Lily, anticipating the move, ducked and rolled, narrowly avoiding the purse snatcher's grab. Rising in a fluid motion, she executed a spinning back kick that landed against the purse snatcher's midsection. He doubled over, temporarily winded. Ugh, how is she doing this? Meanwhile, the first purse snatcher, recovering from the initial kick, pulled a switchblade from his pocket. I'm serious, lady, that's enough now. Just walk away and no one else needs to get hurt. Lily's eyes moved to the shining blade and she knew she had to act fast. She grabbed a nearby trash can lid, using it as a makeshift shield. If you really don't want anyone else to get hurt, then hand over the purses now. The purse snatcher frowned. Sorry, no deal. Slashing his blade, the purse snatcher advanced while Rachel covered her eyes. Oh God, Lily, be careful! Lily skillfully deflected each strike with the lid, the metallic clang echoing in the alley. Taking an opening, Lily launched forward and slammed the lid into the purse snatcher's chest, sending him sprawling against the wall. As the first purse snatcher slumped to the ground, Lily turned her attention back to the second one, who was regaining his composure. He lunged again, but Lily sidestepped with ease, causing him to crash into a stack of empty boxes. The thugs, realizing they had underestimated Lily's determination, exchanged wary glances. Lily, her adrenaline surging, seized the moment. She disarmed the first purse snatcher, sending the switchblade skittering across the pavement. The second purse snatcher, cornered and outmatched, hesitated to move. Hey, look, maybe we can come to some kind of... Seizing the opportunity, Lily delivered a series of rapid strikes, sending the purse snatcher crashing down beside his accomplice. Lily, now in control, retrieved the stolen purses with a sense of triumph. Learned your lesson, boys? She asked with a confident smirk on her face. The thugs, nursing their wounds, scrambled to their feet and retreated into the night. Come on, man, it's not worth it. This lady's insane. As Lily caught her breath, Nancy and Rachel stepped up behind her with shock and awe in their eyes. Rachel was especially impressed. How did you do that, Lily? Lily stared at her hands as if they possessed a mind of their own. I don't know what came over me. I just knew that I couldn't let them get away with it, and my fists and feet did the rest. Nancy smiled as she took her purse back. Well, I think it's safe to say you won't have to hire any private security at the clinic. Obviously, you can handle yourself. Lily was in as much disbelief as the others were. That felt pretty amazing, actually. Maybe I should join a fighting gym. I've never felt so alive. Rachel chuckled and patted Lily on the back. Easy now. One step at a time. Come on, ladies. I've had enough adventure for one night. Let's go home and order a pizza or something. As they walked back to their limo, Lily studied her hands closely. Suddenly, she felt more powerful than ever before. Meanwhile, back in Laos, Roy, also known as Ivan the Terrible, was hesitant to let Kevin anywhere near his granddaughter. You sure you know what you're doing? He asked. I won't allow you to try any experiments on her. If you're going to try something, you have to be sure. Kevin nodded. Don't worry, I've dealt with this problem before. There was a farm in Milwaukee full of oversized animals who were eating the same corn as your granddaughter. Luckily, I was able to reverse the abnormal growth with a few simple ingredients. Still, Roy wasn't convinced. Well, that was with a bunch of animals. What makes you think it will work on a human? Kevin scratched his chin and chose his words carefully. Humans are animals, Roy. If it worked on them, it will work on her. If you ever want to see your granddaughter walk again, you have to trust me. Roy looked down at Dara's sleeping face and took a deep breath. All right, if you're sure, I'm willing to give it a shot. Just bring my granddaughter back to me, please. I'm so desperate to see her smile again. Olivia put her hand on Roy's shoulder as he started to cry. Don't worry, Roy. Kevin is the best herbalist in America, if not the world. Once he sets his mind to something, there's no stopping him. We'll bring Dara back to health, I promise. Kevin nodded his agreement and stepped out of the room to find a nurse. Excuse me, nurse? Does this hospital have an herbalist lab, perchance? I know a recipe that can cure one of your clients, Dara. As the nurse glanced Kevin up and down, she couldn't help but laugh. You don't look like much of an herbalist to me. Sorry, sir, but the lab is off limits to tourists. As the nurse turned and started to walk away, Kevin rolled his eyes and said, "Perhaps you've heard of me. My name is Kevin Williams of Williams & Williams, the pharmaceutical company. I've seen some of my products on your shelves, actually. I'm assure you I'm plenty qualified to work in the lab." The nurse looked back at him and scoffed. "You're Kevin Williams? Sure, and I'm the Queen of England." Left with no choice, Kevin pulled out his wallet and showed her his ID. "See for yourself." The nurse's jaw dropped when she read the name printed on his ID. "Oh my goodness, you really are Kevin Williams. Gosh, I'm so sorry, sir. Please forgive my ignorant comments. We'd be happy to have your assistance with one of our patients. Follow me. The lab is this way." After refining a mixture of pumpkin seed oil, Australian buckwheat, and powdered calcium, as he had done for the animals back in Milwaukee, Kevin poured the mix into a hypodermic needle and returned to Dara's room. With Roy's permission, he lifted Dara's blanket and injected the remedy into her legs. Then Roy looked up at Kevin with a nervous expression. "How long will it take to kick in?" he asked. "Not long," Kevin answered. "Should only take a few minutes. Now all we have to do is wait." After a pair of thugs snatched her purse, Lily felt a sudden burst of adrenaline and an overwhelming desire to fight. Much to the purse snatcher's surprise, Lily fought back with a fierce courage she had never felt before, defeating them both and forcing them to hand back the stolen purses. In the aftermath of the battle, Lily felt more confident in herself than ever before. Meanwhile, back in Laos, Kevin convinced Roy to let him cure his granddaughter with a remedy that would heal her legs. As Kevin injected the medicine, Roy watched with both fear and hope. After a few minutes of waiting, Dara's legs began to ripple and move. When he noticed it, Roy jumped out of his chair with a concerned look on his face. "What's happening? Has something gone wrong?" Kevin shook his head. "Keep watching. I think you'll like what comes next." As Roy turned his attention back to Dara, her legs began to miraculously transform back to a normal, healthy size. At the same time, her eyes slowly batted open. "Grandpa?" she asked. "What's going on? My legs feel funny." Roy wept as he threw his arms around Dara and pulled her in tight. "Oh, Dara, my dear, look! Your legs are back to normal. Just when I thought there was no hope left, you've been blessed with a miracle." Dara looked at her legs and wiggled her toes. "Look, Grandpa, my toes, my toes." Then, with a confident grin, Dara threw up her legs and hopped out of bed. "I'm walking! I'm walking!" Kevin's heart was bursting with joy, but he still had to step in and say, "Easy now, Dara. Your legs are still healing. It will take time before all the cells are good again. It's probably best to lay back and rest a few more days before you go running any marathons." Dara looked up at Kevin with bright, shiny eyes. "Is this man the doctor, Grandpa?" Roy shook his head. "He isn't the doctor, sweetheart, but he is the man who brought your legs back to normal. His name is Kevin Williams, and I'll never be able to thank him enough." Full of energy, Dara rushed up to Kevin and gave him a hug. "Thank you, Kevin. I'll never forget what you did for me." Kevin looked down at Dara with a warm smile and patted the top of her head. "Don't mention it, Dara. I'm happy to help." Watching the tender moment from the corner of the room, Olivia wiped away a tear. After Dara got back in bed, Roy looked at Kevin and said, "The blueprint you're looking for is back in my apartment. Come with me, you've more than earned it." Then Roy turned to Dara and let out a sigh of relief. "I'll be right back, my dear. The nurses will look after you while I'm gone." After leaving the hospital, Kevin, Olivia, Maura, Dalton, and Roy got in a taxi and went to Roy's apartment a few blocks away. It was right across the street from an enormous outdoor market. As Kevin got out of the car, he smelled all kinds of delicious scents coming out of the market. At the same time, Dalton looked over and saw a street vendor selling wok-fried noodles. When he caught a whiff of the noodles, he licked his lips and said,
"If we have any time left over after this, we should hit up that market. I could use some noodles."
Kevin chuckled at Dalton. "Maybe later, Dalton. Let's get our hands on the blueprint first." Kevin and the gang followed Roy up a flight of stairs to his apartment on the second floor. As Kevin stepped inside, the apartment looked completely bare, with no more than a single sofa, a cot, and a small stove in the corner. "Sorry," said Roy. I haven't really had a chance to decorate since Dara's been in the hospital. Here, let me get that blueprint for you." He opened a small closet and reached for something tucked away on the upper shelf. As he pulled his hands out of the closet, he was holding a football-sized ceramic Buddha statue. "Here." Kevin looked perplexed as Roy handed him the statue. "What's this?" he asked. "It's the blueprint," said Roy. "I tucked it away inside the Buddha for safekeeping." Kevin nodded with a smile. "Smart thinking. I never would have guessed." Just then, in the quiet stillness of the apartment, Dalton suddenly squinted his eyes.
"Hey, Kevin, do you hear something?"
Kevin centered himself and listened very closely. It was subtle, but he could hear a faint ticking noise. As soon as he heard it, his eyes widened. "We have to get out of here now." Hard of hearing, Roy didn't have the faintest clue what they were talking about. "What do you mean? What's going on?" Kevin grabbed Roy by the arm and forced him out of the apartment. "There's a bomb in here, Roy. This place is about to blow." Just as they reached the bottom of the stairs, Kevin looked up and saw Roy's apartment burst into an explosion of smoke and flames. "My apartment!" Roy shouted with his hands on his head. In the blink of an eye, the apartment was suddenly surrounded by a convoy of Maverick vehicles. As more than 100 guards got out of their cars, they brandished their swords and encircled Kevin. The tallest guard stepped forward and said, "I believe you have something that belongs to us, Roy. Hand over the blueprint before things get ugly." Roy quickly thought up a clever excuse. "I don't have the blueprint, you idiots. It was in the apartment along with everything else I owned, which you fools just blew to Kingdom Come. Congratulations, you just destroyed exactly what you came here for." The guard scoffed. "Oh, please. We were watching you the whole time. We gave you plenty of time to retrieve the blueprint, which we knew you were coming home for. Now where is it? Do I need to empty your pockets?" Then one of the other guards noticed the Buddha statue in Kevin's hands. "Hey, what's with the Buddha statue?" Kevin looked up at the guard and smiled nonchalantly. "Oh, you know, I just didn't want to come home from Laos without a souvenir for my wife." The head guard's face twisted as he connected the dots in his head.
"Wait a second. The blueprint is in the statue, isn't it?"
Kevin threw his head back and laughed. "Of course not." Then, in an instant, Kevin dropped the facade and started running into the outdoor market. "Run!" he shouted. As Kevin and his team rushed into the market, the guards immediately pursued them.
"The blueprint is in the Buddha. Quick, get after them!"
the tall Maverick guard yelled. A vibrant tapestry of colors and scents, the outdoor market became an obstacle course as Kevin, Dalton, Olivia, and Maura raced through the narrow aisles. As the Maverick guards pushed through the crowd, the market's energy shifted from business to bedlam, with shoppers turning bewildered faces toward the unfolding spectacle. "Hey, what's going on?" one of them shouted. Kevin answered while leaping over a crate. "Just a bit of unexpected excitement. Carry on." Under the canopy of exotic fabrics that hung overhead like colorful banners, Kevin and his team darted through stalls selling spices, fruits, and handmade crafts. At a fork in the maze of little aisles, Kevin turned left and met a dead end. When a Maverick guard followed, he thought he had Kevin cornered.
"Hand over the Buddha now."
Kevin looked past the guard's shoulder and saw Olivia going in the opposite direction. "Hey, Olivia, go long!" By the time Olivia turned around, the Buddha statue was already hurtling toward her. Jumping forward, she caught it and shouted, "Yes!" Giving up on Kevin, the guard snorted and started chasing Olivia. Thankfully, Kevin caught up to him and knocked the guard out with a swift punch to the neck. "Thanks," said Olivia. "Don't mention it," Kevin responded quickly. Before they could catch their breaths, the guards were back on them.
"Hey, there they are! Don't let them get away!"
the guards yelled. With no time to waste, the team sprinted around a corner and continued their escape. Olivia, swift and decisive, spotted a series of low-hung tarps. With a nod, the team converged, using the tarps as improvised camouflage. The guards, momentarily befuddled, charged past.
"Where'd they go? They were just here!"
As the coast cleared, Kevin and the others crept out from behind the tarps and started running in the opposite direction. The market was teeming with guards, though, and after just a few seconds, they were spotted again.
"There they are! Move!"
As they ran away, Olivia tossed the Buddha back to Kevin. "Here, Kevin, it's safest in your hands." Kevin caught the Buddha and cradled it against his chest. Just then, a vendor's cart loaded with beautiful silk scarves loomed ahead. With a mischievous grin, Dalton shouted,
"Watch this."
As he passed by the cart, Dalton grabbed a handful of scarves and flung them into the air. The vibrant fabric billowed like a technicolor cloud, momentarily obscuring the guard's vision. The team darted toward a side alley. Amidst the chaos, Kevin and the others accidentally burst into the calm courtyard of a Buddhist monastery. The abrupt shift from crazed pursuit to quiet peacefulness was surreal. The head monk, serene in his saffron robes, raised an eyebrow at them. With a gentle but authoritative gesture, he pressed a finger to his lips and shushed everyone, including the Maverick guards.
"Shh. The path to enlightenment requires silence."
Kevin looked back at the monk with apologetic eyes. "Sorry, we're in a bit of a hurry." Without another word, the group quietly tiptoed through the monastery. The Maverick guards, momentarily disoriented, tiptoed right behind them, their expressions a mix of confusion and amusement. As they reached the exit, the monk turned to them with a twinkle in his eye.
"May your pursuit bring you peace."
As soon as they were out the door, the chase continued at full speed. Just as Kevin turned a corner, one of the guards, anticipating the move, leapt onto a vendor's cart and used it as a springboard. With a swift acrobatic motion, he grabbed the Buddha statue from Kevin's hands, the move so fluid that it seemed like a choreographed dance. The sudden disappearance of the statue left Kevin momentarily surprised, his outstretched hands grasping at the now empty air. The guard, with a triumphant grin, landed gracefully on the other side of the cart, blending seamlessly into the fast pace of the market. "I'll be taking this for myself. Thank you very much." Kevin, frustration etched on his face, shouted, "I don't think so." The rest of the team, fueled by a mix of determination and annoyance, sprinted after the guard. The market-goers, initially surprised, quickly formed a makeshift corridor, some even cheering for Kevin and his friends. Following the Maverick guard, Kevin led everyone out of the market to the bustling docks of a river. Glancing ahead, Kevin saw the guard running toward an old Vietnam War-era PT boat. "We can't let them get away." As the Maverick guard leapt onto the boat, Dalton, with a burst of speed, reached for the edge, but missed as the boat pulled away and started speeding down the river.
"Gosh darn it! They got away. What are we supposed to do now?"
After healing Ivan the Terrible's granddaughter, Kevin and his team headed to Roy's nearby apartment in order to collect the next piece of Quentin Covington's 6-part blueprint, which they learned had been hidden in a tiny Buddha statue. But the Mavericks planted a bomb in Roy's apartment and then accosted the group outside in an effort to take the blueprint. A massive chase ensued, with Kevin, Dalton, Olivia, and Maura pursuing the Mavericks as they fled through the busy streets and markets of the city. Just when Kevin thought he and his team had defeated the Mavericks and captured the statue, a Maverick swiped the Buddha statue and sped away in a vintage PT boat down the winding Mekong River. Kevin watched as the Maverick guard, still gripping the tiny ceramic Buddha statue in his hand, jumped into an idling PT boat and raced off down the river.
"Kevin, he's getting away,"
Dalton Steele called out.
"What do we do?"
Kevin quickly scanned the nearby dock. "Boat! We need a boat! Now!" Dalton understood. Kevin spotted an old man tying up his speedboat and ran over. "Sir, I need your boat. It's an emergency." The old man considered the request. "How much?" Kevin couldn't believe his ears. "It's an emergency. I'll bring it back." Kevin reached for the rope, but the old man pulled it back. "How much?" he repeated. Kevin didn't want to just take the man's boat, so he negotiated. "I'll write you a check for $1 million right now if you just hand over that boat." Kevin again reached for the rope. The old man again pulled it back. "Cash," the old man countered. "Cash?" Kevin repeated, not believing what he was hearing. "I only take cash," the man responded firmly. Dalton came up running.
We have to go. What's the issue?
Kevin shook his head in disbelief. I offered to write this man $1 million check for his boat, but he'll only take cash.
Cash,
the old man repeated. I only take cash.
Kevin just said that,
Dalton exclaimed. Kevin and Dalton quickly checked their pockets. They had been through so many battles in the last few hours that they weren't even sure what they had on them anymore. Dalton found some loose bills in his right breast pocket.
Here, I have $14,000 cash. Is that enough?
The old man smiled. Cash. Dalton tossed the man the money. It slipped from his hands and began to blow across the dock. Locals shopping at the nearby market swarmed the area trying to grab some of the fallen money. My cash! The old man screamed as he kicked people trying to get his bills. Kevin and Dalton jumped on the speedboat and took off in pursuit of the Maverick guard.
Good thing I had some money,
Dalton quipped. You just saved me almost $1 million. Kevin agreed, then pressed down on the gas. They accelerated at a rapid pace, heading straight for the Maverick's PT boat. The river became a battleground as the two boats jostled for position. The Maverick realized that the boat he stole was carrying crates of fresh produce. He kicked them into the river, creating multiple floating obstacles.
Look out,
Dalton cried out. Kevin swerved to avoid the debris. That was close. The boats began to bump each other back and forth. Just then, Dalton spotted something up ahead.
Kevin, we got a new problem.
What? Kevin replied.
We're about to cross the Laos border, Dalton warned.
A checkpoint waited ahead. All boats were asked to stop and show their documents before continuing forward. The Maverick's boat sped past the border, leaving dozens of security boats in its wake. Kevin and Dalton realized they'd have to cross too if they had any hope of catching the Maverick. The security boat saw Kevin's boat coming. They waved their arms, motioning for him to slow down. Kevin pushed the boat to the limit, speeding through the checkpoint a moment later. The border security guards jumped onto their boats, flipped on the sirens, and took off in pursuit. Kevin's boat gained ground on the Maverick guard, narrowing the gap between the two. Security boats joined the pursuit, creating a three-way chase. Kevin chased the guard, and border security chased Kevin and the Maverick. The river was rapidly becoming a chaotic mess. Kevin couldn't worry about that. He needed to retrieve that Buddha statue. He pushed forward. In a flash, Kevin's boat finally caught up to the Maverick's boat. He eyeballed the guard and then turned to Dalton. Take the controls. I'm going to try something. Dalton understood. The two men switched places, Dalton now steering the boat through strong currents. Kevin stood and turned to the Maverick's boat. He took a deep breath, preparing to do something crazy. He signaled to Dalton. We have to get closer. Get the two boats as close as you possibly can. Dalton understood. He moved the boat dangerously close to the guards and matched his speed. The two boats were lined up right next to each other. Kevin knew what he had to do. He began to run. He reached the edge of his boat and leapt across the speeding vessels. Kevin landed on the guard's boat. The Maverick felt the impact and turned instantly, realizing that he was no longer alone. He turned the boat sharply, over and over again, trying to throw Kevin off balance. Kevin focused his mind and steadied his body. His level 7 powers were kicking in as he set his sights on the Maverick, who would be an easy foe to defeat, if it weren't for the choppy waters and aged boat on which the fight was going to take place. He continued forward. The Maverick realized that he hadn't shaken Kevin and instinctively threw the boat into self-drive mode and turned to face his enemy. A high-octane karate showdown ensued. The Maverick was agile but outmatched, struggling against Kevin's level 7 expertise. The two exchanged blows, punching and kicking, grappling with all their strength, all while speeding down a winding river. As they continued to battle, the tiny Buddha statue fell out of the guard's pocket. It quickly became the focal point of their struggle. The two men wrestled each other for control of the statue. The Maverick finally grabbed hold of the tiny Buddha and unsheathed the long machete. Kevin looked around for something to defend himself with. There was nothing. Looks like our little boat adventure is finally coming to an end, the Maverick called out. Kevin was in trouble. He stood across from the guard unarmed. The Maverick slashed at Kevin. Kevin dodged. The Maverick slashed again over and over. Kevin inched back, getting dangerously close to the edge of the boat. He was going to fall off, and that was the best-case scenario. The Maverick guard laughed. How sad. This is how the story of the great Kevin Williams finally comes to an end. Just then, Kevin spotted an opportunity. A low-lying bridge was quickly approaching. The Maverick didn't notice. His focus was squarely on Kevin. Any last words? The Maverick taunted. This is your last chance, Kevin called out. Give me the statue or suffer the consequences. The Maverick frowned in confusion. Me? Me? Unbelievable. How do you possibly hope to defeat me? I have the advantage. I have the statue. I have the machete. I have... They reached the bridge and Kevin ducked at the last moment. The Maverick guard, unaware, was decapitated in an instant. You have no head, Kevin quipped, finishing the Maverick's thought for him. The Maverick fatally defeated. Kevin rushed over to retrieve the statue from his lifeless body. As Kevin reached down, the boat hit choppy water and the tiny Buddha went flying onto the river. No, Kevin called out. He ran up to the controls and killed the engine. He took off his shirt and was about to dive into the water when a posse of border patrol boats suddenly surrounded his boat. They blasted their sirens and called out,
Put your hands up and prepare to be boarded.
Dalton pulled into view. He turned off his engine as well.
Hands up,
the patrol captain shouted with ferocity.
You're under arrest for unauthorized border crossing and murder.
I was defending myself, Kevin called back. I can prove that he's a Maverick guard, but you have to let me do one thing first.
Don't move, the patrol captain yelled. You don't give the orders, we give the orders.
Kevin turned to Dalton and then back towards the water.
What do you think?
Dalton called out. We can't lose that statue, Kevin called back. It's our only shot at finishing that blueprint. The world is depending on us. The border patrolmen pulled out their guns and pointed them directly as their captain spoke more sternly.
I'm not asking again. Get on your knees and put your hands behind your head. You're under arrest. I've got your back, Dalton called out. You know what to do.
Kevin did. He put his hands over his head and began to crouch down on his knees like the patrol captain had asked. He got halfway down when he suddenly thrust himself into the water in a natural diving motion. The patrol captain screamed,
Open fire!
The border patrols all pulled out their guns and shot into the water. Dalton screamed,
Stop! You might hit Kevin! Stop!
After discovering that the next section of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's six-piece circular blueprint was hidden in a tiny ceramic Buddha statue in Laos, Kevin and his team went to retrieve the trinket, but to their surprise they found that a group of Maverick guards had gotten there first. An epic chase ensued, first on foot through the dense streets of Laos and then over the winding passageways of the Mekong River. After illegally crossing the border in his boat, Kevin was finally able to catch and defeat the Maverick and was about to capture the Buddha when it went tumbling overboard and disappeared into the dark waters below. With border security circling and no other options, Kevin jumped into the river to rescue the Buddha. Kevin dove into the murky water but couldn't see the tiny Buddha statue anywhere. He was too late. The Buddha had fallen into the darkness below. Kevin would have to dive deeper if he had any hopes of retrieving the tiny trinket and its contents, the next piece of Quentin Covington's blueprint that Kevin so desperately needed to figure out what evil plot the crazed billionaire was overseeing. Gunshots began to ring out from above. Kevin couldn't believe it. The border patrolmen were actually shooting at him. Kevin maneuvered away from the stray gunfire and pushed down further into the depths of the Mekong. The world beneath the surface unfolded like a hidden tapestry. Kevin swam through schools of colorful fish, their scales shimmering in the fading sunlight from above. But he didn't see the Buddha. He'd have to go deeper still. The further down Kevin swam, the more evident the toll of human activity became. Plastic bags and discarded waste drifted like ghosts through the water, a stark reminder of the pollution plaguing the river. Kevin gritted his teeth, determined to overcome these obstacles in his quest for the lost Buddha, but he still didn't see it. Could it be all the way at the bottom? He feared. Kevin was an excellent swimmer with powerful lungs, but he knew he would need some help to keep the search going much longer. He carefully opened his satchel and felt for an underwater breathing pill. He located the pill but hesitated. The water is so polluted, he thought. If I take this pill, I'd almost certainly ingest at least some of the dirty water. He decided that when his mission was over, he would craft an anti-pollution pill for himself to counter any ill effects. Kevin's mind began to think of the great benefits the world could reap should he refine such a pill and offer it to the many locations, like Laos, that were suffering because of polluted waters. But he brought himself back to the moment and dedicated his current efforts to finding the Buddha and the blueprint. Knowing he'd be able to counteract any polluted waters he took in, Kevin swallowed the underwater breathing pill and waited. A few moments later, he could feel its effects. His heart rate slowed. His lungs no longer ached for air. He could breathe. That's so much better, Kevin thought. Now let's go find that Buddha. Kevin swam down further and with more confidence. After a time, the sunlight faded completely, replaced by a blue aquatic glow. Kevin's eyes adjusted, revealing a hidden world filled with rare and colorful fish, and with human artifacts lost to time. Car tires, random boats, a bowling trophy. Kevin couldn't believe all the odd pieces of trash he spied hidden below the surface of the Mekong, but he still didn't see the Buddha. Where is that thing? Kevin wondered. Just then, a massive shadow passed overhead. Kevin looked up to see a magnificent stingray gliding gracefully above him. He watched as several other stingrays joined the first one. Kevin slowed his movements. He didn't want to seem like a threat. Stay calm. With any luck, they'll just pass by without incident. Just then, one of the stingrays spotted Kevin. The beast's demeanor shifted rapidly. The stingrays began to circle Kevin in a threatening manner, their barbed tails poised for attack. Kevin focused, doing his best to lock eyes with the swarming creatures, desperate to connect. Please don't do this. I don't want to have to hurt you. I'm not a threat. I'm just passing through. Don't make me have to battle you. Kevin tried to relay with just his emotions. It was too late. The largest stingray lunged forward. Kevin threw up his arms in defense against the strike, but to Kevin's surprise, no strike came. The lead stingray had halted mid-attack. But why? Kevin lowered his arms and found the stingray now locking eyes with him. At that moment, a silent understanding passed between the two warriors. The stingrays weren't malicious. They were just protecting their underwater kingdom, a kingdom Kevin had trespassed on. But the beast could sense Kevin's true nature. He too was a protector of the deep. The lead stingray bobbed in what seemed like a nod before gracefully gliding away. The other stingrays followed suit, each nodding to Kevin before they disappeared into the murky waters beyond. Amazing, Kevin thought, grateful for the outcome. Relieved, Kevin continued on his journey. As he descended further into the depths, Kevin wondered if he'd ever find the Buddha. The world around him began to shift. Odd sounds echoed from every side. Strange currents tugged at his limbs, pulling him toward a massive wall of green algae. Kevin decided not to risk entangling himself in the green strands of long seaweed, but as he was about to turn, he spotted something in the distance. On the river floor, deep within the maze of algae, half covered in mud, was the Buddha. There it is, Kevin realized. Kevin would have to go through the seaweed to retrieve it. He powered forward. Time seemed to stretch in the underwater silence as Kevin wrestled with the unyielding, thick algae. Panic bubbled within him, but Kevin clenched his jaw and steeled himself for the challenge. Summoning a burst of strength, Kevin freed one hand and tore at the algae. It ripped away in clumps. He grinned triumphantly, but soon realized that his victory was short-lived. The algae fought back, tendrils wrapping around his limbs like ghostly fingers, threatening to hold him underwater forever. The Buddha still lay ahead. Kevin was closer, but not close enough. Kevin's lips pressed together as he struggled against the suffocating embrace of the underwater foliage. Desperation fueled him as he fought against the relentless grip of the algae, each movement sending ripples through the water. With one final surge of energy, Kevin broke free. The Buddha was just ahead of him in the water. Its serene expression seemed to mock him, as if it was challenging him to go further. Determination burned in Kevin's eyes as he kicked away from the clinging algae, propelling himself toward the distant artifact. The journey through the remaining algae forest tested Kevin's resolve. The tendrils clung to him, reluctant to release their grip. He slashed at them with a newfound determination, his movements becoming more rhythmic as he cut through the underwater jungle. As Kevin neared his prize, he noticed something unusual. The algae seemed to thin, and the water took on an otherworldly glow. The riverbed transformed into a serene garden where the Buddha stood, bathed in a soft golden light. But where was it coming from? Glowfish, a school of glowfish. Their soft glowing bioluminescence lit the statue. What wonderful luck, Kevin thought. Kevin reached out and finally took hold of the Buddha. He had done it. With the prize in his hand, Kevin kicked off the riverbed but didn't rise to the surface. He kicked off the riverbed again and nothing. Kevin looked down to find his leg wrapped in seaweed. The river wouldn't let him leave. Kevin had fought through dense water, through schools of fish, through a maze of algae, and he was tired. But the mission wasn't over yet. He closed his eyes and summoned his last bit of strength. Kevin kicked off the riverbed one last time and thrust free of the algae. Kevin rose through the water like a phoenix ascending from the ashes. The journey to the surface felt shorter than the descent, and as he broke through the water's surface, Kevin clutched the statue. The sunlight danced on the rippling water, casting a warm glow on Kevin's face. He had done it. Kevin called out, "Dalton! Dalton, I got it!" He held the Buddha statue up into the air in victory.
Don't move,
an angry voice shouted. Kevin turned to find a dozen border patrol boats now surrounding him. The patrol captain and all of his men had their guns trained on Kevin. Kevin had been underwater for so long that he had forgotten the mess that he had left above. Kevin had retrieved the Buddha. He had completed his mission, but by all accounts, he was now in a lot more trouble. Just as Kevin and his team of Dalton, Maura, and Olivia were about to finally get their hands on the Buddha statue that contained the second piece of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint, it was stolen away by Maverick guards. Kevin and the team battled the Mavericks through the city and onto a PT boat which started a chase up the Mekong River that blew through international borders. Kevin defeated the Maverick guard only to lose the Buddha statue overboard. Kevin retrieved the statue from the bottom of the polluted river but then found angry border guards ready to open fire on him. Kevin tread water, clutching the Buddha statue that contained the second piece of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint, and stared up the barrel of the patrol captain's gun. Half a dozen more patrolmen had their guns trained on Kevin, and the rest were aiming at Dalton, who was still on the boat he bought from the old man at the dock.
Don't shoot Kevin Williams,
roared Dalton for at least the 10th time.
Shoot him?
Exclaimed the patrol captain in passable English learned, it seemed, by some time spent in England.
He's the 8th damn wonder of the world. No one should have been able to survive underwater that long, and with all the filth in this river, he's a bloody miracle.
The patrol captain holstered his gun and extended a hand down to Kevin. Kevin was exhausted from his exertions underwater and already feeling the effects of ingesting the polluted river when he swallowed the underwater breathing pill while in the Mekong. He was going to be very sick if he didn't take one of his recovery pills soon. All he wanted was to get warm and dry and heal his body before getting back to Chicago to his beloved Lily. Tomorrow would be soon enough to see if they had enough information to figure out Quentin Covington's sinister master plan. Grateful, Kevin took the patrol captain's hand and allowed himself to be pulled onto the patrol boat. He saw the leader's name tag read, Captain Asang. "Thank you, Captain Asang," Kevin said. "I promise we can explain everything."
Of course you can, Captain Asang agreed. I mean, all you did was stage a high-speed boat chase along a major commercial waterway, blow through a clearly marked international border, ignore multiple commands from 2 countries to cease and desist, decapitate the man you were pursuing, and then spend more time than humanly possible underwater in the most polluted river in the world in order to retrieve a tourist souvenir. Obviously, there's a simple explanation.
Kevin nodded as Captain Asang guided him to a seat and wrapped a scratchy wool blanket around Kevin. "You're very kind." Kevin clutched the blanket closer. Chills were already racking his body and he could feel the beginnings of a fever. He needed a recovery pill immediately. He reached for his satchel, but it was gone. He knew he still had it when Captain Asang pulled him from the river. And what had happened to the precious Buddha statue? "My satchel," Kevin coughed. His fever was getting worse at the moment. Kevin realized that the pollution in the Mekong was so awful, so toxic, that even his elevated powers would have difficulty fighting it off if he wasn't able to get one of his own refined pills into his body soon. "I need my satchel. I'm getting sick. And the statue."
"Don't worry, they're both safe,"
Captain Asang assured Kevin. He started pushing Kevin's arms, which now felt like they weighed 1,000 tons each, backward as he brought Kevin's wrists together. "What are you doing?" Kevin asked. Black spots danced in his vision and his head swam.
"I'm putting you under arrest," Captain Asang declared.
Kevin just had time to realize his hands were now handcuffed behind his back and that Dalton was roaring curses at the Border Patrol guards again. Then Kevin lost consciousness completely. When Kevin woke up, the first thing that he realized was he was lying on a cold stone floor. The second was that there was a giant cockroach the size of his palm crawling across his face. Startled, he flung the cockroach away. Kevin loved all animals and could even communicate with them after his encounter with the jaguars in the Amazonian rainforest. But waking up in a strange place with a bug big enough to have its own zip code hanging from his earlobe was too much even for him. The cockroach flew through the air with the distinct lack of grace its species is known for and landed at the feet of Captain Asang, who was peering at Kevin through a set of prison bars. Kevin sat up. He realized he was in a tiny single prison cell without even a bed or a blanket. His body ached all over and he felt weak and shaky. Since mastering herbalism and achieving his levels, Kevin hadn't been sick or felt pathetic a moment of his life. It was a curious feeling. He decided to think more about it later, though he knew it had to do with the Mekong's waters, which were obviously so polluted they could thwart even Kevin's great powers.
"Nice to see you're finally awake," Captain Asang said. "You were pretty sick. We weren't sure if you were going to make it."
Kevin climbed to his feet. He wasn't surprised his survival had been in doubt. He was as unsteady as a kitten. After all his trials and tribulations, he had almost been killed by a polluted, bacteria-infested river. More than ever, Kevin was determined to clean up the world his children would be coming into. But first things first. "Where's my friend Dalton?" Kevin wanted to know. "Is he in here too?" Kevin peered through the bars. On the other side of the bars where Captain Asang stood was a common prisoner area with tables and benches that were currently empty. Kevin could see more cells on the far side of the common area that looked to be just as bare as his own. Most of the cells were occupied, but he couldn't make out faces in the gloom. Captain Asang shook his head.
"No, your Mr. Dalton overcame 6 of my men and got away in his boat."
Kevin smiled. "Then I assume my friends have already started the legal process to get me released." Captain Asang nodded.
"They have. They have even been quite generous in trying to speed things up."
"So I'll be out of here soon?" Kevin felt hope bloom in his chest. It was warming his chilled body.
"Oh, yes. I expect in 6 or 7 months you'll be a free man again."
Captain Asang smiled.
"The courts have gotten a little backed up, but the cause of justice cannot be hurried."
Captain Asang laughed and walked away, exiting the prisoners' common area. The doors of all the individual cells swung open and prisoners wandered out into the common area. Some took place at the tables and benches with an air of ownership. Kevin noticed these tended to be the bigger, meaner-looking men. Men with less standing leaned against walls or stayed in the cells, unwilling to make targets of themselves. Kevin also hung back, wisely choosing to sit on the floor of his cell and observe before making a move. Without his satchel, his recovery pills, or his herbal ingredients, his recovery would be slow and painful, but Kevin could work with even the humblest ingredients. Maybe he could work in the kitchens and get access to herbs and spices that way. "Hey, look at the new fish," sneered a voice from one of the tables. Kevin looked over to see a giant of a man with a dagger tattooed on his cheek staring at him. "What's your name, new fish?" "My name's Kevin," was all Kevin offered. There was no sense in letting this group of scum and villainy know his full identity. He was sure they could think up many creative and painful ways to try to extract money from him. "No, it's not," Daggerface sneered. "Your name is Lunchgiver McSweeney, 'cause that's just what you're gonna do. Give me your lunch each and every day until I say otherwise." Daggerface stomped over to stand looming over Kevin. Several other men gathered around to watch the entertainment. Kevin sighed to himself. Bullies really were the same the world over. Even in his weakened condition, he knew there was only one way to handle bullies. You had to stand up to them, even when you did it sitting down. Kevin stared up into Daggerface's eyes. "No," he said calmly. "My name is Kevin, and I'm not going to give you my lunch." Daggerface's hand closed into a fist. "Yes, you are, Lunchgiver McSweeney. You're gonna give me your lunch, or I'm gonna give you a pounding so bad even your ancestors will feel it." Daggerface raised his fist, but Kevin lashed out with both feet, driving them into the side of Daggerface's ankle. The big man lost his balance and stumbled. Kevin rolled in the opposite direction, planning on regaining his balance and stability and then starting round two with Daggerface on more equal footing. But Kevin had overestimated how much he'd recovered. He wobbled before he even got to his knees and plopped back on his butt. Daggerface grabbed Kevin by the scruff of his neck and raised him up until Kevin's feet left the floor. Daggerface wasn't even limping, so the blow Kevin had landed on his ankle wasn't as bad as Kevin had hoped. Daggerface shook Kevin like a hungry dog shakes an empty can of food. Dangling from Daggerface's fist, Kevin saw the other bullies closing in, eager for a chance to administer their own punishment to the new fish. None of them had levels, so Kevin couldn't use his own levels. Even for ordinary fighting, he was depleted and still weak from his illness. "Nothing you could do now," Daggerface laughed. Kevin's feet still kicked several inches from the ground. "Nothing you can do but agree to hand over your lunch." "Actually," Kevin rasped out, "there's one thing I can think of." And really, there was only one thing he could think of, one way to get Daggerface and the rest of the bullies off his case and out of his way, at least for a while. "I don't know if they told you," Kevin continued, "but the reason I've been so sick is I went for a little swim in the Mekong River." The bullies traded uncertain looks.
"That's bad, man,"
one of them offered. "Yeah," Kevin agreed. "You know what's in the Mekong River besides industrial waste, farm runoff, and 40,000 tons of plastic? There's cholera, dysentery, and—" Kevin broke off and coughed directly into Daggerface's gaping mouth. Daggerface recoiled and dropped Kevin in disgust. "Typhoid fever," Kevin finished as he hit the floor. Daggerface wiped his mouth frantically on his sleeve, his face turning red with fury and fear. Kevin could see the other bullies wanted to charge him. He held off a hand to ward them off. You don't know what I've all got. Malaria, cryptosporidium, giardia." The bullies backed away. None of them were willing to get close enough to beat him up and risk infection. Only Kevin knew that his levels protected him from the worst diseases in the world. He coughed a few more times, though, to make sure the other prisoners bought his story. "We can't share a prison with someone as sick as this guy," Daggerface declared. He picked up one of the 10-foot-long benches, easily raising it over his head. "We're gonna have to take him out." Daggerface could smash Kevin to pieces with the bench without ever getting close, especially in Kevin's weakened state. Kevin looked up in horror. Maybe he'd done too good a job scaring the bullies. Kevin backed away, looking everywhere for an escape, but the bullies had him surrounded. There was nowhere he could go. Daggerface raised the bench higher. "I changed my mind," he told Kevin. You're not gonna be Lunch Giver McSweeney. You're gonna be Smashy-O Smashface. Daggerface let out an enormous growl to reinforce his words. Just when Kevin finally retrieved the Buddha statue that contained the second piece of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint, he was arrested by Border Patrol guards on the Mekong River. The statue and Kevin's satchel of herbal remedies were confiscated when Kevin was thrown in prison. But Kevin had taken ill from his swim in the polluted river, and without his herbal pills was at the not-so-kind end of the attention of a gang of prison bullies. The prison bully with the dagger tattooed on his face raised the bench higher over Kevin's head, ready to smash every bone in Kevin's weakened body. Kevin had hoped that claiming to be sicker than he actually was would keep the bullies at bay. But Daggerface's fear of germs worked against Kevin. Daggerface was ready to kill Kevin as the rest of the bullies cheered him on. Kevin raised his hands even though his hands wouldn't stop the bench from cracking open his skull. Daggerface's eyes suddenly rolled back in his head and he slumped to the side. The 10-foot bench he'd been threatening Kevin with fell from his hands, taking out a few of the lesser prison bullies on its way. Kevin blinked. Where Daggerface had been standing was another man, one who was familiar to Kevin, but so out of place that Kevin wondered if his fever had come back and he was now hallucinating. It was Cade Lockwood. "Is it really you, Cade?" Kevin asked. "That's right," Cade crowed. "Good to see you, Kevin." Cade swung the bench he'd just used to brain Daggerface around. It was smaller than the one Daggerface had been wielding, but just as effective. The bullies who were still upright quickly backed off. A few stuffed their hands in their pockets, looked at the ceiling, and started whistling as they walked away, pretending they never had anything to do with Kevin's near demise. Cade helped Kevin to his feet. "Come on, let's go back to my cell. Easier to defend, and I have a few supplies there." "Aren't you worried about catching what I got?" Kevin wanted to know. Cade smiled. "After what you did for my family, I'd happily catch my death to help you, Kevin. But something tells me that a master herbalist like you made sure to get your immunization shots." Cade's cell had a bed, a table, and 2 chairs. It also had a few boxes of possessions. Cade settled Kevin in the most comfortable seat. "Bribes will get you all sorts of privileges," Cade explained. "The one thing they won't do in this place is get you out any faster." Kevin nodded, understanding. "Sure, if they let you go, you don't keep paying them bribes." Cade tossed Kevin a nectarine from a box of fresh fruit. Kevin caught it and bit in. Cool, sweet juice flooded Kevin's mouth. He chased it with a drink from the water bottle Cade offered. Kevin immediately felt better. He kept his body strong and healthy as a general rule. Much of his current weakness could be blamed on hunger and dehydration. "You're looking better already," Cade noted. "I feel better," Kevin agreed. "You can't keep a good man down, and Kevin Williams is one of the best." Cade settled back with his own nectarine. "What are you doing here, Cade?" Kevin wanted to know. Kevin had helped Cade's family, the Lockwoods, a while back. The family had a long history of honorable military service, but had gotten involved with the Mavericks. The Lockwoods left the Mavericks when they realized the Mavericks were trying to create super soldiers. The Rangers had been reluctant to trust the Lockwoods given their history, but Kevin had helped mend the misunderstanding. Cade sighed. "As you can probably guess, the Mavericks are involved. I was investigating their operations in this part of the world. Something about an undiscovered ancient temple in the Cambodian jungle." Kevin nodded. "I know just what you're talking about." Cade shook his head. "Then you know more than I do. I heard the rumors, but before I could investigate, there was a daylight raid on my hotel room. It was a Maverick setup. They planted all kinds of illegal weapons in my room. Guns, knives, even a couple of grenades." "That sounds like the Mavericks," Kevin growled. After the heavy weaponry he'd seen the Mavericks using at the Jungle Temple, a few guns and even grenades were the equivalent of jaywalking. "Dad and the Rangers are doing everything they can to get me out of here, but they keep telling me I need to be patient. So here I am." Cade took another bite of nectarine. Kevin leaned forward. Here's the thing, Kate. I can't be patient. It's the one luxury I can't buy. The Mavericks are involved with the evil billionaire Quentin Covington, and we think they're all working with the Pinnacle. I don't know exactly what they're up to, but it's big and it's bad. I have to get out of here as soon as possible, retrieve my satchel and a statue, and figure out what Quentin is up to. He also needed to get home to his beautiful Lily and their child growing inside her body. I'll do anything I can to help, Kevin, Cade promised. But don't you think you should rest for a few days before we try anything? I'll recover faster once I get my satchel back. It has all my remedies. Kevin dug through the nearest box looking for supplies and not finding much that was useful. Besides a few more pieces of fresh fruit, he found a pen and a few candle stops. What can you tell me about the prison routines? What Cade told Kevin wasn't very encouraging. The prison ran like clockwork. Their cell block held international prisoners, and none of them were allowed to work in the kitchen, the laundry, the library, the machine shop, or the warden's office. There was no place on or near the prison to land a helicopter, and no tunnels or catacombs under it. Prisoners ate with chopsticks from plastic plates, and no visitors were allowed. It was the most secure and the most boring prison Kevin had ever heard of. There was only one way Kevin could think of to break out of here. He looked at Cade. Cade's family owed everything to Kevin, but the Lockwoods had been Mavericks before they had been Rangers, and Cade was still pretty young. Kevin would have to rely on him entirely to pull this off. There was no other way. Kevin leaned forward and dropped his voice. Cade, have you ever heard of Lassant citrus bomb? A few hours later, the doors to the cell block's common area opened. Kitchen workers rolled in trolleys of stale rice and rotten curry for the evening meal. Guards armed with machine guns kept watch as the prisoners lined up. Get away from the doors! A voice suddenly screamed. Everyone turned to look. It was Cade who had yelled. He had one arm wrapped around Kevin's throat, taking him hostage. Cade held his other hand high above his head, clutching a black object that just filled his palm. I've got a grenade! Cade warned everyone. He waved it at the guards. Let me out of here or I'm blowing us all to Kingdom Come. You have to believe him, Kevin yelled, trying to put just the right amount of fear in his voice. This is the guy they brought in on weapons charges. The other prisoners scrambled across the room, getting as far away from Kevin and Cade as they could. The guards traded frightened looks. How the hell did he smuggle a grenade in here? One wanted to know. You don't want to know, yelled Cade, but it was pretty damn uncomfortable. Hell, let's just shoot him anyway, the other guard decided. The two guards took aim. Kevin gave Cade a nudge, their prearranged signal. Cade brought the grenade to his mouth and tore a slim metal rod away from it with his teeth. He spat it out. I just pulled the pin, Cade told the guards. Shoot me and you die exactly 2 seconds later when this grenade goes off. Kevin let his voice go shaky again. Please, just let him go, he told the guards. This isn't worth your lives. Think of your families. The guards saw Kevin's point and lowered their weapons. Okay, one guard told Cade. Go on. Take your hostage and your grenade and get out of here. The guard stepped to the side of the door. Cade nodded and backed himself and Kevin to the cell block door. At the last second, Cade let go of Kevin and spun, wrapping his arm around one of the guards. Kevin caught the guard's gun before it could hit the floor. Sorry, Kevin told the guard as they backed out of the cell block. We need your help to get out of here. Do everything we say and we promise we won't hurt you. Kevin shut the cell block door and locked it. The other guard wouldn't be able to raise the alarm from inside. Fortunately, the prison's corridors were empty. Most of the guards were overseeing mealtime and the rest were guarding the exits. Kevin had their captive guard direct them to the evidence locker and used the guard's keys to unlock it. There were hundreds of evidence bags and boxes. They were all clearly marked with the prisoner's name and serial number, but that's where the organization ended. Cade shook his head. Kevin, how are we ever going to find your evidence box in all of this? Could take days. We don't have that much time. I know, Kevin agreed. In 10 minutes, dinner will be over and the other guards will notice something is up. Isn't that right? The frightened guard nodded, too scared to even try to lie. Kevin took a deep breath and tried to center himself. "I think I can find my satchel." He took another deep breath. Herbalism wasn't just a science, it was an art. His sense of smell had been refined to the highest degree through his mastery of herbalism, like a painter telling the subtlest difference between shades of blue, or a musician developing perfect pitch. Kevin breathed in again, taking in all the scents. Much of it was disgusting, but yes, over there, to the left, the tang of pumpkin seed oil, the mellowness of Australian buckwheat, and even the strange sharpness of the sample of resin he'd taken from the Cambodian temple. Plus many other scents from the dozens of ingredients he kept on hand. "It's over here," Kevin exclaimed. He dug through a few boxes and pulled out a file box marked with his name. It was even sealed with a piece of tape signed by Captain Asang, the Border Patrol leader who had arrested Kevin. Kevin didn't even need to look to be sure. This was his precious satchel. "Great, but we're almost out of time." Cade gave the guard a nudge with the gun he held in his one hand while the other still clutched the grenade. "Now take us to the motor pool." Kevin and Cade rode out of the prison in the back of the warden's luxury town car with their captive guard acting as chauffeur. Once outside the gates, they stopped and Cade took over as driver, leaving the guard stranded on the side of the road. Before they left, Cade tossed the grenade to the guard.
"Hey, watch it!"
yelled the guard as he struggled to catch it. When his hand was wrapped around it, he realized something was wrong. He peeled back the inky wax coating on the object to reveal the soft yellow skin of a nectarine.
"What the hell is this?"
the guard exclaimed. "It's a Lassant citrus bomb," Kevin told him. Cade floored the gas and they sped away from the astonished guard. Kevin ripped the seal away from the evidence box and stared. "Oh no," he moaned. "What is it?" Cade demanded, imagining the worst. "Is your satchel not in there?" "It's here," Kevin assured Cade, "but the Buddha statue with Quentin Covington's blueprint is gone." Kevin finally retrieved the Buddha statue that contained the second piece of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint, but then he was arrested by Border Patrol guards on the Mekong River. Kevin was separated from his team, Olivia Rafferty, Dalton Steele, and lab assistant Maura, and thrown in prison. In prison, Kevin was surprised to meet up again with Cade Lockwood, whose family had defected from the Mavericks and joined the Rangers with Kevin's help. Together, Kevin and Cade staged a daring prison escape and recovered Kevin's satchel of herbal remedies. But the statue with the blueprint inside had gone missing. Olivia, Dalton, and Maura had set up camp in the lobby of their hotel, taking over half the seating area with papers, laptops, phones, and documents. They ignored the dirty looks they were getting from the staff and annoyed hotel patrons. They were on a mission to free their leader, Kevin Williams, from the red tape clutches of the local prison system. They were smart. They were determined. They were making no progress at all. Maura researched the local justice system online, hoping to find a legal loophole to free Kevin. Olivia was emailing Kevin's backwater connections in Washington, D.C., calling in every favor she could think of. And Dalton was roaring into his phone at some people he referred to as the Indianapolis 600 that Olivia was sure had nothing to do with car racing. Olivia was distracted by the snobby tones of a hotel clerk. "Sir, you can't come in here. The lobby is restricted to hotel guests and their guests. This is not a tourist site or a soup kitchen." "But I am a guest here," answered a mild, reasonable voice. "I'm renting the entire top floor of the hotel. My ID was lost, but there's a copy of my passport in my room." The hotel clerk sniffed, audible even from across the lobby. "This is the finest hotel in Laos, sir. Our presidential grand chancellor and glorious leader suites are currently occupied by one of the richest men in America. I'm very sure you are not him, sir." Olivia looked up, suddenly realizing who that mild, reasonable voice belonged to. Kevin. She jumped up and ran over. Sure enough, it was Kevin speaking to the snooty clerk. Kevin looked more bedraggled than usual. Beside him was a young man whom Olivia could tell was an American. "Kevin, you're back." Olivia gave him a tight, sisterly hug. Kevin patted her back with brotherly affection. "This is Kevin Williams," Olivia assured the glaring hotel clerk. The clerk still looked doubtful. "I'm not sure I can take you at your word, Miss Rafferty. I have an obligation to the hotel and its patrons. How can I be sure this man is who you claim he is?" Olivia gave a tight smile. "Because my friends and I are about to give you back your lobby. We don't have to keep looking for Kevin if he's already here." The clerk's face lit with delight. He gave Kevin a short bow. "Mr. Williams, delighted to have you back with us again." An hour later, Kevin had eaten a huge meal, showered, and put on fresh clothes. Simple as always, but at least he was now free of prison grime and river filth. He had taken a recovery pill and felt 100% like himself again. Kevin would never put himself up in such a plush hotel. He had gotten the suite for the comfort of his hard-working team, but he had to admit that the hot shower and the good food were a treat after a Laotian prison. Kevin introduced Cade Lockwood to the others. Cade was a ranger who'd been investigating the Mavericks' movements in Southeast Asia where he'd been framed and thrown in prison where he'd run into Kevin, an old friend from the United States. "The Buddha statue with the blueprint wasn't with the rest of my things when I got them out of the evidence locker at the prison," Kevin informed his team, catching them up on their next goal. "Oh no," exclaimed Mora. "It could be anywhere by now." "It could," Kevin agreed, "but at least I know who to question first about where the statue is now." He held up the piece of tape that had sealed the evidence box of his possessions. It had been signed by the man who had arrested Kevin, Captain Asong. Kevin's connections quickly produced the home address of Captain Asong. Dalton was all for raiding the house in the middle of the night, guns blazing and ready to do anything necessary to get Captain Asong to tell them what he did with the Buddha statue with the precious blueprint inside. Kevin appreciated the simplicity of Dalton's plan and his enthusiasm, but Mora pulled up a recent Google Maps picture of the house. There was a minivan parked outside and kids' toys scattered on the lawn. Kevin wouldn't risk hurting the captain's innocent family members with Dalton's plan. Now that his own child was on the way, Kevin was more conscious than ever of how precious family was. Kevin quickly came up with another idea. Captain Asong had just returned home from a long day of patrolling the river along the border. He'd barely loosened his uniform jacket when the doorbell rang. He opened the door. 2 American women were standing on the steps, a small redhead and a taller beauty. He wasn't surprised. A lot of American expats lived in this upscale area. "Hi," the redhead chirped. "Sorry to bother you, but we've lost our special little friend, and we're hoping maybe you've seen him. He's about this big." She held her hands one above the other, about 8 inches apart. Captain Asong thought,
I haven't seen any lost dogs, but I just got home. Would you like to step inside while I ask my family?
The women nodded and stepped in, leaving the door behind them open. "I can show you a picture," the tall woman said, scrolling through her phone.
That would be helpful,
the captain agreed. But instead of a fluffy Pomeranian or a bright-eyed Chihuahua, the picture was of a familiar gold statue. "His name is Buddha, but we call him Bud for short," the tall woman added as 3 men stepped into the house behind her and shut the door. Olivia and Mora, working as a team and enjoying play acting, had succeeded in tricking Captain Asong into letting Kevin, Dalton, and Cade right into his own house. Captain Asong immediately recognized one as the man he had arrested on the river just days before.
"You're Kevin Williams,"
Captain Asong exclaimed.
"You should still be in prison."
"I got out early due to bad behavior," explained Kevin. "Where's the statue? It should have been with my satchel and everything else you confiscated, but it's not." Captain Asong backed up.
"I don't have it. You know how bad police corruption can be. Anyone could have taken it."
But he looked over his shoulder into the next room, guilt all over his face. "That's not true," Kevin rebutted. The evidence box was sealed with your signature. You must have had it at some point." Dalton pushed past Captain Asong, sweeping him away as if the captain were a child.
"Here it is,"
Dalton exclaimed. Everyone followed Dalton into what turned out to be a dining room decorated in red and gold. The familiar Buddha statue sat on a sideboard.
"No, please," begged Captain Asong. "You can't take it. You don't know what will happen to me."
"Why should we care what happens to a thief like you?" Cade wanted to know.
"After I arrested Mr. Williams, I had to stay late at work to fill out all the paperwork," the captain began. "Normally it wouldn't be a problem, but that night we were celebrating my wife's mother's birthday, and I didn't have time to stop and buy her a present on my way home, so I borrowed the Buddha statue."
"Borrowed?" questioned Olivia doubtfully.
"I mean it," Captain Asong turned to Kevin. "There's a million of those souvenir statues all over town. I meant to switch out your Buddha with a new one, put yours in the evidence box, and reseal it. I just haven't had time." "Yeah, right," Dalton sneered. "And I got an oceanfront mansion in Nevada to sell you. Come on, Kevin. We don't have time for—" Dalton was interrupted by a strange voice coming from deeper in the house. It was high-pitched and fast, like a desperate parakeet. "Is that some kind of religious chanting?" Mora asked. "I don't know the words, it's not English, but the rhythm is familiar." Kevin listened closely. He recently developed the ability to pick up new languages in only a day, sometimes just a few hours. He'd already mastered the major languages of the countries he and his team had visited on this trip, but it still took him a minute to understand its variations. "It's not religious chanting," he told the others. "It's some kind of local dialect. And it's about centralized banking systems." The voice got closer and, if possible, faster and higher. Suddenly, a tiny middle-aged lady burst through the dining room's far door, the words, whatever they were, disappearing from her lips. She planted her hands on her hips and glared at Captain Asong. It was a look Kevin knew well. This woman was just like his own mother-in-law, Dorothy.
"What are you doing bringing strangers into the house and not even telling me?"
she demanded in her odd dialect.
"I'm sorry, Mi Chong," Captain Asong apologized, looking humble. "I was just explaining to them they have to go."
Mi Chong growled.
"I told my daughter not to choose flowers over dumplings when she married you. Instead of either, she got a three-legged donkey, ugly and useless."
Kevin, no stranger to the sharp side of a mother-in-law's tongue, felt bad for Captain Asong. "We'll just take our Buddha statue and be on our way."
"Buddha statue?"
Mi Chong exclaimed, switching to English.
"This Buddha statue?"
She snatched it up, clutching it to her chest.
"You can't have it. It's mine."
"I'd be happy to replace it for you," Captain Asong offered.
"I don't need a replacement,"
Mi Chong shot back.
"I already have this one. They can get their own."
"Maybe I can buy it for you," Kevin offered. He pulled out his checkbook. Mi Chong looked him up and down and sneered.
"Pay me with what? You look like you're so poor you had a drink of water and a stale biscuit for breakfast."
Dalton took a flashy Rolex from his wrist.
"How about a trade?" he offered. "This is solid gold."
Mi Chong shook her head.
"I'm keeping this Buddha. He really ties the room together."
"There must be something else you want," Olivia pleaded. Mi Chong just stuck her nose in the air. Kevin's heart sank. He had solved hundreds of problems and resolved thousands of conflicts, but mother-in-laws had never been his strong suit. Suddenly, Mora snapped her fingers. She hummed a few staccato beats. "Centralized banking. I know what that chanting was." "Centralized banking. I know what that chanting was." Mora smiled at Mi Chong. "What if we could get you tickets to Hamilton?" Mi Chong's eyes went wide. Between everyone's connections and Kevin's money, it only took half an hour to arrange a command performance of Hamilton for Mi Chong, along with a private jet to New York, rooms at the best hotel in the city, and a guaranteed foot rub by the actor playing Hamilton himself. Mi Chong handed over the Buddha and the team ran out of the house before she could change her mind. As they left, they heard Mi Chong take up her usual berating of Captain Asong. Kevin held the statue. They had been through so much to finally get a look at this piece of Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint. But was it still inside and intact after all the adventures the statue had been through? Kevin knew there was only one way to find out. He opened the secret compartment and peered inside. Kevin made a trade with the mother-in-law of Captain Asong to get the Buddha back, but Kevin was still unsure if evil billionaire Quentin Covington's blueprint piece was still inside the statue. As Kevin's adventures in Laos continued, Lily was finding herself somewhat happy that she was able to beat up 2 purse snatchers, and she was thinking that her newfound empowerment shouldn't be ignored and probably should be and could be improved. The morning after the purse snatching incident, Lily was in the home gym. She'd always enjoyed staying active, but had focused on Pilates and yoga as part of her health and beauty regimes. She'd ignored the other side of the training gym that Kevin and some of the other Radiance members used from time to time. It was full of strange equipment like speed bags, kettlebells, medicine balls, and punching bags. Today she felt drawn to them. Some of the equipment she didn't even recognize, and why was there a tractor tire in the middle of the room? Lily went over to examine it. What could this be used for? Weren't tires full of air? It couldn't be that heavy, right? Lily bent, worked her hands under the tire, and smoothly lifted it upright. It did have some heft and was almost as tall as she was, but there's no way moving this thing around could be a challenge to highly trained experts like Kevin and the Radiance members. She would have to ask Kevin about it when he got home. Lily smiled happily at the thought. She had so much to share with Kevin, and she hoped he was finding as much fulfillment and fun in his adventures as she was with opening the community clinic on Chicago's South Side and preparing for the baby. "Lily?" Nancy called out as she entered the gym. She'd been looking for Lily everywhere. Why a rich lady like Lily would want to spend time in a room with a bunch of sweaty equipment when she could have her servants waiting on her hand and foot at the double infinity pool was beyond Nancy. The rich really are different and stupid, Nancy thought. "Nancy? I'm over here." Nancy followed Lily's voice around a big tractor tire. "What on earth are you doing back here?" Nancy demanded. "You should be taking it easy because of the baby." Lily smiled. "Dr. Serafina Willow says light exercise is great for pregnant women. Maybe you and I could use this tire for a workout. Then we'd be pregnancy workout buddies." Lily had been overjoyed when she heard that Nancy was also expecting a baby about the same time Lily was due to give birth. It was so much fun to share the experiences of pregnancy with a friend. Nancy eyed the giant tire. "It's pretty big." "But it's not that heavy. Here, feel the weight." Lily tipped the tire forward. Nancy rolled her eyes and decided to humor Lily. She held up her hands and took on the tire's weight. "Oof!" Nancy huffed. Her arms shook and her legs wanted to buckle. The tire weighed a ton, or at least that's how it felt to Nancy. But a brisk morning of high-end shopping was the extent of Nancy's experience with exercise. Nancy puffed and strained but couldn't get the tire back upright. It started slipping. "Get it off me! Get it off me!" Nancy yelled. Lily easily put the tire back on its edge. Nancy wiped the sweat from her forehead. "I think that's enough of a workout for me," Nancy declared. "It's time for me to take a nap." Nancy left the gym and retreated to her private balcony off one wing of the Williams house. Nancy had convinced Lily to let her move in by claiming an ex-boyfriend was out to harm Nancy and her unborn child. Nancy pulled out her phone and started a video call with Juanita Hernandez. Juanita answered immediately. Nancy could tell from the video that Juanita was taking the call in the back of a stretch limo. "What is it now?" Juanita demanded. Nancy was too exhausted from her brief encounter with the tractor tire to take offense at Juanita's rude greeting. "I think there might be a snag with your plan to kidnap Lily Williams," Nancy informed her. "What's that?" Juanita said as she lifted a huge glass of champagne to her lips. "I don't know if it's pregnancy hormones or prenatal vitamins or what, but she's definitely getting stronger." Nancy wiped more sweat from her face. "That's not a problem." Juanita said as she waved the champagne flute dismissively. "I want her to be as healthy as possible. You know that. That's why you started giving her that tea." "This is more than tea. And it's not that she's just physically stronger, she's more assertive, braver. She ran down 2 purse snatchers last night like she was Wonder Woman or something." Juanita considered Nancy's words. "That is different. She might be named Lily, but I always thought she was more of a shrinking violet. We'll have to do something about this. Dealing with Kevin is going to be hard enough." "But what can we do?" Nancy wanted to know. "We can't do anything that might hurt Lily physically because of the baby." "True," Juanita considered. "But I think we can kill 2 birds with 1 stone here. Take out Kevin and knock Lily down a few pegs. You know, nothing would hurt Lily psychologically more than if Kevin was truly hurt." Juanita started laying out her plan. Nancy gave her a mental shrug. If this was what Juanita wanted, Nancy was all for it. Meanwhile, Kevin and his team, Dalton, Maura, and Olivia, stood on the sidewalk in an upscale suburb in Laos. Also with them was Cade Lockwood, who had helped Kevin escape from prison after he'd been captured by the local border patrol. Kevin peered inside the Buddha statue that they'd finally recovered. It had been lost and found so many times that Kevin wasn't going to risk the blueprint inside going missing again. He slowly drew out the portion of the blueprint that had been hidden in the Buddha statue's secret compartment. He unfolded and unrolled it with great care. "It looks like it's in one piece," he declared to the others who gathered around to look at it. Cade frowned, trying to make out what he was seeing. "I know I'm late to the party here, but what's all that supposed to mean?" The blueprint was a mass of drawings and numbers and mathematical equations and building plans, and it was far more complicated and intricate than any other plans Kevin had ever laid eyes on. "We're not sure either. Not yet," Kevin admitted. He was smart enough to know that admitting ignorance is the first step in finding knowledge. "Let's get back to the hotel and contact the team back in Chicago. We'll have them send us a scan of the part of the blueprint there." "That's smart," Olivia agreed. "Maybe once we have the pieces side by side, we'll understand more." Once at the hotel, Maura and Olivia printed out a copy of the piece of the blueprint that was still in Chicago. They lined it up with the piece recovered from the Buddha statue. It was a perfect fit, but...
"Nope," Dalton declared. "That blueprint doesn't make any more sense now than it did before."
"But look at this." Kevin tapped along the seam where the 2 pieces of blueprint joined together. "Looks like someone had added a handwritten note here in white pencil." "See Ivan regarding temple resource?" Cade read aloud. "Who's Ivan?" "Ivan the Terrible was the codename of Quentin Covington's lieutenant at the Cambodian temple site. His real name is Roy," Olivia explained. "What's the resource refer to, though?" "At the Greenland site, Quentin was mining a very rare kind of ore," Kevin remembered. "We know it was a key part of what he's trying to do, even though we're not sure exactly what his plan is. Whatever the Mavericks are after at the temple must be something similar."
"And that little guy Roy must have more answers than he told us about."
Dalton shook his head in disgust.
"After everything Kevin did to heal his granddaughter after Quentin smashed her poor little legs with his luxury Humvee, and then Roy made things worse, trying to cure her with that weed laced with human growth hormones."
"Not to mention Kevin paying him $500 million for the blueprint," Olivia added. Kevin raised his hands. "In fairness to Roy, we didn't ask about any resources at the temple site. We were only after the blueprint at the time. I'm sure he'll tell us everything we need to know as soon as we ask." Dalton scratched his head.
"Did anyone get a phone number or something for him? We can't go back to his apartment building. The Mavericks blew it sky high."
Everyone looked at each other and shook their heads. No one had a way to contact Roy, and they had lost track of him during the street fight with the Mavericks. "I know what we'll do," Kevin decided. "We'll go back to the hospital where Dara is. She has to know how to contact her grandfather." Cade decided to go off and make contact with his father, Kirk Lockwood, to relay everything that had happened, and tell him that Kirk no longer needed to free his son from prison. Cade shook Kevin's hand. "The Lockwood family owes you now more than ever, Kevin. Call on us anytime, anywhere. Just say the word and we'll do anything we can to help you." Kevin thanked Cade graciously, and he and his team headed right to the Dragonstail Hospital, where Roy's granddaughter was staying. The four of them bypassed reception and went right to Dara's room. Kevin had enjoyed meeting the smart, energetic little girl and admired her ambition to someday be a world-famous archaeologist. It would be a pleasure to see her again and see how her legs were recovering, after Kevin used his knowledge as a master herbalist to heal them. But when they got to Dara's room, it was empty. The bed was freshly made. There was no sign of the little girl or her grandfather, Roy. Maura couldn't keep the worry out of her voice. "Where's the little girl? Why isn't she here? You don't think she took a turn for the worse, do you?" Kevin's heart sank. He hadn't lost a patient yet, but there was a first time for everything. Dara could have had complications, and he hadn't been here to help her. Just then, a nurse who worked in the hospital's herbalist lab passed by. She smiled when she saw Kevin. "Mr. Williams, how lovely to see you again." Kevin did his best to smile back despite the dread in his heart. "It's nice to see you too, nurse. I wanted to check up on little Dara, but she doesn't seem to be here." "That's because she made a full recovery and was discharged a few days ago." Kevin and his team relaxed, happy to hear Dara was doing so well. "That's wonderful," Kevin exclaimed. "I'd still like to check on her progress. Do you have a phone number or something for her grandfather?" "I'm sure we do." The nurse led them to a station down the hall and pulled the patient file. "I see we have a cell phone number for her grandfather here." The nurse dialed the number. Instantly, her face fell. She hung up the phone. "I'm sorry, Mr. Williams. The cell phone number we have for Dara's grandfather has been disconnected." Kevin and his team traded worried looks. Now they had no way to find Roy and figure out what Quentin Covington had been after at the lost Cambodian temple. Even after recovering the second piece of evil billionaire Quentin Covington's mysterious blueprint, Kevin and his team were as mystified as ever to Quentin's master plan. A clue on the blueprints pointed them back to Quentin's lieutenant, Ivan the Terrible, who was known to Kevin and his team as Roy. Roy surely had more answers about why the ancient Cambodian temple was so important to Quentin's plans, and should be happy to tell Kevin everything he knew, because Kevin healed Roy's granddaughter Dara. But Roy and Dara had disappeared from the hospital where Dara was receiving treatment, and Kevin had no idea where to find them. "Do you think they're still hiding in the city?" Maura wondered. Kevin shook his head. "This place is crawling with Maverick agents. Roy's too smart to stay in town or even in the country." Olivia nodded, seeing the wisdom in what Kevin said. "He wouldn't go back to Cambodia for the same reason." Dalton rolled his eyes.
"Well, that only leaves most of the rest of the world. Where do we start?"
Kevin knew just where to start. Kevin sent a message to his contact at Interpol, Agent Karen Stone. If Roy and Dara had left the country, she would surely be able to trace them. Karen acknowledged Kevin's message but told him to take his team back to the hotel and wait for her to make contact. With no better leads to follow, Kevin and his team did just that. Dalton planted himself in a lounge chair by the pool and made it his mission to try and drink the hotel bar's entire stock of high-end scotch. Kevin would have been worried if he didn't know Dalton had an iron stomach and a cement liver. Olivia and Maura indulged in full treatments at the hotel's day spa. Maura even reformulated their signature facial with everything she'd learned from Kevin about herbalism. Maura then sold it back to the hotel for a tidy profit. "It's not as important as saving the world," Maura admitted, "but at least now we can do it with dramatically reduced pores." Kevin tried to relax and thought about returning home to Lily. She was never far from his thoughts. He would be so happy to see her again and hear all about how she'd been keeping busy while he was gone. He hated to be away from her so much, especially now that she was carrying their child. But this mission was too important for the safety of his future child and the future of all the children on the planet. Kevin was sure of it. But by the next day, all of them were restless and ready to get back on Roy's trail. They gathered in Kevin's suite to wait, some more patiently than others.
"No word from Agent Karen Stone?" Dalton asked for the fourth time that morning.
Before Kevin could answer, there was a knock at the door of a suite. But it wasn't Agent Stone or even a message from her. Instead, it was a hotel bellhop with a large crate as tall as he was.
"Excuse me, Mr. Williams," the bellhop tipped his hat. "There's an express delivery for you."
The bellhop wheeled the crate in on a dolly and deposited it in the middle of the suite. Kevin tipped him enough to put the bellhop's kids, grandkids, and great-grandkids through college and sent him on his way. The team circled the crate warily. It was unmarked except for a simple label with Kevin's name and the hotel's address. Maybe it's a clue? Maura wondered.
Maybe it's a trap, Dalton countered. We should push it off the balcony before it explodes or something.
Before Kevin could reply, the bolts holding the crate together began to unscrew themselves. The sides of the crate fell away, revealing a woman standing inside with her eyes closed. "It's Agent Karen Stone!" Kevin exclaimed.
Interpol must have really had their funding cut if this is how their agents have to travel now. Suckers.
Given his history and his sometimes shady business practices, Dalton understandably had little love for any kind of law enforcement. The woman in the box opened her eyes. Kevin could see her pupils getting larger as they tried to focus on him. There was something strange about the movement. "Kevin Williams," Agent Karen Stone said. Kevin stepped forward. "Yes, it's me, Agent Stone." "I am not Agent Stone," said the woman who looked exactly like Agent Stone. She took a step forward. Her movements were slow and clumsy. Her mouth moved when she spoke, but it was like watching a movie where the sound had slipped just slightly out of sync. Olivia stepped into her path. "If you're not Agent Stone, who are you?" "Or what are you?" Kevin added. He had an idea, but he was interested to see what not Agent Stone did next.
"You mean she's a what and not a who?"
Dalton raised a finger to give her a poke. Quicker than the eye could follow, Agent Stone smashed Dalton's hand away. He yelped in pain and retreated, only to grab a heavy silver candlestick and come at the woman, if that's what she was, from behind. The woman's head whipped around 180 degrees. Dalton yelled in surprise. "Drop the candlestick, Dalton." The voice was exactly Karen Stone's. Kevin noted. "Or I'll knock you so far into next week you'll come back with the winning lottery numbers." Dalton growled. He wasn't one to be put off by threats. Kevin raised his hand. "Let's just all take a moment and find out what's really going on here." "I don't know how you guessed it, Kevin, but you were right. This is not a who. It's an agent replica, an android copy of my body." The android motioned to itself, still speaking in Agent Stone's voice. "I'm actually still at Interpol headquarters in Geneva, but this model is equipped with a complex series of cameras and sensors that allow me to see and hear as if I was there." "That's incredible." Maura took a step closer. Her scientific brain always wanted to observe and learn more whenever possible. "Don't be too impressed." Agent Stone's voice was wry. "They're still working out a lot of bugs. I sent this model to deliver the information Kevin requested as a kind of test run." "Don't keep us in suspense," Kevin said. Helping Interpol test their latest toys was all well and good, but Kevin was anxious to get on with finding Roy. "We were able to find the man you're looking for by applying facial recognition software to international airport security footage and working backwards from there. This Roy and his granddaughter left the country flying under bogus passports under assumed names. They flew directly to Macau." "And after that?" Kevin wanted to know. "Nothing more after that." Agent Stone's voice confirmed. "We have footage of them leaving the airport, and there's no further sign of them. They're definitely in Macau." "Thanks. That's at least a place for us to start looking." Kevin looked the android up and down. "What do we do with your android now?" "It will return to the nearest Interpol headquarters on its own," Agent Stone informed them. Kevin and his team waited, but the android didn't move.
"Does it need us to open the door or something?" Dalton wondered.
Everyone covered their ears at the noise coming from the android. It started to shake and smoke poured out of its ears. "Oh, hell." Agent Stone's voice sounded more exasperated than anything else. "I warned you that they're still working the bugs out." The smoking got worse. "We have to get it out of here," Kevin yelled to Dalton. Olivia and Maura ran to open the double doors to the balcony. Dalton and Kevin each grabbed the android by an arm, picked it up, and ran it out through the doors across the balcony and tossed it over the railing. The android was just starting to catch fire when it hit the water of the swimming pool below. It sent up a geyser that drenched the shocked hotel guests lounging in the sun. Kevin looked at Dalton. "At least you were right about pushing it off the balcony." After a quick flight by private plane, Kevin and his team stepped out into the city of Macau. Even in broad daylight, the lights of the towering casinos lit up the sky. "We can start calling around to the hotels, asking for Roy by the assumed name on the passport he used to fly here," Maura offered.
"I might have a few, professional connections that could help,"
Dalton added. Macau was a Chinese-controlled city known as a world-class gambling mecca. "Those are great ideas," Kevin nodded, "but I already know where to start." He held up a newspaper written in Portuguese. The language was left over from colonial times. Kevin was already at work mastering the tongue in the first minutes after their arrival. The newspaper featured a picture of 3 girls grinning proudly and holding awards. The local Junior Archaeology Awards have just been announced. Dara won herself first place, and the paper gives the name of the boarding school that she's attending. They had no trouble getting into the school once Kevin proclaimed he was there to fund several scholarships for junior archaeologists and backed it up with his checkbook. A junior teacher brought Dara in to meet them, since Kevin claimed he was funding the scholarships in Dara's honor after he saw the newspaper article about her. Kevin was glad to see the teacher keeping a close eye on her charge, not willing to leave a young girl alone with strangers, no matter how much money they waved around. Dara's face lit up as soon as she saw them, and she ran to Kevin, her little legs working perfectly. "Mr. Williams," she exclaimed, "what are you doing here?" "I wanted to come back and check on my patient," Kevin smiled. "I see you've made a full recovery." "Oh, yeah," Dara agreed. "I'd also like to check on your grandfather after." Kevin had no idea how much Roy had told Dara about his apartment exploding or the street fight with the Mavericks. He didn't want to alarm her unnecessarily. "After everything that happened," he finished, "do you know where we can find him?" "Well, today's a day that ends in Y," Dara quipped dryly. "That must mean he's at the Lucky Pearl." "What's that?" Maura asked. "It's a casino. Ever since we got here, Grandpa's been spending every day there. I have no idea how he got the money. He never wins." Dara shrugged. She was mystified but not alarmed by her grandfather's risky behavior. Kevin knew just where Roy got the money. Before Kevin came along, Roy was sure Dara would never walk again. He stole a piece of blueprint from Quentin Covington, planning to sell it back to him for $500 million so he could take care of his disabled grandchild. Instead, Kevin had given Roy the money and then used his mastery of herbalism to heal Dara's legs. "It was great to see you again," Kevin smiled at Dara. "We're so glad you're doing so well. We'll see if we can find your grandfather at the Lucky Pearl and maybe have a word with him." After they left the boarding school, Dalton pulled Kevin aside.
"Are you sure about going to the Lucky Pearl?"
"Is it that bad a place?" Kevin wanted to know. Dalton grinned.
"No, it's that good of a place. We'll be lucky if they let us through the front door."
After breaking out of prison, Kevin had to find Roy again in order to learn more about Quentin Covington's operation in Cambodia. With the help of Agent Karen Stone, he was able to trace Roy to Macau, though he didn't know his exact location. When Kevin and his team arrived, they saw Dara's photo in the paper and were able to find her at a local boarding school. Grateful to see Kevin again, Dara informed them that since coming to Macau, Roy's gambling problem had gotten out of control and he could most likely be found at the fanciest casino in town, the Lucky Pearl. In the back of the taxi, the neon lights of Macau cast colorful shadows over Kevin's face. "I can't believe Roy took that money I gave him and spent it on gambling," he said with a sigh. Well, Olivia said, at least he put Dara in a nice school. That means he can't have gambled it all away yet, right?
Dalton shook his head. Gambling is one hell of an addiction. You'd be surprised how much money people can throw away in just a few days.
Dalton paused and looked out the window at a blinking neon sign.
That being said, we should definitely sit down and play some blackjack if we have the time. Do any of you geniuses know how to count cards?
Kevin nodded. I once learned how to count cards to test the effectiveness of my mental sharpness pill formula. When it comes to card games, I'm pretty much undefeatable now. But I never thought about using my skills at a casino. That seems like cheating to me. Dalton leaned forward with an excited grin on his face.
What? Kevin, you've got to sit down at the tables, man. Let's turn a few $1 million into a few $1 billion.
Kevin threw his head back and laughed. I wouldn't want to earn money that way, Dalton. Maura had other things on her mind. Any idea if this casino has a dress code? I feel horribly underdressed. Kevin shrugged his shoulders. What kind of a casino turns people away? I'm sure they'll let us in. Worst case scenario, we'll probably just have to buy a drink or something. Olivia looked at Kevin's outfit and wasn't so sure. I don't know, Kevin. Everyone walking around outside looks pretty dressed up. We might want to stop and change. Kevin smirked. Did I ever tell you about the time I got into Berlin's hottest nightclub wearing this exact same outfit? The bouncer said I was the coolest person in town. Want to know why? Because my clothes say I don't care what other people think about me. Maura looked out the window and saw crowds of people in black coats and fancy ball dresses. Something tells me the rules aren't quite the same here in Macau. But whatever you say, boss. Finally, in the heart of Macau, the taxi dropped them off in front of the casino. The Lucky Pearl. The sign was blinking with golden lights and had a giant clam mounted on top that opened and closed its mouth, revealing a glowing pearl inside. There was a red carpet leading up to the front door, and the lobby was decorated like an underwater palace, with murals on the walls and chandeliers that looked like they were made out of seashells. Down the hallway, they found the entrance to the casino, which was guarded by a bouncer standing in front of a red leather desk. As Kevin approached, the bouncer stepped in front of him and crossed his arms.
I'm sorry, sir. The casino area is black tie only. This is the Lucky Pearl, not a thrift shop.
Kevin rolled his eyes. Look, we're just here to chat with a friend really quickly. If we can't go inside, can you at least find him and bring him to us?
The bouncer shook his head. I don't get paid to take people out of the casino. I get paid to keep the wrong people from coming in. And at least in those outfits, you are very much the wrong people indeed.
Kevin looked past the bouncer and saw Roy sitting at a nearby poker table. Kevin waved his hand and shouted, Hey, Roy, can you come out here for a second? When Roy looked over his shoulder, he had a pair of sunglasses on his face. Oh, hey, Kevin. Give me just a minute, all right? Roy looked back at the dealer with an intoxicated smile on his face. This dealer's got an ace coming my way, doesn't he? When the dealer flipped over the last card, it was a jack, not an ace. Roy grimaced and buried his face in his hands. Oh, come on. I was so close. This next round is mine for sure. As Roy anteed up for the next round, Kevin's face turned sour. We need to talk, Roy, Kevin shouted. After all I've done for you and Dara, the least you could do is give me 5 or 10 minutes of your precious gambling time. Roy held up his finger as the dealer dealt out a new round of cards. Just a minute, Kevin. My luck is about to turn. I can feel it. The bouncer took a step to his right and blocked Kevin's view.
Look, I don't know what's going on here, but there's no way you're going to get that guy up from the poker table. He's been spending almost 18 hours a day here, and the only time I see him leave is to get a drink or go to the bathroom.
Kevin groaned. Can you please just let us in to talk with him for a minute? It's seriously important. The bouncer shook his head.
No can do, pal. Like I said, black tie only.
Kevin clenched his fists. This bouncer was really starting to test his patience. Thankfully, before anything got heated, Olivia grabbed his shoulder and said, Don't sweat it, Kevin. I saw a clothing store in the shopping mall across the street. We can be back here in less than 30 minutes. Kevin turned around and started walking away from the bouncer. All right, fine, but trust me, my online review of this place is going to be terrible. As Kevin and the others walked out of the casino, Olivia had a playful smirk on her face. Getting dressed up in a suit is like your kryptonite, isn't it, Kevin? Kevin groaned. I just hate all the fuss. Shouldn't comfort be everyone's priority? Formality is so overrated. When they got into the store, Kevin gave Olivia and Maura $10,000 to pick out dresses in the women's section, while he and Dalton went to the men's to try on tuxedos. Kevin opted for the classic black and white combo, while Dalton went for an inverted look, with a black shirt and a white coat. Olivia chose a green dress with glittery blue ripples, and Maura chose a red mermaid dress with frilly shoulders. Once everyone was all dressed up, they met in the lobby and returned to the entrance of the casino. When the bouncer saw them approaching, he nodded and unhooked the velvet rope to let them in.
Welcome back, folks. Now you look like some high net worth individuals. Much better than those garbage clothes you were wearing earlier. Right this way.
When Kevin stepped into the casino, he looked for Roy but didn't see him at the same table he was at earlier. Kevin turned to the bouncer with a puzzled look on his face. Hey, where did Roy go? You said he never gets up from this table. The bouncer shrugged his shoulders.
Beats me, pal. My back has been turned since you left.
Kevin slapped his forehead. This quest to track down Roy had proven much more difficult than he anticipated. Well, are there any other tables he's been known to frequent? We have to find this guy. The bouncer shrugged his shoulders.
I don't know, sir. Maybe the slot machines? What do I look like, a babysitter?
Kevin rolled his eyes and walked deeper into the casino. The room around him was like an electric carnival of flashy advertisements and lights. Each of the slot machines had some kind of theme, like pirates, the deep sea, or outer space. When Kevin saw the hypnotized faces of people sitting in front of the machines, he felt a rush of sadness. How tragic, he thought. Some people will throw their whole lives away chasing a carrot on a stick. They looked up and down all the aisles but didn't see Roy anywhere.
Maybe he's at the bar, said Dalton. Last time we were here, it looked like his drink was almost empty.
Before leaving the slot machines, Kevin walked up to a gambler and asked, "Excuse me, sir. I'm sorry to bother you, but is there any chance you know someone around here named Roy?" The man didn't look away from the slot machine as he answered.
Sure, I know Roy. He was just here a minute ago.
Finally, a lead, Kevin thought. Where did he go? He asked. The man lost focus as he inserted another coin into the machine and pulled the lever.
Come on now, this is my lucky shot. Give me a triple jackpot, baby, triple jackpot.
Kevin cleared his throat to get the man's attention again. Sorry, sir, but do you know where Roy went? It's very important that I talk to him. Suddenly, the gambler snapped back to reality.
Oh, yes, Roy. He was here a minute ago until some thuggish types came over and dragged him away. I would have helped him, but I was in the middle of a game. He'd understand.
Kevin's eyes widened. Where did they take him, sir? The gambler pointed to a nearby door that was painted blue, the same color as the walls to blend in.
They took him in through there, I think. Must have been some in-house business.
Kevin looked back at the others and grimaced. Sounds like Roy might be in trouble. We have to find him before he gets himself hurt. And before we lose any chance of finding out what is going on in Quentin Covington's Cambodian compound. After tracking Dara down in Macau, Kevin and his team learned that Roy's gambling problem was out of control, and he could probably be found at the fanciest casino in town, the Lucky Pearl. When Kevin arrived at the casino, the bouncer turned him away for being underdressed, so Kevin and his team went to a store to buy fancy new clothes. Once they finally got into the casino, Roy was nowhere to be found, but another gambler told them that he had recently been dragged away through a back door by a bunch of thugs, which Kevin knew he had to find Roy fast before he wound up in mortal danger. Meanwhile, in the back room of the casino, Roy couldn't see a thing because he had a bag over his head. When it was suddenly yanked off, Roy saw a stout man in a gray suit standing in front of him. He had jet black hair, a stubby goatee, and a calm demeanor.
"What's going on?" Roy shouted. "Who are you? I need to get back to the casino right away. My luck was just starting to turn."
The man in the gray suit stared back at Roy and frowned. That's where you're wrong, Roy. As of right now, your luck has officially run dry. Do you want your luck to turn back around? Then you better pay us back, Roy. What do we look like to you? A charity? Roy's heart raced as he pieced together who he was talking to. Oh, I see you must be with the mob I borrowed some money from a few days ago. Look, I don't have the money right now, but I'm so close. Give me a few more hours at the table and I'll be able to pay you back with interest. The mobster shook his head. If you have money to gamble with, that money is going to us. How much do you have left? Roy trembled at the thought of sharing the truth. When he fell silent, the mobster kicked the chair he was sitting in. Damn it, Roy! How much money do you have left? Tell me now or I'll put a bullet in your head and check for myself. As the sweat started to pour down his face, Roy confessed. $10,000. I have $10,000 left. The mobster's eyes filled with shock. All you have left is $10,000? Damn it, Roy. We gave you $1 million just last week, and you've already thrown it all away at the poker table? You better come up with that money fast or there's going to be serious consequences. At the same time, in a restricted area meant for employees only, Kevin and the others were running through the hallways looking for Roy. When they passed a janitor mopping the floor, he looked up and raised an eyebrow. Hey, what are you doing? You're not supposed to be back here. Kevin paused, sensing the janitor might be able to help them. I'm sorry, he said, but we think our friend might be in trouble. Someone at the slot machines told us he was dragged back here by a couple of thugs. Do you have any idea where we can find him? The janitor glanced back and forth to make sure they weren't being watched. Listen, if your friend got dragged back here, then you better leave it alone unless you're looking for trouble too. This whole casino is run by the mob, didn't you know? And they aren't exactly famous for taking it easy on the people they drag back here, whatever reason they might have for it. If I were you, I'd get the hell out of here. Kevin grimaced. So it's even worse than I thought, he said. If Roy's fallen into the hands of the mob, then we have to find him right away. Is there any kind of lead you could give us, sir? It will take us forever to search this entire place. The janitor was hesitant, but for some reason he felt called to help Kevin. There's a security office down the hall over there. The whole place is rigged with cameras, so you may be able to find some footage of him. Please, don't tell anyone I helped you, though, or else they'll come after me, too. Kevin nodded. Don't worry, I won't tell a soul. And here, take this. Kevin pulled out his wallet and handed the janitor $100,000. Thanks for the help. The janitor's eyes were full of gratitude as he slipped the money into his back pocket. Oh, thank you very much, sir. This is the best tip I've ever gotten in my entire life. As the janitor got back to mopping, Kevin and the others found the security office he was talking about and stepped inside. As soon as they entered the room, a security guard sitting in front of a dozen screens spun around in his chair and scowled. Hey, what are you doing back here? This area's off limits to customers. Kevin took a calm breath and stepped forward. Sorry to do this, sir, but we need to borrow your screens for a moment. Then, in the blink of an eye, Kevin karate chopped the guard's neck, striking a pressure point that knocked him out cold. Dalton crossed his arms and chuckled. Didn't even want to try negotiating with him, huh? Kevin sighed as he glanced around at the screens. We're running out of time, and I wasn't in the mood for any more talking. The screens had security footage from all over the casino. As Kevin darted his eyes across them all, he saw people gambling at the tables, drinking at the bar, and a few employees hanging out in the break room. Finally, he saw Roy sitting in a small room being interrogated by the mobster in the gray suit. Kevin pointed at the screen and said, There, he's in the boiler room. As Olivia looked at the screen, she saw the mobster slap Roy across the face. And it doesn't look like they're taking it easy on him either. Come on, we better get going. Without another word, Kevin and the others fled out of the room, leaving the security guard snoring in his chair. Back in the boiler room, the mobster was starting to take things up a notch. Do you know what it's called when someone takes your money and doesn't pay it back, Roy? It's called stealing. You stole from the mob, Roy. Did you really not think there'd be any consequences? Strapped to the chair, Roy fidgeted but couldn't break free. I would never steal from the mob, I promise. I'm going to pay you back. I just need a bit more time. The mobster nodded with a serious look on his face.
That's right, Roy. You are going to pay us back. And to make sure you never pull anything like this again, I'm going to teach you a lesson too.
Roy's heart sank into his chest as the mobster picked up a hammer from a small countertop in the corner of the room. Hey, hold on now. What are you going to do with that? Please, I told you I'll pay you back. Be reasonable. The mobster lightly dropped the hammer against his palm and looked down at Roy with violence in his eyes.
We have been reasonable, Roy. In fact, killing you right here would be the most reasonable thing I could possibly do in this situation. But instead, I'm going to take mercy on you, Roy. Do you know why? Because the Lord is merciful, and I aspire to be like him. Now lay out your hand.
Roy resisted with all of his might. Oh, no, please. Not my right hand. That's my lucky one. I'm begging you, take the left. Please. Finally, the mobster forced Roy's hand onto the table and held up his hammer.
This is what happens when someone tries to screw us over. Roy, I want you to pay very close attention.
Just then, as the mobster was about to drop the hammer, Kevin, Dalton, Olivia, and Maura burst into the room with their fists raised. Let him go, Kevin said. Roy, you're coming with us. The mobster threw his head back and laughed.
Ho, is he now? I think you may have yourself confused with someone more powerful. This little rodent isn't going anywhere. He owes money to the mob and we're going to get it one way or another. Now tell me, little man, is that something you really want to get involved in?
Kevin shook his head. Not really, but unless you let him go, I don't have a choice. How much does he owe you? Hoping that Kevin might bail him out, Roy was quick to respond. $1 million, he shouted. Please, Kevin, you have to help me.
Whoa, said the mobster. Roy owes me $1 million plus interest. But if you want to bail him out, the price is $100 million.
The mobster looked at Kevin and curled his lips into a smile.
Sorry, pal. We've got a pretty strict policy about these things.
His heart was full of courage and confidence. Kevin took a step forward and cracked his knuckles. I've got some strict policies of my own, actually. One of them is to never negotiate with criminals. The mobster snickered as he raised his fist and prepared for a fight.
So that's how you want to play it, huh? So be it.
Roy's eyes widened as he saw Kevin prepare to fight the mobster, and Roy hoped his luck had changed and he was going to leave this room alive. When Kevin and his team learned that Roy had been dragged into the back of the casino, they quickly went through a back door and started searching for him. Eventually, they came across a janitor who informed them the casino was run by the mob, and if Roy was dragged to the back, there probably wasn't much hope for him. The janitor pointed them toward a security office where they learned from the surveillance cameras that Roy was being interrogated in the boiler room. Finally, Kevin and the others arrived in the nick of time just as the mobster was about to smash Roy's hand with a hammer. The fight in the boiler room was just getting started. With a mean look on his face, the mobster swung the hammer at Kevin's head, but thanks to his lightning-fast reflexes, Kevin ducked out of the way and evaded the attack. Then, Kevin bounced back like a spring and hit the mobster with a forceful uppercut, causing him to stagger backward. Kevin didn't give him any time to recover. Without hesitation, he sprang forward and kicked him in the chest, knocking the mobster all the way down to the ground. As Dalton stepped forward and dropped his boot against the mobster's chest, pinning him to the ground, the mobster reached up and touched his earpiece.
I'm going to need some backup in the boiler room pronto.
Using his foot, Dalton knocked the mobster's hand away and said,
We better hurry up, guys. Sounds like we're about to have company.
Olivia rushed up to Roy and started untying him. Kevin just gave you a ton of money, Roy. How could you have spent it all so quickly, especially when you have Dara to look after? As Olivia finished untying him, Roy refused to accept responsibility. Dara's schooling is all paid up for the next year and a half. Just wait and see. I'll triple the money you gave me in no time. Can you really blame me for wanting to be rich? Of all people, I thought you might understand. Just then, 6 mobsters appeared at the door and raised their fists. Kevin could immediately sense that their power bases were well cultivated. They were all around level 3 or 4 at the lowest. "You shouldn't be back here," one of them said. "Now that you are, I'm afraid leaving won't be so easy." As if out of nowhere, Dalton jumped forward with the full weight of his body and knocked the mobsters over like a bunch of bowling pins, clearing a path out of the room.
"Get out of here now,"
he shouted. Now that Roy was free, Kevin and the others did as Dalton said and burst out of the room, turning the corner and running back down the long hallway. At the same time, Dalton scrambled to his feet before the other mobsters and quickly caught up with Kevin.
"I think we've all had our fill of the Lucky Pearl Casino, don't you think?"
Kevin nodded with a chuckle. "Agreed. Let's get the hell out of here." When they finally made it to the door they came in from, the mobsters were not far behind.
"Get back here, you punk! Don't you know that the house never loses?"
As Kevin and the others spilled out the door, the chase continued on the main floor of the casino. The casino buzzed with activity as Kevin, Olivia, Maura, Dalton, and Roy sprinted between slot machines and dodged around card tables. Shouts erupted behind them as the mobsters, dressed in sharp suits, pursued with determined speed.
"Somebody stop those guys!"
Bystanders gawked as the chaotic chase unfolded. Coins scattered from a tipped-over slot machine, adding to the pandemonium. Dalton, weaving through the crowd with speed and agility, glanced at the mobsters closing in.
"We better speed this up, you guys. We've got company."
Olivia scanned her surroundings and spotted a bar up ahead. "This way," she shouted. The group veered toward the bar, weaving through bewildered patrons. Kevin grabbed a handful of peanuts from a nearby bowl, tossing them behind to slow the pursuers. "Snack time, anyone?" As the mobsters closed in, Kevin noticed a neon sign pointing toward the High Roller Lounge, which was up a flight of stairs. "Follow me," he yelled. As they dashed up the stairs, a bouncer tried to stop them but failed.
"Hey, this area is VIP only. You don't have any wristbands."
Pushing past the bouncer, Kevin saw that the VIP area had plush seats and a spectacular view of the casino. "This is our ticket out of here," Kevin said, his eyes fixed on the ledge that overlooked the rest of the casino. As they approached the ledge, Roy peered over the railing with a hesitant look on his face. "Are we just going to jump?" he asked. Just then, Kevin spotted a decorative curtain hanging from the ceiling. At the same time, he heard the mobsters starting to run up the stairs. "Hold on, everyone. I've got an idea." With a sharp tug, he pulled the curtain down, fashioning a makeshift rope. Down we go. One by one, they descended from the balcony using the improvised rope. The mobsters, bewildered by their sudden disappearance, searched the VIP area in frustration. One of them turned to the bartender and yelled, "Where are they? Where did they go?" With a trembling finger, the bartender pointed over the ledge. But by the time they got around to looking, Kevin and his team were already outside the casino and getting into a taxi. One of the mobsters was so frustrated he pounded his fist against a glass table and shattered it.
"Damn it! That guy owes us over $1 million plus interest," the mobster yelled.
"Don't worry," another one said. "We got eyes on this city like the back of our hand. We'll find them one way or another." Meanwhile, Maura's heartbeat was finally starting to go back to normal as the taxi pulled away from the casino. "Nice thinking, Kevin. For a second there, I thought they had us." Kevin smirked and looked back at the casino in the rear-view mirror. They should consider themselves lucky we didn't stick around and fight. If we really wanted to, Dalton, Olivia, and I could have made quick work of those guys. "I wish you had," Roy lamented. "They won't give up till I pay them back the money I owe them. I'm going to have to get back to another casino right away and win some money." Kevin looked back at Roy and frowned. "Oh, no, you don't. The reason we came back for you in the first place is because we need some answers, Roy. We need to know what's going on at that compound back in Cambodia. You were the lieutenant overseeing the operation. You must have some idea of what they were doing there." Roy sighed, hesitating to speak. "Listen, Kevin, I want to help you. I really do, but if I don't get those mobsters their money back, I'm done for.
If you could just loan me $6 million to pay them back, I can double it at the casino and pay you back too with interest. What do you say?"
Kevin slapped his forehead and groaned. "I thought you owed them $1 million, not $6." Roy shrugged his shoulders.
"Well, like I said, Kevin, if you give me $6, I can double it before sunrise and give you back $7 or $8 million. It's basically free money."
Kevin rolled his eyes as he pulled out his checkbook. "Here's what's going to happen, Roy. I'm going to give you exactly $1 million to pay those mobsters back and not a cent more. If you spend it gambling, you're on your own. Understand?" Roy reached for the check like a drowning man gasping for air.
"Fair enough. I'll take it."
Kevin held on to the check before allowing Roy to take it. "But if I give you this," he said, "you have to promise to tell us everything you know."
"Yes, fine,
said Roy as Kevin let go of the check. Then Kevin continued. "When we explored the lab in Cambodia, we found vats full of weird sticky substance, and unfortunately I didn't have time to run an analysis. What can you tell us about it?" Roy shrugged.
"I'm not a scientist, Kevin, so not much. All I know is that it's some kind of building material. One of Quentin's researchers could probably tell you more, but apparently it's an adhesive that can only be found in the foundations of ancient Cambodian ruins. Whatever it was, the ancient Cambodians perfected the recipe of this stuff for hundreds, if not thousands of years."
"A powerful adhesive, huh?" Kevin scratched his chin and considered the possibilities. "Any idea what they need it for? What is Quentin building?" Roy shook his head.
"No idea. Quentin never gave anybody the full picture, not even his lieutenants. Speaking of which, now that I'm gone, he's sure to bring in someone else. I'd keep an eye out if I were you."
Suddenly an idea came into Kevin's head. It might be a good idea to intercept him before he gets to the compound. Any idea when the new lieutenant is due to arrive? Roy shook his head again.
"Any day now, if I had to guess. Quentin would definitely send a private jet for the lieutenant, and there's only one airport anywhere near the compound that has a landing strip for private jets. Kampot Airport."
Kevin started to draft up a plan in his head. "Maybe if we go to the airport and wait for a private jet to land, we can stop the new lieutenant before he gets to the compound. That way the place will be in disarray when we sneak back in to investigate for more clues." Mora nodded. "Sounds good to me, but can we at least get some sleep first? It's almost 3 a.m. Kevin glanced at the clock and yawned. "We could all use some sleep, couldn't we? Driver, can you take us to the nicest hotel in town?" The taxi driver nodded. "Of course, sir. I'll take you straight to the Lucky Pearl Hotel." Kevin shuddered at the thought. "In that case, why don't you take us to the second nicest hotel in town? Our reputation isn't exactly the greatest at the Lucky Pearl." Kevin and his team had a good laugh at his little joke, but they also knew that after a good night's sleep, they had a lot of work to do to figure out exactly what Quentin Covington was up to in the jungles of Cambodia. When Roy gambled away all the money he borrowed from mobsters, he was dragged into the back of the Lucky Pearl Casino for a beatdown. Thankfully, Kevin and the others saved him just in time, and they all narrowly escaped the mobsters after a chase through the casino. Once they were safe, Kevin was finally able to get some information from Roy. First, Roy said that the purpose of Quentin's compound in Cambodia was to harvest a rare adhesive found only in the ancient temples. He also said that Quentin would send a new lieutenant to the compound soon, so Kevin decided they would scope out the airport and intercept that person. After getting a good night's rest in Macau, Kevin, Olivia, Dalton, and Mora flew back to Cambodia and started staking out the airport. They found some seats overlooking the runway, got some snacks, and patiently waited for a private jet to land. "The new lieutenant has to get here eventually," Kevin said. "In the meantime, just try to get comfortable, everyone. We could be here for a while." As the hours ticked by, Kevin and the others kept their eyes peeled for a private jet but didn't see anything. Just as the sun was beginning to set, Kevin's cell phone started to ring. "Hello?" Kevin recognized the voice on the other end immediately. It belonged to Roy.
"Kevin, it's Roy. I need your help. I've got a bit of a volatile situation down here in Macaw, and I can't handle it on my own. You have to come back, please."
Kevin rolled his eyes and let out a groan. "I just paid off your debt to the mob yesterday, Roy. Like I said, if you've gotten yourself into more trouble since then, you're on your own. There's only so much I can do to help you." Roy's breathing was sharp and frantic.
I know. It's not me, Kevin, it's Dara. They took my granddaughter and are charging a ransom I can't afford. Please, Kevin, don't do it for me, do it for Dara. She doesn't deserve to be caught up in any of this."
Kevin sighed. "No, she doesn't, Roy. I hope this is a real wake-up call for you. If you don't get your gambling problem under control, the people around you might get put in harm's way. Why don't you start from the top and tell me exactly what happened?" Sensing the tension in Kevin's voice, Dalton, Olivia, and Maura gathered around him to listen in on the conversation.
"Well," said Roy, "to be perfectly honest with you, Kevin, I took that last $1 million you gave me and spent it at the poker table."
Olivia rolled her eyes. "Why am I not surprised?" she muttered under her breath. Then Roy continued.
"If you had been there, you would have understood, Kevin. I had pocket aces, all right. Pocket aces. I was so close to bringing home the jackpot until some schmuck next to me flipped his cards and revealed he had triple queens. You just can't make this stuff up, Kevin. I was so close."
Kevin didn't care the least bit about the gambling details. He needed to know where Dara was. "Roy, I don't care about your losing streak. Just tell me what happened to Dara so I can get out there and do something about it." Roy complied immediately.
Right. Well, just a few minutes ago I got a call from an unknown number saying that, since threatening me didn't work, the mob was going to kidnap Dara until I paid back my loan. Then I got a call from her school telling me that Dara had gone missing."
Kevin let out a deep, worried sigh. "That seriously isn't good, Roy. Any idea where they're keeping her?"
"None,"
Roy confessed.
"All they said is that if I don't get back to the Lucky Pearl Casino and pay my debt in the next 3 days, I'll never see her again. Oh, Kevin, please, you have to help me. I'll never be able to live with myself if Dara ends up paying the price for my mistakes."
Kevin nodded. "Don't worry, Roy, we're on our way. We'll go back to the casino and see if Dara's being held there. If she is, we'll free her. You have my word." Roy felt a huge weight lift off his shoulders.
"Oh, thank you, Kevin. Thank you so much. How can I help? Should I meet you there?"
Everyone, including Dalton, Olivia, and Maura, shook their heads. "No, you stay put, all right. We'll give you a call when we learn more." When Kevin hung up the phone, he looked at the others with a sad expression on his face. "Sorry, guys, but we have to head back to Macaw right away. Somebody's got to save Dara since Roy obviously isn't up to the challenge." Olivia looked hesitant as she glanced back at the runway. "But what if the new lieutenant arrives while we're gone? This could be our only opportunity to intercept him or her." Kevin scratched his chin and weighed out their options. "Good point. Maybe one of us should hang back in case he arrives while we're gone." Maura nodded. "I can stay back, Kevin. I'm not much of a fighter anyways." Concerned for Maura's safety, Dalton stepped forward and said,
"In that case, I better stay behind too, just in case things get dangerous. Do you and Olivia think you can handle things on your own?"
Kevin opened his mouth to say something, but Olivia beat him to the punch. "Sounds like a plan. We'll be fine. Right, Kevin?" Kevin nodded his agreement. "Right." Then he reached into his satchel and handed Maura a small white pill. "This is a memory erasure pill. If the new lieutenant arrives while we're gone, try to slip him one of these and get him on a plane back to wherever he came from. Try to avoid any unnecessary violence." Maura took the pill and slipped it into her pocket. "Sounds good, Kevin. Good luck, you two." As Dalton and Maura sat down and continued to keep an eye out for a private jet, Kevin and Olivia hopped on a plane back to Macaw. A few hours later, they landed just as the sun was rising. They weren't happy to be back in Macaw and solving Roy's problems yet again, so they were in a hurry to make quick work of this problem. They took the first taxi they could grab and headed straight to the Lucky Pearl Casino. As they approached the main floor of the casino, Kevin and Olivia saw the same bouncer who was guarding the entrance the night before. When he saw them, he crossed his arms and sneered. Hold it right there, you two. Do you really think you can just walk back in here after what happened last time? You guys are banned for life. Kevin looked up at the bouncer without an ounce of fear. Look, I'll make this fast. We're just here for the girl, all right? Call your boss and tell him we're willing to cut a deal. The bouncer looked back at Kevin with menacing eyes, then he pressed a button on his earpiece and said, "Hey, boss, those clowns from yesterday are back. They say they want to cut a deal for the girl." After a moment, the bouncer nodded his head. "Sounds good. I'll bring them back." The bouncer looked back at Kevin and Olivia and said, "All right, come with me." Kevin and Olivia followed the bouncer to an office in the back. When they stepped inside, they saw a large man in a black suit sitting behind a huge desk and puffing on a cigar. "Please, have a seat," he said with a grin. "Cigar?" he offered. Kevin shook his head as he took a seat across from the man. "No thanks, we don't smoke. We just want to talk about the girl." The mob boss blew out a huge cloud of smoke in Kevin's face. "Straight to business, huh? All right, let's talk about the girl. Kidnapping little girls isn't really our style, but that silly friend of yours, Roy, didn't leave us much of a choice." Kevin was in a rush to fix the problem as quickly as possible. "We know Roy owes you $1 million. I'll pay it back now if you let the girl go." The mob boss smiled and stroked his chin. There was no way he was going to let her go that easily. "Let's do some accounting, shall we? Sure, Roy owes us $1 million, plus interest. But after you came in here, busted him out, and made such a scene, I'd say that you owe us too. And since you're paying for her and not Roy, the price needs to be adjusted. Think of it as a service fee." Kevin was getting impatient. "Just get to the point. How much do you want?" The mob boss leaned back in his chair and grinned. $800 million ought to do it. It's the least you could do for all the trouble Roy's put us through." Kevin sighed and pulled out his checkbook. "Fine, but I want to know where she is first before I write the check." The mob boss shook his head. "No way, chump. No check, no girl. It's as simple as that." Kevin gritted his teeth as he wrote a check for $800 million. When the mob boss took it into his hands, he licked his lips like a dog. "The girl is upstairs in room 372. The mob boss reached out to shake Kevin's hand, but instead Kevin jumped up and kicked him right in the head, knocking him out cold. Then Kevin took his check back and put it into the paper shredder. "Pleasure doing business with you too," he said with a frown. With a plan to intercept Quentin's new lieutenant on his way to the compound, Kevin and his team flew back to Cambodia and waited at the airport for Quentin's private jet. A few hours into their stakeout, Roy called Kevin and confessed that the mobsters he owed money to kidnapped his granddaughter Dara and were refusing to let her go unless he paid up. Leaving Maura and Dalton behind to keep an eye out for the new lieutenant, Kevin and Olivia went back to the Lucky Pearl Casino and negotiated Dara's release for $800 million. After he cut the mob boss a check, though, Kevin knocked him out with a kick and took his check back. Meanwhile, back in Chicago, Lily, Dorothy, Alan, and Susan were adjusting to having Nancy living with them. None of them knew that Nancy was secretly working for Juanita while keeping tabs on Lily and the pregnancy. As Nancy sat on the sofa and watched television, Dorothy came into the kitchen and started working on dinner. Dorothy called out from the distance as a hint for Nancy to join her for some conversation. "So, Nancy, tell me about yourself. You and Lily must be very close if she invited you to come stay with us." Dorothy bellowed from a few hundred feet away. Nancy rolled her eyes but knew she could use a friendship, even a fake one, to her advantage in her plot. Nancy turned off the TV and joined Dorothy in the kitchen. "Oh, yes. We've become very close since she moved into the new clinic. A person like Lily is so rare in this world. She's such a kind soul, don't you think?" Nancy had no problem complimenting Dorothy's parenting skills so grandly, if it helped her in the long run. Dorothy nodded as she started chopping vegetables. "She sure is. Lily is the most selfless person I've ever met. If you ask me, she deserves so much more than you-know-who." Nancy leaned in close and kept her voice down. "You mean Kevin? I was actually beginning to wonder about that. Where is he all the time? I haven't seen him around even once." Dorothy looked up and rolled her eyes with a groan. "Exactly. Every week, Kevin is off on some adventure, collecting rare herbs or doing God knows what else, while Lily is left here on her own. It's unbelievable." Nancy thought. According to Juanita, Kevin was still the biggest obstacle to getting away with their plan. So naturally, Nancy took the opportunity to undermine Kevin and Lily's relationship. "Sounds like a real mess," she said. "With a baby on the way, Lily needs Kevin now more than ever. Why does she put up with it?" Dorothy shook her head. "To be honest with you, I have no idea. I've been trying to shake her out of it for years now, but she never listens to me." Then Dorothy looked up with a smile as an idea came into her head. "She might listen to you, though. Would you say something to her, Nancy?" Nancy took Dorothy's hand and smiled. "Let me see what I can do, Dorothy. I want Lily to be happy just as much as you do." Nancy and Dorothy smiled at each other as evil secret thoughts filled their minds. Back in Cambodia, Dalton and Maura were still waiting around for a private jet to land at the airport. It had been almost 18 hours and they were starting to feel pretty restless. Maura had already read through 3 different books from the bookstore, and Dalton was running out of games to play on his phone. "Anything out there yet?" Maura asked, her nose buried in a book. Dalton glanced out at the runway and shook his head.
Nope, nothing yet.
Just then, Dalton saw a Maverick guard enter the airport holding a cardboard sign that said, "Scarlet Empress." Dalton tapped Maura's shoulder and pointed at the guard.
"Hey, look, over there. That must be the guy they sent to pick up the new lieutenant. Looks like she might go by the name Scarlet Empress."
Dalton reflected back on the names of Quentin's other lieutenants.
Vlad the Impaler, Ivan the Terrible, and now the Scarlet Empress? Geez, do you think these people name themselves, or does Quentin provide them with one?
Maura felt a sinking feeling as the guard started to approach them. "Do you think he recognizes us?" Maura asked. Instead of confronting them, the guard walked right past Dalton and Maura and went into the men's restroom. Just then, Dalton had an idea.
"Stay here, Maura. I'm going to make sure everything's going all right in there, if you know what I'm saying."
Maura nodded her head and casually looked back at her book. "Go ahead, but be safe." A few minutes after walking into the bathroom, Dalton walked back out dressed in the Maverick Guard's uniform and holding his cardboard sign, too. As Dalton walked back to Maura, he put his other hand in his pocket and started to whistle.
"Don't mind me, I'm just here to pick up the Scarlet Empress," he said with a smirk.
Maura looked back at the runway but still didn't see anything. If that guard was here to pick her up, then she must be arriving any second now. Just then, Maura looked up and saw Kevin and Olivia approaching. "Hey, you're back," she said with a wave. When Kevin saw Dalton in the Maverick Guard uniform, he raised his fist, expecting a fight.
Dalton held up his hands and winked. "Hey, it's me, Kevin. A Maverick Guard just came into the airport holding this sign for someone named the Scarlet Empress, so I stole his uniform and took the sign. When the Scarlet Empress arrives, whoever she is, we'll be the ones to pick her up."
Kevin smiled and gave Dalton a high five. "Good going, Dalton. If the guard just arrived, then the Scarlet Empress should be here any minute now. It sounds like we got here just in time." "Speaking of which," Maura said, "what happened in Macau? Were you able to save Dara from the mob?" Kevin nodded. "Of course. After we busted Dara out of the casino, we brought her back to Roy and made him promise to stop gambling. I didn't want Roy to gamble her future away, so I opened a personal bank account for Dara and gave her $50 million. That way there's no chance that Roy can put her at risk." Olivia crossed her arms. "She's a smart kid. Hopefully when she grows up, she'll use that money to go to college and begin her archaeology career. The sooner she gets away from Roy, the better." Hearing a loud screeching sound, Maura looked out the window and saw a private jet landing on the runway. "Look," she said, "I think our Scarlet Empress just arrived." As the private jet came to a stop, Kevin and the others gathered by the window. When a tall woman with long brown hair stepped out of the airplane, everyone dropped their jaws and looked at Olivia. "She looks just like you," Kevin exclaimed. Even Olivia thought it was true. Oh my God, she does. What are the odds of that? Kevin looked back at the Scarlet Empress and chuckled. Well, I think I know which one of us can pretend to be the new lieutenant. Olivia started to tremble. I don't know, Kevin. I'm really not much of an actor. Kevin patted her on the back and smirked. Don't sweat it. You'll be fine. As the Scarlet Empress got closer and closer to the airport doors, Mora fetched the memory erasure pill from her pocket and handed it to Dalton. She's almost here. You better get in place, Dalton. There's got to be something you can say to get her to take this pill. Dalton nodded.
I'm sure I can think of something.
As Kevin, Olivia, and Mora kept their heads down on the opposite side of the airport, Dalton stood by the arrivals door and held up his cardboard sign. When the Scarlet Empress stepped into the airport, Dalton took a step forward and waved.
Scarlet Empress? I'm with Quentin Covington in the Mavericks. We've arranged transportation for you right outside.
The Scarlet Empress pushed past Dalton without even looking for him. Her voice was sharp and assertive. Good. Let's get moving then. I have a terrible headache. Just then, a light bulb went off in Dalton's head.
Actually, ma'am, I've got some Tylenol right here if you'd like to take some.
When Dalton held out the memory erasure pill, the Scarlet Empress squinted at it. Doesn't look like any kind of Tylenol I've ever seen. Dalton fired back immediately.
Quentin is very well connected in the pharmaceutical world. This brand isn't even on the market yet. It's twice as effective as regular Tylenol.
The Scarlet Empress nodded and swallowed it down. All right, fine. Give it here. Oh, and get my luggage, would you? An airport employee walked up behind them and rolled a luggage carrier to Dalton. It was jam-packed with over a dozen suitcases. Dalton chuckled.
Light traveler, huh?
As Dalton and the Scarlet Empress walked through the airport, Kevin and the others followed from a safe distance. Then, just as they were about to step out the main doors, the Scarlet Empress stopped and looked back at Dalton with a confused expression on her face. Excuse me, she said. Do you know where we are, or what I'm doing here? I suddenly feel very confused. The last thing I remember, I was on a plane, I think, but I don't remember where I was going. Realizing the memory erasure pill was finally working, Dalton had to quickly think of a story to feed the Scarlet Empress.
Welcome to Cambodia, ma'am. I believe you're here on vacation.
The Scarlet Empress snorted. Cambodia? I swore an oath to never return here after that dreadful summer in '92. I must be on a layover then. What's my final destination?
Dalton spoke in a confident tone. Shanghai, ma'am. It's Terminal 11B, over there.
The Scarlet Empress nodded. That sounds more like it. With a second's thought, she took her luggage cart and wandered away into the airport. As Kevin and the others met back up with Dalton, he shrugged.
I don't think we'll be hearing from her again.
There's still one more problem, Olivia said. The guards might accept that I'm the new lieutenant, but what about you guys? They know your faces. Kevin looked over and saw a store selling suitcases and luggage. I've got an idea. With Kevin and Mora crammed into suitcases, Olivia left the airport with a rolling luggage cart. Dressed in Maverick armor, Dalton led her into the parking lot where they found a Jeep with the Maverick logo on it.
Hey, I've got the Scarlet Empress, Dalton said.
One of the other guards hopped out of the Jeep and helped Olivia load her luggage. Took you long enough. Quentin's been waiting for ages. Olivia's heart dropped into her stomach. Quentin is at the compound? She asked.
The guard nodded his head. That's right. Now come on, let's get going.
After driving a few hours into the jungle, Olivia and the others finally arrived at the secret compound. As the guards carried her suitcases up to the suite in the tallest temple, they broke a sweat.
What have you got in here? Bricks?
None of your business, Olivia snapped back. After carrying up the suitcases, the guards, except Dalton, left Olivia alone, and Kevin and Mora were finally able to unzip their suitcases. When Kevin freed himself, he desperately gasped for air. God, and I thought flying coach was bad. Just then, Quentin's voice came through the intercom speakers.
Scarlet Empress, I've just received word that you've arrived. Come and see me in my office, will you?
Olivia gulped. Sure thing, Quentin. See you soon. Determined to uncover the true purpose behind Quentin Covington's domed Cambodian fortress, Kevin and his team, including Dalton Steele, Olivia Rafferty, and young lab assistant Mora, traveled back to the hidden compound and disguised Olivia as the new lieutenant in charge of operations. Pretending to work for the reclusive billionaire, Olivia was able to help Kevin and the rest of the team gain access to the high tower. But when Quentin arrived and demanded a meeting with his new lieutenant, Olivia was terrified that he'd realize the truth and blow their cover. Olivia paced back and forth nervously. "I can't do this," she repeated. "You can. I know you can," Kevin said as he encouraged her.
"What if we just made a run for it?"
Dalton offered. "No," Kevin countered. "We're not running. This is a huge opportunity. Olivia, you can handle this. Meet with him. Talk to him. Charm him. Find out everything you can about his master plan. And if he realizes I'm an imposter? Then stop talking and start fighting," Kevin added confidently. "And while you're working on Quentin, we'll make a run for the lab and see if we can figure out exactly what this liquid they're manufacturing is made of, and hopefully that will help us uncover what they plan to use it for." Kevin held up the small vial he stored in his satchel from earlier marked Maverick Resin. "What if he's met this lieutenant in person before? The Scarlet Empress?" Mora asked. "Great question," Olivia noted.
"It's a risk for sure, but he's one of the richest men in the world," Dalton offered. "And incredibly reclusive. I don't know how many one-on-one coffee dates he's going on."
"And you can wear a mask," Kevin continued. "You can say that you've been sick. Ever since landing in Cambodia, you've had a terrible cold, so Quentin should keep his distance." "He's not going to fall for that," Olivia complained. "If he has met this lieutenant in person before, he's going to realize what's happening the second I walk through that door, and then he's going to sound the alarm. Fast. And if that happens, we'll figure it out like we always do, together." Kevin threw Olivia a comforting wink. Olivia sighed. They had come this far and it was a great opportunity to get some vital information. "Okay, yeah, I'm game. Let's do it." Kevin smiled. She made the right choice. Quentin Covington waited inside his luxurious private safe room in the center of the secret compound. He stepped out of his shower in a gold-threaded bathrobe and poured himself a tall glass of whiskey. Just then, there was a knock on the safe room's thick metal door. Quentin stepped over to the security cameras to see a masked Olivia standing just outside. His guards flanked her on either side. Quentin pressed the intercom.
"Is it the Scarlet Empress?"
"Yes, sir," the lead guard responded.
"Okay, fine. Send her in. And take a break. I want some privacy."
Quentin pressed the master release switch and the front door slid open. Olivia stepped inside and slowed to a stop. She took in Quentin's casual appearance at the same moment Quentin took in her highly secretive appearance.
"What's with the mask?"
Quentin probed. "I apologize," Olivia offered. "Your immune system must be something else. As soon as I landed, I felt awful. I had a terrible cough, runny nose. I'm not blaming them, but I was bit by multiple mosquitoes, so—"
Quentin considered the story. "Well, either way, it's nice to finally meet you in person. You've come highly recommended, Scarlet Empress."
Olivia finally let out her breath and relaxed, just a bit. Quentin had never met his new lieutenant. He didn't know what she looked like. Olivia was safe. "It's nice to finally meet you as well," Olivia continued. "Nice robe."
Quentin laughed. "Do you like it? Keeping up appearances is important, but I do love taking it easy every once in a while. How about you? Are we two peas in a pod, or rather two peas in a highly secure safe room?"
"Something tells me we are." Olivia played along as she did her best to keep things light and conversational.
"In that case, can I pour you a drink?"
Quentin gestured to his massive collection of expensive liquor. Olivia spotted an opportunity. "Sure, whatever you're having."
"Perfect."
Quentin hopped over and poured a second glass of whiskey. Across the compound, Kevin led Dalton Steele and young lab assistant Mora up toward the lab. Kevin knew their time was limited and that they'd have to act fast. The trio reached the lab and Kevin quickly went to work. He noticed multiple vials waiting in a cooling locker nearby. Kevin took out 2 different vials, one marked Maverick Resin and a second marked Ancient Resin. He took both vials and began to break down their chemical components. Mora, let's set up a burner station and prep an acid liquidation test. We need to know what the difference is between these two samples. Mora headed for the supply closet. On it, boss.
What can I do?
Dalton asked. I'm going to try and take this serum apart on a chemical level, Kevin explained. We need to know what they're making and why. I need you to tap into their computers. See if there's a paper trail, something that tells us more about what's going on here. Dalton stepped over to a laptop and opened it.
It's encrypted.
Can you hack it? Kevin asked.
I can try,
Dalton said, and he went to work immediately. Back in the safe room, Olivia sat down across from Quentin in a large, feathery beanbag chair. The two held their drinks as they sized each other up.
Cheers,
Quentin offered. They tapped glasses and sipped their whiskey. Olivia got down to business, doing her best to pry any useful info out of the reclusive billionaire. So, Quentin, I just wanted to thank you for bringing me in. I'll be a good lieutenant for you, but I need to ask, what's your top priority? What should I be focused on? Besides keeping the men in order and making sure that there are no slip-ups, that is. Quentin sipped his drink, considering exactly what to say next.
What exactly are you asking me, Scarlet? Do you want to know my master plan?
Olivia hesitated. I want to be a good soldier for you. If telling me your plans helps me do that, then I'd love to know more. Quentin again eyed her with some suspicion and with some interest. He smiled playfully.
Take off your mask.
Olivia frowned curiously. I don't want to get you sick.
I'm a billionaire, Quentin countered. I've spent a fortune making sure my immune system is basically superhuman. I'm not scared of simple basic germs and viruses, and I need to trust you. I need to know that when I ask you to take off your mask or anything else, you won't hesitate.
Of course. Her nerves straining, Olivia did her best to casually take off her face covering.
Such a pretty smile, Quentin offered. Should we have another drink?
Oh, I haven't finished this one yet. Olivia held up her still mostly full glass. Quentin got up and poured 2 new glasses of whiskey.
I noticed, and I have to say it's hard for me to take someone seriously if she can't hold her liquor.
Olivia again saw an opportunity. It was going to be risky, but she had a new plan. I totally agree. So why don't we cut the bull and really get to know each other? Shots? Quentin's eyes lit up.
Shots? You want to do shots?
If you think you can handle it, Olivia replied playfully.
Game on.
Quentin pulled out a dozen shot glasses and started pouring. Olivia stood up and joined him at the bar. I'll race you, Olivia offered.
I like that, Quentin noted. But let's make it interesting. Whoever finishes first gets a kiss from whoever finishes last.
Quentin locked eyes with Olivia. She was disgusted but played along. Quentin Covington, you dog. I'm in. Quentin smiled.
I thought you would be. Ready, set, go.
Quentin and Olivia quickly downed 3 shots apiece. Olivia finished first. Quentin grinned.
You win, so I guess you get to kiss me?
Quentin took a single step forward and then collapsed onto the floor, unconscious. Olivia just stared at his body collapsed by her feet. You've got to be kidding me, Olivia muttered. Just then she had a thought. She rushed toward the exit. Back at the lab, Kevin and Mora were deep into their chemical analysis. This is so interesting, Kevin noted. It's definitely a polymer, but unlike any I've seen before. I've almost figured it out. Just a few more components.
I've broken the encryption. I'm into their database,
Dalton called out. Fantastic, Kevin shouted excitedly. See what you can find out about what's really going on here. Just then, Olivia came running into the room. Kevin! Kevin was shocked to see her. Olivia? What happened? Are you all right? Fine, I'm fine, she said, still trying to catch her breath. Quentin Covington. He fell for it. We were drinking. He passed out.
You were drinking that much?
Dalton chimed in. He's a lightweight, but this is our chance. He's unconscious in his safe room. He sent the guards away. Forget figuring out what's in that serum. Let's drag the evil mastermind out of here. We can wait till he wakes up and get our answers directly." Kevin realized what she was saying. "That's a great idea. Let's move." The group ran out of the lab. Not finished with their work, Maura grabbed the vial of serum and Dalton ripped the laptop out of the wall as they all followed Olivia back to the safe room of the unconscious billionaire. The group raced into the safe room and stopped cold. The room was empty. "Olivia?" Kevin inquired. She didn't understand. "No, this doesn't make sense. He was here. He was right here passed out on the carpet." Just then she spotted something. A Polaroid picture resting on the bar where their drinks remained. Olivia stepped over and picked up the tiny photo. Her mouth dropped.
"What?" Dalton asked. "What is it?"
"It's Quentin with the Scarlet Empress. They had met." "He knew!" Olivia exclaimed. Just then the lights in the room went out. All the power in the compound suddenly drained. The room began to shake. Before anyone could do anything, the roof tore off, revealing itself to be a high-tech quadcopter, the likes of which none of them had ever seen before. Kevin watched as Quentin Covington flew up towards the roof of the dome. The reclusive billionaire called out,
"Nice try, Kevin. You almost had me, but now I leave you with nothing. No answers and no power."
Quentin held up a crystal, the compound's main power conductor. A passageway opened up at the top of the dome and the reclusive billionaire disappeared into the night sky. Gone forever. And leaving Kevin and his team stranded in his remote compound, surrounded by his menacing guards. Determined to learn the true purpose behind Quentin Covington's Cambodian compound, Kevin and his team, including Dalton Steele, Olivia Rafferty, and young lab assistant Maura, traveled to the hidden compound and disguised Olivia as the new lieutenant in charge of operations. But when Quentin unexpectedly arrived on location, Olivia was forced to meet with the evil mastermind face to face, while Kevin, Dalton, and Maura tried to uncover exactly what was in the vials being produced in the Hightower lab. But before they could get their answers, Olivia's true identity was discovered and Quentin escaped, leaving Kevin with nothing but more questions. Kevin stood in silence. Dalton, Olivia, and young Maura stood nearby. The room was dark, the air tense. Quentin had disabled the power to the compound and escaped. The entire structure was pitch black. "He cut the power," Kevin noted. "Which means we can't call for help. And we can't use the lab to finish our analysis," Maura added.
"The laptop I hacked," Dalton offered. "It still has some juice, but not much."
Suddenly there was a light. Maura had lit a candle. "Where did you find that?" Olivia asked. "There was a bunch of candles by Quentin's personal shower. I don't even want to think about why," Maura added.
Dalton shook his head with concern. "We have to get out of here."
"Not yet," Kevin countered. "Not without knowing what this resin is."
"The fortress is going to tear itself apart. They just lost power. They're going to realize real fast that Quentin just left them all stranded. It'll be chaos. Dangerous,"
Dalton said as he tried to convince Kevin that they all must leave as soon as possible. "Maybe not," Kevin offered. "As far as they all know, their lieutenant is still here and in charge. Isn't that right, Scarlet Empress?" Kevin turned to Olivia, who was still in her Scarlet Empress disguise. She nodded. "He's right."
"Okay," Dalton agreed. "So what's the plan?"
Kevin thought. "Maura and I head back to the lab to finish our work." "But there's no power," Maura countered. "The analysis machines won't work. You'll have to do advanced chemical analysis by candlelight." "I'll make it work," Kevin offered. "Dalton, you stay here with Olivia. See what you can pull off that laptop. Olivia, if anyone starts asking questions, you tell them that you turned off the power temporarily for maintenance. Hopefully that buys us some time." The four all shared a look. They didn't have much time. Several guards ran up to the safe room.
"What's going on? What happened to the lights? Where's Mr. Covington?"
Kevin turned to Olivia. She knew what she had to do. She stepped forward. "How dare you ask me those questions? Quentin had to leave on urgent business and I turned off the power because of an issue with our generator. I'll turn it back on once that issue has been resolved. Now go tell everyone not to worry and keep working. Go, Olivia commanded as if she had been ruling over underlings all of her life. The guards rushed off. Olivia turned to Kevin. In a different world, I could get used to this. We don't have much time, Kevin offered. We'll meet you back here as soon as we have an answer. Kevin took Maura and they headed out. Back in the lab, Maura set up a handful of candles as Kevin continued to break down the two resin compounds. The one marked Maverick resin and the other labeled Ancient resin. The room was almost completely dark, but Kevin did his best to continue working under the guidance of the soft candlelight. This is fascinating, Kevin noted. What? Maura asked, genuinely curious. These two vials are incredibly similar. Kevin pointed out the different samples. There's only a slight alteration, but that slight alteration makes an enormous difference. He turned to Maura. Can you see if you can find a 12mm beaker and some pump oil? On it. Maura took one candle and headed off towards the supply closet, disappearing in the darkness beyond. As Kevin continued to work, a slight breeze entered the lab. The candles flickered. Kevin was too focused to notice. He called out, "And Maura, a Bunsen burner if you can find one." She didn't reply. Kevin suddenly took note. He looked up from his analysis. "Maura?" The Night King stepped out from the darkness. Kevin stepped back, caught off guard by the entrance. He calmed. "Night King." "Kevin," the shadowed figure whispered. "Have you been following me this entire time?" Kevin asked. "Not following, watching, from an elevated point of view." The Night King stepped closer. "We need to talk. You are on the brink of unraveling a tapestry woven in the shadows of time, and the fate of all you hold dear hangs in the balance. So I thought it would be wise if I came to you to have a discussion." "What does that mean?" Kevin asked. The Night King looked over Kevin's chemical tests. "Quentin Covington, a name that echoes like a haunting melody in the troubled minds of many. He dances with forces that threaten to consume not only this world but the very essence of humanity itself. The pact he forged with the Mavericks in Pinnacle is not one of mere earthly alliances. It is a sinister web woven from the threads of ambition, power, and the forbidden knowledge that men were never meant to grasp. Covington's reach extends far beyond that which meets the eye." Kevin considered this. The Night King continued. "You stand at the crossroads, my young friend. It is most important that you comprehend the gravity of your quest. This is not merely a mission to uncover a plot. It is a journey into the heart of darkness, where the fate of the world, including your beautiful wife Lily and the innocent life that stirs within her, hangs in the balance." Kevin considered this. "So what can I do?" "Keep unraveling the threads, but know that to defeat this threat you will have to finally do what you promised. Ascend to the upper realm. Only then will you truly be able to stop Quentin Covington and save the world, and save your family." Kevin turned away. The thought of Lily in trouble was too much for him to bear. "You're right. I'll do it. I'll ascend to the upper realm. When can we—" Kevin turned back but was startled once again to find the Night King gone. Young Maura stood in his place. She smiled. "Found a Bunsen burner, boss." Kevin just stared. He now knew what he had to do. The weight of this mission. What was at stake? He turned back to the two vials when he suddenly took note of something. "We have to go." "Go?" Maura asked. "Go where?" Kevin took hold of the vials. "Back to Dalton and Olivia. I figured it out." A moment later, Kevin stood back in the safe room with Dalton, Olivia, and Maura, doing his best to explain what he had discovered. "So based on my analysis, what I believe Quentin Covington was trying to do is recreate an ancient resin used thousands of years ago by the local people in this region. The ancient resin is incredibly strong. It acts as a super glue, stronger than any polymer known to man. But he hasn't been able to match the ancient recipe." "Why not?" Olivia inquired. "The Maverick resin uses all the same ingredients," Kevin continued. "Some pretty unique localized fauna mixed with a healthy dose of different chemicals. but one element is glaringly different. Frog spit. Frog spit? Mora repeated. Kevin grinned. The ancient recipe used one kind and the Maverick recipe uses a slightly different variation. But that difference is enough to change the strength and durability of the compound completely. Why would they use a different frog? Olivia probed.
Dalton cut in. Because the one they need is extinct.
Kevin turned to Dalton, who was busy on his recently hacked laptop.
It's all here in their files. They've been trying to replace the original spit with another. They've used thousands of different frogs, but none have had the same effect. And the frog they know as the original source hasn't been seen for over 50 years.
Which frog? Kevin asked.
The Splendid Poison, Dalton replied.
Cool name, Mora offered. If I remember correctly, the Splendid Poison died off because of rising temperatures, habitat destruction, and the spread of a deadly chytrid fungus, Kevin offered. So then we've done it. We've solved the mystery of what they were trying to make here, Olivia noted. If the frog went extinct, then Quentin can't recreate the super resin. Kevin shook his head. They'll solve the equation eventually, synthetically. But if we could find a splendid poison frog, we could complete the formula first, and that would give us time to figure out how to make an anti-resin. Anti-resin? Mora asked. We still don't know what Quentin needed this super resin for, what he's trying to build. But if we can create anti-resin, we would have a weapon against whatever terrible thing he's trying to construct.
But Kevin, Dalton chimed in, you just said it. They're extinct. I just told you no one's seen one of these frogs in half a century.
Kevin grinned. I didn't say it would be easy. I just said we had to do it, and fast. After evil billionaire Quentin Covington fled his domed Cambodian compound, Kevin and his team, including Dalton Steele, Olivia Rafferty, and young lab assistant Mora, decided that they couldn't leave Cambodia until they'd solved the mystery behind the powerful resin Quentin had been trying to manufacture in his secret lab. But after Kevin unlocked the resin's formula, he realized they would need to create an anti-resin if they had any hope of combating whatever it was Quentin was planning for the future. But there was a problem. Kevin quickly realized that to make an anti-resin, he would need one final ingredient: the spit of a frog that had been extinct for many years. A new day was starting. The sun was rising in the east. Kevin wiped the sweat from his brow as he gazed into the heart of the lush Cambodian jungle. Dalton walked up beside his friend.
So all we have to do is locate a frog that's technically been extinct for half a century.
That's it, Kevin offered.
Piece of cake,
Dalton quipped. Olivia stood nearby. Are you sure you don't want Mora and me to come with you? No, Kevin replied. I think it's best if you stay here. See what information you can gather from the guards and lab workers. Quentin ran without sounding the alarm. Everyone working inside the compound still thinks you're Quentin's lieutenant, the Scarlet Empress, and they don't have any electrical power. So just by being in the dark, literally you can keep pretending for as long as we need. Right, Olivia responded. We'll see what we can dig up while you're gone. But Kevin, be careful. You too, Kevin responded. Olivia took Mora and headed back inside the dome. Kevin and Dalton remained. They stepped out further into the jungle.
So, where do we start? Dalton asked.
It's a good question, Kevin offered. If the splendid poison frog still exists, then we're going to need help to find one out here.
Who could possibly help us find an extinct frog in the jungles of Cambodia?
Dalton asked. Are you scared of spiders? Kevin countered.
Scared? No, not really, Dalton responded. But they're not my first choice of bunkmates. Why?
Spiders have an intimidating exterior, but they do a lot of good for the environment. It's just their appearances that scares people. Kevin quickly scanned the trees. 8 legs, fast-moving, terrifying.
Okay, but again, why are we talking about spiders?
Dalton followed Kevin's lead, checking trees. Spiders commune with frogs. They often live in the same nests. The frogs can hide beneath the spiders, and in turn, the frogs eat bugs that might threaten the spider's eggs. If anyone can lead us to a splendid poison...
Spiders, Dalton repeated.
Kevin moved out into a little clearing. Stand back. Dalton backed up as Kevin sat down on the dirt. And remember, Dalton, no matter what happens, I'm okay. Kevin closed his eyes. Dalton frowned.
All right.
Kevin focused. As he did, the trees began to shake. The air thickened with the symphony of unseen creatures. Insects hummed, birds chirped, and the distinct call of wild beasts echoed through the trees. The atmosphere pulsed with life. Kevin was doing something. He was calling to something. Dalton looked up, startled to find hundreds of tarantulas climbing down from the nearby trees. The giant spiders crawled over and covered Kevin. Dalton called out,
Kevin! Kevin!
He was about to take action, but remembered what Kevin had told him. No matter what, Kevin had said, he was okay. Dalton trusted his friend, so he waited. After what felt like an eternity, Dalton watched as all of the spiders scrambled back up the trees and out of view. All but one. Kevin reopened his eyes. He stood up and turned to Dalton. We follow his lead, Kevin said as he motioned to the one remaining tarantula.
The giant spider?
Dalton countered.
Sure.
The spider hurried forward. Kevin and Dalton were quick to follow. The first leg of their journey led Kevin and Dalton through a maze of huge trees, their trunks stretching towards the heavens like wooden walls. The forest floor, a chaotic tapestry of roots and fallen leaves, crunched beneath their boots. Every step was a negotiation with the dense undergrowth, a reminder that nature held both beauty and danger in equal measure. Kevin and Dalton continued to follow the quickly moving spider. They watched as it descended down into a hidden cave. Dalton turned to Kevin.
Down there?
Dalton asked. Kevin nodded his head and lit a candle. Down there. Cautiously, they entered a gaping hole in the earth, the entrance obscured by the undergrowth. The tunnel swallowed them into darkness, and the air turned damp and cool. Kevin's candle was the only light that could be seen. The subterranean world unveiled itself, a maze of twisting passages and echoing chambers. The sound of dripping water echoed around them, creating an eerie cadence that accompanied their every step. Dalton, his eyes sharp in the low light, pointed to a series of markings on the tunnel walls.
Ancient symbols? He wondered aloud. Ancient symbols, ancient people, maybe ancient resin.
The spider continued down the caves. The tiny pitter-patter of his crawling led Kevin and Dalton forward. As they ventured deeper, the tunnels seemed to work against them. Low ceilings forced them to crawl, and at times the passageways narrowed to a squeeze so tight that it was hard to breathe as they crawled through them. Emerging into the open air, the men found themselves in a valley, surrounded by colossal limestone formations that seemed to defy gravity. Towering rocky peaks rose like titans, their rugged surfaces carved by the relentless forces of nature. At that rock space, Kevin spied the edge of a river. Lightning crackled in the distant sky as rain clouds gathered overhead. Kevin and Dalton exchanged uneasy glances, their instincts warning them of the impending storm. Time was a luxury they couldn't afford. The tarantula walked up to the river. It turned back to Kevin. I think it wants us to cross, Kevin said to Dalton. Kevin picked up the spider and put it on his shoulder as he forged ahead into the waist-deep waters, the river's current tugging at his legs like invisible hands. Dalton followed closely behind. Thunder rumbled in the distance, and rain began to fall in sheets. The river, once a mere obstacle, became a gushing force that was about to defeat them. Kevin placed the spider in his palms, doing his best to protect their new insect friend from the elements. As Kevin and Dalton stepped out from the river, the rain subsided, and a clearing could be seen. Kevin placed the spider back on the ground, and the men watched as the insect hurried into the base of a nearby tree and disappeared. Kevin and Dalton shared a look. They stepped over to the tree, and as they looked inside the hole at its base, they were stunned to find hundreds of splendid poison frogs staring back at them. A whole community. They weren't extinct. They were hiding. The splendid poison frogs regarded them with unblinking eyes, their vibrant, distinct colors a testament to nature's artistry. Kevin whispered, "We found them." Dalton nodded. "Good spider," he whispered to the air, hoping the spider could hear him. The duo quickly set up a makeshift camp, the surrounding jungle transforming into a temporary laboratory. Kevin delicately extracted samples from the frog's mouth and added them to his pre-made resin compound. Dalton, his rugged hands surprisingly graceful with scientific instruments, assisted in the process. After a time, Kevin's eyes went wide. "I've got it." "The anti-resin?" Dalton asked. "All of it," Kevin said. "It all makes sense to me now. How to craft the compound and how to negate the compound. I have full mastery of the science now. We have our answers now. Let's get back to Olivia and Mora and get as far from this place as we can." Back at the domed fortress, Olivia continued to pretend she was the Scarlet Empress. With Mora close by, she interrogated one of the guards. "And how long has Quentin had you all working here?" The guard did his best to remember. "I've been here for the last 6 months. I was recruited from my village. I'm paid well for my services." "So you're not a maverick?" Olivia asked. "Maverick?" the guard repeated confusedly. "No, madam, just a local warrior." Olivia noted the response in her journal. "Thank you, guard, very helpful. You can go back to your station and send in the next guard." The guard bowed and then stepped away. As he did, a second guard came running in. He called out, "Scarlet Empress, we have visitors." Olivia frowned with concern. "Visitors?" "Yes, Madam Empress, but it doesn't make sense," the guard stated. "These visitors say they want to talk to whoever's in charge." Olivia considered her options. There was nowhere to run, so she would have to keep pretending she was in charge. "All right, excellent," Olivia stated. "I'll meet them at the gates." "No, Empress, wait. There's more," the guard added. Olivia waited. "More?" "Yes, Empress," the guard continued. "The leader of these visitors, it's a woman. She says she is the Scarlet Empress." Olivia turned to Mora, her expression tense as she whispered, "We might be in trouble." Desperate for answers to the secrets of the ancient and powerful resin that Quentin Covington was trying to reproduce at his Cambodian compound, Kevin and Dalton left the dome in search of a rare frog, but Olivia remained behind, continuing to pretend she was Quentin's new lieutenant, the Scarlet Empress. But when the real Scarlet Empress arrived unexpectedly at the compound, Olivia realized she and her friend Mora might be in great danger. Olivia searched Quentin's abandoned safe room for weapons. Mora looked on with concern. "We can't just run?" "I wish that was an option," Olivia offered. "But there's only one way off this compound and they're blocking it. If we want to get out of this alive, we're going to have to fight." Among Quentin's personal items was a collection of relics he had stolen over time from the Cambodian people. Olivia spotted something interesting, an ancient sword. She unsheathed the weapon. "A Khmer Royale," Olivia whispered with a sense of awe. "What's that?" Mora inquired. "It was a special kind of sword given to Cambodian kings." Olivia looked it over. It was a double-edged straight sword with a chiseled steel blade and a gold jeweled handle. It was, in short, magnificent. Mora again expressed her concerns. "But Kevin and Dalton are both deep in the jungle. It's just us." Olivia threw Mora a wink. "More than enough. Kevin has taught me well. I have learned from the master. Follow me." Olivia took her sword and headed out of the room. Mora reluctantly followed. The air inside the domed fortress crackled with tension, a charged atmosphere that seemed to anticipate the imminent confrontation. The real Scarlet Empress waited at the entrance of the dome, a dozen maverick warriors at her side. Olivia stepped out of the safe room and slowly approached the group. She raised her sword, ready for whatever danger the Scarlet Empress might unleash. Mora lagged behind, nervous. "Well, look who it is," the real Scarlet Empress called out in a mocking fashion. The Scarlet Empress, draped now in a flowing robe of deep blood red, unsheathed her own modern sword and matched Olivia's intensity. The two women, mirror images in their attire but opposites in purpose, circled each other like predators sizing up their prey. "We don't have to do this," Olivia offered. "Of course we do. You and your friend sealed your fate when you tricked me back at the airport. How dare you? And then to steal my identity. I am the Scarlet Empress, and you shall pay for your impunity." As the Scarlet Empress lunged forward, her sword cutting through the air with lethal precision, Olivia met her blow with a swift parry. The clash echoed a thunderous sound that reverberated through the forest. The women circled each other once again. "Olivia, be careful," Mora called out. The Scarlet Empress turned to her maverick bodyguards. "Get the girl. Once I kill this one, we'll need her for questioning and torture." Mora's eyes went wide. She took off running. The Mavericks pursued her with speed and menace. Olivia swung her sword at the Scarlet Empress. The two powerful women continued to battle. Sparks flew, casting an eerie glow on the sweat-lined faces of the combatants. Olivia's mind raced as she engaged. The Scarlet Empress was no ordinary adversary. She was a high-level fighter, skilled in the art of combat. Their swords danced with a deadly rhythm. Olivia could feel the weight of the blade in her hand, the strain on her muscles as she parried another strike. The Scarlet Empress, her eyes ablaze with rage, pressed on with relentless ferocity. Amidst the clash of swords, a different struggle unfolded in the shadows of the fortress. Mora, a young lab assistant who had no combat training, darted between pillars and crept along dimly lit corridors, desperately trying to evade the group of Mavericks who were now hot on her trail. Mora's breath came in ragged gasps as she stumbled upon a concealed alcove. Pressing herself against the cold stone wall, she willed her racing heart to silence. The Mavericks passed by the alcove, unaware of the young woman hiding within arm's reach. As Mora tried to steady her breathing, her trembling hands clutched at the ground, looking for anything she could use to defend herself. She was not a fighter, but in the midst of this dangerous pursuit, Mora's primary goal was survival. She found a large stone and picked it up. It was a crude defense, but it was all she had. Back in the large open area of the dome, Olivia and the Scarlet Empress continued their fierce exchange. Each parry, each thrust was a testament to their skill and determination. The fortress seemed to shrink around them, the outside world fading away as they locked eyes in a silent understanding. Only one would emerge victorious. "You're overmatched," the Scarlet Empress called out as she continued to swing. "Whatever false confidence you gain by pretending to be me won't serve you here, because I am the true Scarlet Empress who is trained in the true art of war." With a mighty swing, the Scarlet Empress knocked Olivia's blade from her hand. Olivia was defenseless and trapped. The Scarlet Empress advanced, moving in for the kill. Back in the alcove, Mora found herself cornered in a dimly lit chamber. The Mavericks returned and were scouring every inch of the space. It was only a matter of time before she was discovered, and Mora was weakening from holding her breath, praying that the Mavericks wouldn't hear her gasping and her heart pounding. Back at the dome's entrance, the duel between Olivia and the Scarlet Empress was coming to a terrible conclusion. Olivia had lost her sword and the Scarlet Empress was advancing on her, moving in for the kill. Olivia could see her fallen sword, but it was too far. She couldn't reach it, not before the Scarlet Empress finished her off. "So this is where it ends for you," the Scarlet Empress taunted her prey. "In a domed fortress on the edge of the world, all alone." "She's not alone," a voice rang out. The real Scarlet Empress turned, shocked to find Kevin and Dalton Steele standing right behind her, ready to fight. Before she could react, Olivia picked up her sword and drove it through the Empress's heart, killing her in an instant. Olivia fell to the ground, exhausted. Kevin and Dalton ran over. "What happened? Are you all right?" Kevin questioned. "Mora," Olivia called out. "She's in trouble." Back in the alcove, Mora was almost out of time. She held her breath as the biggest Maverick moved terribly close. Mora clenched her rock, her only defense. The Maverick suddenly spotted her. He smiled. "I have her." Mora struck the Maverick in the face with her rock, knocking him back. The other Mavericks quickly surrounded her. She was doomed.
"Tough little girl," the lead Maverick noted. "Think you can do that to the rest of us?"
"She won't have to." The Mavericks turned just as Kevin rushed into the alcove and drop-kicked 2 of them into the cold stone wall. Kevin then made quick work of the rest. Mora was safe. The Mavericks were defeated.
"That was close,"
Dalton offered. Mora smiled. "It's good to see you, both. And just in the nick of time." She dropped her rock and hugged Kevin and Dalton tightly. Several hours later, Kevin stood at the entrance of the Dome Fortress. He watched as the last few trucks, loaded with equipment and supplies, rumbled through the imposing gates. The domed fortress, once a symbol of oppression and fear, was now a relic of a bygone era. Kevin had made sure of that. The transition of the fortress from private hands to governmental oversight had begun. Kevin had worked tirelessly to ensure that the place, which was nearly a prison for desperate local farmers who needed the pay Quentin Covington could offer, would now serve a different purpose, a symbol of justice and redemption. The workers, long subjected to the whims of a power-hungry zealot, were finally free. With the efficiency of a practiced assembly line, Kevin handed each worker a check for $1 million. The disbelief in their eyes slowly transformed into gratitude and, for some, tears of relief. The weight of their former lives was lifted, replaced by the promise of a brighter future. They were millionaires. "Thanks to all of you," Kevin said simply. "This is just the beginning of something better." Dalton patted him on the back as they watched the workers leave, some heading for the waiting buses.
"You did good, Kevin."
"I had help," Kevin replied. The ground suddenly began to rumble. Kevin looked up as the photometallic dome that had covered the ancient fortress began to lift. Dozens of Tomahawk helicopters had been chained to the dome and were now lifting it high into the air together. As the dome was lifted away, Kevin couldn't help but feel a sense of closure.
"Where are they taking it?" Dalton asked.
"From what I understand, Area 52 for analysis," Kevin said. With the dome airborne, Kevin turned his attention to the next chapter. Mora and Olivia, flanked by a team of eager archaeologists, stood at the ready. The archaeologists, armed with notebooks and cameras, were there to study the ancient site. This time, the focus was on uncovering the history hidden for so long underneath Quentin's evil dome. The archaeologists set to work, carefully documenting and preserving the pieces of a forgotten past. The site would be studied for what it truly was, not for the delusions of a madman. "Looks like we're done here," Kevin smiled. "Let's go home." After the real Scarlet Empress was defeated and Quentin Covington's Cambodian compound was dismantled, with the dome going to the U.S. government for examination and the archaeological site handed back over to the Cambodian authorities, Kevin and his team prepared to return to their home base. In Chicago, Lily had been busy helping Nancy to settle into her new living situation. Lily had invited Nancy to stay with her in the hope of keeping Nancy and her unborn child safe from Nancy's abusive ex-boyfriend. But what Lily didn't know was that Nancy had secret and sinister motives. Lily made her way down the hall, the soft carpet muffling her steps. She stopped at Nancy's room. Lily knocked on the door before sticking her head in with a big cheery smile. "Nancy? I'm so sorry to bother you. Are you awake?" Lily asked quietly. Nancy, pretending to be asleep, laid on her bed. She mustered a warm reply. "Lily, you could never bother me. I'm up, just resting my legs. Is something wrong?" Nancy sat up as Lily stepped into the room. "It's Kevin," Lily whispered excitedly. "I just got the call. He's coming back from Cambodia. He should be here by Friday. Isn't that amazing news?" Nancy's heart pounded. "Amazing," Nancy said with sugar in her voice. Lily, oblivious to Nancy's internal turmoil, continued. "You know, if there's anyone who can put the fear of God into that abusive boyfriend of yours, it's Kevin. I can talk to him, see what he can do. Maybe he could locate him and have a little conversation. Nancy nodded, forcing a grateful smile. I appreciate that, Lily. I really do. Nancy had woven a web of lies, and she worried that the silk threads threatened to unravel at the return of Lily's husband, Kevin, whose brilliance and skills were known to all. Nancy worried that Juanita might not be up to the task of fooling him, and Nancy might not be either. All right, well, I'll give you some space. Dinner at 6, Lily said. As Lily left the room, Nancy's mind raced. She had fabricated the story of an abusive boyfriend to worm her way into Lily's life, into the comforting embrace of Lily's suburban paradise. Now, with Kevin's imminent return, the walls Nancy had carefully built threatened to crumble. Nancy had to do something. Juanita Hernandez's residence was hidden in the darker corners of the city. The scent of incense filled the air as Nancy approached the front door. She knocked hesitantly. The door creaked open, revealing Juanita. She gestured for Nancy to enter, and the door closed behind them with an ominous thud. Nancy, my dear, Juanita purred. I've been expecting you. Sit. Nancy lowered herself onto a worn-out chair, anxiety knotting her stomach. The room was dimly lit, adorned with odd trinkets. I didn't expect to hear from you again so soon, Juanita noted as she poured them both a glass of water. What's the issue? Lily's husband Kevin is on his way home from Cambodia. Lily mentioned wanting him to talk with my abusive ex, the one who's been threatening me, the one we made up. What do I tell Kevin? If I don't give him details, he's going to realize that I'm lying. Juanita leaned forward, her eyes narrowing in deep thought. Fear not, poor Nancy. I'll take care of it. How? Nancy pushed back. We'll just have to find someone to be your abusive ex, Juanita said with a smile. And when Kevin comes home, we'll have your old boyfriend show up to the house to make a scene. Then Kevin can deal with him the only way that brute knows how. Let him save the day, and then our plan will be right back on track. It was a delicate dance, but Juanita assured Nancy that she would find someone who could give a convincing performance. Satisfied, Nancy made her exit. Juanita remained. She picked up her phone and quickly dialed. An unseen someone picked up on the other side. Juanita whispered into the phone. Sid, this is Juanita Hernandez. We need to have a conversation. Today. Some time passed and Juanita's apartment was now dimly lit, a single lamp casting long shadows across her furniture. She tapped her fingers impatiently on the edge of her mahogany desk, her eyes fixed on the clock ticking away the seconds. Sid, a local deadbeat with a debt to repay, was late. Just then there was a knock at the door. Juanita's eyes narrowed as she rose to answer it. Sid stood just outside, a hulking figure with a greasy mane of hair framing his face. His eyes darted nervously, avoiding direct contact with Juanita. He was desperate and wild, and he didn't want to be there. About time, Sid, she snapped, her voice cutting through the tension. Come in. Sid shuffled into the room, his uneasy gaze fixed on the floor. Juanita circled him like a hawk eyeing its prey. So, Sid, let's get to it. You owe me. Big time. $50,000.
I'll get your money, Juanita. I just need a little more time,
Sid replied nervously. Don't bother, Juanita countered. I've got a proposition for you instead. Sid grunted, his curiosity overcoming his fear.
What kind of proposition?
Juanita leaned in, her eyes ice cold. You're going to do something for me, and in return I'll wipe your slate clean, but if you refuse, your debt doubles every day until you can finally pay me back. And if you can't pay me back, I'll send my men to pay you a special visit. You know what that means, right? Sid swallowed hard, his Adam's apple bobbing like a seagull on a rough ocean.
Yeah, I know what you mean. What's the job?
A slow, wicked smile spread across Juanita's face. There's a woman named Nancy. I need you to pay her a visit at exactly 4 p.m. this Friday. You're going to pretend you're her abusive ex-boyfriend. I want you to stir up a scene, make a nice, loud mess. Easy enough, right? But there is a catch.
A catch?
Sid repeated. Lily's husband will be there, Juanita continued. He's scheduled to get home Friday at 3 p.m. After you make your scene, he'll most likely give you a stern talking to or worse. I need you to take whatever he gives. Then once he's done with you, you can leave and never show your face in the city again. But your debt will have been forgiven. Do we have a deal? Sid hesitated, his mind racing through the consequences. But the weight of his debt bore down on him, and he nodded reluctantly.
Yeah, I can do that.
Juanita's smile widened.
Good. Then get out. Nancy will call and let me know when it's done. There's no reason for us to ever talk again unless you mess this up.
I won't.
Sid got up and walked out of the exit. Juanita smiled, her master plan still working perfectly. The next few days passed in a blur of anticipation and anxiety. Nancy helped Lily prepare for Kevin's arrival, all the while concealing her true motives. Once a haven of peace and calm, the suburban house echoed with the footsteps of an impending storm. On the eve of Kevin's return, as the clock's hands crawled toward midnight, Nancy sat by a fire in the living room. Lily, nestled on the couch beside her, clutched a family photo, her eyes fixed on Kevin's smiling face. "He'll be back soon," Lily murmured, her voice tinged with excitement. Nancy forced a smile, her fingers anxiously tracing the contours of her fake baby bump. Kevin's return loomed like a guillotine, ready to cut the ties of her lies. She had grown too comfortable in the shelter of Lily's trust, and the impending storm threatened to expose her true colors. The day of Kevin's expected return finally arrived. The air was thick with tension as Sid approached Lily's house. The neighborhood seemed to hold its breath, unaware of the hurricane of violence that was about to break. Sid took a deep breath, steeling himself for the act that he was about to perform. Inside Lily's cozy living room, Nancy nervously glanced at the clock. The minutes stretched like hours, anticipation twisting her stomach into knots. "It's almost time," Lily squealed with delight. Just then, Lily's phone rang. She answered. Her excited expression suddenly faded. "I understand. Thank you so much." She hung up. Nancy looked her over, curious. "What? What's wrong?" "That was Kevin's friend Stanley Cooper. He said Kevin's jet had experienced some weather issues and was delayed. He's running late." Sid kicked in the front door. He barged into the house with all the subtlety of a wrecking ball. His eyes locked onto Nancy and he snarled.
"You thought you could get away from me, huh?"
Nancy's face drained of color. Lily took a step back, eyes wide with alarm. Sid's act was convincing. He threw Nancy against the wall, his voice a venomous growl.
"You think you can just leave? You're mine, and you'll always be mine."
Lily's heart was racing. Her friend was in trouble. And then the strangest thing happened. Lily didn't call out for help. Lily didn't run. Instead, her protective instincts kicked in. Roaring with rage, she lunged at Sid, fists flying. The room erupted in chaos, a symphony of violence and fear. "Get off of her!" Lily cried out. Sid turned to defend himself, but Lily picked up a nearby vase and smashed it across his face. Sid crashed onto the ground, hurt badly. He looked up at Nancy, then turned to Lily, who was picking up a second vase. Sid took off running. He rushed out the front door and ran down the street. Lily remained in the house. She rushed over to Nancy and checked her for wounds. "Are you all right, Nancy? Did he hurt you?" "No, I'm all right," Nancy responded, still catching her breath. "Thanks to you." The two women locked eyes. They had just been through something terrible together, but had come out safe on the other side. Just then, Kevin stepped through the bashed open front door, a tired smile on his face. It vanished in an instant as he registered the scene before him. "Lily?" he whispered with shock and concern. "What happened here?" With Kevin finally on his way home from Cambodia, Lily was excited for him to help Nancy deal with her abusive ex-boyfriend. But what Lily didn't know was that Nancy had been lying about her past in an attempt to get closer to the Williams family. Nancy worried that Kevin might see through her lies, so with the help of Juanita Hernandez, she planned to have a random brute assault her in front of Kevin, so that he could see for himself what was happening and intervene. But when Kevin's flight was delayed, Lily had to be the one to stand up to the brute and save Nancy. Kevin sat on the edge of the couch, his eyes fixed on the flickering flame within the fireplace. He was angry. At the intruder, for sure, but even more so at himself. "I'm sorry, Lily. I should have been here," Kevin said, his voice tinged with regret. Lily sat beside him, her face a mosaic of conflicting emotions. Her eyes, once filled with excitement for finally getting to see Kevin again, now held a distant intensity that spoke of a recent battle. "It's not your fault, Kevin," Lily offered, lovingly wrapping her arms around her husband. "It was all so random, and he didn't come to hurt me." She began to recount the events that had transpired, her voice steady. "Nancy and I were just sitting here waiting for you when this man kicked in the front door. At first I thought it was just a random home break-in, but when I saw Nancy's face changed, I realized what was happening. That this was her abusive ex-boyfriend, Sid." Kevin's heart quickened its pace, the name Sid echoing through his mind like a malevolent chant. He turned his attention to Lily, who continued her harrowing tale. Kevin's powers were nothing if he couldn't protect Lily from danger, and now she was telling him a horrific tale of being in the middle of an attack. And yet he could see that Lily was perfectly safe. How? "He came in like a storm, fueled by rage or something darker. I'd never seen Nancy so scared. He went after her, pushing her against the wall. I couldn't stand by. I had to do something," Lily said, her hands fidgeting in her lap. Kevin's eyes widened, taking in the gravity of the situation. His protective instincts surged to the forefront, and anger simmered beneath the surface. Lily continued, "I didn't know what to do, Kev, but I did know that I had to protect her." "Thank you, Lily," Nancy offered. "I'm sorry this terror came to your doorstep, but I'm so grateful you were here with me. You saved my life." Kevin's eyes searched Lily's face, finding a newfound strength in her gaze. There was a strength and ability to overcome hardship and attackers, a fierceness that hadn't been there before. It was as if the very essence of Lily had undergone a transformation. Lily turned back to Kevin. "I fought him off. I didn't think I had it in me, but for Nancy and her baby, I found the strength I never knew I had." Lily's eyes shimmered with a mix of pride and astonishment. Kevin studied her, the pieces of the puzzle falling into place. It wasn't just a physical transformation, it was something deeper, something profound that had shifted within Lily. The realization hit him like a revelation just as Lily spoke the very words that Kevin was thinking. "Half of that strength is yours, Kevin. I can feel it. Our baby is giving me this power, this courage to face whatever comes my way," Lily said, a serene smile playing on her lips. As the truth settled over them like a comforting blanket, Kevin felt a profound sense of gratitude. He glanced around the room, his gaze finally landing on Nancy. Her eyes mirrored the tumult of emotions within Kevin, fear, relief, and a hint of hope. "Nancy, you're welcome here. Our home is your safe haven," Kevin offered. "And now that I know the situation, I'll make sure you have extra security. I will have my Radiant soldiers at every corner and every rooftop looking out for Sid and other danger. This house will be safer than Fort Knox." "Thank you, Kevin," Nancy said. "I didn't know where else to go. When Lily asked me to stay here, I was so unsure, but now, after what happened today and what you just said, I'm just very grateful." Kevin reached out, offering a comforting hand. "You don't have to worry anymore. We're in this together now, the three of us." "The five of us," Lily motioned to her and Nancy's bellies with warmth and pride and an already firm sense of motherhood in her eyes and words. "You! This never would have happened if she hadn't married you!" Dorothy suddenly appeared from the hallway, screaming accusations at Kevin. Lily stepped between them. "Mom, Kevin had nothing to do with this. We were attacked by Nancy's ex-boyfriend. I invited her to live here while Kevin was away. He didn't even know.
Well, he should have been home to protect you, Dorothy screamed.
I protected myself, Lily countered.
Dorothy stuttered and hesitated, unsure of how to attack Kevin next. Her shoulders sagged.
Well, the cat won't stop biting me.
Kevin nodded his head in understanding. That's hard, Dorothy. I'm sorry.
But I don't have rabies, Dorothy continued. 14 needles later, but Mama is rabies-free.
Lily turned to Kevin. The two shared a soft chuckle. They were a good team. Nancy smiled too. Her twisted plan was working. Back in the cleaning supplies room that had been turned into a war room and which was just down the hall from his labs, Kevin regrouped with Kyle, Marcus, and Sasha. While Kevin was in Cambodia, the three young apprentices had been busy upgrading the clean room, which now acted as a fully functioning base of operation with all the latest tech money could buy.
So what happened in Cambodia?
Sasha asked. It's a long story. Kevin took out 2 vials from his satchel, one marked ancient resin and one marked anti-ancient resin. He placed them both on the table. But first things first, I want you two to take these samples down to the lab and tell them to start mass producing both, just in case we need them someday. Marcus looked over the vials. In case what? Kevin began to pace. We were able to locate Quentin Covington's fortress. He was using an ancient Cambodian castle hidden beneath an enormous photometallic dome.
That's original,
Sasha noted. Kevin continued. He was using the base to try and manufacture his own version of this ancient resin, a super adhesive, unlike any glue I've ever seen. Why would he want to make that? Kyle asked. We're not sure, not yet, but we are one step closer to understanding his master plan. We got another piece of the blueprint. Kevin took out the second sliver and put it with the first. They were still 4 pieces short of completing the circular blueprint. Marcus asked the question on everyone's mind. So where's the next piece? Kevin shook his head. We're not sure, but we might have a lead. Kevin stepped over to the new holographic transponder and pressed a button. A translucent projection of Interpol agent Karen Stone suddenly appeared. Is it working? She asked bluntly. Agent Karen Stone never wasted words. Yes, Karen, we can see you, Kevin offered. Who's we? Karen countered coldly. You're speaking with myself, Kevin Williams, and my associates Marcus, Kyle, and Sasha. You understand that I can't see you on my end? Karen asked. I assumed that was the case, but hadn't really thought about it, Kevin offered. I don't understand why we had to use this piece of technology, Karen complained. Maybe next time you can just call me on my flip phone. Of course, Karen, whatever you want. We just thought this could be more personal, Kevin added. Well, it's lovely catching up with you all, but if you don't mind, let's cut the small talk and get down to business. Karen pulled the file and looked it over. The photometallic dome we helped airlift out of Cambodia, it's made from a uniquely specific mineral. What kind of mineral? Kevin asked. It's a type of lead-zinc ore only found in certain parts of the Serengeti. I don't know about you, but logic tells me that if Quentin Covington was able to mine enough of this rare mineral to generate an enormous dome, then he must have some kind of operation working there, or somewhere close by. Do with that what you will. Kevin considered this. He turned to his team. Interesting, he murmured. Karen cut back in. Now, can you please turn this thing off so I can use the bathroom? Kevin powered off the transponder and turned back to the group, considering the options.
A rare mineral? So what does that mean for us?
Sasha asked. Kevin debated for a prolonged beat before turning back to his team. It means sometime in the very near future, we're going to the Serengeti. After returning home from Cambodia, Kevin was upset as Lily told him how she beat up Nancy's ex-boyfriend. Kevin felt guilty for not being there to protect Lily himself, but his regret was replaced with happiness once he realized that their baby was giving Lily newfound power and strength.
He returned to his lab to fill in his team on the mission in Cambodia and drop off samples of the resin and the resin antidote. Together, Kevin and his team called Karen Stone, who told them that the glass dome covering Quentin's compound was made from a rare mineral that could only be found in the Serengeti. As Kevin's team prepared to fly to the Serengeti to investigate the rare mineral that Quentin Covington used for the protective dome surrounding his fortress, Kevin considered the Night King's warning in Cambodia. Quentin's rumored alliance with both the Pinnacle and the Mavericks made for a consolidation of power that would overwhelm even Kevin's level 7 abilities and could bring down the entire Foundation. If Kevin had any hope of beating such a group of enemies, he couldn't put off reaching the Upper Realm any longer. It was time to revisit the last clue he had received for how to access the Upper Realm, the blank sheet of paper that was given to him just after he won the Epic Clash. Kevin's enemies were unhappy to see that he'd won the contest and a place in the Upper Realm, and they conspired to make another quest for him, solving the riddle of the blank paper, hoping it would prevent him from gaining even more power and also stop him from becoming a master during his time in the Upper Realm. A flash of blue moonlight while in Dolly Madison's tomb had revealed what looked like a copy of a vaguely familiar painting on the paper, but Kevin hadn't gotten a clear enough look at it. The paper had slipped from Kevin's mind as his responsibilities to his companies and to Lily, and to his hunt for Quentin's blueprints, had distracted him from further investigation. But figuring out what this image meant was now a top priority, and one he couldn't solve alone. He was going to need reinforcements from the art world to crack this mystery, and Phoebe Anderson was just the woman for the job. Kevin hadn't seen Phoebe in months, but she was a lifelong friend of Lily's who had helped care for her when Lily was in a coma after a run-in with one of Kevin's many enemies. Kevin knew he could always count on Phoebe, who was loyal to both him and his beloved wife. Phoebe had eyes for Kevin at one point, but she had since come to understand and respect his devotion to Lily. Her crush on him evolved into sisterly love and loyalty, and an enormous admiration for his skill with art and antiquities. Kevin headed to Phoebe's family's high-end auction house where she served as president. Nestled in the Chicago Arts District, the historic building stood regal and welcoming. Inside, a young woman in her early 20s waited diligently at a reception desk. Kevin glanced at the nameplate as he approached. "Alyssa, it's nice to meet you. Is Phoebe in? I'm an old friend of hers, Kevin Williams." Alyssa was pleased to Kevin's politeness, but was slow in her response. "Welcome, Kevin. She's here, but she's currently in a meeting with a client. Would you mind waiting? I could grab you a coffee." "Normally I would love to take you up on that, but I'm not sure that caffeine is the right call for me at the moment. Do you know how much longer she'll be? It's urgent," Kevin said. Alyssa appreciated Kevin's courteousness, and she knew that Kevin was an important man who was obviously there on important business. Still, Alyssa was new in her job, and Phoebe had told her that she wasn't to be disturbed. Alyssa wondered if that meant even by one of Chicago's most important businessmen, the head of his own pharmaceutical company, and a man who surely wouldn't lie to Alyssa and say he was one of Phoebe's old friends if he wasn't. Alyssa decided to make a decision that would either get her fired or earn her points from her boss Phoebe for thinking on her feet. She glanced sideways at Phoebe's closed door. "You know what, Kevin? Maybe you happened to walk in while I was in the restroom and you didn't know she was in the middle of a meeting. Oopsie." Alyssa got up from her desk and dropped her voice so she could whisper to Kevin. "When I offered coffee to the guy Phoebe's meeting with in there now, he said he didn't drink burnt 2-day-old coffee made by interns. So rude." Alyssa winked at Kevin as she retreated down the hall. Kevin couldn't help but smile after the cheeky assistant. He walked up to the mahogany door to Phoebe's office and entered the sleek space framed by a giant window overlooking the vibrant neighborhood beyond. Phoebe was engaged in conversation with a smug-looking middle-aged man. The man stopped talking in the middle of his sentence when he saw Kevin enter the room.
"Why is your office boy interrupting us? Or is this the guy who empties your trash cans at night?"
The man was surprised to see that Phoebe's face lit up when she saw Kevin. "Kevin, it's been so long. How is Lily, and how is the pregnancy going? I owe her a call, but she and I are always both so busy. The whole family is great, Kevin replied. I'd love to catch up and I hate to interrupt, but I need your help and it's urgent. Phoebe's client was well-groomed and well-dressed, but he still looked like a used car salesman. The man didn't even try to hide his annoyance. You hate to interrupt. You seem quite comfortable with it. Phoebe tried to make her client happy while also greeting Kevin, one of her oldest and dearest friends. Phoebe hoped an introduction might calm her client. Excuse my rudeness. Kevin Williams, meet Theo Parrish. We're discussing whether we might be able to find the perfect home for this beautiful Basquiat. Phoebe referenced the striking canvas painting sitting beside her desk. Pending the final appraisal, of course. She smiled at Theo. Perhaps we can get together again next week? Theo clearly looked eager to move the negotiation along. I have other interested buyers, Miss Anderson. I'd prefer to go with a buyer of your family's reputation and with your family's appreciation for the material value of art, but I can't in good conscience keep a rare and valuable Basquiat from other possible buyers. Phoebe considered his argument, but before she could respond, Kevin chimed in. Oh, that's no Basquiat. Theo's fake air of sophistication disappeared as he whipped his head toward Phoebe and he started to yell in anger. Who even is this guy? Theo turned back toward Kevin. You look like you can't even tell the difference between filet mignon and a Big Mac, and you're going to pretend you can appraise a Basquiat? Kevin continued. The particular type of water-based acrylic used on that canvas wasn't invented until the 90s. Basquiat died in '88. Theo stared daggers at Kevin as Kevin replied with a shrug. Sorry, I hate interfering with a scam almost as much as I hate interrupting a meeting. Theo grabbed the painting and stormed out of the office in a huff. Just outside the door, Kevin could hear Alyssa, her voice dripping with vague sweetness. Thank you for visiting, Mr. Parrish. Have an excellent rest of your day. Phoebe turned to Kevin wearing a mix of embarrassment and amusement. Never a dull moment with you, is there? Whatever favor you came here for, you certainly earned it. Kevin took a seat opposite her and produced the sheet of paper. Now that the Night King's words had sunk in, he knew he had no time to waste in discovering the secrets of the blank sheet of paper. This was part of my reward for winning the Epic Clash. It's supposed to help to grant me access to the upper realm, but there's some sort of message to decode. An image hidden in the paper. It looked familiar, maybe a painting I'd seen in a museum or a textbook, but I only got a second's look. The image only appeared under a rare pale blue moon, and the moonbeams disappeared so quickly that I couldn't keep the full image in my mind. Phoebe examined the paper. If you needed moonlight to see it, that implies a very rare type of ink must have been used. It would take a highly sophisticated chemical compound to create an ink that only responds to indirect UV light that's been refracted at a specific angle. What do you remember of the image? Phoebe asked. A mountain peak with clouds swirling around it, Kevin recalled. It had almost a mythological quality to it, Grecian or Nordic. It definitely was more of a painting and not a photograph. And the ink may give us a clue. Invisible ink has been used for thousands of years, but ink with this level of specificity likely wouldn't have been perfected until the Revolutionary War era at the earliest. Phoebe pondered for a moment. This all paints to a painting I may know of, but its existence is only rumored. And I can't be sure it's a match unless I see the image myself. Got any pale blue moonlight on you? Kevin leaned back in his chair. Not at the moment, but I do know of an alternative that would produce the same light frequency, and its location may even allow me to kill two birds with one stone. Phoebe knew all too well what Kevin's escapades entailed. So what do I need to pack to reach this mysterious destination? Snowshoes? Scuba gear? Kevin smiled. When's the last time you visited Zambia? Phoebe's eyes widened. Zambia? Now that's a new one. The lunar rainbow over Victoria Falls will provide the light frequency we need for long enough for us to get a proper look at the image, Kevin explained. I'll charter a jet for us to leave tomorrow. Before we jet off to Africa, Phoebe implored. You said two birds with one stone. What aren't you telling me? Kevin paused. How can I explain this? There's an evil billionaire with hidden compounds all over the world, contributing towards a mysterious operation, and he may be collaborating with two highly powerful and dangerous organizations that together could destroy all of humanity. We think one of his bases may be in the Serengeti." Phoebe blinked, incredulous. "Sure." Kevin acknowledged her bewilderment. "I guess I hadn't said it out loud before. It's dangerous, yes, but 2 of my team members are going to investigate the Serengeti. I can't hope to undermine the operation unless I can gain access to the upper realm to become a master. So you and I will go first to Victoria Falls to see the image, and then on to the Serengeti." "Well, though I don't understand half of what you said, I always know that I can trust you," Phoebe said. This was certainly a lot for Phoebe to digest. "I wouldn't ask if I didn't know you could handle it. You're the best woman for the job." As Kevin rose from his chair, Phoebe stopped him. "If the fate of humanity depends on you decoding that image, there's something you should know about it." Kevin's eyebrows raised with interest. "What's that?" Phoebe hesitated. "If that image is what I think it is, retrieving it is going to be even trickier than identifying it." "What makes you say that?" Kevin asked. "Because," Phoebe replied, "your description matches a rumored Van Gogh painting that hasn't been seen since—" Kevin urged her on. "Since?" Phoebe cut to the chase. "Since he painted over it to create his masterpiece, The Starry Night." Kevin quickly assembled a 2-part mission to Africa. He needed to investigate the rare Serengeti mineral that Quentin Covington was using for his defensive dome, but first, he needed to get a clearer look at the mysterious image on the blank sheet of paper that would help him gain access to the upper realm. Kevin recruited Phoebe Anderson to join him on the quest to decode the image, but then he had to tell Lily that he had to leave again. Kevin left Phoebe's office, her warning echoing in his head. The image on the blank paper was apparently of a painting that existed underneath Van Gogh's Starry Night, one of the most recognizable and highly guarded paintings in the world. But securing that painting was a few moves down the road. First, Kevin had to view the image with Phoebe under a lunar rainbow in Zambia, and before that, he had to break the news to Lily that he was leaving again so soon. He returned home to find Lily and Nancy in the kitchen, Nancy hovering over the stove. Lily's eyes brightened as he walked in. "Kevin, you're just in time. Nancy offered to make dinner for us tonight. Pasta bolognese." "Old family recipe." Nancy smiled over her shoulder from where she stirred sauce on the stovetop. She sneakily locked her phone, which had been displaying a recipe taken off the internet. "It's so nice to have you home for dinner." Lily beamed at Kevin. "What are your plans tomorrow? I was thinking we could do some shopping for the nursery." Kevin's eyes were filled with guilt. "About that, I'm sorry, Lily, but I have to leave again tomorrow." He was mindful not to say too much with Nancy nearby. Though Lily adored Nancy and trusted her, Kevin had learned that it was always a good idea to keep as much information about his work and his missions a secret. He had enemies everywhere, and there was no reason for too many people to know about his activities. "I have a business to attend to in Zambia. Phoebe Anderson is coming along to assist me with an art appraisal," Kevin said. Lily hid her disappointment, knowing Kevin would never leave her side if he didn't have a good reason. "I guess the nursery will just have to be a surprise for you when you return. I'm sure this appraisal is a difficult one if you need Phoebe's help." "She's the best of the best," Kevin agreed. "Thank you for understanding. I'll get changed for dinner." He kissed Lily on the forehead and nodded to Nancy before exiting the kitchen. With Kevin gone, Nancy noted the sadness on Lily's face and saw an opening to seed some tension. "Are you okay, Lily?" Lily quickly gathered herself, wanting to put on a brave face for Nancy. "Of course. It's always disappointing when Kevin leaves, but I know he spends as much time with me as he can." "You're so strong," Nancy replied. "I don't think I could ever be okay with my husband going on vacation with another woman." Lily turned her head toward Nancy. She wanted to believe this was a friendly concern, but there was an edge to Nancy's voice that gave Lily goosebumps. Why would she suggest that Kevin would cheat on her? "Phoebe is a dear friend," Lily explained to Nancy with a hint of anger seeping into her voice. "And it's not a vacation. Kevin only leaves for business and only when it's urgent." "Of course. Nancy stammered. I didn't mean to imply. Forget I said anything. Dinner will be ready soon. Nancy quickly turned back to her simmering pot, angry with herself for almost pushing Lily too far. Nancy was able to use the time stirring her sauce as she thought about Lily and Kevin's marriage. The trust between Lily and Kevin was too thick to break, she realized, but maybe there was another way to drive a wedge between them. The next morning, Nancy approached Dorothy's guest house holding 2 steaming coffee mugs. She carefully knocked on the door. From inside, she heard Dorothy's shrill voice say, About time, Lily! This cat has been terrorizing me all morning. The door opened to reveal Dorothy, whose face immediately dropped in disappointment upon seeing Nancy. Oh, it's you. She turned and walked back inside, leaving the door open behind her, revealing Missy the cat clinging to Dorothy's back, her nails dug into Dorothy's robe. Nancy followed, knowing that was as close to an invitation as she was going to get from Dorothy. And if she was going to create a wedge between Lily and Kevin, Dorothy would be her best weapon. I brought you some coffee, Nancy called as she followed Dorothy into the sitting room. Coffee is for poor people. What do you want? Dorothy asked as she dramatically sank into an armchair. Of course. How silly of me. Nancy quickly emptied the mugs into a houseplant while Dorothy wasn't looking. I wanted to see how you were doing. You seemed on edge since Kevin came back into town. Dorothy warmed slightly to Nancy. There was one key to her icy heart. It was gossiping about Kevin. Yes, I'm sure it's been noticeable. I'm normally very relaxed. Nancy put on a sympathetic face. The quick visits and abrupt schedule changes. It must cause you and Lily so much stress. Lily hides it well, but I'm concerned about the lack of stability is affecting her and the baby. Dorothy took a better look at Nancy. Maybe this wayward young woman had a good head on her shoulders, even if she did willingly spend time at a soup kitchen. I hadn't thought to worry about that before, but I will now, Dorothy said. You're a good friend, Nancy. Well, Lily deserves at least one real friend. She mentioned that the woman going on Kevin's next trip is a friend of hers. I could never go on a vacation with a friend's husband, Nancy said as she drove home her point. Dorothy almost wished that Nancy's suspicions about Phoebe were true, but she knew they weren't. Oh, there's nothing to worry about with Phoebe. I've known her family since before Lily was born. Even if Phoebe had eyes for Kevin, she has too much honor and integrity to do anything about it, Dorothy continued. Missy popped out from behind Dorothy's shoulder and hissed at Nancy. Nancy sensed she was losing Dorothy and scrambled to recover. Oh, I'm sure you trust her, but do you trust Kevin? Nancy watched as Dorothy weighed her loyalty to Phoebe's family versus her vendetta against Kevin. Nancy gave another nudge. They say Zambia is the Paris of Africa. They say that? Dorothy asked. They do, Nancy exclaimed. Dorothy's inner conflict continued, but eventually her long-standing friendship with Phoebe's family won out. If it were anyone other than Phoebe, I'd see your point, she explained to Nancy. But the Anderson family would never do anything to hurt Lily. Nancy accepted defeat. Of course, you know best, Dorothy. Lily is lucky to have a mother like you looking out for her. She's lucky to have you as well, Dorothy replied. And Dorothy was surprised that she almost meant it. Nancy smiled. She hadn't succeeded in getting rid of Kevin yet, but at the very least, an alliance with Dorothy should prove to be valuable. Back in the main house, Kevin carried his luggage toward the front door while Lily followed. This shouldn't take more than a few days, Kevin explained. I can have some of the guys from my Radiance team come help with any heavy lifting you need for the nursery. Lily could see the pain on his face. She knew Kevin really wanted to be there to prepare for the baby together. Oh, don't you worry about me. She showed off her toned bicep. I'm Wonder Woman now, remember? Kevin chuckled. Fair point. After hearing about what you did to Nancy's ex-boyfriend, I should be telling the Radiance to call you if they need extra muscle. And you're not leaving me alone, Lily reassured him. I have Nancy and Mom and Alan and Susan here to make sure I'm safe and taken care of. I'll be fine, I promise. I know you will, Kevin smiled at her. He was really in awe of his wife. Suddenly, there was a knock at the door. Lily opened it to reveal Phoebe with her rolling suitcase in tow. Phoebe squealed upon seeing her old friend and pulled Lily into a big hug. "Look at you! You're glowing!" Lily returned Phoebe's embrace. "You're too kind. I've missed you. How's the family?" As they caught up, Dorothy and Nancy slipped into the room. Nancy looked Phoebe over. Even in the casual clothes she had worn for a day of flying, she was undeniably beautiful. "That's the woman Kevin is taking with him to Africa?" Nancy whispered to Dorothy. "Are you sure you don't have to worry about her?" Dorothy watched as Lily, Phoebe, and Kevin laughed and chatted, looking for any signs of foul play. Was Phoebe batting her eyes at Kevin? Did Kevin just touch her arm? Lily gave Phoebe another hug. "Take care of Kevin for me, okay?"
"Yes, Phoebe," Dorothy said coldly as she walked forward. "Be sure to look after Lily's husband for her."
Phoebe was confused by the odd tone in Dorothy's voice, but she was still excited to reunite with her old family friend. "Dorothy, I didn't see you there. It's wonderful to see you." Dorothy remained icy.
"Isn't it, though?"
Sensing some weird tension from Dorothy, Kevin decided to move things along. "The car is out front. We should get going." "I'll walk you out," said Lily. As she followed Phoebe down the front steps, Kevin waved to Dorothy and Nancy.
"Behave yourself, Kevin,"
Dorothy warned. Kevin had no idea what she was getting at, but knew better than to question it. "I always do," he replied. He carried his suitcase down to the car where Phoebe had just climbed in the back seat. Lily was there waiting for him. "Travel safe," she said softly as she pulled him in for a kiss. Kevin smiled at his wife. "Don't send too many men to the hospital while I'm gone." Lily laughed as Kevin sat in the back seat and closed the door behind him. She blew him a kiss through the window as the car backed out of the driveway. When they finally turned out of view, Lily went back inside. All was calm and quiet outside the Williams mansion. But suddenly, a twig snapped, and Sid stepped out from behind a large tree sporting a nasty gash over his eye from his run-in with Lily. He stepped toward the house and watched through the kitchen window as Lily poured herself a cup of coffee. His eyes burned with revenge. Kevin broke the news to Lily that he had to jet off to Africa. He needed to view the hidden image on the blank paper under a lunar rainbow with Phoebe, and then needed to go with Dalton and Sasha to investigate the Serengeti mineral Quentin Covington was using for his protective dome. Kevin had never taken Phoebe on one of his missions before, a fact Nancy tried to use to plant seeds of doubt in Lily. But the real danger to Lily came in the form of Sid, who spied on her from outside their home after Kevin drove away with Phoebe. In the car, Kevin suddenly felt silent as a feeling of dread washed over him. "What's wrong?" Phoebe asked. Kevin looked back through the car's rear window, but there was nothing to see but trees. "Nothing," he said quietly as he shook off the feeling. They arrived at Chicago Executive Airport to find Dalton and Sasha waiting beside the jet Kevin had chartered. Kevin wouldn't usually spend money for such luxury, but knowing that Quentin Covington was at work on a mysterious plan that could bring about destruction to possibly millions of people, and perhaps the entire world, convinced Kevin that he and his team had to get to Africa as soon as possible. "About time," Dalton called as Kevin and Phoebe exited the town car. "You can blame me for the lateness," Phoebe gamely replied. "I should have known I would spend some time catching up with Lily." Kevin followed with a more formal introduction. "Dalton, Sasha, meet Phoebe Anderson, president of one of the finest auction houses in Chicago. She's going to help me identify the image on the sheet of paper that I got after winning the epic clash. And she's known Lily for longer than I have." Dalton grabbed Phoebe's suitcase and started carrying it up the plane steps.
"Any friend of Lily's is a friend of ours,"
Dalton called back to her. Kevin smiled at Phoebe. She'll fit right in, he thought. 15 hours later, the pilot announced that they were 30 minutes away from landing in Zambia. Phoebe appeared as if her nerves were finally starting to catch up with her. Sasha, however, looked like a kid on Christmas morning. He had been wanting to up his levels and was excited to finally have the opportunity. Working alongside Kevin during a mission like this would give him experience and surely there would be battles and enemies to engage. Kevin glanced out the window and was surprised to see how brown the landscape looked below. He expected Zambia to be greener this time of year. Stepping off the plane felt like walking into a wall of heat. Tsetse flies swarmed, and Kevin and his team tried in vain to swat them away. Why did I think that one of these missions might actually be pleasant? Kevin thought to himself. They climbed into the SUV, waiting to take them to the hotel. As the car made its way through the streets of Lusaka, Kevin noticed that Sasha didn't have the same degree of excitement that he'd had on the plane. He almost seemed like he might fall asleep. Then Phoebe started to shiver, which was a strange response given the heat. "Are you all right, Phoebe?" Kevin asked. Phoebe started to nod, but her eyes were drooping. Kevin put a hand on her forehead and instantly became worried. "You're burning up."
"Sasha is too," said Dalton,
who was sitting next to the young man. Kevin and Dalton exchanged a look of concern. What could have affected them like this? When they reached the hotel, Kevin ran to the concierge while Dalton helped Phoebe and Sasha out of the SUV. "Checking in for reservation under Kevin Williams," he said, nearly short of breath. "And I need a furnace and access to any medical equipment you have on site. 2 of my colleagues have fallen ill." The concierge looked alarmed.
"Fever? Fatigue?"
he asked. "Yes, exactly," Kevin replied.
"I'm sorry, sir," the concierge said abruptly, "but we can no longer accept your reservation."
"What are you talking about?" Kevin demanded. "My friends are sick. They need help. Now."
"It is precisely because of your friend's illness that I cannot help you," explained the concierge. "For the safety of everyone else in this hotel, we've already lost too many guests and staff."
The concierge quickly applied hand sanitizer and walked away. Already lost? Kevin could barely comprehend the man's words. He ran out to the car and urged everyone back inside. He tried to hide his own fear for their sake. "The hotel won't take us. Seems like Phoebe and Sasha have been going through something serious. We have to find a hospital or clinic where I can take and examine samples from Phoebe and Sasha and figure out what's causing this." "The hotel won't take us? Is it that bad?" Phoebe asked. "You're going to be fine," Kevin reassured her. But when Dalton made eye contact, Kevin shared a look that revealed he wasn't so sure. The SUV reached the nearest hospital where a nurse wearing a face mask was waiting outside the emergency room to intercept all incoming patients. She addressed Kevin as he rolled down the window. "Have you or anyone in your family experienced fever, chills, fatigue, or sensitivity to sunlight in the past 7 days?" I'm not sure about the sunlight, but yes to the rest." "You'll need to head to the new clinic, a half-mile down the road," the nurse replied. "Okay, thanks." Kevin directed the driver as he became increasingly concerned. What was going on here that the hospital couldn't accept sick people? On the other hand, Kevin considered that a clinic set up for this specific illness would have the best equipment and information to help Kevin get to the bottom of this. The speed with which Phoebe and Sasha were declining was concerning, but Kevin found some relief in knowing that observing others with similar symptoms, possibly at a more advanced stage, would help him zero in on this mystery illness. Kevin put his arm around Phoebe, who was still shivering. Dalton had handed Sasha a cold water bottle, which he was holding against his neck. Kevin felt racked with guilt. He recruited Phoebe and Sasha for this trip. Whatever happened to them, it'd be his fault if he couldn't get the supplies and herbs he needed to save their lives. The SUV deposited Kevin and his team at the clinic, where Kevin could see it wasn't a medical facility so much as an open-air market that had been repurposed for a shocking scene. Medical staff, all masked, rushed around a sea of cots that contained patients in various states of decline. As soon as Kevin and his friend stepped out of the SUV, Phoebe winced and called for Kevin. He looked and saw that her arms were breaking out in hives. He glanced up at the beating sun. "Let's get you into the shade." Kevin and Dalton helped Phoebe and Sasha drag themselves to a tent where exhausted-looking staff were seated behind a folding table. "Who's in charge here?" Kevin begged the staff. "Our friends are sick and deteriorating fast. I can help, but I need access to a lab, a microscope at the very least." The staff were all business and looked into their routine. They didn't have time to entertain this random man's demands. A tired but determined woman quickly shoved a handful of face masks at Kevin.
No one enters the clinic without face coverings. When did symptoms first begin?
Only about an hour ago, shortly after we got off the plane. Do all of these people have the same thing? Kevin asked. The woman didn't have time for small talk. She glanced at Phoebe and Sasha.
They're still walking, so that's a good sign. Prepare 2 cots in Section 3,
she called over her shoulder to her fellow workers. To Kevin, she continued,
Follow me.
They walked through the maze of cots, Kevin doing his best to shield Phoebe from the sun when they stepped between tent coverings. The woman took this time to fill Kevin in.
It started a few weeks ago, all with the same symptoms. Scientists have determined a new breed of tsetse fly has invaded the area and believe that they're the source of the disease. But with how quickly it's spreading, no one knows if the disease is also being spread from person to person.
Kevin was shocked at the sheer number of sick people around him. This all happened within a few weeks? This looks like epidemic levels. How did we not know about this? The woman stopped short and looked at Kevin.
You're American?
Yes, Kevin replied. She continued, deadpan.
Do you often get news about suffering in Africa?
No, Kevin answered sheepishly.
Didn't think so.
The group reached the empty cots being readied by 2 nurses. Kevin noticed that they were both wearing long sleeves tucked into gloves even in the oppressive heat. The woman spoke quickly to the nurses.
2 foreign nationals, 1 male, 1 female, both 20s. Symptoms developing rapidly, but we're hopefully early enough to help them.
Hopefully? Kevin said with a panicked edge to his voice. As Phoebe and Sasha lay down in cots and the nurses began to check their temperature and blood pressure, the woman bid Kevin goodbye.
Good luck to you.
She disappeared back toward the main tent to continue another draining day of tending to the sick, dying, and scared members of her community. Kevin turned to the nurses who were wheeling over IV drips. What's the recovery protocol? I'm an herbalist. Maybe I can help.
If you think you can help, you're welcome to try, one of the nurses responded.
Antibiotics are ineffective. Penicillin does nothing. Basically, we can keep them hydrated. Ibuprofen to try to ease the fever. We have no cure. Kevin dug through a satchel. He quickly mixed together aloe and biotin and began applying the paste to Phoebe's inflamed skin. She immediately sighed with relief. Thank you, Kevin. You're going to be okay, Kevin reassured her, even though he was increasingly losing confidence. Rarely had he found himself in a medical crisis where he couldn't access medical equipment. With how quickly Phoebe and Sasha were worsening and the deadly scene around him, it was clear Kevin couldn't afford to wait much longer to get the tools he needed. For the time being, Kevin made do with his limited equipment and supplies. He whipped together saline with elderberry, curcumin, and BCAA electrolytes. Add this to their IV packs, he instructed the nurses. Kevin called Dalton to the side. I can't hope to make a cure for this without knowing the pathogen that caused it. I have to get a hold of one of those tsetse flies.
You better do it fast, said Dalton. I've never seen an illness take effect this fast.
Neither had Kevin. They were relieved to then see a hairy doctor make her way to Phoebe's and Sasha's cots where the nurses quickly filled her in. Kevin cautiously approached her. How's their outlook?
Well, the rapid onset of symptoms is concerning, but they still got help early. I've had others not make it here until it was much too late. They both had an elevated heart rate when they arrived, but whatever you gave them to supplement the IV seems to have helped. And I understand you gave one a topical ointment that helped with the skin irritation?
Yes, Kevin replied. I can make more for the other patients here.
I appreciate that, said the doctor.
We need all the help we can get. Maybe we can find a clue for how to mass produce a cure. What has helped the people who have recovered? Kevin asked.
I don't know. God? Replied the doctor. That's a small population you're referring to. We've buried far more than we've saved. Most people die in about a week.
She put a hand on Kevin's shoulder, an act of extreme kindness in an environment where everyone feared contagion, before moving on to her next patient. Kevin looked in horror at Phoebe and Sasha, lying helpless in their cots. If what the doctor said was true, he had just 1 week to find a cure, or his friends might die. Kevin and his team arrived in Africa only for their plans to immediately get derailed. Phoebe and Sasha fell ill with a mysterious disease and were fading fast. At a makeshift open-air clinic, Kevin learned that a new breed of tsetse fly had caused an epidemic in the region, with many dying over just the past few weeks. In order to save Phoebe and Sasha, Kevin needed to refine a cure, and he needed to do it fast. While keeping a watchful eye over Phoebe and Sasha, Kevin whipped up more of the skin cream that he had used to help Phoebe. He wove through the crowd until he found the doctor and handed her the jar of light green paste. "Here's the remedy for the hives," he offered, "but it's not nearly enough for everyone here. I need more ingredients if I'm going to make enough." The doctor gratefully took the jar. "I heard you were asking for lab equipment. I normally work as the chief attending at the hospital. One call should grant you access to whatever you need." "Thank you," Kevin replied. "As far as I'm concerned," the doctor said, holding up the jar, "anyone who can find a fix for a symptom this fast should have their run of the place." She smiled, which was not easy to do under the circumstances, and walked off to put Kevin's remedy to use. Kevin returned to Phoebe's and Sasha's cots to fill Dalton in. "I'm heading over to the hospital," he explained. "I'm going to get to the bottom of this virus. Take care of Phoebe and Sasha." Dalton nodded but shared his input.
"Sasha is sweating quite a lot," he explained. "They done what they can here, but I don't see how any of these patients could last long in this heat. Hurry, Kevin. Every minute could cost lives."
Kevin nodded and rushed off. Kevin reached the hospital where the same nurse was manning her post out front. She launched into the same speech she obviously was making multiple times per hour.
"Have you or a family member experienced fever, chills, fatigue, and a sensitivity to sunlight over the past 7 days?"
"Well, I can now confirm the sunlight thing," Kevin replied. "But I'm Kevin Williams. The chief attending doctor said she was calling to give me access to your labs." The nurse eyed Kevin suspiciously.
"Just a moment."
She disappeared inside where Kevin could see her talking to an administrator at the front desk. The administrator followed the nurse outside.
"Kevin Williams? Dr. Mandela told us to expect you. Follow me."
They started weaving their way through the halls.
"You'll have full access to our labs," the administrator continued. "We have samples pulled from the tsetse flies, but the virus is strange. It's unlike anything the doctors have seen before. No one understands it."
Kevin followed him into the hospital's research lab. It definitely wasn't the top-of-the-line equipment Kevin was used to, but it would have to do.
"The samples are next to the microscope,"
said the administrator. Kevin thanked him and immediately set to work. As Kevin adjusted the focus, he was surprised by what he saw. The administrator wasn't kidding when he said this virus was strange. Upon closer inspection, Kevin understood why this illness was so hard to treat. It looked like one virus had actually latched onto another. A singular cure wouldn't be enough to kill it. As Kevin started to put the pieces together for how to solve this puzzle, a short, stern-looking man entered the room. He took in Kevin wearing a t-shirt and khakis, drenched in sweat and covered in dust from the marketplace.
"Who the hell are you, and what are you doing in my lab?"
the man demanded. "I'm Kevin Williams. The chief attending physician, Dr. Mudenda, authorized me to use the space."
"Co-chief attending," the man corrected. "You're looking at the other one, Dr. Banda, and I don't need some tourist messing with my samples. This is weeks of work you're tampering with."
"I'm no tourist," Kevin protested. "I mean, yes, I am visiting, but your weeks of work haven't yielded a cure, and I have skills that can help."
"You, Americans with your Western medicine," scoffed Dr. Banda. "You think you know everything? But all your fancy medical advancements never seem to do anything for the illnesses that plague Africa."
"Your point is well taken," Kevin replied. "But tell me, in your weeks of researching, have you been able to identify this virus?" Dr. Banda was visibly annoyed at being put on the spot.
"We've made progress," he bluffed.
"Look in the microscope," Kevin urged. "I've heard of pathogens like this, but I've never observed it until now. Have you heard of vampire viruses?" he asked.
"Of course I have," snapped Dr. Banda. "But if you want to refresh my memory, you're welcome to."
"It's two viruses in one," Kevin explained. "One acts as a parasite, latching onto the other. In order to find a cure, we need to separate the two in order to figure out which is the dominant one and which proteins from each are the most active." Dr. Banda reluctantly accepted Kevin's observations and advice.
"So what do you suppose we do?"
I still need more information, Kevin explained. The medical staff at the clinic said you've recently been invaded by a new species of tsetse fly. Do you know what could have brought them here?
We expect it's the drought, Dr. Banda replied. This is our rainy season, but in the past 2 months we haven't had a drop of rain. And the temperature is 15 degrees Fahrenheit above average for this time of year.
Kevin sympathized with the doctor, whose initial rudeness was giving way to obvious signs of fatigue. That sounds like an extreme hardship even if it weren't for the virus. I suppose global warming could be responsible, but it seems like something more could be at play here.
Your guess is as good as mine, Dr. Banda replied. I'm no ecologist.
But Kevin was, perhaps not officially and by training, but recently his adventures and experience in solving ecological disasters had given him insight into the hows and whys of pollution, and those who were polluting. And something about this situation felt very off to him. If the virus thrives in dry heat without the region's usual moisture content, a sample from a natural body of water and maybe some fertile soil can contain the necessary mineral content to create a cure.
Well, miracle worker, continued Dr. Banda, like I said, we're in a drought. People are hoarding bottles of water because even our sinks are unreliable at this point. If you can magically produce a lake or river for us, then I'll be impressed.
And with that, he left the room. Kevin considered this a very real issue. How do you get the resources for a water-based cure for a virus that was caused by a drought? Kevin made his way back to the clinic and pulled Dalton aside. Phoebe and Sasha were asleep. How are they doing? Kevin asked.
Stable, but seriously depleted, Dalton replied. At least a nap gives them a break from feeling the effects. What'd you find out at the hospital?
First and foremost, our mysterious illness is a vampire virus, Kevin explained.
Oh, I get it. That's why they can't be in the sun. Makes sense, Dalton replied.
No, Kevin responded. Weird coincidence, though. But it means one virus has latched itself onto another.
How do you cure something like that? Dalton asked.
Well, that's the tricky part, Kevin replied. By all accounts, the virus developed because of the drought. But to find a cure, I need to start with fresh water and soil samples. The mineral makeup may serve as the building blocks of an antidote, but apparently everything is dried up. Well, not everything. A nurse checking Phoebe's vitals revealed he had been eavesdropping. Kevin perked up. Really? Please, tell me where. If there's fresh water still available somewhere, it could be the key to saving everyone here. The nurse came closer to Kevin and Dalton than most people dared to in the midst of the sickness and dropped his voice. I could find myself in deep trouble talking about this with you, he said. But I've seen what you've been able to do to help these patients in just a few short hours. Everything you hear in this hospital or in the city, you didn't hear from me. Understood, Kevin replied. It's only rumors, but I've heard that the Governor Joe Taylor still has fresh water on his compound, the nurse explained. Kevin rolled his eyes. Typical. Of course the rich and powerful keep their sinks and showers flowing while forcing their citizens to ration the few drops of waters they can get their hands on. Sink and showers? Replied the nurse. If only it were that reasonable. The rumor is he's unwilling to sacrifice even his koi ponds and golf course water traps. My toilet has only been flushing maybe once a day, but as long as the 14th hole is lush and green, right? Thank you for this information, Kevin said sympathetically. Your secret's safe with me, and your willingness to tell me about Joe Taylor just might lead us to a cure. You and the rest of these people deserve better. If there's one thing I've learned, the nurse responded, it's that the rich are selfish bastards. Once someone hits too many zeros in his bank account, normal people like us don't exist. Expose Taylor, and you'll do even more for this region than curing this disease. The nurse gave one final nod before walking away, not noticing Kevin's guilty expression for being one of those people with too many zeros in his net worth.
Well, selfish bastard, Dalton said after the nurse had left. What now? The compounds of politicians like Taylor are usually pretty heavily guarded. Not the best situation for a smash and grab job.
I think for this mission I'm going to have to do something much worse than a little breaking and entering, Kevin replied.
What's that? Dalton asked.
Kevin sighed. I'm going to act exactly like what I am, a billionaire. As part of Kevin's quest to ascend to the upper realm, Kevin, Dalton, Phoebe, and Sasha flew to Zambia to take another look at the clue Kevin received after the epic clash. The blank sheet of paper under the light of a lunar rainbow. Immediately after getting off the plane, Sasha and Phoebe became bedridden with a mysterious new illness. Studying the virus, Kevin deduced that he needed to examine local water sources to determine the cause of the virus borne by tsetse flies. The trouble was, because Zambia was in the middle of a drought, there were no bodies of water anywhere. Tipped off by a nurse, Kevin and Dalton learned that there was only one place in town that had access to water, the enormous compound of a warlord named Joe Taylor. Because there were no taxis in the small Zambian village, Kevin and Dalton had no choice but to walk to Joe Taylor's compound. According to the locals, the compound was just a few miles outside of town. "You can't miss it," one of the locals told Kevin. "Just look for the palm trees." After walking around 5 or 6 miles down the main road, Kevin and Dalton saw palm trees in the distance, planted on both sides of a long paved driveway. As Kevin turned onto the driveway, he saw a pair of golden gates on the horizon and an enormous mansion behind them. Along the driveway, there must have been at least 3 dozen palm trees. Kevin looked up at their trunks with a concerned expression on his face. Palm trees like these need a huge amount of water to stay alive, so he must have a lot of it, all while the village goes thirsty. Whoever this Joe Taylor guy is, he's obviously greedy beyond belief. Dalton scanned the area around the compound and saw several red flags flapping in the wind, surrounded by sloping lawns of green grass.
Looks like he's an avid golfer as well. Look around, Kevin. This whole place is surrounded by a golf course.
Kevin looked around and saw that Dalton was right. The mansion in front of them was like an island in a sea of green, surrounded by an 18-hole golf course. Just then, Kevin had an idea. If he's got water for the palm trees, I bet there's got to be at least one water feature somewhere inside the course. Maybe we can get him to play some golf with us. Dalton threw his head back and laughed.
Oh, yeah? And just how do you expect to get him to agree to that?
Kevin looked at Dalton and grinned. It's simple, Dalton. All we have to do is seduce him. Dalton raised an eyebrow with a puzzled look on his face.
Did you just say that our plan is to seduce him? I didn't sign up for this, Kevin.
Kevin chuckled. That's not what I meant. We're going to seduce him with money, Dalton. Just look around at this place. If money is on the table, something tells me he'll be more than willing to entertain us. Just follow my lead, all right? As Kevin and Dalton arrived at the Golden Gates, they saw a pair of guards wielding sharp silver blades. When the guards saw them approaching, they raised their weapons and said,
"Looks like you boys made a wrong turn. This is private property."
Kevin stopped and crossed his arms. Actually, this is exactly where we intended to come. My name is Kevin Williams. Can you radio Mr. Taylor and tell him I'd like to speak with him? The guards looked at each other and snickered.
You think you can just walk up here and request a meeting with Mr. Taylor? You two are way out of your element.
Kevin took a step forward, unafraid of the taunting guards. I'll have you know that I'm far from just anyone. In fact, you've probably heard of me. Do you know Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals? How about Williams Media? I'm the owner of both of them. One of the guards scoffed.
You're the owner of Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals? Ah, yeah, right. Judging from your outfit, I'd guess that you don't even have 2 pennies to rub together. Now get lost before someone gets hurt.
Kevin was used to this routine. With a sigh, he pulled out his wallet and showed the guards his ID. See for yourself, he said with a confident grin. The guards squinted at Kevin's ID and then looked back at him with astonishment.
That's surprising. You really are Kevin Williams. Your net worth must be in the high trillions. What on earth are you doing here? He asked.
Before they approached the guards, Kevin had already hatched a story in his mind. I just want to talk a little business is all. This region is full of unique medicinal herbs and I'd like to set up a refinery. Of course, I'd like to get permission from Mr. Taylor before I set up my property in an area that Mr. Taylor obviously controls. The guards looked at each other, evaluating Kevin's words. Then they looked back at Dalton and said, "If you're Kevin Williams, then who is he?" Dalton opened up his mouth to say something, but Kevin answered first. "This is Dario, my caddy. I have it on good word that Mr. Taylor is an avid golfer, so I figured I'd bring him along." Dylan shot Kevin an angry face, then quickly relaxed with a sigh. "That's right," he said. "I'm his caddy. Mr. Williams is far too wealthy to carry his own clubs." Finally satisfied with their story, the guards nodded. One of them touched his earpiece and said, "Sir, Kevin Williams of Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals is here to see you. He says he's here to do some business, something about opening up a refinery." A few moments later, the Golden Gate slowly opened and the guards ushered Kevin inside. "Go ahead, but no funny business, you hear? If you have any weapons, surrender them now. We'll give them back to you after the meeting." Kevin shook his head as he stepped through the gates. "Why would we bring weapons to a friendly business meeting? We don't have anything to surrender." The warlord's mansion was just a few dozen yards behind the gates. The walkway leading up to it was extremely well landscaped, and in the center, a huge fountain was bubbling with crystal clear water. Kevin had figured that he needed not just local water, but the sediment and moss and plants that would grow in tainted water that might be leading to the virus that the tsetse fly carried. No algae in there, Kevin thought. Hopefully there's a pond somewhere inside the golf course. As they walked up to the front doors, Joe Taylor the warlord appeared to greet them. He had a bright red beret on his head and a camouflage vest full of pockets. "What a pleasant surprise," he said with a devilish smile. "In a million years, I never would have guessed that I'd receive a visit from the owner of Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals himself. How are you, Kevin? It's a pleasure to meet you." When Joe reached out his hand, Kevin shook it and smiled. "Pleasure is mine, Mr. Taylor. My sources tell me that you rule over this region with an iron fist. I've got a lot of respect for men like you." Flattered by the compliment, Joe's lips curled into a sly grin. "Well, if there's one thing history teaches us, it's that the masses can never lead themselves. They need a shepherd to show them the way, and sometimes they need a ruthless one." Kevin pretended to be impressed, but inside he was disgusted with Joe's comments. "Right," he said. "Sometimes you gotta break a few eggs to make an omelet. The same can be said when it comes to nation building." Joe nodded. "Great minds think alike, it seems. Anyway, Mr. Williams, what's this I hear about a new refinery you want to build here? If you want some land and some labor, I'm sure we could come to some kind of an arrangement." Kevin agreed. "Glad to hear it, Mr. Taylor, but if you don't mind, I prefer to discuss these things on the golf course. It helps clear my mind." When Joe smiled, Kevin noticed a gold tooth shimmering in his mouth. "A man after my own heart. Fair enough, Mr. Williams. Let's move this discussion to the course. Fair warning, though, I won't go easy on you." With that, Joe lent Kevin some of his best clubs before the three of them hopped on a golf cart and headed for the first hole. Along the way, Dalton couldn't believe he was pretending to be Kevin's caddy. "You gotta be kidding me," he thought, as Kevin asked him to carry his clubs. When they got to the first hole, Dalton teed up Kevin's ball and stepped back. Using only a fraction of his strength, Kevin swung his driver and launched the ball all the way over to the putting green. Joe looked at Kevin and smirked. "I'm impressed, Mr. Williams. You must really love golf as much as I do." Kevin shrugged his shoulders. "I play when I can. Unfortunately, I don't get much time for recreation and leisure these days." When Joe took his swing, he sent the ball flying over the fairway. It landed close to Kevin's, but it didn't make it all the way to the putting green. "You're not half bad yourself, Joe." On their way to Joe's ball, Joe looked at Kevin and said, "You know, you aren't the first businessman to express an interest in Zambian resources. Just a few months ago, I had a business meeting very similar to this one. I'm not one to drop any names, but let's just say this guy has a very recognizable face. There's something sort of frog-like about his features." Kevin and Dalton exchanged a knowing glance. The person Joe was describing sounded very much like someone they knew. Quentin Covington. When Kevin analyzed the virus that was infecting Sasha and Phoebe, he knew he had to find a sample of local water to study to form an antidote. Unfortunately, the entire region was facing a drought, and the only person who had access to water was a warlord named Joe Taylor. Passing himself off as a potential investor, Kevin convinced the warlord to have a business meeting with him on the golf course. While Kevin pretended to talk business, he was really on the lookout for a pond so that he could collect a water sample. Then during the first hole, Joe mentioned another businessman he had recently met with, a person who sounded very much like Quentin Covington. As they continued to approach their golf balls, Kevin looked at Joe and hid his surprise. "Froggish features, huh? I think I know exactly who you're talking about, Joe. Let me guess. Is it Quentin Covington?" Joe looked back at Kevin and grinned.
"I can see you're extremely well connected, Mr. Williams. I should have known as much. Yes, all right, the person I'm talking about is Mr. Covington indeed. It feels like just yesterday that he and I were on this very same golf course discussing his plans to invest in the region."
Kevin scratched his chin, his mind brimming with curiosity. It sounds like Quentin might have another one of his secret compounds right here in Zambia, Kevin thought to himself. I have to press him for more. "Quentin's a good friend of mine, actually," said Kevin. "Tell me more about what he's doing out here. Is it related to his other operations in Greenland and Cambodia?" With a cheeky smile, Joe held up and wagged his finger.
"I'm afraid keeping secrets is one of my greatest skills, Mr. Williams. If you're really so curious to know what Mr. Covington has been up to, then I suggest you ask him yourself."
Not wanting to blow his cover, Kevin backed down, but Dalton couldn't hide his frustration.
"Mr. Williams asked you a question, tough guy. Now, if you want to fill your pockets with money from a business deal with Mr. Williams, you better answer him on the double."
The warlord glanced at Dalton with a cold, stern look. Then he turned back to Kevin and said,
"Are you really going to let your caddy talk to me like that, Kevin? If one of my guards had said something like that to you, he'd be dead before he could finish his sentence."
Dalton cracked his knuckles. Every instinct in his body was telling him to punch Joe in the face, but thankfully Kevin stopped him. "Sorry, Mr. Taylor. My caddy's mouth sometimes moves faster than his mind. He'll apologize for his comment. Won't you, Dario?" Dalton took a deep breath while Joe looked at him and waited for an apology. Finally, Dalton swallowed his pride and said,
"I'm sorry, sir. I'm just not used to seeing anyone deny Kevin of what he wants."
The words were like nails in Dalton's mouth, but he also knew that this kind of mental exercise, holding in his temper even when his anger was justified, was a lesson that could help him to up his levels and attain greater powers. Satisfied, the warlord put his hand on Dalton's shoulder and grinned.
"Don't sweat it, man. Consider this a friendly warning. I'm willing to look past it this once, but you should know nobody insults me twice and gets away."
After winking at Dalton, Joe walked up to his ball and hit it up onto the putting green next to Kevin's. In the end, Kevin finished the hole with a birdie, and Joe made par. The next hole had a much longer fairway than the first, so Kevin pulled back his driver and swung with full force. Squinting at the horizon, Kevin saw his ball dribble onto the putting green and roll perfectly into the cup, scoring a hole-in-one. Joe's face was full of astonishment, but Kevin shrugged his shoulders with a taunting grin. "Must have been a trick of the wind," he said casually. Joe winced. There was no hiding his envy.
"Now you're just showing off."
When Joe teed up and struck his ball, it flew directly into a sand trap. Kevin laughed as Joe cursed under his breath. "Don't worry about it, Joe. You still have another 16 holes to catch up with me." Joe didn't know it, but the real reason Kevin was golfing with him was to find a body of water with some pond algae. If he collected a sample of some, he could bring it back to the clinic and use it to cure Sasha, Phoebe, and the others. Of course, he wouldn't allow the warlord to find out about this, so he kept pretending that his main interest was golf and Joe Taylor's golf course. "Do you have any water features on this course?" Kevin asked. Getting to walk back past a scenic pond or lake has always been my favorite part about golfing. Joe nodded.
As you can see, the Zambian climate is very dry, so we don't have the resources for much, but yes, there's a small pond on hole 14. I've even got some koi fish in there.
Dalton rolled his eyes and sighed as they got back into the golf cart.
We've still got 12 more holes to get through, he thought to himself. You've got to be kidding me.
Over the next few holes, Joe's game continued to improve, but he never caught up to Kevin, who was shooting well under par every time. Finally, when they arrived at hole 14, Kevin looked into the distance and saw the small pond Joe was talking about. Its surface was slick and green with natural algae. There, Kevin thought. Now all I need is an excuse to collect a sample of the water and, better yet, a sample loaded with algae and microbes. Of course it didn't take Kevin long to think of something. I know. He thought to himself, I'll hit my ball into the pond on purpose, and then I'll make up some story about it being my lucky ball or something. I'll tell him I'm going in after it. The perfect plan. Just then, a group of Joe's guards came driving down the fairway on golf carts. Joe smiled and crossed his arms.
Ah, it looks like our lunch is here. I hope you two like cocktails and club sandwiches.
When the guards parked, they pulled out an ice chest and started setting up a table for lunch. So close to his goal of getting a water sample, Kevin was hardly in the mood to take a lunch break. Instead, he teed up his ball and said, "Let's eat lunch after this hole if you don't mind. I don't want the food to slow me down." Joe shrugged and had a seat at the table.
Suit yourself, Kevin. But I desperately need the food to play better. I'm running on empty here.
While Joe started to dig into a club sandwich, Kevin swung his driver and shot the ball into the air. Just as he intended, the ball landed directly in the pond with a subtle plop. Pretending he missed his shot, Kevin threw his club down and grimaced. "Damn it," he shouted. "That was my lucky ball." Joe, none the wiser, threw his head back and laughed.
Well, there goes your winning streak. Maybe you're hungrier than you realize, Kevin.
Kevin shook his head in frustration. "That was my lucky ball. I have to get it back. Give me a moment, Mr. Taylor. I'm going in." Knowing exactly what Kevin was up to, Dalton smiled. Joe, on the other hand, looked completely shocked as Kevin took off his shirt and started walking up to the pond.
What's the matter with you, Kevin? I've got plenty of balls just like that one. Don't waste your time or mine, for that matter.
Kevin brushed off the warlord's concern. "Don't worry, Joe. I've got some freshly refined underwater breathing pills with me, so I won't be long. I'm sorry, but I absolutely need that ball. I'm attached to it." As Kevin swallowed an underwater breathing pill and dove into the pond, Joe leaned back in his chair and laughed.
I swear, he said, billionaires are the craziest people in the entire world.
Thankfully, Joe wasn't in a big rush. While waiting for Kevin to resurface, he leaned forward and continued to eat his club sandwich, occasionally sipping his martini as well. At the same time, Joe's guards started to eye Dalton up and down with dismissive looks on their faces. "So, you're Kevin Williams' caddy, huh?" Dalton didn't have the stomach to entertain the guards with much of a response.
"That's right," he said with a blank expression. "Kevin's one of the best golfers in the world. Of course he needs a caddy."
The other guards started to snicker. "How much does he pay you for it?" one of them asked. "If my job was to carry around another man's clubs all day, I'd at least want a good salary."
"My payment is none of your business," Dalton snapped back.
Joe's lips curled into a smile.
"I'd be careful what you say to him, boys. This one's a bit of a loose cannon." "That's right," Dalton said. "I'd watch my mouth if I were you."
One of the guards scoffed. "Oh yeah? Well, if you're such a tough guy, what are you doing carrying clubs around like a servant?" Another guard laughed.
"Maybe he's simple."
Dalton cracked his knuckles.
"All right," he said. "You asked for it."
Dalton had been tipped over the edge, and when that happened, it was impossible to control his violent temper. After arriving in Zambia, Kevin's allies Sasha and Phoebe quickly fell sick and had to be hospitalized. When he ran an analysis on the virus, Kevin deduced that he needed to study local water sources to find the source of the illness, but the only person in town with any water was a warlord named Joe Taylor. Disguising himself as an investor, Kevin challenged the warlord to a game of golf so that he might be able to find a pond. When he found one, he purposefully hit his ball into it and dove in with the hidden intention of collecting some algae. Meanwhile, Joe's guard started taunting Dalton, and finally, after being pushed too far, he attacked. When Dalton swung his fist at the guard's face, everyone gasped as they heard his nose break. Clutching his hand over his nose as blood dripped through his fingers, the guard looked back at Dalton with menacing eyes. He was in so much pain that he wanted to break down and cry, but his instincts told him not to show any weakness in front of his enemy. Instead, he continued to taunt him.
"So, it seems like the Cadi has some fight in him after all."
Dalton raised his fist and glared at the guard.
"One more word and I'll punch your vocal cords next. How does that sound?"
Blood ran out of the guard's nostrils as he flashed Dalton a devilish grin.
"One more word, huh? How about 2? Screw you."
With a sudden burst of speed, the guard thrust himself at Dalton and tackled him to the ground. Dalton would have loved to use some of his power levels in the battle, but he and Kevin had been surprised to see that Joe Taylor's guards, though fierce and menacing, were ordinary. Joe had not surrounded himself with a protective force that had level skills. Dalton would have to rely on his street fighting skills, and though he was outnumbered, he never doubted he'd come out the winner. As they exchanged blows back and forth, the rest of the guards gathered around them, cheering for their peers.
"Come on, man. Show that loser Caddy who's boss."
Another one clapped when the guard landed a punch against Dalton.
"That's it. Knock him out, brother. Put the Caddy out of his misery."
Meanwhile, the warlord Joe Taylor was watching the fight unfold from his lunch table. After taking a sip of his martini, he set the glass down with a smile on his face. In his eyes, there was nothing wrong with a bit of roughhousing. It toughened his guards up and was good for their morale. With the force of a grizzly bear, Dalton forced the guard off of him and quickly climbed up to his feet. From there, the brawl continued on foot.
"Just because I'm a caddy doesn't mean I haven't had my fair share of training. If you apologize for what you said, I might consider taking it easy on you."
The guard scoffed.
"Ha! Take it easy on me? No way, Caddy man. Give me your best shot. I can take you down either way."
The sun beat down on the golf course's manicured landscape as the two adversaries circled each other. Dalton, determined to make the guard regret his words, unleashed a flurry of precise blows, each one aimed with calculated intent. The guard tried his best to parry Dalton's attack, but he simply wasn't fast enough.
"You're out of your league,"
Dalton declared as he landed a decisive punch that sent the guard stumbling backward. Now on the defensive, the guard attempted a final charge, but Dalton sidestepped the attack and delivered a powerful blow to the guard's stomach. With a desperate gasp for air, the guard crumpled to the ground, defeated. Then Dalton looked at the others with intensely sharp eyes, like an eagle catching sight of its prey. His inner warrior told him to lunge for another attack, but Dalton's rationality told him to calm the situation before it got any worse. As he got his breath back, he looked at the guards and said,
"Anyone else want to make any stupid jokes about me?"
Before any of the guards could answer, they heard a slow clap come from behind. When they looked over their shoulders, they saw Joe stand up from his lunch table and approach them with a smile on his face.
Now, everyone. Let's remember to be civil, all right? We can resolve this like gentlemen, can't we?"
One of the guards gritted his teeth. Finding it difficult to contain his anger, he stepped forward and shouted,
"He started it, Mr. Taylor. Don't you think he deserves some kind of punishment? Just say the word and I'll teach him a lesson."
Dalton looked at the guard and rolled his eyes.
"I didn't start it. You did. If you had just kept your mouth shut, this could have been a nice, peaceful afternoon."
Joe held up his hand to stop the guards from arguing any further.
"As far as I'm concerned, it still is a nice, peaceful afternoon. There's nothing wrong with a little friendly fistfight, is there?"
Dalton looked around at the guards' faces. Far from looking peaceful, they still looked like they wanted to kill him. One of them let out his breath and hissed as Joe continued.
It looks like my guards are still eager for a fight. I admit that once they get riled up, it's hard to settle them back down. How about it then, Dario? Are you up for some more fighting? You seem very experienced, so I'm inclined to think of it as a training exercise.
As the warlord finished his sentence, a smile crept over Dalton's face.
It's perfect, he thought to himself. The only reason I stopped the fight was to keep Kevin out of trouble, but if Joe himself is giving permission, I have nothing to lose.
Dalton looked at Joe and nodded.
So long as it's all right with you, Mr. Taylor, I can keep this up all day.
Joe clasped his hands together and smiled.
Fantastic! Then I'll leave it up to you, Dario. Which of my guards would you like to spar with next?
One of the guards, a burly man with an eye patch, stepped forward and said,
I'll take care of him, boss. The Cadi won't have such good luck with me, I guarantee it.
Then all of a sudden, another guard with a thick mustache and a bald head stepped forward.
You think I'd just hang back and let you have all the fun?
Come on, man. If anyone deserves to knock out the Cadi, it's me.
Joe wagged his finger and shook his head.
Come now, gentlemen. Don't forget, this is Dario's choice, not yours.
Dalton's heart was on fire with confidence. He was motivated by his instincts to put these guards in their place and, moreover, make a show of it. More than anything, he wanted to humiliate them. So with a grin on his face, he crossed his arms and said,
I've got an idea, Mr. Taylor. Why don't I take them all at once? That ought to make for a fair fight.
Another guard threw his head back and laughed.
You arrogant bastard! Do you really think you can take us all at once? Ha! I'd like to see you try.
Dalton nodded with a taunting smile.
Your wish is my command, he said.
Then Joe chuckled with excitement and said,
If that's how he wants to play it,
who are we to deny him of it? Go ahead, boys. Do what you do best.
As Joe sat back down at his lunch table, the guards closed in on Dalton all at once, grinning, snarling, eager to tear him apart. Meanwhile, thanks to the underwater breathing pills he took before diving in, Kevin was still swimming around under the surface of the pond. Finding the golf ball was easy, but the algae he needed proved to be more difficult than he expected. As he swam through the deep, dark water, Kevin kept his eyes fixed downward and thought, This pond is cleaner than it looks. I don't see any algae growing anywhere. Just then, Kevin saw a small turtle crawling in the mud below him. Diving down for a closer look, he noticed a small bit of algae growing on the back of the turtle's shell. Perfect, he thought to himself. Kevin was extremely delicate when he scooped up the turtle. Don't worry, little fella, I'm not going to hurt you, Kevin whispered with his heart. As if it could hear him, the turtle relaxed and allowed Kevin to scrape the algae off its shell. Then he tucked the algae into a clean vial and put that in his pocket before he set the turtle back down in the mud. While settling back into its shell, the turtle looked back at Kevin and seemed to smile, as if it were happy that it could help. Having gathered everything he needed, Kevin kicked up off the bottom and started swimming back to the surface. At the same time, Dalton's fight with the guards was in full swing. Taking them all on at once, Dalton's strategic movements were a fluid mix of attacks and evasions. When one guard tried to hit him with a roundhouse kick, Dalton grabbed his leg and swung him into one of his allies, knocking them both down like bowling pins. There was no time to overanalyze his moves or catch his breath. Instead, each of his moves flowed effortlessly into the next, alternating between punches, kicks, ducks, grabs, and throws. Just as Dalton landed another punch, Kevin finally emerged from the pond, holding his ball in the air but concealing the vial of algae in his pocket. "I found it," he shouted. Then when he noticed everyone fighting, Kevin's face became startled with shock. "Hey, what's going on up here?" he called out in shock. Kevin feared that Dalton's temper had somehow gotten the better of him and their cover had been blown, which would be a catastrophe. In order to retrieve the water sample with algae he needed to cure Phoebe and Sasha, Kevin purposefully hit his golf ball into a pond and dove in to retrieve it. At the same time, Joe Taylor's guard started to taunt Dalton until he couldn't take it anymore and struck back with his fists. Rather than break them up, Joe turned the fight into a training exercise and encouraged them to continue. When Kevin finally emerged from the pond, he was shocked to see Dalton fighting all of the guards at once and demanded to know what was going on. Joe looked at Kevin and shrugged his shoulders with a grin.
"Oh, you know," he said. "Just boys being boys is all."
As he swam out of the pond, Kevin had a look of concern on his face. "I leave you alone for 5 minutes and this is what happens? Really, Dario?" Dalton chuckled as he punched a guard in the chest.
"Don't worry, Kevin. It's completely consensual. Isn't that right, boys?"
Too infuriated to answer with words, the guards howled in frustration as they continued to assault Dalton from all sides. As Dalton swerved between punches, lunges, and sidesteps, they hadn't been able to land a punch or strike. Watching the whole fight unfold from a few feet away, the warlord Joe Taylor gestured for Kevin to join him at the lunch table.
"A few harmless jokes were exchanged, and things got a little tense up here while you were gone, Kevin. Rather than break them up, I figured I'd allow them to blow off some energy. I hope you don't mind."
Kevin looked over and saw that Dalton seemed to have the situation under control. He was knocking the guards down like flies. "So long as they agreed to it and no one died, I don't see the harm in it," Kevin said. "However," he continued, "I'm afraid that's about all the golf I have time for. Perhaps we can get together and continue our business deal another time." Joe leaned forward and frowned.
"What? After all this, you just want to leave without concluding our business? I believe they call that a waste of time, Mr. Williams. This isn't some kind of power gesture, is it?"
Kevin shook his head. "Not at all, Mr. Taylor. A round of golf is the first step I make in all of my business dealings. It lets me get to know who I'm working with." Joe looked back at Kevin with a mixture of curiosity and ruthlessness in his eyes.
"Is that so? Well then, tell me, have you come to any conclusions about my character, Kevin?"
Kevin nodded with a sly smile. "Of course, Mr. Taylor. I know exactly what kind of man you are. It's very rare that I'm wrong." Joe sharpened his eyebrows. He was right on the verge of being extremely offended.
"Oh, yeah? And what kind of man is that, Mr. Williams?"
Joe reached for a knife attached to his belt. Kevin's answer would determine whether or not he'd have to use it. Kevin wanted to tell Joe the truth, that he was an evil, greedy warlord with no respect for the ecosystem or his own fellow man, but, not wanting to blow his cover just yet, Kevin put it a little differently. "You want to know what kind of man I think you are, Joe? I think you're a ruthless, cold-hearted brute." Joe frowned as he gripped his fingers tightly around the knife. Just as he was about to whip it out, Kevin said, "The exact kind of man I like doing business with. Someone who isn't afraid to take action and maybe get his hands a little dirty. I can tell you're all about the bottom line, Joe. I think we'll get along fine." When Kevin reached out for a handshake, Joe let go of his knife and obliged him.
"I wouldn't have this enormous mansion if I was afraid to get my hands dirty. Whatever you have in mind, Kevin, nothing's off the table for me. Now let's talk more about this refinery you want to build."
Kevin shook his head. "I'm sorry, but I have a few things I'd like to discuss with my business partners first. Why don't we get back together later this week? The next time you see me, I'll have some serious plans to let you in on." The warlord was frustrated that Kevin was delaying their business deal but didn't want to get aggressive and scare him off. Instead, he scratched his chin and said,
"All right, fine. But next time, we start with business and save the golfing for later. Deal?"
Kevin nodded. "Deal. Come on, Dario, leave those guys alone, will ya?" Like a dog off his leash, Dalton had too much adrenaline racing through his veins to back off.
"Give me just a minute, Kevin. I'm almost done here."
4 of the guards were laying on the ground, incapacitated, leaving only 3 left who were still attacking. Kevin looked at his watch and saw that it was late afternoon. Now that he had the algae that he was sure would be the key to curing Phoebe and Sasha and the ill local residents, time was of the essence. Wanting to speed things along, Kevin turned to Joe and asked, "Would it offend you if I lent my caddy a hand, Joe?" Joe looked at Kevin with a glimmer of curiosity in his eyes.
"By all means, have at it. I didn't realize you were a fighter yourself, Kevin."
Kevin shrugged his shoulders and laughed. You of all people should realize the importance of being able to defend yourself. The higher your net worth, the more assassination attempts, I've come to realize. Don't worry, I won't hurt anyone too badly. As Kevin jumped into the fray, Joe leaned in for a closer look. No, please. Give them all you got. When Kevin erupted into the fight, one of the guards took his attention off Dalton and threw a punch at him. Kevin easily ducked under the guard's fist and retaliated with a blow to his side. Dalton looked over his shoulder and snorted. I can take them myself, you know. Kevin nodded as he jumped out of the way of another guard's kick. I'm sure you can, bud, but we're on a bit of a tight schedule here. One of the guards lunged at Kevin with a forceful swing, only to meet air as Kevin quickly avoided his attack. You really got to work on your swing, Kevin remarked, dodging another strike with a smirk on his face. Meanwhile, Dalton was entangled in a dance of fists with the other two guards.
I hope you're better at guarding than fighting, he quipped,
sidestepping a powerful kick. The guards, though, outnumbering Kevin and Dalton, found themselves outmatched by the duo's teamwork and combat prowess.
Are we having fun yet?
Dalton called out, deflecting a punch and countering with a swift combination of jabs and kicks. The guards struggled to keep up with their pace. The final guard, now facing Kevin and Dalton alone, hesitated. You guys are good, he admitted, a mix of exhaustion and respect in his voice. Come on, Dario, let's wrap this up, Kevin suggested, and with a coordinated effort, they sent the last guard tumbling to the ground. As the golf course returned to its quiet, serene state, Kevin and Dalton stood victorious over the group of defeated guards. Joe jumped out of his chair and started to clap.
Wow, what a show! What's a round of golf without a bit of fighting in the middle, right? I bet my guards will think twice before insulting your caddy again. Won't you, boys?
None of the fallen guards could muster an answer. Instead, they squirmed on the ground, moaning in pain. Kevin chuckled. Thanks for the fun afternoon, Mr. Taylor, but my caddy and I really need to get going. Joe nodded.
Of course, Mr. Williams. I'm looking forward to our next meeting. Don't make me wait too long now, all right? Also, I noticed you didn't have a car when you arrived, so why don't you take one of my golf carts as a gift?
Kevin was quick to agree. I appreciate that. Thanks. We'll talk to you soon, Mr. Taylor. See you then. With Dalton in the passenger seat, Kevin switched on the golf cart and drove it back to the start of the course. At the same time, Joe squinted as he watched them drive away. Finally able to walk again, one of his guards approached from behind and said, You don't think they're playing a trick on us, do you, boss? Joe stroked his chin with a grim and serious look on his face.
It's too early to tell. Don't worry. If he is, I'll make him regret it. But we need to play along a little while longer. Soon enough, this entire region will be absolutely useless. So if he wants to make an investment before then, I need to make sure it's a big one.
The guard nodded. Agreed. Let's swindle as much as we can from him before this whole place turns into a dump. How soon do you think that will happen, by the way? Joe's lips curled into a malevolent smile.
Soon, my friend. Very, very soon.
Now that he had the algae-filled water sample that Kevin would study to cure Phoebe and Sasha, Kevin was ready to leave the Warlord's golf course. Dalton, however, was in the middle of fighting Joe's guards and wasn't ready to leave just yet. To speed things along, Kevin jumped into the fray and helped subdue the guards. After that, Joe gave them a golf cart and encouraged Kevin to return soon. As they drove away, Joe and his guards talked about their plan to swindle Kevin out of millions before the region ran out of resources. Meanwhile, Kevin and Dalton were returning to town in their newly acquired golf cart.
Did you get the water sample?
Asked Dalton. Kevin pulled the tube of water with algae out of his pocket and nodded. I sure did. While you were busy fighting those goons, I scraped this little sample off the back of a turtle. I don't think it's just the water that is the clue. I think it's what's growing in the water, like this algae, that is going to be the answer to curing the vampire virus that could kill our friends and millions of others. As Kevin slipped the sample back into his pocket, Dalton threw his head back and laughed.
Sounds like we both got up to some fun then. How long do you think it will take you to create a cure for the virus?
Not long, Kevin answered. The real challenge is going to be finding a sanitary place to work. That clinic where Phoebe and Sasha are resting wasn't nearly clean enough. If the algae gets contaminated, I'm not sure it will be so easy to get another sample. Dalton scanned his mind for a solution but couldn't think of anything.
Sorry, Kevin, but herbalism isn't exactly my strong suit. Do you have any ideas?
Kevin nodded. It may not sound logical, but we need to find a bar. That way we can sterilize the workspace with alcohol. We also need pure distilled water, which a bar is likely to have. Dalton put his hands behind his head and smiled.
Now that's a plan I can get down with. I think I saw a bar before we left town, not far from the clinic.
Just then, Kevin saw the village beginning to appear on the horizon. Sounds good. With any luck, we'll have a cure before the end of the day. After pulling into town, Dalton guided Kevin to the bar he had seen the day before. As they parked outside the building, Kevin looked up and saw a sign propped up above the door. The Wandering Elephant, Kevin remarked. Sounds like a nice place. As soon as Kevin stepped inside, though, he realized it wasn't such a nice place after all. With dusty, barren walls, poor lighting, and only a few patrons around, the bar had an overwhelming feeling of sadness to it. When Kevin and Dalton stepped inside, the bartender looked at them and frowned.
Oh, look, a couple of tourists. Come to wet your whistle while the rest of us get sick with the virus and die of thirst? Sorry, fellas, this joint is local only.
Kevin could hear the pain in the bartender's voice. He knew he had to be gentle and comforting. We're not tourists, and we're not here to drink either. We're here to help. Before Kevin could go on, one of the patrons broke into a fit of laughter.
You hear that, everyone? The rich tourist is here to help. Boy, if I had a nickel for every time I've heard that one before.
No, really, Kevin said. We have something to cure the virus that's been sweeping through the town. All we need is a sterile place to work. Another patron scoffed.
So you came here? I don't think this bar is anyone's idea of sterile. It's dirty in more ways than one.
Kevin crossed his arms, refusing to give up. If you give us some alcohol, we can sterilize the place ourselves. Please, don't you want to see your friends and family brought back to health? The bartender looked away and let out a deep, heavy sigh.
Actually, my wife is sick with the virus.
Kevin turned to the bartender with sympathetic eyes. Then please, let us help. It won't take me long to refine a cure. Dalton chimed in to persuade the others of Kevin's true intentions.
He's one of the best, most experienced herbalists in the entire world, guys. Maybe you've heard of his company, Williams & Williams Pharmaceuticals.
The patrons looked around at each other with astonished faces. Clearly, they had heard of the company before. Regardless, they were still skeptical.
And what do you stand to gain from helping us? One of them asked. There's always a catch with these big corporate relief projects.
Kevin shook his head. This isn't a corporate project. It's personal. My friends are sick with the virus, too. After a moment of thought, the bartender looked back at Kevin and nodded his head.
Okay, fine. I'll let you use my bar and whatever else you need, but on one condition. After you find a cure, you have to give it to my wife first. If you can do that, I'll even let you drink here for free. Deal?
Kevin nodded enthusiastically. Deal. Do you have any distilling equipment? The bartender chuckled.
This is a bar. Of course we have distillers. Come around back. I'll show you.
As Kevin followed the bartender through a back door, Dalton sat down with the other patrons and grinned.
So, what kind of drinking do you guys get up to around here? How about a round on me?
Meanwhile, the bartender showed Kevin to a room in the back. Somewhat resembling a lab, it was full of glass distillers, bottles, and liquids in various stages of fermentation. Kevin had a look around and scratched his chin. This ought to work, he said. All I need now is a bottle of alcohol, something neat.
How about a bottle of vodka? The bartender asked.
Kevin agreed, and when the bartender brought back the bottle, Kevin opened it and doused the table. All right, Kevin said. The first thing I need to do is break down the algae so I can extract the Arthrospira, which is, according to my instincts, the key ingredient we need for the cure. As the bartender leaned back and watched, Kevin dropped the algae into the vodka bottle and shook it until it dissolved.
You look like you're making a martini or something, the bartender joked.
Once the algae was fully dissolved inside the vodka, Kevin started to set up one of the distillers. Next, we have to distill the solution and extract the Arthrospira. It won't yield as much, but it should be at least enough to get started on a vaccine. Kevin poured the bottle into the glass distiller. Then he took a match and lit the stove attached underneath it. Soon enough, the vodka started to evaporate into a steam that fogged up the glass.
"What now?"
the bartender asked. Kevin kept his eyes on the distiller. "Now we wait," he said. "It shouldn't take long." After about 20 minutes, a small amount of liquid began to drip into the distiller's second container. Once enough was collected, Kevin grabbed a shot glass and poured the solution inside. "There," he said as he held it up to his face for a closer inspection. "Pure distilled Arthrospira. Take a good look, my friend. This little shot of liquid is probably the most valuable thing in all of Zambia." The bartender squinted at the shot glass but didn't seem as impressed with it as Kevin was.
"I thought you said you could make enough for the whole village," he said.
"I can," Kevin quickly responded. "Once we give this to your wife, her body will naturally start producing the proper antibodies. After that, we just need to collect a blood sample and we can start distributing the vaccine to the entire community." The bartender raised his eyebrows. Suddenly, his suspicion of Kevin returned.
"Hold on now. You never said anything about a blood transfusion. I'm not sure my wife is up for that."
Kevin understood why the bartender would be worried. "I understand. If you'd rather give it to someone else first, we can do that too. Then we can come back and give a dose of antibodies to your wife once the vaccine has been made." Just then, they heard a voice come through the open door. "No, please, give it to me now. I can't go on like this any longer." When Kevin looked up, he saw a woman standing in the doorway. Dressed in a long gown, she had pale, faded skin and heavy bags under her eyes. "Looks like she hasn't slept for weeks," Kevin thought to himself. The bartender immediately rushed over and held the woman's hand.
"Honey, what are you doing out of bed? You know how important it is to get your rest."
Disregarding his comment, the bartender's wife asked, "What's this I hear about a cure? Please, if it's true, you have to give it to me. This virus sucks the life out of you until there's hardly anything left. Please, I want to be my old self again." The bartender sighed and squeezed his wife's hand.
"I miss you too, sweetie."
Then he looked at Kevin with tears in his eyes.
"Tell me the truth, mister. If this was your wife, would you feel safe giving her this cure of yours?"
Kevin nodded sympathetically. "I'm a scientist, my friend, which means I trust the data. According to my analysis, this solution will cure the virus. If my wife was sick, I'd give it to her immediately." The bartender took a deep breath and nodded in agreement.
"All right then, let's give it a shot."
As the bartender's wife stepped forward, Kevin handed her the shot of Arthrospira. "Just a heads up, I wouldn't expect it to taste very good." The bartender held up his finger and said, "Hold on, just a minute." When he returned, he put a lemon wedge on the edge of the shot glass.
"There you go, sweetheart. I know how much you love lemon."
The bartender's wife smirked as she held up the shot glass. "Well," she said, "here goes nothing." Then she held it up to her lips and tossed it down. After retrieving an algae sample from the warlord's pond, Kevin and Dalton had to find somewhere clean and sterile to refine an antidote to the vampire virus. They went to a local bar where they hoped they could find distillery equipment and alcohol to sanitize their workstation. When they entered the bar, Kevin and Dalton were met with hostility, but after explaining that they wanted to cure the virus, the bartender allowed Kevin to use his bar as a lab. After extracting the key ingredient from the algae, Kevin was ready to test the cure, and the bartender's gravely ill wife insisted on trying it first. After gulping down the shot of spores taken from the algae, Arthrospira, the bartender's wife returned to bed, lay down, and waited for the cure to take effect. While the bartender sat on the edge of the bed, Kevin waited patiently in the corner.
"Hang in there, honey. Kevin here says it shouldn't take very long for you to get better."
A few minutes later, the bartender's wife slowly returned to health. Her pale skin returned to its normal color and life returned to her dull, vacant eyes. "I think it's working," she said with a slight smile on her face. Then, with a burst of energy, the bartender's wife threw off her blankets, sprang out of bed, and threw her arms around her husband. "Oh, look at me. Darling, I feel like $1,000,000. It's like a curse has been lifted. As the bartender held his wife in his arms, tears started to well up in his eyes. It's a miracle. For a second there, I thought I was going to lose you. With profound relief in his heart, the bartender turned to Kevin and said, I'll never be able to thank you enough for this. Kevin smiled. No need to thank me. I'm just glad I could help. Then he turned to the bartender's wife and said, Now that you're cured, ma'am, the antibodies in your system can be used to create a vaccine. Would you mind coming with me to the clinic? I've got friends who are near death with the virus. The bartender's wife nodded. Yes, of course. It's the least I could do. We can go to the clinic now if you're ready. Sounds good, Kevin agreed. When they walked back into the main room of the bar, Kevin saw Dalton drinking with the other patrons. When he left, the customers were scattered around the room, but now they were all sitting around the same table with a half-empty bottle of rum between them. As he finished up a joke, Dalton's voice was loud and full of enthusiasm.
And then I said, That's not a gazebo, that's my cousin-in-law.
As soon as the words left his mouth, the patrons erupted into a loud roar of laughter. One of them slammed the table with his fist and shouted,
Man, Dalton, you sure are one funny son of a gun.
Kevin approached the table and crossed his arms with a playful smirk. Having fun over here? He asked. When the patrons looked up, their jaws dropped at the sight of the bartender's wife.
Mrs. Jelani, you're cured.
The bartender's wife nodded with a smile. The whole town is about to be cured. Now that my immune system is armed against the virus, we can create a vaccine with the antibodies in my bloodstream. One of the patrons threw his head back and laughed.
Well, I can't say I understand all the science, but you obviously know what you're doing. Turns out that the rich tourist really did want to help after all.
The bartender stepped forward and clasped his hands together. It's a true miracle, my friends. Drinks on the house. The patrons raised their glasses and cheered.
All right. What are we drinking, boys?
Shouted Dalton with an eager smile on his face. Kevin chuckled as he grabbed Dalton's arm and lifted him out of his chair. Sorry to burst your bubble, Dalton, but we've got work to do. Come on, let's get back to the clinic. You do remember that Phoebe and Sasha are sick, don't you? Dalton groaned and took one more sip of his drink before heading out the door.
Of course I do. I was just humoring the locals while you worked another miracle in the lab. Let's go check on Phoebe and Sasha.
When they returned to the clinic, Kevin explained the situation to the nurses and doctors, and with Kevin's help, they got to work on making a vaccine. After collecting a blood sample from the bartender's wife, they ran it through a rigorous filtration system to extract the antibodies. While they waited for various steps of the process to occur, Kevin sat by Sasha's hospital bed. Phoebe was in the bed next to him, but she was sleeping, and Kevin didn't want to wake her. When Sasha rolled over and saw Kevin, a smile came to his face. Hey, Kevin, how's it going out there? Any closer to finding a cure? Sasha's voice was soft and raspy. Kevin nodded. It wasn't easy, but we managed to find some algae at the local Warlord's golf course. There's a vaccine in the works as we speak. As Sasha chuckled to himself, his laughter turned into coughing. I didn't know you were a golfer, Kevin. Kevin smiled. I'm not, but it seemed to come to me pretty naturally. Maybe when we get back to Chicago, we can all go golfing together. No way, Sasha said. I'd rather be in the lab. That's where the real action is. Just then, a nurse came into the room with a hypodermic needle. The vaccine is ready, she said. Are you ready, dear? Sasha nodded. You bet I am. The nurse handed Kevin the hypodermic, and he injected the vaccine into his arm, after which Sasha laid back and waited for it to take effect. Kevin then went over to Phoebe and gently stirred her awake. Phoebe, sorry to wake you, but we've got a vaccine ready if you're up for it. When Phoebe opened her eyes and saw Kevin, she seemed surprised. Really? You've already developed a vaccine? That's incredible, Kevin. Kevin smiled. Sometimes it pays to have a background in herbalism. 20 or 30 minutes later, after they were both vaccinated, color slowly started to return to Phoebe's and Sasha's skin. Before, their muscles were so weak they couldn't even get out of bed, but now they felt like they had enough energy to run a marathon. Sasha jumped out of bed and started doing jumping jacks. I'm back, baby, I'm back. Phoebe, on the other hand, was a little more subtle. When she got out of bed, she took a deep breath and started stretching. Wow, I feel even better than I did before I got sick. Way to go, Kevin. Kevin's heart was burning with a sense of accomplishment. And now that we have the vaccine, the clinic can cure the whole community. I just think it's a shame that these people had to wait so long to get help. Well, Sasha said, now that I feel like $1 million again, we should get back on our mission to find more information about getting you to the upper realm. Is it too late to visit the waterfall? Kevin was shocked. You're ready to get going already? You don't want to rest up another night or two? Sasha scoffed. Rest? Are you kidding me? I've done nothing but rest since we got here. I'm ready to do something exciting. How about you, Phoebe? Phoebe nodded. I agree. After all that time I spent in bed, a little adventure is exactly what I need. Besides, it's not like we're in any danger, right? We just have to go to the waterfall and hold the paper under the lunar rainbow, don't we? That's right, Kevin said. But it turns out we may be in more danger than we originally thought. I don't want to alarm anyone, but I think you should know that we learned Quentin Covington is in the area. Joe Taylor hinted at it when we visited his mansion. Sasha's eyes filled with surprise. Wow, what are the odds of that? Do you know what he's doing here? Kevin shook his head. No, the warlord wouldn't tell us much, but whatever he's doing, we know it can't be good. In fact, it wouldn't surprise me at all if we learned he was involved in the drought. Sasha scratched his chin, lost in thought. Well, in that case, it looks like our mission's gotten a little more complicated. What do you say, Kevin? Should we save the waterfall for later and start investigating Quentin instead? Kevin gave it some thought for a moment and then said, No, it won't take us long to get to the waterfall and look at the clue. We can start investigating Quentin tomorrow. Phoebe nodded. Sounds good. How are we going to get to the waterfall? Do you have a car? Kevin grinned. We have a golf cart. A few minutes later, Kevin, Dalton, Phoebe, and Sasha piled into the golf cart and turned down the dusty trail that led to the waterfalls. It was dark, but thanks to Kevin's heightened senses, the moonlight was just bright enough to guide them. Finally, they passed a sign that said the waterfall was just ahead. Funny, Phoebe said. I thought it'd be louder. Kevin agreed. In the pit of his stomach, he was starting to feel worried. When they reached the end of the road, they got out of the golf cart and hiked up to the falls. Instead of a downpour of water, though, all they found was a dry, steep cliff.
Are you sure we're in the right place? Dalton asked.
I'm sure, Kevin sighed. It looks like this drought is a lot worse than I thought. Dalton let out a deep breath.
Well, that's just great. What are we supposed to do now?
Kevin stared at the dusty rocks that used to have water pouring over them. Without the mist, there would be no lunar rainbow, and Kevin worried that his quest to get to the upper realm was again coming up against an obstacle that was going to be nearly impossible to conquer. After extracting the Arthrospira from the warlord's pond algae, Kevin was able to administer the cure to his first patient, the bartender's wife. Once she was back in health, the clinic took a sample of her blood and used her antibodies to create a vaccine for the other patients. Shortly after they were given the vaccine, Phoebe and Sasha recovered with a burst of energy and suggested they hurry to the waterfall before sunrise. When they got there, though, they were shocked to find that the waterfall had completely dried up. With a frown on his face, Dalton peered over the edge of the cliff and said,
I know your herbalist skills have solved our problems before, Kevin, but I don't suppose you know how to make it rain, do you?
Kevin scratched his chin and pondered their options. Then a light bulb went off in his head. Silver iodide, he said under his breath. Dalton looked at him funny.
Silver what now?
As the only person in the group with any experience in herbalism, Sasha's eyes widened when he pieced things together in his head. Silver iodide, of course. We can use it to see the clouds. Phoebe crossed her arms and raised an eyebrow. Can one of you explain what you mean for those of us who aren't herbalists? Kevin chuckled. Sure. It's simple, really. Silver iodide can be used to create clouds because its crystalline structure is similar to that of ice. The similarity allows it to act as a nucleus around which ice crystals can form. As more ice crystals form, they grow larger and larger as they collide with other supercooled water droplets and collect them. eventually becoming large enough to fall as precipitation. As Kevin went on and on about the science, Dalton's face became more and more confused.
Precipitation?
He asked with a dumbfounded look on his face. Sasha threw his head back and laughed. Precipitation means rain, Dalton. Long story short, if we get the silver iodide into the clouds, we get rain. Dalton shrugged his shoulders.
Yeah, all right. I think I got it. So where are we going to get this silver iodide stuff?
Well, Kevin said, I've got some silver nitrate in my satchel here, but we're going to need some potassium to turn it into silver iodide. Phoebe smiled. When you say potassium, only one thing comes to mind. Then they looked at each other and in unison said, bananas. With that, they got back in the golf cart and headed toward the town. By the time they got back, none of the stores in town were open, so they stayed the night at a local hotel and went to the grocery store first thing in the morning. When Kevin walked up to the counter with an entire cart full of bananas, the clerk dropped his jaw. Hello, Kevin said. Any chance you've got some more bananas in the back? With a stunned look on his face, the clerk shook his head.
That's literally all the bananas we have.
After paying for the bananas, Kevin and the others returned to the Wandering Elephant, the bar where they had refined the cure to the virus the night before. It was still early in the morning, though, so it wasn't open yet. When Kevin knocked on the door, the bartender shouted from the other side.
Go away, you drunks. The bar doesn't open until noon.
Kevin chuckled. I'm not here to drink, my friend. Do you recognize my voice? It's me, Kevin Williams. Upon hearing his name, the bartender opened the door immediately.
Kevin, you're back.
Then the bartender looked over Kevin's shoulder and saw Dalton standing with the cart full of bananas.
And you brought bananas. What's this about?
Kevin reached for a banana and handed it to the bartender. I'm hoping you wouldn't mind if we use some of your distilling equipment again. The bartender opened the door and let them inside.
Not at all, Mr. Williams. After what you did for my wife, you're welcome here anytime. What are you making? Some kind of banana-infused liqueur?
Kevin shook his head. It's a bit of a long story, but put simply, we need to extract the potassium so that we can make silver iodide to see the clouds with. Seeing that the bartender was still a little confused, Dalton stepped forward and said,
Basically, if we do a bunch of science stuff with these bananas, we can make it rain and end the drought.
The bartender looked at Kevin and laughed.
Ha! Make it rain. I'm going to start calling you Kevin the Miracle Worker.
As they peeled, mashed, and loaded the bananas into the glass distillers, the entire bar became filled with a sweet fragrance. For another 3 hours, they patiently waited for the potassium to separate from the fiber and other nutrients in the bananas. Once they had enough of it, Kevin boiled the solution until it evaporated. Then he scraped the residue off the lid and said, Voila! Powdered potassium. After collecting the potassium, Kevin took a jar of silver nitrate out of his satchel and started mixing the two together. Now we just have to add the silver nitrate and there you have it, silver iodide. At the end of the process, they had about 3 cups worth. Phoebe stepped forward for a closer look at the powder, which was mostly yellow with little flecks of silver. All right, she said. So if I understand this correctly, the next step is to get this stuff up in the air, right? Kevin nodded. Right. We need to spread the silver iodide over as wide of an area as possible.
Should I charter us a plane?
Sasha asked. Kevin shook his head. No, we wouldn't be able to distribute it evenly enough for a plane. I do have an idea, though. Then he turned to the bartender and asked, Do you know where we can buy some balloons around here? It turns out that a gift shop nearby sold party balloons. When Kevin stepped inside, he didn't just buy balloons, but the helium tank as well. After the purchase, Sasha looked at Kevin and said, You bought the whole tank, huh? How many balloons are we going to release? As many as possible, Kevin answered. If we put some silver iodide in the balloons, hand them out across town, and tell everyone to release them at the same time, it should be enough to seed the clouds when they eventually pop in the stratosphere. Dalton shrugged.
Still can't say I understand all the science, but I trust you, Kevin. If you say we gotta hand out balloons, then hand out balloons we shall.
For the rest of the afternoon, Kevin and the others walked around town, handing balloons out to anyone who would accept them. Unsurprisingly, the children were the most eager to have one. Before filling them up, Kevin poured about a spoonful of silver iodide into the balloons and reminded everyone to let them go at exactly 4 o'clock. One of the children frowned when she heard this. "Ah, you mean we have to let go of them?" When she looked up at him with sad puppy dog eyes, Kevin filled up another balloon and handed it to her. "Here," he said, "just make sure to let go of the first one I gave to you. It's for science, all right? We're trying to bring the rain back." The little girl smiled as she took off running with her 2 balloons. "Yes, sir." A few hours later, almost half of the people in town were carrying balloons. Some of the adults were hesitant to take one at first, but once Kevin explained they were trying to seed the clouds, they were all too quick to agree. Then, at exactly 4 o'clock, the balloons took to the sky. Like a rising cloud of colorful birds, Kevin looked up and thought to himself that the balloons almost seemed to symbolize hope, rising up against the tyranny of the drought, promising rain, and with it, new life. Before long, the balloons were so high up that Kevin could only see them if he squinted, and then, one by one, they began to pop, all the way up in the stratosphere. "They're starting to pop," Kevin said. "Now we just have to wait for rain." Because it would take at least a few hours for clouds to form, Kevin and the others returned to the Wandering Elephant to kick back for a while and get something to eat. Kevin encouraged everyone not to drink too much in case they needed to jump into action, but Dalton threw back a few beers anyway. The patrons he had gotten to know the night before were already gathered there, and Dalton slipped right into their conversation as if he were an old friend. By the time night came around, Kevin saw clouds beginning to form in the sky. He called for everyone to gather around. "Look, everyone, there's a storm coming. If we're lucky, it should start raining overnight." The bartender grabbed Kevin's shoulder and shook it. "I can't believe it, Kevin. All this from Bananas. You truly are a miracle worker. And to think, when you first came in through my door, I thought you were just some tourist." Later that night, Kevin and his team said goodbye to the bartender and went back to the hotel for another night's rest. Then, in the middle of the night, after everyone had gone to sleep, the very first drops of rain began to fall. Because the drought was so intense that the waterfall dried up, Kevin had to create some silver iodide to seed the clouds and make it rain. The only missing ingredient was potassium, so Kevin bought all the bananas at the local grocery store and returned to the Wandering Elephant to extract the potassium. Once the silver iodide was refined, Kevin bought a bunch of balloons, filled them with the powder, and handed them out around town with the instruction to release them at 4 o'clock. After the balloons popped into the sky, clouds slowly started to form, and in the middle of the night, the first drops of rain started to fall. Meanwhile, on the other side of town, Joe Taylor the Warlord was fast asleep in his mansion. As he snored in his silk sheets, he was dreaming that he was the king of the world, and every human on Earth was his servant. Then all of a sudden, his cell phone started to ring, snapping him out of a dream. With a tired groan, he reached for his phone and answered the call.
"What is it? This better be important. I was just in the middle of the most wonderful dream."
The voice on the other end of the line belonged to a guard. As he began to speak, he was shaky and nervous. Sorry to disturb you, sir, but we thought you'd want to know that it just started raining outside." Like a rabbit touching an electric fence, Joe sprang out of bed and looked outside. Sure enough, his window was dripping with rain.
"Oh, God. Mr. Covington is not going to be happy about this. His whole operation is based on prolonging the drought."
The guard took a deep breath while fear and desperation crept over Joe's face. "I don't know what we're supposed to do about it, sir. It's not like anyone can control the rain." The warlord scanned his brain for a solution. Then, after a long pause, he said,
"We can't stop the rain, but we can stop it from accumulating. Go to the reservoir and open the floodgates. I don't want a single drop of this water to stick."
The guard was hesitant. He had a wife and a few kids living in town. "But, sir, if we don't let the reservoir fill up, the town won't have any water. People are desperate for it." Joe frowned and sharpened his eyebrows. There wasn't even a trace of empathy in his eyes, which looked like they belonged to a predator.
"Do I need to remind you what happens to guards who disobey my orders?"
Joe heard the guard nervously gulp. No, sir, I understand. I'll send a team over to the reservoir and open the floodgates immediately. Over and out. After hanging up, Joe set his phone down and laid back down in his bed.
It's just a passing storm, the warlord assured himself. I bet it won't even last the night.
The next morning, Kevin could hear rain falling outside his window before he even opened his eyes. When he got out of bed, he rushed to the window with an excited grin on his face. Look at that. It worked. Later that morning, everyone met in the lobby and walked outside. Even though it was raining hard, there wasn't a single umbrella in sight. Instead, everyone was looking up with open arms, rejoicing. Phoebe looked around with a hopeful smile. Well, she said, I think it's safe to say that the drought is finally over. When Dalton stuck his tongue out and collected some water droplets, Kevin looked over and laughed. I think it's about time you got some water into your system. I think all you've had since we got here is alcohol. Dalton smirked.
And yet here I stand, Kevin. Here I stand.
Just then they heard a voice call out from behind them. Kevin, there you are. We've got a big problem, Kevin. When Kevin turned over his shoulder, he saw the bartender running toward him. His face was full of concern. Whoa, what's going on, my friend? I thought you'd be happy about the rain. The bartender nodded. Oh, trust me, I am happy about the rain, but it doesn't mean a thing if we can't contain it. What do you mean? Sasha asked. The bartender took a deep breath. My brother works at the reservoir. He just called me and said the local warlord Joe Taylor sent his guards to take over the reservoir and open the floodgates. We're losing water by the second, Kevin. Water we desperately need. Kevin nodded. Sure that he and his team could stop Joe Taylor, Kevin's eyes were full of courage and confidence. Sounds like we don't have much time then. Come on, everybody, into the golf cart. A few miles outside of town, the reservoir was like a huge empty lake surrounded by a wall of concrete. The ground was damp, but because the floodgates were open, the water wasn't accumulating. At the end of the road, Kevin saw a building near the foot of the dam surrounded by guards. He decided to pull over before they got too close. The place looks pretty well fortified, he said. Dalton leaned forward for a closer look.
How do you want to play this, Kevin? You want to try and sneak in, or should we go in loud and bold?
Kevin weighed out their options. Then he was struck with an idea. Maybe we can do both, he said. Dalton and Sasha, you guys can lure the guards away from the building with a big loud fight while Phoebe and I go inside and close the floodgates. Dalton looked at Sasha and shrugged.
Me and the kid, huh? What do you think, Sasha? Are you up for this?
Sasha cracked his knuckles and nodded. Oh yeah, I'm ready. I've been itching for a fight ever since I got out of the hospital. Dalton smirked.
All right then. Let's see you put your money where your mouth is, kid.
Without another word, Dalton jumped out of the golf cart and started storming towards the guards. Sasha quickly jumped out and started running after Dalton. Hey, wait for me. A few moments later, the guards saw them coming. From their perspective, Dalton was like a massive rhino charging towards them at full speed. Hey, what are you doing? Stop right there, I said. Before the guard could finish his sentence, Dalton tackled him to the ground and started punching. At the same time, Sasha leapt into action with a roundhouse kick. A moment later, 6 other guards charged out of the building. All right, Kevin whispered to Phoebe. It looks like they have all hands on the deck, meaning the building should be empty. Let's get in there and close the floodgates. Staying low to avoid detection, Kevin and Phoebe crept around the fight and snuck into the building. It only took them a few minutes to find the control room, and once they were inside, the lever that controlled the floodgate turned out to be labeled clearly. All right, this should do it, Kevin said as he pulled the lever. Outside, everyone suddenly heard a loud mechanical sound. When one of the guards stopped fighting to look over his shoulder, he saw that the floodgates were slowly closing, and his heart dropped into his stomach. The guard held his finger up to his earpiece and said, Bad news, boss. Someone is closing the floodgates. Joe's voice came through the earpiece immediately.
Well, for God's sake, go and stop them then.
Before the guard could respond, Dalton appeared behind him and karate chopped his neck, instantly knocking him out.
Take a nap, sweetheart, Dalton said with a smile.
By the time Kevin and Phoebe came back outside, Sasha and Dalton had subdued all but 3 guards. Kevin quickly hopped into the fray and helped finish them off. After just a few minutes, the guards were all on the ground, writhing in pain or lying unconscious. Once the coast was clear, the gang high-fived. Now that's what I call teamwork. Just then, they heard the spinning blades of a helicopter. Kevin looked up, saw the helicopter, and frowned. Looks like we're not out of the woods yet. As the helicopter hovered over them, a guard opened the door and held up a stick of dynamite. "Hey, Kevin, Mr. Taylor sends his regards." Then he lit the fuse and the helicopter started flying over the top of the dam. "Who's Mr. Taylor?" Phoebe asked. Kevin shuddered at the thought. He's the local warlord and, unsurprisingly, completely corrupt. I don't know why he's so invested in prolonging the drought, but it looks like he's willing to blow up the dam for it. Just then, the guard dropped the dynamite onto the dam and started laughing. Sasha looked up in horror and said, "Come on, we need to stop it from detonating." Kevin shook his head with a grim look on his face. "We'll never make it in time. There's only one thing to do. I have to use the 10 directions." Long ago, Kevin amazed, astonished, and even terrified many of his mentors and teachers when he was able to tap into techniques and powers such as the Blue Storm and the 10 directions. And though he gained mastery over them in bits and pieces after his battles with the Water Guardian, he was able to harness the most useful forces from each to manipulate time and even what others viewed as reality. But he did it with great caution, knowing that there was danger and responsibility in using the techniques. Now, though, Kevin would risk even his own solid mental state, such techniques could cause insanity, if it meant saving this ambient town. Dalton's eyes filled with shock.
"What? Kevin, are you crazy? You know what that technique can do to people's minds."
Kevin closed his eyes and surrendered control to his instincts. "It's the only way," he said as he began to fall into a trance.
"All right," Dalton said. "Whatever you do, just be—"
Before Dalton could finish his sentence, Kevin's altered version of the 10 directions was beginning to take effect. When Kevin opened his eyes, his teammates were frozen, birds hung still in the sky, and the raindrops hovered in midair. Time itself had come to a stop. "I have to get to that dynamite, fast. The longer I stay here, the riskier it is for my mind." Kevin lectured himself while knowing that his words actually weren't completely revealing the great danger that the 10 directions could bring if not used correctly. Kevin ran into the building as fast as he could. Following the signs, he rushed up 6 flights of stairs until he finally arrived at the top of the dam. Just a few yards ahead of him, the stick of dynamite lay on the concrete. The fuse was only an inch or two away from the base, about to explode. As Kevin's mind strained harder and harder like a severe headache, he ran for the dynamite, picked it up, and threw it back into the helicopter. "Mr. Taylor sends his regards, huh? Oh yeah? Well, here's mine." Just then, Kevin felt a painful burst in his skull and time slipped back into motion. The last thing he heard before passing out was the guard screaming for his life as the helicopter exploded.
"What the? How did he? No!"
The next thing Kevin remembered was seeing a faint white light. As he slowly opened his eyes, he saw his teammates gathered around him. "Phoebe? Dalton? Sasha? We didn't die and go to heaven, did we?" Phoebe shook her head with a smile. "You've been out for 3 days, Kevin. That 10 directions technique really did a number on you. I hope it was worth it." "Well," Kevin said, "are the floodgates still closed?"
"Yeah," Dalton answered. "I think Joe Taylor learned his lesson."
Kevin smirked. "Then it was definitely worth it. Has anyone heard from Joe since?" "Nope," said Sasha. "Me, Dalton, and a bunch of villagers went to his mansion to storm the gates, but he wasn't there. We still took down a lot of his guards, though. There are rumors all over town about where he could be, but nobody knows for sure. Some say he's on the run, some say he's hiding underground. Either way, I don't think he'll be a problem." Kevin nodded. "Good. There's something else you should know, Kevin. Another rumor spreading around town. Apparently something fell from the sky when you used the 10 directions. People are saying it's a UFO." Kevin's eyes widened. "A UFO, huh? Why didn't you wake me sooner? Come on, let's go take a look." Although the nurses encouraged Kevin to stay and rest, Kevin sprang out of bed with the energy of a spring chicken. A few miles outside of town, off the beaten path, Kevin saw a crowd of people gathered around some debris. When they approached for a closer look, Kevin saw that the debris field was filled with shattered glass. "Wait a minute," Kevin thought. This stuff looks familiar. Upon further inspection, Kevin realized the glass was unusually durable. When he picked it up, he recognized it immediately. This is the same glass they used to make the giant dome in Cambodia. That could only mean one thing. Quentin Covington had something to do with this. After successfully bringing rainwater back to the drought-stricken lands of Zambia, Kevin and his team, including Phoebe Anderson, Dalton Steele, and young apprentice Sasha, were shocked to discover what appeared to be a crashed UFO in the middle of a small African farming village. But after investigating further, Kevin realized that the crashed object wasn't alien in nature, but instead some kind of advanced satellite technology that had fallen from the sky and shockingly used the same rare metallic photo glass that evil billionaire Quentin Covington had used to construct the dome that once protected his hidden Cambodian fortress. Kevin stood with Phoebe and Sasha gazing at the recently crashed satellite. The oddness of Quentin Covington's presence in this remote part of the world tickled at the back of Kevin's mind, a puzzle begging to be solved. Dalton Steele paced nearby while swatting away buzzing insects. He was far less curious and far more annoyed than Kevin.
More rain, more bugs, I guess. Lucky us.
The satellite lay in pieces amid the newly muddied dirt. Kevin squinted, the puzzle pieces of this grand conspiracy forming in his mind. He could feel the tension in the air, a silent acknowledgement that the discovery held more significance than he initially realized. He hadn't come to Zambia for Quentin Covington, but Quentin Covington's presence was looming nonetheless. We need to figure out exactly what this satellite was being used for, Kevin noted. It's constructed from the same photometallic glass Quentin Covington used for his dome back in Cambodia. That can't be a coincidence.
Maybe it's a spy satellite, Dalton offered. Quentin could be tracking us from above.
It's a good guess, Kevin responded, but we have to be sure. The group separated, each examining different sections of the wreckage. Phoebe looked over the electronic components curiously. Dalton picked up the heaviest pieces, the best to use as weapons, just in case. Sasha, ever the eager explorer, scurried around picking up fragments of the shattered satellite like a scavenger collecting treasures.
"Look at this," Sasha called out. "More of that glass."
Sasha held up a large circular piece of the photometallic glass. It glittered with an otherworldly sheen. Kevin's eyes narrowed at the sight. It was no ordinary glass. It refracted light in ways that defied the natural order. Sasha tilted the glass, accidentally directing a beam of sunlight at a wall of nearby trees. In an instant, the trees burst into flames.
"Whoa,"
Dalton called out, rushing over to stomp out the burgeoning fire.
"What just happened?"
Phoebe joined Dalton, and the two were eventually able to put out the flames. Sasha stood frozen, wide-eyed, holding the glass as if it were magic.
"Did I do that?"
Kevin's mind raced, desperate to connect the dots, and suddenly he realized. That's it. The satellite isn't for spying, it's a weapon, a heat ray. All right, Phoebe acknowledged, but why would Quentin Covington need a heat ray in a place already suffering from a prolonged drought? Kevin processed. What if the heat ray caused the drought? Everyone froze at the possibility. The answer was a jigsaw puzzle, and the pieces were finally beginning to align into a clear picture. Zambia had been suffering from a severe shortage of rainwater and its people grappling with the deadly consequences. The satellite, with its ability to amplify the sun's power, was the malevolent puppet master orchestrating the extreme dance of nature. That's why my cloud calculations were off, Kevin continued. I didn't know there was a secondary heat source striking the clouds. But why would you want to dry out this town? Phoebe wondered. Why Zambia? Kevin's eyes focused on the smoldering remains of the recently burned trees. I'm not sure. Not yet. But we need to find out exactly what he gains from hurting all these people. The team found refuge inside a modest African coffee shop. The aroma of freshly brewed coffee hung in the air as they huddled around a weathered wooden table. We can theorize all we want, Kevin offered. But if we want concrete answers, we need to talk to the warlord.
The warlord?
Sasha repeated. The warlord Joe Taylor. He mentioned working with an unnamed billionaire when we first met, Kevin added. I knew immediately he meant Quentin Covington. Taylor would have to know what Quentin was after.
But we don't know where the warlord is, Dalton chimed in. He went into hiding after the dam exploded. He could be anywhere by now.
It was a good point. Kevin considered all the possibilities when his attention suddenly shifted. 200 burly men stepped in through the front entrance of the coffee shop. The mass of their bodies blocked all light from getting in through the windows. Their faces were scared, their intentions sinister. They clearly hadn't come for the coffee. The men in front locked eyes with Kevin from across the room. From a distance, Kevin caught the glint of multiple concealed weapons beneath their shirts. It was a trap. "Assassins!" Kevin called out as he flipped over their table and prepared to fight. Chaos erupted in an instant, the burly men rushing toward Kevin and his friends. Chairs were toppled, coffee spilled, and the once quiet atmosphere shattered. Kevin's movements against the assassins were swift and efficient. The killers were brutes, but clearly not high-level fighters. Kevin dispatched multiple assailants with ease. Dalton Steele, no stranger to an ambush, was happy to join the fray. His fists moved like thunder, each strike a testament to his years of training. Phoebe, resourceful and agile, ducked and weaved through the chaos, her mind working overtime to find an escape route. Sasha, the youngest among them, worked in the back of the cafe as he fought down the few assassins who weren't eliminated by Kevin. Sasha's eyes were wide with a mixture of fear and curiosity. Sasha watched Kevin doing his best to learn from a level 7 fighter so that Sasha's own skills could increase. As Kevin battled the scores of attackers, he noticed the assassin's combat style. He called out to Dalton, "Secluded Valley assassins."
"Absolutely. African branch?" Dalton quipped as he smashed one in the face with a piece of satellite he had picked up earlier.
Dalton knew the scraps would be put to good use, though he didn't realize it would barely be an hour before he beat down enemies with them. The battle raged on, a cacophony of grunts, clashes, and the occasional shattering of coffee mugs. Kevin and Dalton fought side by side, their movements synchronized as though they shared a silent understanding. They had done this before. Amidst the chaos, Sasha's instincts kicked in. He plowed through a handful of the assassins as he ushered Phoebe to a safe corner, shielding her from the violence. Sasha picked up a hot pot of coffee and held it in front of himself like a shield. The young apprentice's hands sometimes trembled, less out of fear than out of exhaustion at having to battle so many attackers, but his determination held firm. The coffee shop had become a war zone, but the battle was quickly coming to an end. The Secluded Valley assassins, ruthless and violent, fought with the conviction of paid mercenaries. Once they realized Kevin's skill level, they quickly lost their will to fight.
"Retreat!"
The killers cried out as they sprinted for the exit, stepping over the bodies of many of their fallen comrades. As the dust settled, Kevin spotted an injured assassin lying against the wall. He stepped over to the fallen warrior and kneeled down. "Who sent you?" Kevin asked, his eyes fierce and resolute. The assassin hesitated, not wanting to answer. "I won't tell you anything." Dalton joined his friend.
He asked, "Who sent you?"
Dalton punched the assassin hard in the stomach. The assassin spit in Dalton's face. "I'm not a rat." "Tell us what you know," Kevin pressed harder. "Were you sent here by Quentin Covington? Why did he build that satellite? What's his master plan?" The assassin again refused to respond. Just then, Kevin noticed that the man was bleeding. Blood gushed from a wound in his side. "You're bleeding," Kevin noted. "It's bad. Tell us what you know and we'll get you help. You don't have to die here." The assassin looked down at his wound. Kevin was right. It was bad. The assassin's breathing was getting more labored. His eyes were starting to dim. He motioned for Kevin to move closer. Kevin did. "The warlord, Joe Taylor," the assassin whispered. "He sent us here to kill you and your friends, but..." "But?" Kevin asked. "You were just supposed to be some rich dope. He didn't tell us you can fight with such skill. You must be what, a level 5? 7, Kevin countered. "If we had known," the assassin continued, "we would have brought 200 more men."
"And they would have died too,"
Dalton quipped. Kevin motioned for Dalton to back off. Dalton did. Kevin turned back to the assassin. "The warlord," Kevin repeated. "Where is he now? How do we find him?" Kevin moved closer. "You don't have much time. The warlord is an evil man. He went out of his way to hurt the people in this village. Why protect him now? The assassin looked over Kevin. He was right. To find the warlord, the assassin whispered, barely audible. Follow the gulf. Kevin frowned in confusion. He was about to inquire further when the assassin slipped away into the next world, dead.
What did he mean?
Dalton asked. Kevin stood. He stepped over to Sasha and Phoebe, who waited in the corner. Are you both all right? I'm fine, Phoebe offered. Now.
You fought brilliantly, Kevin. What an amazing battle. I feel like my own skills moved up a stage just by being in your shadow,
Sasha exclaimed. So what's the plan now? Phoebe inquired. Obviously someone wants you dead. Nothing's changed, Kevin stated. We still need to find the warlord. How? Phoebe asked. Easy, Kevin replied. We just follow the gulf. After defeating the local warlord Joe Taylor and successfully bringing rain back to the drought-stricken lands of Zambia, Kevin and his team, including Phoebe Anderson, Dalton Steele, and the young apprentice Sasha, discovered a crashed satellite that had direct connections to evil billionaire Quentin Covington. Desperate to uncover the connection between Quentin Covington and the recent Zambian drought, Kevin realized that they'd have to locate the recently vanquished warlord to get their answers. But after battling a group of secluded valley assassins, the only lead Kevin and his team could acquire about Joseph Taylor's secret location was to follow the gulf. Kevin and his team gathered in the dusty shadows of the abandoned church across the street from the local Zambian golf pro shop. The air was thick with tension, and the stakes had never been higher. What do you see? Kevin asked Sasha, who stared through a pair of binoculars.
Nothing yet. Still pretty quiet,
Sasha replied as he jotted down the time in his notebook. Kevin adjusted the collar of his sweat-soaked shirt, his piercing eyes scanning the surroundings. Phoebe walked up and offered him water. Kevin took it. We've been tracking these deliveries for days, Phoebe noted. You really think this will lead us to Joe Taylor? Patience, Kevin reassured the group. Follow the Gulf is a solid lead. We know the warlord loved his golf course. If he's still hiding in the area, then there's a good chance he'll have to refresh his equipment at some point. We'll get there. Dalton Steele, Kevin's seasoned and ever-reliable friend, was hunched over a tablet, tapping furiously. Suddenly, a bit of excitement filled his eyes.
I've got something.
The group all huddled around him.
I hacked into the pro shop's computer and I've been scanning their delivery schedule, Dalton offered. The deliveries all seem equally random, but then one popped up that seems different.
Kevin's interest was raised. Different how? Dalton pointed at the screen.
This one is going to a place outside the village. It's going to a cemetery.
A cemetery?
Sasha exclaimed, his eyes wide. Kevin leaned over Dalton's shoulder, studying the information on the tablet. Dalton swiped through the data.
Odd, isn't it? Why would anyone deliver golf supplies to a place like that?
You think our warlord might be golfing between gravestones? Phoebe mused. Kevin shook his head. It does raise some serious questions, so I think it's time we got some serious answers. The team piled into a dusty brown moving van recently rented from a nearby car company. They drove the loud clanking van through the bustling streets until the roads gave way to the more quiet outskirts of town. The cemetery, with its weathered tombstones and somber atmosphere, loomed ahead. Kevin parked the moving van at a safe distance from the cemetery entrance and killed the engine. How long until the delivery? Kevin asked.
Any time now, Dalton responded.
There, Sasha pointed forward. Everyone's eyes zeroed in on the golf pro shop's delivery truck as it turned onto the gravel path leading to the burial ground. The tension in the vehicle was thick. The delivery truck rumbled to a stop near a mausoleum at the far end of the cemetery. Kevin watched in silence as the driver, a burly man with a weather-beaten face, hauled out a large box marked with the Golf Pro Shop's logo. This is insane, Phoebe noted. Why would anyone need golf equipment here? Why would the store even think about delivering here? It's obviously some kind of prank. The driver touched a tall gravestone and the mausoleum's heavy stone doors creaked open. Look, Sasha again called out. Kevin watched as the driver disappeared inside. He just walked into that gravesite, Sasha noted. What do we do? Sasha turned to Kevin, who remained stoic. We wait. Minutes ticked by like hours, and as the sun began to set, the mausoleum doors finally swung back open. The delivery driver emerged, now holding a single gold bar. What's that in his hand? Phoebe asked. Is that gold? The driver got back into his truck and headed for the cemetery exit.
Do we follow? Dalton inquired.
No, Kevin responded swiftly. Let him go. It's time we see what's inside that mausoleum. Sasha gulped audibly. With the sun disappearing and darkness washing over the cemetery, Kevin and his team sprang into action. They approached the mausoleum cautiously, their senses heightened.
Those doors are stone, Dalton noted. We can't just pull them open.
Kevin's eye scanned the area. He touched a gravestone, a tall gravestone. Try them all. The crew began touching the heads of every nearby gravestone. Kevin finally put his hand on the right one and the heavy doors swung open. Total darkness waited inside. Kevin shared a look with the rest of his team and he then headed forward. Everyone followed. As they stepped into the blackened room, the heavy stone doors closed behind them. The doors are closing behind us, Sasha exclaimed. Kevin lit a match. There's a stairwell ahead. Kevin found a candle and headed down the hallway, which disappeared into darkness. The air inside was stale, and the only sound was the faint echo of their footsteps on the cold stone floor. Kevin led the way as they navigated a maze of corridors beneath the cemetery. How far does this go? Phoebe whispered. As Kevin turned a corner, he stumbled upon a hidden chamber, a vast underground bunker filled with every type of weapon one could imagine.
What the hell is all this?
Dalton wondered, his eyes wide with disbelief. An armory, Kevin noted. The group pressed on. The tension in the air reached a breaking point as they rounded a final corner and found a curious scene. A lush underground golf course waited in front of them. 18 holes, grass, sand traps, a driving range. All were built under the grave sites of fallen villagers. This is ridiculous, Phoebe noted. Just then, Kevin spotted the man they had been looking for. Joe Taylor stood on the 7th hole getting ready to use his new putter. Kevin turned to Dalton and gave him a look. Dalton understood. The warlord lined up his putt, oblivious to the threat that had entered his hideout.
That feels good,
Taylor muttered to himself about the new golf club he was holding. He lined up his shot and was about to strike the ball when his putter suddenly got stuck. He couldn't swing it forward. The warlord didn't understand. He turned to find Dalton Steele clutching to the putter from behind.
What are you doing down here?
Taylor yelled out. Kevin stepped into view and punched the warlord in the face, knocking him to the ground. The warlord tried to recover, but Dalton and Sasha held him down. Phoebe stayed back, keeping eyes down the hall to make sure no one was coming. Kevin knelt down to Joe Taylor and matched stares with the golf-obsessed madman.
You, Taylor shouted. How did you find me? How are you still alive?
We met your friends, Kevin offered, the secluded valley assassins.
African branch, Dalton added.
African branch, Kevin agreed. They told us you were looking for me. Joe Taylor didn't understand.
But you're just a rich idiot. How did you survive their attack?
I'm the one asking the questions now, Kevin responded. What does Quentin Covington want? The warlord's face turned white. How did Kevin know? The warlord tried to play dumb. He had worried that Kevin perhaps wasn't the naive billionaire he pretended to be, and now he knew the truth. Kevin was anything but naive. But Taylor was going to have to play his cards carefully.
Quentin who? I don't know who that is. I work alone,
Taylor said, hoping his bold tone could convince Kevin what he was saying was true. Kevin punched the warlord in his stomach. We found his satellite, Kevin continued. We know it's a heat ray. What does Quentin Covington gain from drying out this land? What's he trying to do? Taylor again hesitated.
If I talk, I'm a dead man. If you don't talk, we'll make you wish you were dead,
Dalton chimed in. An alarm suddenly went off. A loud siren rang throughout the underground lair. What is that? Sasha asked. The warlord began to laugh.
You fools! He's always watching. The second you set foot in this bunker, you had already lost.
What does that mean? Kevin pushed for more answers. The warlord just continued to laugh. Kevin, Phoebe called out. I hear something. Something's coming. Tie him up. Kevin ordered Dalton and Sasha, and the two immediately grabbed Taylor's arms and wrapped rope around them. Kevin picked up the warlord's putter. Dalton and Sasha understood. They hurried over to the warlord's gold bag and pulled out several golf clubs as well, a 9-iron and a driver. Phoebe, Kevin called out, get behind us. Phoebe ran over and stood behind Kevin, Dalton, and young Sasha. The three men stepped forward with their golf clubs held up like swords and waited. The floor began to rumble. Footsteps could suddenly be heard, shouting coming from down the long, blackened corridor. Whatever happens, Kevin whispered, stay together. Just then, hundreds of Maverick warriors flooded onto the underground golf course. Kevin and his team were outnumbered 100-1, and they were trapped. Nowhere for them to run. Sasha was terrified. He'd never seen so many killers in one space. He turned to Kevin. There's so many of them. What do we do? Kevin focused on the impossible task in front of them. He smiled. The only thing we can do, we fight. Desperate to uncover the connection between Quentin and the recent Zombian drought, Kevin tracked the vanquished warlord to a hidden underground golf course. But just as Kevin was about to get his answers, 100 Maverick assassins appeared and prepared to fight. The dank, still air clung to the walls of the underground golf course, which was built beneath the ancient tombstones of a long-forgotten cemetery. Kevin, Dalton, Steele, Phoebe, and young Sasha found themselves facing a difficult challenge. Maverick assassins, 100 strong, emerged from the shadows, their menacing figures casting long silhouettes against the dimly lit backdrop of the underground golf course. Kevin and Dalton exchanged a knowing glance. In the dim light, they armed themselves with golf clubs, makeshift weapons against the massive foe. Sasha, inexperienced but determined, hesitated for a moment before following suit. He had come on this journey with Kevin in order to gain experience and increase the stages in his levels, but he had not realized that one fight would be so quickly followed by another. If Sasha were older and more jaded, he perhaps wouldn't have been as thrilled as he was. He was ready to fight beside his mentor Kevin and to become a worthy ally for his leader. The clatter of footsteps grew louder, and the air was charged with tension as the Mavericks closed in. Stay close, Sasha, Kevin whispered, his eyes narrowing as he focused on the approaching threat. Phoebe, take Taylor and find a safe spot to hide till this is over. Phoebe nodded, then dragged the tied-up warlord off toward the far corner of the course. Kevin, Dalton, and Sasha formed a defensive wall, ready to confront the wall of Mavericks who were pressing down on them. With an almost choreographed precision, the Mavericks closed in, a sea of adversaries surging forward. Kevin unleashed a primal roar, charging into the midst of the enemy with the force of a hurricane. His golf club became an extension of his body, a deadly dance of skill and power as he met the Mavericks head-on. You picked the wrong underground golf course, Kevin yelled as he continued to do battle. Dalton, a formidable force in his own right, swung his 9-iron with wild abandon. The sound of skulls being crushed echoed through the underground chamber as Mavericks fell, but more replaced them in a relentless tide.
They're like cockroaches. They just keep coming,
Dalton called out. Then we'll just have to keep fighting, Kevin replied. Sasha, the youngest of the group, felt a surge of energy course through his veins. The veins on his hands bulged as he clutched a putter. He watched Kevin fight with ferocity and grace. Sasha joined him. Sasha was always a quick study, and he watched Kevin's every move and imitated them with success. A surge of confidence welled within him as he followed Kevin's lead, driving the attackers back. As the battle raged on, the underground golf course became a surreal arena. The dim lights flickered overhead, casting eerie shadows as the combatants moved between the holes and manicured greens. The scent of freshly cut grass mingled with the tang of blood, creating an unusual combination in the underground playground of a crazed warlord. Sasha, still fighting with Kevin, felt a rush of adrenaline. He spotted a nearby golf cart and hopped in. With growing confidence, he flipped on the motor and powered forward into the Maverick hordes like a battering ram. As the next wave of Mavericks descended onto the golf course, Sasha accelerated the golf cart, plowing through the enemy ranks. Maverick assassins flew through the air like rag dolls, their calculated advances disrupted by the unexpected golf cart attack. Sasha's nerves transformed into a primal thrill as he used the chaos to his advantage. "Woo!" Sasha called out. He was doing it. He was in full control of his growing levels and powers. Phoebe continued to avoid the fray. She hid inside a sand trap, her eyes popping out as she took in the seemingly endless bloodshed. Joe Taylor sat in the sand behind her, taking in the chaos with a twisted grin. The fighting continued. Kevin battled multiple Mavericks at the same time. His movements were a blur of martial arts prowess, seamlessly transitioning between kung fu, karate, and basic boxing techniques. The Mavericks had leveled fighters, but they paled in comparison to Kevin's level 7 skills. He countered their strikes with effortless grace, delivering punishing blows that left Mavericks thrown to the ground in his wake. Dalton was starting to get tired. The waves of assassins continued to wash toward him. He spun his golf club in a defensive arc, spinning around and round, taking out as many enemies as he could. The warlord, still tied up in the sand trap with Phoebe, saw an opportunity.
"Release me," he ordered.
"Keep your mouth shut," Phoebe responded. "You're not going anywhere."
"I have money," the warlord continued. "Let me go and I'll give you anything you want."
"I already told you what I want, for you to stop talking." Phoebe responded with a tough tone to try and shut Joe Taylor up and end his attempts to bribe her. Joe Taylor tried again, but Phoebe finally silenced the warlord by clamping her hand over his mouth, her eyes narrowing in hatred. Taylor's attempts at negotiation were drowned out by the noises of battle. As the fight raged on, Dalton spotted a potential advantage, an elevated platform overlooking the battleground, the driving range.
"I'm winded," Dalton admitted. "I'm going to try and take the high ground."
"What high ground?" Sasha called out. "We're buried under a cemetery." With a nod to Kevin, Dalton strategically retreated to higher ground. He climbed a ladder and stepped onto the driving range overlooking the entire underground golf course. Dalton grabbed hold of a driver and several buckets of golf balls. He spilled them out and began raining down golf balls on the attackers like arrows through the sky.
"4!"
Dalton called off with glee as the hail of projectiles disrupted the enemy's advance. Sasha, inspired by his earlier golf cart antics, once again joined Kevin. His eyes widened with a mix of exhilaration and determination. The two warriors fought side by side, a united front against the relentless Mavericks' attack. Despite the superior skills of Kevin, the sheer number of Mavericks warriors posed a formidable challenge to Kevin and his friends. In the midst of the chaos, a Maverick warrior managed to land a blow on Sasha, knocking him to the ground. "Sasha!" Kevin called out, his eyes flashing with concern. But before he could reach his fallen apprentice, Sasha saved himself with a well-timed swing of his golf club. The Maverick attacker crumpled to the ground. Sasha jumped back to his feet. "Don't worry about me," Sasha called out. "I could take care of myself. Thanks to you, Kevin." Kevin nodded agreeably and the two refocused on the fight. With each passing moment, the Maverick numbers dwindled. The relentless battling of Kevin, Sasha, and Dalton left a trail of fallen Mavericks. It was Kevin's skills as well as Sasha's and Dalton's sheer determination that gave them the upper hand. As the last echoes of battle subsided, Dalton rejoined Kevin and Sasha. The team stood victorious, but battered. The underground golf course showed the scars of the conflict, with divots and craters marking the terrain. Hundreds of Maverick bodies filled the course. Breathing heavily, Sasha looked over the aftermath, the fallen Mavericks serving as silent evidence of the superior determination and skills of Kevin and his team. "We did it!" Sasha exclaimed. "Phoebe!" Kevin called out. "Here. I'm over here," Phoebe responded from inside the sand trap. With the immediate threat quelled, the team gathered around the captive warlord. Now, Where were we? Kevin quipped.
This is madness, Joe Taylor screamed. Who are you people? How could you possibly defeat so many warriors?
His name is Kevin Williams, Sasha offered. Remember it, scumbag. We don't have time for this, Kevin noted. At any moment, 100 more Mavericks could come storming in here. We need to get our answers. Kevin pulled the warlord out of the sand trap and pushed him against the golf cart. He turned to the rest of his team. Dalton, Sasha, watch the entrance. On it. Sasha picked up a new golf club and joined Dalton as they headed towards the long, dark hall that led them into the golf course in the first place. Phoebe focused on Kevin. What are you going to do? How will you get him to talk? Kevin opened his satchel. We don't have to wait him out, and there's no telling if physical intimidation will give us what we need. That means I only have one choice. What? Phoebe asked. I'll have to administer a truth-telling pill. From the satchel, Kevin pulled out a single white pill. He turned to the warlord. Take this, or I'll bury you in your sand trap. The warlord laughed. You really think your pill will make me tell you what I know? My will is strong. No pill is going to change that. The warlord opened his mouth. Kevin pushed in the truth-telling pill. How long does it normally take? Phoebe asked, her eyes nervously glancing back towards the entrance, where hundreds of Maverick warriors had recently descended. It works fast, almost instantaneously, Kevin responded. He focused on the warlord. Tell me everything you know about Quentin Covington. Taylor laughed.
Ha ha! Your pill has failed. I won't tell you anything.
Kevin looked at his watch. He counted to 10, then turned back to the warlord. Tell me everything you know about Quentin Covington.
Of course, the warlord suddenly responded with ease. What would you like to know first?
Kevin looked over at Phoebe. They were about to get their answers. After battling hundreds of Maverick guards to finally capture Taylor, Kevin decided to use a powerful truth-telling pill to help solve the mystery. Kevin crouched in front of the warlord, his eyes narrowing. Start talking. The warlord chuckled, a sinister sound that echoed through the underground golf course he had been hiding in. The truth-telling pill was clearly starting to take effect.
You need to be more specific,
the warlord teased.
What do you want me to talk about?
Dalton and Phoebe stood at the entrance of the underground bunker, keeping watch while Kevin focused on Joe Taylor. Sasha stayed close to his mentor, doing his best to observe and take notes. Kevin locked eyes with Taylor, deadly serious. We found a fallen satellite. We know it magnifies the warming effects of the sun, which is what ultimately caused the drought. We also know this all has something to do with Quentin Covington. As the drug took hold even more, the warlord began to babble. His words were rambling yet revealing.
Covington, that devil in a suit. So many empty promises, and such bad hair plugs.
We already know all that, Sasha chimed in. Kevin motioned for Sasha to hold back. This wasn't the time. The truth-telling pill would only last for a certain number of minutes, and Kevin had to use every second to uncover the truth. Sasha nodded apologetically. Kevin refocused on the warlord. We know you were working with him.
For him, more like it,
the warlord countered in a sad tone. All right, for him, Kevin offered. So what's the connection? What does Covington want with this land? The warlord grinned once again.
It sounds almost silly to say. Sand. He wants the sand. All of it.
Sand? Kevin repeated. Why? What's so special about this sand?
I'm thirsty, the warlord rambled. Could I have a little drink first?
Sasha went to hand the warlord his canteen. Kevin again motioned for him to wait. Not yet. Not until you tell us everything you know, Kevin countered. Now what's so special about the sand?
That's the thing. Nothing. Right now, absolutely nothing.
The warlord spoke more freely, the truth pill now fully opening his lying soul.
But the satellite you found was going to change all that. Covington discovered that if he heated the sand in this region to a certain temperature, for a certain amount of time it would transform into a rare composition that Quentin desperately needed.
Needed for what? Sasha chimed in, his curiosity getting the better of him.
He's building something. I don't know what exactly, but I do know that it's massive,
Taylor went on. Kevin and Sasha shared a serious look. And how could you possibly know that? Kevin continued. The warlord smiled once again.
I'll tell you. For some water?
Kevin took Sasha's canteen and gave his captive a sip. A peace offering. The warlord lapped it up like a tired puppy after a long walk. After a time, Kevin pulled the refreshing liquid back and continued his interrogation. How do you know it's massive?
It has to be, the warlord stated simply. Covington has a mining operation in the Serengeti. It's the only other place that has this special kind of sand he needs. His men have been working there for almost a year. But what they've dug up isn't enough for Covington's purposes. And word on the street is that his supply is almost run out completely. He literally used up all of the sand in the Serengeti. So he had to find another source, but there wasn't one. The sand he needed was too unique. That's when he turned his attention here. He realized that our sand was close enough, that with a little help from above the clouds he could in time transform our sand into exactly what he needed.
Kevin processed everything the warlord had just said. Kevin knew that Covington had a mining operation in the Serengeti, and that the Serengeti was where he was getting his materials to build the indestructible photometallic dome he had used to hide his base in Cambodia. But if what the warlord was saying was true, then Covington must be constructing something so much larger than a single dome. And whatever that structure was, when completed, would be virtually indestructible.
But we stopped him, Sasha added. The satellite fell out of the sky. If that's what Quentin was using to heat the sand, then haven't we already foiled his plans?
The warlord nodded his head disagreeably.
Foolish child. Quentin Covington is a man of endless resources. You can't stop a man like that. You can only hope to slow him down. There are more satellites, 10 in all. Covington was days away from fully transforming our sand when you and your friend showed up and ruined everything. When you brought the rain back, it reset everything. He'll be forced to start over, but believe me, he will. He needs the sand and he won't let anything stand in his way.
A chill ran down Kevin's spine. How do we stop it? How do I stop the satellites for good? Kevin demanded, a sense of urgency gripping him.
You can't,
Taylor cackled, the truth serum pulling back all of his defenses.
They're shielded. You can't just shoot them out of the sky. The one that crashed suffered some kind of internal failure. It was a miracle that happened when it did. You can't expect 9 more miracles.
Kevin rose, his interrogation over, his mind racing. The warlord, now more a puppet than a puppeteer, slouched over, his eyes distant. Kevin turned to Sasha. We're leaving. After they had exited the underground bunker, Kevin, Dalton, Phoebe, and young Sasha reconvened back at the abandoned church that they had been using as their base of operations while working in Zambia. Kevin addressed the group. We need to bring down those satellites. Okay, but how? Phoebe asked.
I have some hacking skills, Dalton offered. But accessing Covington's mainframe and overriding the security protocols for 10 of those flying heat rays might prove to be a bit above my pay grade. But I do know someone.
Who? Kevin inquired.
She's an incredibly skilled hacker. I helped her out a few years back, and in return she trained me. Taught me everything I know about hacking. She's the best. But there's a catch.
A catch? Kevin repeated curiously. What kind of catch?
She's 12, Dalton answered simply.
12? Phoebe spit out the coffee she had been drinking.
That's right, Dalton shrugged. And it's a school night, but I'll see if I can get her mom to give us access.
Kevin turned to Phoebe, who couldn't help but grin. Always an adventure. Half an hour later, Dalton had his laptop open and was introducing Lala, a precocious 12-year-old, to the team via video call.
Kevin Williams, Dalton offered. Meet my little buddy Lala.
Kevin stepped over to the screen and took in the young girl, clearly talking from inside her pony-themed room. Kevin introduced himself. Lala, hello. I was told you might be able to help us. Maybe, Lala countered. What's in it for me?
Lala, be nice.
Lala's mother could be heard reprimanding her daughter from just off screen.
I'm sorry, Lala shrugged. It's just, I need to sell 20 boxes of Girl Scout cookies by Friday, so if I help you, I'd appreciate it if you could all consider buying a box or two.
Kevin smiled. Lala, I'll do you one better. If you can do what Dalton tells us you can do, I'll buy 1 million boxes. Lala just stared blankly, her mind blown.
Whoa.
The little girl refocused.
Okay, so what's the problem?
Kevin motioned to Dalton, who did his best to explain. We need access to 10 satellites. I've tried to hack them myself, but I can't get past the security protocols. I sent you their coordinates.
On it,
Lala typed away. A moment later, she looked up from her computer.
Okay, you're in. What's next?
She sipped a soda while Kevin and Dalton shared an impressed look. Kevin took the lead. Lala, is it possible to redirect the mirrored glass on the satellites? Right now, they're being used to concentrate the heat of the sun onto the surface of the Earth. But I was hoping instead we could turn the photometallic glass into a type of solar panel. Absorb the solar energy and quietly channel it to the power grid of the small village we're currently in. A little payback for the drought Quentin forced on these poor people.
LOL. Love that for us, Lala quipped. Let me see what I can do.
Lala went to work, her fingers already dancing.
I've been studying the satellite schematics, and I think this is doable. Dalton, can you show them the hologram, please, and thank you?
Dalton took out a small quarter-sized device and pressed it. A detailed holographic image of the 10 satellites orbiting the Earth could be seen.
Okay, I've got control,
Lala announced, her voice layered with youthful excitement.
Flipping the photometallic glass and initiating the solar panel transformation.
Lala's fingers flew over the keyboard, executing the final sequence. Kevin watched the hologram and could see with his own eyes as the satellite mirrors, once focused on scorching the Earth, now absorbed the sun's energy, transforming it into a clean, sustainable power source.
It's done. You should be good to go, Lala announced.
The lights in the room suddenly began to glow brighter, a sign that more power was now running through the village's power grid. Kevin turned to his team and smiled. It was working. Thank you, Lala, Kevin shouted. I'll buy every cookie you've got, and if you ever need anything, don't hesitate to reach out to the offices of Kevin Williams. A few moments later, Kevin and his team gathered under the morning sky. As dawn broke over Zambia, the first rays of sunlight kissed the landscape with a gentle warmth. The once blistering heat had given way to a more tempered embrace, a promise of renewal. Kevin smiled in the gentle breeze and lightly warming rays of the sun. We did it. After rescuing the Zambian people from Joe Taylor, an evil warlord, and bringing rainwater back to their drought-stricken lands, Kevin turned his attention to unraveling the next clue in his quest to finally reach the upper realm. The moon hung like a glowing light in the cool night sky above the swirling waters. It had rained earlier in the day and the air was moist with possibility. Kevin and Phoebe stepped up to the edge of the waterfall and waited. The once barren land, newly rejuvenated, now bloomed with life, the vibrant greenery a testament to Kevin's grit and determination.
Do you think we'll be able to get some answers tonight?
Phoebe answered, genuinely curious. Kevin unfolded the blank sheet of paper that was given to him just after he won the epic clash. In theory, the lunar rainbow should provide the light frequency we need for long enough for us to get a proper look at the image, Kevin explained. When we first landed here, there wasn't enough rain to cause a rainbow or to provide enough water for the waterfall, but now we have a great chance. The air was filled with the sweet sounds of the cascading water. Kevin's eyes glinted with excitement as he held the blank sheet of paper firmly in his hand. The promise of guidance would soon appear on the paper, and this moonlit night held the key to getting that answer. Phoebe's eyes reflected the moonlight. She turned to Kevin. This is surreal, Kevin. I mean, look at this place. A waterfall that wasn't here a week ago, a land reborn. You've already done so much good. Kevin appreciated the kind words. He was happy to spend some quality time with his old friend. They had been through a lot together. It's nice to finally have a quiet night, Kevin noted. We're still working, Phoebe retorted, but I definitely can think of a worse way to spend the workday. It's beautiful here. Kevin shook his head in agreement. I love nights like this, Phoebe admitted. It makes me think that anything is possible. It's good to see you, Kevin. She gave him a kind smile. Phoebe, Kevin began, his voice a whisper in the night. There's something I want to tell you. Phoebe turned to him. What is it? I have always been devoted to Lily and making the best possible life for her. When I learned she was pregnant, I began to worry that all of my quests, such as trying to save the Foundation from an attack by the Pinnacle or working on environmental issues, might have to be ended so that I could stay by Lily's side to protect her, Kevin began. Phoebe shook her head in agreement. You are the best and most devoted husband I have ever seen. Lily is a lucky woman, Phoebe said with a bit of envy in her voice, but still pride in knowing someone as devoted and genuine as Kevin. I didn't have to worry or to change my life as much as I thought, Kevin continued. Ever since my baby has been in Lily, she's become, in a way, partly like me. We're almost one now, and I've seen that she can more than take care of herself. I don't have to worry about my enemies kidnapping her or threatening our baby. It has eased my mind. And I also know she has a devoted new friend, Nancy, who is by her side every moment to make sure that her health and happiness are secure, even while I might be far off on another continent. Phoebe reached out and squeezed Kevin's hand. I'm happy for you, Kevin. Lily is a lucky woman. Kevin grinned, a hint of nostalgia in his voice. You know, I never thought I'd get to be a family man, but Lily changed everything. She's my anchor, my home. The moonlight played on Phoebe's face, casting shadows that seemed to dance with the rhythm of the night. I hope I find a love like that someday, she admitted, her gaze distant. Kevin squeezed her hand in return, a silent acknowledgement of the complexities of their journey. They were good friends. You will, Phoebe. Love has a way of finding us when we least expect it, and when it does, it's as rare and special as a rainbow at night. Phoebe couldn't help but grin at the response. As if in response, a gentle breeze rustled the leaves of the surrounding trees. The atmosphere was charged with otherworldly energy, and Kevin felt a tingle in his fingertips, as if the very air held the answers he sought. Do you feel that? Kevin asked. Feel what? Phoebe responded, unsure of what Kevin meant. The moon, now positioned perfectly in the night sky, cast its silvery beams upon the waterfall. At that moment, a phenomenon unfolded. A rainbow born from the union of moonlight and cascading water arched gracefully over the rocks. The colors shimmered in the night, painting a fantastical bridge between the earthly realm and the mysteries beyond. There it is, Kevin whispered, his eyes fixed on the celestial bridge. The lunar rainbow. Phoebe's eyes went wide at the sight. Oh, wow. The light from the lunar rainbow bathed Kevin's blank paper, casting a soft glow that seemed to bring hidden messages to the surface. Phoebe's focus shifted as she witnessed the magical transformation of the blank sheet. Kevin, the paper, it's changing. Kevin looked down at the parchment. His heart raced as an image began to appear. This was the sign he had been waiting for, the signal that the paper held the key to unlocking the gateway to the upper realm. The white canvas suddenly bore the imprint of shadows and shapes, a delicate dance of light and dark forming the outline of a mountain shrouded in clouds. Kevin's mind raced to reconcile the image with a distant memory. It wasn't just any mountain, it was the very peak he'd seen in the visions of his desert quest. Kevin gasped, a mixture of awe and realization seizing him. This is it, the mountain from my vision. Phoebe's eyes widened, recognizing the sketch. Wait, I've seen this before. Kevin turned to her, a question in his eyes. In a dream? No, Phoebe responded. A book. Kevin shot her a curious look. A book? Phoebe stepped away. Kevin followed. She paced back and forth, doing her best to explain. In my youth, when I was training to become a professional art appraiser, I was able to read a rare and special book. She considered her story, trying to find just the right words. It was theoretical, but it talked about Van Gogh, There were legends of a secret painting, a piece he supposedly created just before he spiraled into total madness. His greatest work. This moonlit sketch matches the descriptions people gave. An epic peak towering above and an endless wave of clouds. They said Van Gogh laid eyes on his own work and couldn't handle it. His talent had transcended his own understanding of human possibility. It was too much. His brother Theo didn't understand what was happening, so they covered the painting with another painting just to break Van Gogh free of his trance. What painting did they cover it with? Kevin asked. Again, this is all theoretical, but theoretically, The Starry Night, Phoebe offered. But the legend was that the original painting still waited beneath the second painting, one canvas laid on top of the other. That's a wild story. Kevin's mind whirred with possibilities, all of which came back to his own ultimate goal. He needed to reach the upper realm. And if it had something to do with this crazy story about one of Van Gogh's masterpieces, he had to find the truth behind that insanity. So what do we do? Phoebe asked. We have to steal that painting, Kevin finally declared, determination etched across his face. Steal it? Phoebe repeated. That's impossible. The Starry Night is considered a priceless masterpiece. It's not like we can just stroll into the Museum of Modern Art, cause a distraction, and snatch it. Security at that museum is airtight. And even with all of your money and power, they still won't let you just walk out with a priceless work of art. Kevin considered the problem, his gaze returning to the sketch. We need more information. There's something deeper here, something we're missing. And the only way I'm ever going to get any closer to reaching the upper realm is if I can see the image that drove Van Gogh mad. I don't disagree with anything you're saying, Phoebe chimed in. But we also can't forget about Quentin Covington. We need to get to the Serengeti and find out what he's building. The urgency in Phoebe's voice mirrored Kevin's own concerns. Quentin Covington, the elusive billionaire, seemed to be at the center of this web of mysteries. Kevin had to stop him before it was too late, but he knew that he would have to reach the upper realm to do that. It was a delicate dance. Kevin pocketed the rainbow-enhanced sketch, a silent promise forming in his mind. All right, Kevin finally offered. We go to the Serengeti first, but as soon as we know exactly what Covington is up to, we're heading to the Metropolitan Museum of Modern Art to steal that painting. Phoebe shook her head in disbelief. Never a dull moment. Would you really want it any other way? Kevin asked. Not a chance, Phoebe offered. Kevin took in the rare lunar rainbow one last time before turning and heading back towards the village. Phoebe followed. The two had been through so much together, and soon they would have to go through so much more. They had saved the people of Zambia, and now they had to travel to the Serengeti to discover exactly what Quentin Covington was planning, before it was too late. After bringing rainwater back to the drought-stricken lands of Zambia and unraveling the next clue in his quest to reach the upper realm, Kevin and his team prepared to head off to the Serengeti in hopes of uncovering evil billionaire Quentin Covington's master plan. Meanwhile, in Chicago, Lily and Nancy had been growing even closer. Lily had invited Nancy to stay with her in the hopes of keeping Nancy and her unborn child safe from Nancy's abusive ex-boyfriend, Sid. But when Sid barged into Lily's house, it was Lily who unexpectedly found the strength to fight him off. Wondering if maybe Kevin's baby had been giving her some added strength, as both Lily and Kevin suspected, Lily called on Dr. Serafina Willow for a checkup and for a confirmation of that suspicion. The calm suburban streets of Chicago cradled the Williams' beautiful home in a blanket of serenity. Inside, the air carried a sense of domestic warmth, blending with the aroma of cinnamon and vanilla. Nancy, Lily's new friend, was busy cooking in the kitchen, doing her best to seem like the perfect houseguest, as Lily was being examined by Dr. Serafina Willow in the study just down the hall. Everything seems fine, Lily, Dr. Willow announced, her professional demeanor underlined by a sense of maternal reassurance. Now let's see if we can hear the baby's heartbeat. Dr. Willow pressed her stethoscope against Lily's exposed abdomen. A moment later, the room echoed with the rapid, rhythmic thump-thump-thump, a tiny symphony emanating from the depths of Lily's womb. Lily's eyes welled with tears, her hand instinctively reaching down to her still very flat stomach. There we go, Dr. Willow noted. Strong and steady. It's magical, isn't it? Lily whispered. Dr. Willow smiled warmly. Indeed. Now I need to take a small blood sample for a few routine tests. Lily nodded, her trust in Dr. Willow unwavering. Dr. Willow skillfully extracted the sample, a brief pinch of discomfort that Lily bore with quiet resilience. As Dr. Willow prepared to leave, she paused, a thoughtful expression clouding her features. Lily, she began, her voice measured. There is one thing I wanted to discuss with you. I noticed something unusual in your blood work from last week. Your blood type seems to have changed since our initial meeting. Lily furrowed her brow, a mixture of surprise and curiosity coloring her gaze. Changed? Is that even possible? It's highly unusual, Dr. Willow admitted, her eyes narrowing as she thought through the science behind her finding. I've run the test twice to be certain, and of course I'll run them again with these new samples, but the results have been consistent thus far. Sometimes during pregnancy, a phenomenon known as fetal-maternal mirroring can cause temporary changes in the mother's blood type. Lily exchanged a puzzled glance with Serafina. Is it something to be concerned about? Lily asked, her fingers subconsciously tracing circles on her belly. Dr. Willow hesitated for a moment as if choosing her words with utmost care. Not at all. It's nothing negative, just rare. You and your baby are special. As Dr. Willow made her way to the door, she turned back, her eyes holding a profound sincerity. There's something remarkable about the bond between a mother and her child. It can bring about changes not just in the body, but in the very essence of who you are. The words lingered as Lily led Dr. Serafina out into the hall. Lily had been feeling different the last few weeks. She would never have stood up to Nancy's abusive ex-boyfriend in the past. That's something Kevin would do. Kevin and Lily had both noticed this change and wondered if, in fact, it was because of the baby she was carrying. Kevin's baby. Lily was becoming more like Kevin because she had a part of Kevin in her. As the doctor and Lily made their way to the kitchen, the aroma of something delicious wafted through the air. Nancy, Lily's new friend and housemate, was bustling around the kitchen, a picture of domestic bliss. "Good morning, ladies." Nancy greeted them with a smile that concealed a hint of something more sinister. Lily had no idea that Nancy had been lying to her for weeks in an attempt to get closer to her and the baby. "Morning, Nancy," Lily replied, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the breakfast spread. "You didn't have to go through all this trouble." Nancy waved off the comment. "Oh, it's no trouble at all. I love cooking. Besides, I want to make sure you and that baby are well nourished." Dr. Willow observed the interaction, her keen eyes noting Nancy's over-the-top kindness. There was something beneath the surface, something that grabbed the doctor's curiosity. After a moment of casual conversation, Lily dropped the bombshell. "Oh, by the way, Dr. Willow, Nancy is pregnant too. We're pregnancy pals." The doctor raised an eyebrow, glancing at Nancy for confirmation. Nancy, however, maintained her composed facade. "Yes, it's such a coincidence. We found out around the same time, isn't that right, Lily?" Lily nodded enthusiastically, unaware of the web of deception being woven around her. "It's amazing how things work out, isn't it?" Lily pondered. Dr. Willow smiled politely but couldn't shake the feeling that something was amiss. "Well, Nancy, if you'd like, I can do a quick prenatal checkup for you right now. It's always good to stay on top of these things." Nancy's eyes flickered with a momentary panic, quickly hidden behind a practiced smile. "Oh, thank you, Dr. Willow, but I'm quite comfortable with my own doctor. It's just a matter of trust, you know. Especially after what I've been through with the father of my baby. He was abusive and, well, you understand." The mention of a troubled past hung in the air, and Dr. Willow nodded sympathetically. "Of course, Nancy, I completely understand. Just remember to schedule that checkup soon. It looks like you might be carrying a little low." Nancy forced a grateful smile as she pulled at her blouse to cover more of her stomach. "I will, Dr. Willow. Thank you for your concern." As Nancy excused herself to tend to something in her room, Dr. Willow turned to Lily, her expression thoughtful. "She seems nice. Very nice." "She's been wonderful," Lily exclaimed. The doctor nodded, the worry etched in her features not entirely gone. "Well, if you ever need anything, Lily, don't hesitate to reach out." With that, Dr. Willow bid her farewell, leaving Lily to enjoy the seemingly idyllic morning with her newfound friend Nancy. Little did anyone suspect the storm that brewed just beneath the surface. In Nancy's room, the facade crumbled as soon as the door closed behind her. She paced nervously, muttering to herself, "That was close, too close." Lily's voice echoed from down the hall. "What was close?" Startled, Nancy turned to the door, her eyes widening in surprise. "Nothing," she called back quickly. "I almost burnt the pancakes I was cooking, and I was just worrying to myself." "I'll keep an eye on them," Lily called back. Nancy dismissed it with a casual laugh. However, as she replayed the scene in her mind, a chill crawled down her spine. How had Lily heard her from so far away? The morning air hung heavy with the scent of impending rain as Lily locked the door to her home. She had barely taken a step when Nancy caught up with her. "Mind if I walk with you?" Nancy asked, tucking a strand of dark hair behind her ear. "Sure thing," Lily replied, adjusting the strap of her bag over her shoulder. The two women fell into lockstep, best friends. After they drove into the city and found a parking place for their car, they made their way up to the strip mall, passing by the quaint mix of shops. "Meet up for lunch?" Nancy asked. "Would love that," Lily replied. "Pregnancy pals." "Pregnancy pals," Nancy echoed as she made her way into the soup kitchen. Lily headed over to the clinic but slowed. Something was off, something in the air. Was that smoke? No, something else. Odd. Lily continued over to the clinic but couldn't shake the unease now crawling beneath her skin. Pregnancy had brought a heightened sensitivity to her senses, and today was no exception. As Lily pushed open the door to her clinic, the familiar scent of antiseptic and medicinal herbs enveloped her. The receptionist greeted them with a warm smile, but Lily's attention was already elsewhere. There it was again. That peculiar odor, subtle, yet distinct, like gasoline mixed with something sinister. "Do you smell that?" Lily asked. The receptionist looked around. "What?" "It's hard to describe," Lily noted. "Just smells wrong." Something was off, but Lily couldn't put her finger on it. Trying to shake off the feeling, Lily forced a smile. "Don't worry about it. How have our numbers been this morning?" Inside the clinic, Lily threw herself into her work, meeting with families in need, helping in any way she could. The scent, however, lingered, seeping into her every breath. It seemed to ooze through the cracks in the walls, a phantom haunting her sanctuary. Unable to ignore it any longer, Lily excused herself, leaving her bewildered staff behind. As she stepped into the corridor, the scent grew stronger, guiding her like an invisible hand toward the clinic's back exit. With each step, her heart quickened, and the knots in her stomach tightened. Something was wrong. She could sense it. Lily flung the back door open. She squinted, scanning the nearby empty parking lot. And then she saw him, Sid, Nancy's abusive ex-boyfriend, leaning against a motorcycle with a sinister grin on his face. Lily froze for a moment, but not from fear. Rage boiled inside her as she took in the sight of the man who had tormented her good friend Nancy for far too long. Without a second thought, Lily stormed toward Sid, her clinic badge swinging on a chain around her neck like a battle talisman. Sid's eyes widened as he realized who was approaching, but it was too late. "I'm not messing around this time," Lily yelled as she charged. Sid screamed as Lily's fist connected with his jaw. Sid stumbled backward, crashing into the dumpster. Lily didn't give him a chance to recover. She lunged at him, raining blows down on him. Lily's clinic staff, drawn by the commotion, stood at the doorway, jaws dropping in shock. Lily, usually calm and composed, was now a force of nature, a storm unleashed. Nancy, alerted by the turmoil, stepped outside of the soup kitchen just in time to witness the spectacle. Her eyes widened as Lily delivered a final blow that sent Sid scrambling. He ran off down the street, leaving his bike behind. As quickly as it began, the storm subsided. Lily straightened, her chest heaving, the smell of victory now in the air. Lily turned and headed back inside the clinic, On her way inside, she spotted Nancy. "Pregnancy pals," Lily said, a smirk playing on her lips. Nancy just stared in shock and disbelief. "Pregnancy pals?" Back in Chicago, Lily's pregnancy had seemed to turn her into a powerful force, much like her husband Kevin, whose baby was inside her. And she had become wholly capable of fending off enemies the likes of which used to attack and kidnap her. Meanwhile, after learning that evil billionaire Quentin Covington was mining a rare kind of sand for sinister purposes, Kevin and his team, including Dalton Steele, Phoebe Anderson, and young apprentice Sasha, made their way to the Serengeti, where the rare sand was known to be found. But with no information about the mine's specific location, Kevin knew he would have to figure out a way to find the reclusive billionaire and uncover his master plan. The private jet Kevin had chartered touched down on an airstrip in the heart of the Serengeti, after leaving Zambia just an hour before. Kevin wanted to fly coach, but his friends Dalton Steele, Phoebe Anderson, and young apprentice Sasha had been through a lot on their travels, so Kevin splurged so that they could have a more comfortable flight. He also knew that Quentin Covington's scheme was the kind of evil that had to be stopped as quickly as possible. Time was of the essence. The engines faded as Kevin and his team stepped out and took in the vast African landscape. The sun was setting on the horizon, casting long shadows across the grassy plains. "What an amazing flight, Kevin," Phoebe noted. "Thank you for such luxurious travel accommodations." "You've all worked so hard," Kevin noted. "It was the least I could do." Kevin, now a seasoned investigator with a penchant for unraveling complex mysteries, contemplated his next move. The mission at hand was to uncover the whereabouts of Quentin Covington's secret mining operation and hopefully get the full scope of the evil billionaire's master plan. Covington had been using special sand from the Serengeti to craft an indestructible photometallic glass, a technology that could change the world but could also be a nightmare if it was used by the wrong hands. And Kevin's dealings with Quentin Covington indicated he was exactly the kind of wrong hands that could use such an invention for evil. As they stepped off the plane onto the dusty tarmac, Kevin and his team were greeted by a local guide named Jafari. Jafari was a man of the land, his lion-scraped face telling stories of countless treks through the vast African wilderness.
Kevin Williams, Caribou,
Jafari greeted the group.
Caribou is the word for welcome in Swahili.
"I'm actually fluent in Swahili," Kevin replied, shaking the guide's hand. "But thank you, Jafari. Or should I say, asante. You come very highly recommended."
"You are very skilled, Kevin Williams,"
Jafari responded.
"It's an honor to be the personal escort of such a legendary figure."
Kevin nodded humbly, his eyes betraying a sense of urgency. As the group loaded into a rugged Land Rover, the group set off toward the heart of the Serengeti. The endless plains unfolded before them, teeming with the majestic beauty of Africa's wildlife. Phoebe, seated beside Kevin, spoke up, her eyes scanning the horizon. "So where do we begin?" she asked. Kevin's eyes scanned a small local map. "According to my intel, the special sand that Quentin is mining is unique to this region. But the Serengeti is vast. We need to find a way to pinpoint Covington's exact location."
"Drones?"
Dalton offered. "That's not a bad idea, but that could take weeks of reconnaissance," Kevin countered. "There has to be a faster way." "We could pay off the locals," Phoebe suggested. "I'm sure someone must know someone who's worked for Covington's mines." "Another excellent idea," Kevin offered, "but also very time-consuming. If it comes down to it, we'll have to try every tactic, but I know there has to be a more direct answer." As they bounced along the dusty trail, Sasha, Kevin's young apprentice, peered out the window with a thoughtful expression.
"What if we followed the supply chain?"
Kevin turned to the young man, curious. "What did you just say?" Sasha explained.
"If Covington's supply of sand is running out as the warlord said, then he must be transporting enormous quantities, right?"
That's right, Sasha. Absolutely. A smile formed across Kevin's lips. His apprentice was learning.
But how would they ship it?
Dalton wondered. Trains, Kevin responded. With a supply that enormous, they wouldn't waste time with trucks or planes. Trains are the most logical choice. Kevin turned to Jafari, who sat in the driver's seat. Jafari, we need to head to a central hub. Is there a train station somewhere nearby?
I know just the spot, Jafari stated. I'll head that way.
The Land Rover veered off the trail and onto a rugged path leading toward Arusha, the bustling city in Tanzania that served as a major transportation hub. As they entered Arusha, the city lights flickered to life, a stark contrast to the darkened plains they had left behind. The city pulsed with life, a rhythmic heartbeat echoing through the crowded streets. Kevin, Dalton, Phoebe, and Sasha navigated through the maze of urban chaos, heading toward the central train station. Arusha, Phoebe noted. I've never been here before. It's thrilling.
If we get into a tight spot, how well do you know the roads? Dalton asked Jafari. You didn't hire me as a guide for my good looks, Jafari joked. I know this city well. You're in good hands.
Kevin nodded, satisfied with the response. Arusha's train station was a bustling hub of activity. Trains hissed and rumbled on the tracks, and people flowed like a river through the station, each with a purpose of their own. The team stepped out of the Land Rover and moved with purpose towards the heart of the station. Dalton, check the cargo manifest for any unusual shipments. As Dalton set to work, Kevin remained vigilant, his eyes darting from platform to platform. It didn't take long for Kevin's keen eyes to spot something amiss. Among the throng of passengers and uniformed railway personnel, a Maverick guard, unmistakable in his attire, stood aboard one of the departing trains. The Mavericks had been used on several occasions by Covington. On that train, Kevin pointed. That's a Maverick guard. I'm sure of it. Do we follow? Sasha inquired. The train began to slowly push off, moving down along the tracks. Kevin continued to scan the area. The train in question was hauling 10 massive freight cars. As Kevin got closer to the train, he took note of something new. Sand could be seen. Small remnants of loose sand all along the freight cars and track ahead. Sand. Kevin motioned to the light dusting on the ground. A Maverick guard and remnants of sand. That's our train. We have to stop it. The group quickly scattered in search of someone in charge. Kevin and Phoebe searched together. They spotted a weary-looking station manager by the busy ticket booth and sprinted over to him. Sir, are you the station manager? Kevin inquired politely, but with a notable sense of urgency. The weary old man shook his head. Yep, that's me. This is an emergency, Kevin explained. The train that just left. We have to stop it. What? The station manager responded. We can't stop a train once it's left the station. We have schedules to keep and destinations to reach. Phoebe, her patience wearing thin, interjected. We're not interested in schedules, we're interested in destinations, specifically the destination of that train. Kevin nodded in agreement. Absolutely. The station master hesitated, glancing nervously around as if expecting unseen eyes to be watching. I don't know where those trains go. No one does. It's not our concern. Kevin, sensing the man's unease, decided to take a more direct approach. Do you work for Quentin Covington? The station master, now visibly agitated, started closing up the ticket window. I don't want trouble. I have a family to feed. I suggest you leave before you find more than you bargained for. The station manager turned to his workers. That's it. Close up shop. That's all for today. Kevin tried one last time. He stepped over to the man. Sir, if you are scared, I'll protect you. We believe Quentin Covington is planning something terrible. We need answers. Lives are at stake. Leave me alone, the station manager shouted. I don't work for anyone but the people of Arusha. I'm a poor man who's just trying to do his job. Undeterred, Kevin and Phoebe followed the retreating station master. It was then that Kevin noticed a gleaming brand new Lamborghini parked nearby. The station manager unlocked the door to the expensive car and climbed inside. Kevin called out, "Just a poor man trying to do your job? How much is Covington paying you?" The station manager powered on the car and revved the engine. He rolled down the window and shouted back,
"If you were smart, you'd leave now. Quentin has eyes everywhere and more men on his payroll than you can count."
With that, the station manager rolled up his window and peeled away from the station, racing down the narrow streets, disappearing out of view. Dalton and Sasha spotted Kevin and Phoebe and rushed over.
"We couldn't find the station manager,"
Sasha explained. "Don't beat yourself up too much. We just had a conversation with him," Phoebe offered.
"That's great," Dalton exclaimed. "What did he say? Can we stop the train?"
"He's working for Quentin," Kevin remarked with serious concern in his voice. "They all are. They're not going to help."
"So what do we do?"
Sasha asked. "The only thing we can do," Kevin turned to his team, "we're going to have to follow that train.